Introduction. Adventurers on the continent of Farlwy, heed these special advisories. 1. Never bestow any valuables upon the city gate guards. 2. The hen is a ferocious creature. 3. Your life holds no greater value than that of a hen. 4. A precise archer is a dependable ally in battle. Yet not every archer possesses such accuracy, therefore. Exercise caution. 5. Cherish life and embrace existence. Do not recklessly attempt to fabricate an atomic bomb. 6. Do not be deceived by appearances. The 18 touches is a grandiose battle hymn. 7. Acquiring knowledge of multiple languages proves exceedingly beneficial. 8. Do not fear death. The majority of individuals here have perished more than once, and rumor has it that the Grim Reaper in this realm is quite alluring. 9. Should you disregard potential life-threatening dangers, this place is indeed a splendid tourist destination. Neglecting to visit may lead to regret. Chapter 1. This is life. In this world, every object and entity possesses a name. For instance, upon observing a marvelous contraption made of wood, with 4 sturdy legs supporting a body, one would recognize it as a stool. Similarly, the soft, plump mass atop the stool is referred to as a posterior. Indeed, that is the essence of nomenclature. Its origins are shrouded in mystery. There exists a notion that the creator, Deimos, spent 7 days crafting this world and subsequently devoted 7 centuries to bestowing names upon his creations. Truth be told, whenever I contemplate this idea, my mind conjures whimsical images, such as the omnipotent Father of gods squatting in a muddy mire, solemnly proclaiming in a voice that echoes throughout the cosmos, "This creature shall be called pig." Meanwhile, the oblivious swine, entirely unaware of its newfound honor, grunts in displeasure at the meddlesome old man who disturbed its midday slumber, then rolls over in the muck and resumes its dreams. However, whether the pig comprehends its name is of little consequence. It is the human condition that renders ignorance of names troublesome. One cannot simply convey, "I have just come from that place where they produce that thing which is beautiful and resembles that something." I wager no one would comprehend your meaning. Thus, in accordance with customary practice, I shall narrate this tale using names we are familiar with. Should you find any name incongruent with its referent, I trust you are correct, for names are merely labels, assigned by happenstance. Like all entities, each individual possesses a name, including myself. I am known as Gate Guard Jeffords Kid, a title I find rather unappealing due to its cumbersome nature and lack of grandeur. Yet, from an indeterminate point in time, I have been inescapably bound to this appellation, much like the pig is to its name purely coincidental. Allow me to elaborate on myself. Yes, I am Gate Guard Jeffords Kid, stationed at the grand entrance of Camp Navia. Camp Navia lies in the heart of the Kingdom of Dalamea, which is situated in the southeastern region of the continent of Farlwy. Beyond Farlwy lies the vast expanse known as the Comet Sea, rumored to have once been land that was transformed into ocean by a celestial comet. In the Comet Sea, numerous uncharted islands exist, and it is said that even farther beyond its shores lie greater, mysterious lands yet to be discovered, though such matters bear little relevance to me. Inhabiting the continent of Farlwy are numerous intelligent races, including humans, elves, dwarves, minotaurs, goblins, and subterranean gnomes, among others. Each race has its designated regions. For instance, Dalamea is predominantly human, yet travelers from other races frequently visit, particularly elves and dwarves, as their realms Goldstone Fortress and Moonstream Forest Stagio and Dalamea. Other races may also be encountered on occasion. Additionally, there exists a dichotomy for distinguishing the inhabitants of the continent, transcenders and natives. According to authoritative magical theory, our world is but one of countless dimensions, existing within an expansive cosmos that harbors innumerable unknown realms. There are sentient beings endowed with the innate ability to traverse time and space, known as transcenders. Conversely, some individuals are bound to exist solely within a single realm, referred to as natives. The capacity to transcend does not depend on one's race, whether one is a diminutive gnome or a towering minotaur. Anyone may become a transcender, capable of vanishing from this world and journeying between dimensions. Identifying whether an individual before you is a transcender or a native is no simple feat. They appear remarkably alike, with no discernible differences in appearance. However, distinctions do exist. Natives, like myself, tend to be straightforward individuals, disinclined toward chatter or wandering. We dutifully fulfill our responsibilities or manage our affairs. In contrast, transcenders are often curious beings, prone to roaming and instigating trouble for amusement. They are born adventurers, for whom exploration and travel constitute the essence of life. They revel in their existence, labeling themselves as players, as if their lives were mere games, with play being their singular purpose. My primary duty involves standing at the city gate, welcoming those transcenders who traverse the fabric of time and space. If you happen to be a born transcender visiting Camp Navia for the first time, I shall dutifully inform you. Do not venture too close to the forest beyond the city. Traveler, it is not as safe as it appears. Approximately 2 months ago, a pack of wild dogs descended upon that area, frequently attacking passersby and causing unrest among the townsfolk. Sheriff Gerard is quite troubled by this situation. If you believe yourself sufficiently strong, you may hunt 3 wild dogs and deliver their pelts to the sheriff's office, where Mr. Gerard will reward you. This should strike one as peculiar, for I have never ventured into the forest beyond the city, nor can I recall when I learned the name of the city's sheriff, my superior, Gerard. Yet, I find myself repeating these words verbatim to every newcomer without fail. Even more astonishing is the fact that, for a considerable time, I have felt no strangeness in this routine. To my knowledge, nearly every transcender who arrives in Camp Navia has received this modest bounty, yet I have never been informed to rescind the hunting order for the wild dogs. By such calculations, the number of wild dogs must be astonishing. Should you succeed in slaying 3 wild dogs and feel inclined to converse with me, for reasons unknown, this coincidence seems to occur frequently. Perhaps it is merely due to my amiable nature. I shall request your assistance with a matter. It appears you are a man of discretion. I have a personal matter to entrust to you, I would say, gesturing toward the guard standing across the road. His name is Fred Gudrian, the city gate guard, my partner since I assumed this role. Despite our shared duties, we seldom exchange words. He is a rather stern and proud individual. Whenever someone attempts to converse with him, he merely retorts, "Do not stir trouble in the city unless you believe your bones are sturdier than my sword." This proclamation stems from his possession of a fine sword, a black and exceptionally sharp blade that seemingly has been passed down through his lineage. He takes great pride in it, often brandishing it to showcase its prowess. This concerns my partner. I would whisper to you. You see, he is always eager to flaunt his sword, claiming it can cut through anything. However, I happen to know of a certain wood known as ironwood that is even harder than steel. Thus, I made a small wager with him to find a piece of wood that his sword cannot sever. I have heard that Mr. Rama from Tuluo village possesses such a piece. If you could assist me in borrowing it, I would gladly reward you with half the wager. However, be cautious. Mr. Rama is quite protective of his belongings, so it would be prudent for you to avoid his notice while borrowing it. I am confident that you will soon return with what I need, allowing me to challenge my partner with his prized sword. Naturally, I expect to win this wager, and you will receive your due reward. This scenario unfolds repeatedly without fail. I find it inexplicable why I derive such enjoyment from witnessing Fred's astonished expression. Should you seek any individual within the city of Camp Navia, feel free to inquire with me. I can mark their location on your map, whether it be the Butcher Lansko or the Apothecary Elder. I must concede, I am a diligent guard. Although I have never encountered these individuals or know what they look like, I'm always aware of their whereabouts and have never erred. Some may find this astonishing, yet I have grown accustomed to it. In truth, there are countless such inexplicable matters that I have unwittingly come to know. If you linger in this city long enough, completing various tedious tasks such as delivering a letter filled with typos for Pierre at the tavern, assisting the stonemason Dakla in searching for new stone at the abandoned wilderness temple, collecting debts for Baron Porter from his tenants, or seeking appetizing candied hawthorn for the innkeeper's anorexic sister after a series of such monotonous errands, I will inform you. Camp Navia is under the protection of the Starry Knights, and the law and order here are generally commendable. However, not long ago, a band of robbers descended from the eastern Saber-Tooth Mountains, targeting merchants passing through. No fewer than 20 caravans have fallen victim to their attacks. We need some strong volunteers to eliminate them. Bring me the head of their leader, and you will gain the recognition of the Starry Knights and become a friend of this city. Some impulsive fools rush off to confront the robbers before I have finished speaking. I must say, their hearts are filled with courage, but little else. Had they chosen to heed my words, I would have advised them. It would be wise to find a few reliable companions. You will find them far more dependable than the weapon in your hand. I often witness those ragged fools, wielding swords and axes dulled like rusted iron, being chased to the city gates by no fewer than 30 robbers. Some have made this mistake more than once. The most pitiful individual I have seen was pursued to the point of wearing nothing but his undergarments, lamenting at the city gate, "These robbers are so difficult to kill." At that moment, I stood at the gate, casting a scornful glance at the unfortunate fellow, remaining utterly silent. He deserved it. Those lacking decorum and failing to listen to others should face such a fate. Fortunately, most individuals are not so foolish. They often manage to eliminate the troublesome robbers and return with the head of their leader. As I have mentioned, this task is typically accomplished by groups of 3 to 5 individuals, which raises a perplexing question. Regardless of the size of the adventuring team that defeats the robbers, the head of the robber leader is always one per person. This leaves me pondering, what would a creature with 5 heads look like? Would they bicker among themselves? If they snored while sleeping, would they disturb one another? And so on. However, since I can never deduce a satisfactory answer, these questions do not trouble me for long. Despite awarding the adventurers the Starry Knight's Medal, a symbol of courage and will, as a reward for vanquishing robbers, there is no evidence that they have truly eradicated this band. Whenever I assign this task to them, they invariably return with several identical heads. Occasionally, I indulge in fanciful thoughts, envisioning a grove upon Saber-Tooth Mountain, adorned with vibrant leaves. When autumn winds blow, the branches are laden with the heads of the robber leader, while cheerful adventurers, clad in hiking attire and carrying baskets, merrily pluck the heads, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming nightly medals and promising to return the next day. Like all my impractical musings, this wicked thought does not linger in my mind for too long. No city permits brawls, and Camp Navia is no exception. Prohibition against street brawls is perhaps the only law I know in Camp Navia, yet even this singular law is not always adhered to by those exuberant adventurers. Each day, a few altercations arise among them at the city gates, and in dire circumstances, these disputes can escalate to murder. Preventing such occurrences is one of our responsibilities. Just days ago, 2 newly arrived adventurers found themselves embroiled in a dispute over a transaction. During the quarrel, a dwarven ranger, seemingly attempting to ease the tension, addressed the elven sorceress female companion in an overly familiar and friendly manner. I suspect this may have touched upon some elven traditions, for the sorceress became enraged and promptly hurled a fireball at the dwarf. Remembering my duty, I rushed over with my partner, Fred, to intervene. The elven sorceress even attempted to strike at us. Regrettably, her spellcasting was woefully unrefined. Likely still at the apprentice level, she could not even graze our clothing before we closed the distance, delivering a flurry of blows that left her reeling. She was subsequently thrown into the holding cell, where she remained for half a day, only to be released after paying a fine. This encapsulates all there is to know about Mimi's entire life and work, all the people and events I encounter daily. My existence is tranquil and mundane, and I am content within this tranquility and ordinariness, never contemplating any change. In truth, this seems to be the essence of life devoid of grand landscapes, vibrant spectacles, or tumultuous adventures, filled with insignificant trifles that occupy your time. I believed I would continue living this way until the infinite end, just as it began long before my memory. Little did I expect that a small accident would change everything. It was an ordinary morning, indistinguishable from any that had preceded it. The city gates stood wide open, pedestrians bustling to and fro, while I stood resolutely at the entrance, my gaze unwavering. At that moment, 2 traders were engaged in a transaction before me. No, it must be at least 20 copper coins, not a penny less. Otherwise, seek another buyer. One of them insisted, shaking his head vigorously like a windmill. Like his counterpart, he was an ordinary human, of unimposing stature and appearance. Yet his armor was superior, crafted sturdily from tougher leather. Fine, 20 it is. The buyer relented, gnashing his teeth as he nodded in agreement. He hastily rummaged through his purse, urging, hurry, the server is about to shut down for maintenance. Just a moment. The seller fumbled, hastily pocketing the coins and laboriously extracting a roll of goods from his satchel, extending it towards the buyer. However, they stood too close to me, and in his confusion, the seller inadvertently thrust the item into my hands. According to regulations, I was not permitted to accept any items from passers-by while on duty. In the past, had such a situation arisen, I would have returned the item to the individual with courtesy, politely stating, "I cannot accept your offerings, serving you is my duty." Yet this time, just as I was about to return the roll of goods, darkness suddenly enveloped the world. No, it was not merely the sky that darkened the earth. The city walls, the pedestrians, the trees, everything around me was plunged into an abyss of chaos. A color darker than black filled my vision and overwhelmed all my senses. The world seemed to vanish into an empty void of despair, silent and colorless. I felt as though I had vanished as well, my very soul dissipating, leaving behind an echoing emptiness. In that instant, I perceived the visage of the apocalypse drawing near. Just before the engulfing darkness descended, I heard the careless seller exclaim, "Oh no, I chose the wrong trading partner." Chapter 2. Who am I? Legend has it that in the eons preceding the birth of all things, in the boundless time before dimensions took form at the nexus of time and space, this world existed in utter void, save for darkness. All began from darkness. It is the essence of existence and the progenitor of all change, nurturing the omniscient and omnipotent creator God, Deramos. This great deity shattered chaos with a singular blow, scattering his immense power into the endless void, thus creating being from the hollow and boundless nothingness. Initially, there was light. Light penetrated the darkness, illuminating the void. Subsequently, the Creator's hand grasped the light, and all within chaos began to stir, ceaselessly flowing, thus giving birth to time. Thereafter, he fashioned countless wonders, including myself and the world in which I reside. I cannot ascertain the veracity of this legend, yet one thing I'm certain of, that sudden darkness undeniably altered many aspects of existence. I know not how long I lingered in the darkness before awakening. In that absolute lightless silence, one might feel as though everything had ceased, vanished, and the once sacred and powerful concept of time had wholly frozen in a terrifying void, devoid of measurable significance. Upon awakening, all appeared unchanged. The sky was clear, the breeze gentle, the rough stone walls forming a gray-white ribbon enveloping the city of Campionavia in morning light. The only difference was the streets had grown desolate. The once crowded cobblestone paths, teeming with wandering traders, were now deserted. Only the indigenous merchants stood by their shops, quietly awaiting customers. My partner, a fellow named City Gate Guard Fred Gudrian, remained steadfast, still gripping his prized sword sheath with unwavering focus. Opposite him stood a guard clad in armor, wielding a standard longsword, with a demeanor that appeared quite amiable. His eyes were large and bright, though lacking a certain spark. Yet, his smile was warm, as if he were ever prepared to welcome travelers to the city. Ordinarily, he was an utterly unremarkable city gate guard, indistinguishable from the 8 guards stationed at the 4 gates of Campionavia. Yet, it was this exceptionally mundane guard who filled me with an unprecedented shock. I suddenly felt an urgent desire to find a mirror, hoping it would reveal the differences between myself and this gatekeeper before me. I could not restrain myself from reaching out to touch his nose, seeking confirmation of his existence. The guard suddenly addressed me, saying, "Do not venture too close to the forest beyond the city. Traveler, it is not as safe as it appears." About 2 months ago, a pack of wild dogs emerged there, frequently attacking pedestrians and instilling fear in the townsfolk. Sheriff Gerald is quite troubled by this. If you feel strong enough, you could hunt down 3 wild dogs and bring their pelts to the sheriff's office. Mr. Gerald would reward you. I was so astonished that my jaw nearly unhinged. That was me, my voice, my lines. He spoke with such precision, even the emphasis and pauses mirroring my own. After delivering his message, he paid me no further heed, as though entirely oblivious to our striking resemblance. In demeanor and expression, I could discern no differences between us. What was happening? Another version of me had emerged, occupying my place, fulfilling my duties, uttering the words that should have belonged to me. I anxiously shifted my gaze elsewhere, only to realize that the world before my eyes had transformed. Both the houses and streets were now imbued with a vivid clarity. I was intimately familiar with every corner of this city, as if I knew it as well as the lines on my palm. I understood that nothing had changed, yet for reasons unknown, everything appeared remarkably fresh and splendid. Even the sound of water trickling through the roadside gutter was melodious. I sensed that some profound transformation was quietly unfolding within me, revealing facets of this world I had never before perceived. Firstly, above each person's head, I saw a line of grass-green script. Regardless of where they roamed, these letters followed them closely. Each inscription bore their name. For instance, the patrolling guard approaching bore the inscription Patrolman Porter, while the hound accompanying him was labeled Patrol Dog Fartel. I deliberately glanced at my partner, and without fail, the words City Gate Guard Fred Gudrian were inscribed above him. I swiftly concluded that these must be the imprints of each individual's soul, emblematic of their identity. Previously, I could not see them, but now, for reasons unknown, I possessed an ability that had eluded me before. Grasping this revelation, I eagerly turned my gaze towards the head of the guard who had supplanted me. Above his head, a line of emerald green text sent chills down my spine. It boldly proclaimed City Gate Guard Jeffrey's Kid, a name that had only recently belonged to me. This was absurd. Why had the label of my soul appeared upon his brow? Could it be that he is the true essence of me? If he embodies my being, then who am I? I hastily lifted my gaze, and above me I discovered my soul, inscribed with the name. Jeffrey's Kide. The truth was unveiled. I was no longer, or perhaps I had never truly been, the gatekeeper Jeffrey's Kide, despite our striking resemblance. I was an entirely different individual, my existence unbound to the foot of any wall, my spirit free from the weight of this formidable and coarse gate. I was a brand new person. For the first time in my life, I realized I am free. I need not endure the endless inquiries and demands, nor repeat the words I had recited countless times before. Leave this place, venture elsewhere. This thought surged from the depths of my heart, startling me. Leave? Since my earliest memories, I had never stepped beyond the threshold of this wall. I had never entertained such an idea, not even in thought. Yet now, this notion roiled within me, uncontrollable. Leave, go elsewhere, go elsewhere, go elsewhere. My mind became consumed by this tempting voice, my heart a tumult of excitement and anxiety. Driven by this voice, I attempted to take the first step away from my post. As my foot touched the ground of another realm, my heart swelled with an ecstasy that felt as though it might burst. Can you imagine? Being confined within a space scarcely 3 steps in breadth, with a fixed perspective of a world not more than 200 paces away. Yet suddenly, the power to choose my path, to act freely, to wander at will, to perceive this world from countless distinct angles lay before me. My world expanded, infinitely vast. I cannot adequately express the depth of this joy. I nearly erupted into exuberant cheers, had it not been for the presence of others. Just as I had come to a profound understanding of my soul, a portion of the surrounding air abruptly distorted. Ethereal figures emerged from the warped atmosphere, gradually solidifying into distinct forms. These were the travelers of the void, always accompanied by such extraordinary phenomena upon their arrival. In that dreadful darkness, they had vanished into some unknown dimension. Now, they were returning one by one. I felt an odd dissonance standing beside an identical figure. Before the time travelers fully materialized, I carefully observed my surroundings and made my way towards the woods beyond the city. Before I could comprehend this unfamiliar world, I felt the need to understand myself better. I rummaged through my belongings, seeking those items that might aid my journey. I possessed a backpack, not particularly large and light to carry. Yet when I opened it, I discovered it was already filled with various items. I surmised this backpack possessed some form of magic, capable of holding 200 pounds without adding any weight. Within the backpack, I found a map I was intimately familiar with, a topographical representation of Camp Navia. During my tenure as a gatekeeper, I had marked it to guide countless lost travelers. In the center of this map was a blue dot. Initially, I was unaware of its significance, but as I walked and studied the map, I realized that the dot moved in accordance with my direction. Soon, I confirmed that this dot indicated my precise location. It appeared this map also bore some practical magical properties I believed it would prove invaluable. The backpack also contained a mirror. When I held it up, it did not reflect my visage, but instead displayed a lengthy list of descriptions and data. Jeffrey's Kide, Level 1, Human Warrior. Strength 15, Intelligence 92, Agility 122, Health 180, Spirit 90. Attack Power 152, Defense Power 154. Racial traits. Resilience, defense automatically increases by 100 when health drops to 5. Merchant, able to acquire and spend 5 less money on transactions and rewards. Jack of all trades, capable of learning skills from 3 other professions. Combat skills, stab, slash, block. Life skills, none. I surmise this must be a mirror that directly reflects the soul, stripping away the guise of life to reveal the most fundamental essence of a person, rendering it into tangible numbers for clearer self-awareness. In addition to these, I discovered a diary. Upon opening it, I found a line already inscribed, reminding me, kill 3 wild dogs and deliver their hides to Sheriff Gerald's office. I recalled the true me at the city gate had vaguely mentioned the matter of bandits, to which I had seemingly acquiesced. It appeared this diary automatically recorded the tasks I had accepted. I believe this, too, was a manifestation of magic. The creator of such practical enchantments was truly remarkable. The backpack, map, mirror, and diary seemed to be common among all individuals. I had often observed those traversing the dimensions manipulating these items. Beyond these, I also found a small bundle of moon soulgrass within my pack. It appeared freshly harvested, its leaves tender and soft, adorned with delicate blue flowers. After some contemplation, I recalled where this item had originated. It had been thrust into my possession by a hurried merchant before the darkness had descended. A common herb, it could be refined into various potions with relative ease. However, it held no value for me, for I possessed no knowledge of potion making. I casually tossed it back into the backpack, dismissing it. What remained were the garments upon my body. Through the soul mirror, I discerned that my iron helmet could increase my defense by 1 point, but would reduce my intelligence by 2. This was entirely understandable, as the helmet was small and constricting, suffocating my head and hindering my ability to think clearly. In such a state, no one could truly concentrate. The copper-studded leather armor I wore would augment my defense by 2 points, but at the cost of 1 point for my agility. I found it somewhat cumbersome. My boots were similar. They could enhance my defense by 1 point, yet their weight would also diminish my agility by 1 point. The most valuable possession on my person was likely the standard-issue longsword provided to gatekeepers. It appeared unremarkable, practical, and sharp, increasing my attack power by 2 points without any adverse effects. These items, along with the 50 copper coins in my pouch, constituted my entire fortune. The overwhelming joy of newfound freedom began to wane, leaving me in a state of confusion and uncertainty. I had grown accustomed to the narrow confines of the gate, a space barely able to accommodate a single standing figure, and had once found contentment in that monotonous existence. Now, I was suddenly tasked with determining my own path, altering the course of my life. Where was I to go? I suddenly realized that my freedom had come too swiftly and with too much intensity, and I was unprepared to embrace it. The once vivid and beautiful world appeared to me, all at once, starkly desolate. Ironically, I had once taken the first step toward rebirth without hesitation, yet I now hesitated to take this second step. Countless paths and fates unfolded before me, yet I found myself at a loss for choice. I stood there, deeply troubled by the uncertain path that lay ahead of me. A chilling and harrowing scream suddenly echoed from the distance. Help! Chapter 3. The Hen and the Colossal Bull chasing the desperate cries for help. A colossal figure emerged from the depths of the dense forest. Too sharp. Elongated horns adorned its head, while what should have been feet bore 2 hard, round hooves. It charged towards me, roaring and swaying with an imposing presence. Clearly, this was a minotaur, one of the mightiest and most audacious intelligent races on the continent of Farlwy. In truth, many have expressed skepticism regarding their classification as an intelligent race, for to this day, the minotaurs continue to lead a fragmented, primitive existence in small tribal communities. Their impulsive and irascible temperament often resembles that of a beast rather than a sentient being. The sole trait they possess that could be loosely associated with intelligence is their extraordinarily robust sense of pride and self-esteem, which frequently leads them to act foolishly. Even among this formidable race, the creature approaching me belonged to the tallest and strongest of its kind. I could not accurately gauge its height, but my head barely reached its chest. Its upper body and rugged visage were adorned with intricate black and red patterns, which were accentuated by its muscular physique, exuding an aura of raw power, reminiscent of a demon that had just clawed its way out of hell. Traditionally, the names of minotaurs are quite lengthy, incorporating their own name, their father's name, titles they have earned, the names of their most formidable foes, and their clan name. For instance, if a minotaur were named Hodel Callan Red-Eyed Highland Tiger Windhorn, it would signify that he hails from the Windhorn tribe, is named Hodel, his father's name is Callan. His moniker is Red-Eyed, and he has vanquished a fearsome Highland tiger. However, these conventions do not apply to the behemoth before me. His name was indeed long, unfathomably so, with 3 sharp turns etched into the very essence of his being. What astonished me even more was that his name was so magnificent that even the god of war would likely feel humbled to bear such a title. The name was a grand tapestry of words, unparalleled in history, earth-shattering, unmatched in the world, a paragon of elegance and wisdom, loyal and brave, a hero of unparalleled might, a sage of vast knowledge, youthful and affluent, a conqueror of the southern mountainous striped tiger, a vanquisher of the northern sea's azure-scaled dragon, soaring to the heavens to grasp the moon, diving into the oceans to catch turtles, a refined gentleman of the world, a beautiful youth of humanity, the greatest hero of all time, a gallant figure, a master of the arts, and a bull of unrivaled vigor. This was the name of the colossal minotaur. I must concede that as it charged towards me, these lines of text swayed vigorously, likely causing me to overlook many details. Most astonishingly, this minotaur warrior, whose name could make the god of war blush, was in fact fleeing, pursued closely by a cacophony of clucking hens. The minotaur brandished a massive wooden stake, robust enough to serve as a beam in a grand edifice. However, in the hands of this clumsy master, the colossal weapon proved no more lethal than a plowshare. The minotaur warrior swung the stake with all his might, each strike seemingly intent on shattering the ground beneath him. In truth, most of his attacks landed futilely on the earth, posing little tangible threat to the hens pursuing him. Hot on the heels of our great hero, the formidable knight, and the esteemed master, these decidedly non-violent fowls took turns pecking at the minotaur's bulk with their diminutive beaks, sending him into a frenzied flight. With each peck, a spray of blood blossomed upon his sturdy frame, accompanied by the emergence of a numeral, either 2 or 3, indicating the depletion of his soul's vitality. Under normal circumstances, had he run with full vigor, these hens would have been unable to catch him. Yet, this minotaur warrior, with a name so lengthy it could almost reach the heavens, exhibited an unusual stiffness and sluggishness in his stride, alternating between deep and shallow steps, long and short, perpetually struggling to find his balance, and occasionally resembling a clumsy dancer. Thus, he failed to escape far, soon finding himself encircled by the clucking avians. Whenever surrounded by the hens, the minotaur would stomp his hooves with force, generating a shockwave that destabilized his pursuers, allowing him to break free from the encirclement, gulp down a small vial of soul potion, and resume his desperate flight. This was made possible by the minotaur's 2 racial traits: war tread, which slowed the movement speed of surrounding creatures by 50, and natural resilience, which accelerated the efficacy of potions by 50. Without these advantages, he might have succumbed long ago, becoming fresh fodder for the flock. It is often said that minotaurs are proud and arrogant beings, and in this regard, the creature before me was a remarkable exception. Upon spotting me at the edge of the woods, his eyes glistened with excitement, and he hastily spat out a mouthful of feathers. He tilted his head back and downed a large vial of soul potion, staggering toward me while awkwardly shouting, "Brother, lend me your aid, I beseech you." In this world, race and combat skills are not the sole determinants of one's strength. Often, the intensity of one's spirit is a more telling measure of vitality. For instance, the soul intensity of these hens was rated at level 1, a threshold easily surpassed by any novice adventurer newly arrived on the continent of Farlwy. Through the magical mirror, I discerned that the minotaur warrior, whom I shall refer to as Bull Million, his lengthy name is traditionally abbreviated in this manner, also possessed a soul intensity of level 1, indicating he was not significantly stronger than the docile poultry. This realization further underscored the frailty of this seemingly formidable creature, deepening my understanding of why the act of boasting is often referred to as blowing smoke. In the blink of an eye, Bull Million had darted behind me. He leaned against a wooden post with one hand, while the other rested upon my shoulder, desperately curling his body as if he intended to conceal himself entirely behind me, evading the relentless pursuit of the flock of hens. However, the practicality of such an endeavor was evidently limited. He was far too tall, and even seated on the ground, he was nearly my height, leaving him with no refuge. It was indeed a terrifying spectacle, dozens of hens leaping high, lunging at us with fervent pecks, their not-so-sharp claws incessantly scratching against my armor, producing an excruciatingly grating sound. In an instant, I found myself engulfed by this chaotic calamity, surrounded by a whirlwind of feathers, assaulted by the cacophony of clucking, and overwhelmed by the pungent odor of chicken droppings, almost suffocating me. I had never encountered such a dreadful situation. If given the choice, I would prefer to confront a raging lion rather than contend with this furious flock of hens. What on earth is happening? Are you attempting to establish a poultry farm? I seized one hen that was perilously close to severing my belt, vociferously questioning the hapless minotaur who was desperately trying to dislodge a poultry that was relentlessly battering his face, leaving several visible bloodstains upon his broad nose. I could hardly fathom why he was shouting in such distress. I merely stepped on a few broken eggs. Soon, the hens exhibited their formidable ferocity. Though each peck merely drained 1 or 2 points from my vitality, their swiftness in attacking was enough to humble even the most seasoned warrior. Moreover, this assault was not the work of just 3 or 5 hens, but rather a formidable dozen. Had it not been for my armor, which absorbed the brunt of their onslaught, I would have surely been driven to flee for my life. It appeared that if I did not assist this clumsy giant in resolving this turmoil, I too would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Amidst the chaos, I finally managed to grasp the hilt of my sword, sweeping it through the chaotic throng of chickens, causing a plump hen to screech and collapse. A swirling orb of milky light ascended into the air and floated toward me, merging with my being. This orb was the essence of its soul. In this realm, every life possesses a soul. When one extinguishes another's existence, their soul integrates into yours, becoming a part of your own spirit. Should you absorb sufficient souls, your spirit will grow stronger. This process is commonly known as leveling up. The tragic demise of my companion did not deter the remaining hens. They persistently continued their assault on my armor. Their courage was commendable, yet their determination only compounded my troubles. It is no exaggeration to say that I was risking my life in this fray against these frenzied fowls. Moreover, the peril I faced was not solely from them. Hey, where are you swinging that? I narrowly dodged the Minotaur's massive club as it came crashing down. In the place where I originally took refuge, a solid pit had been smashed into the ground. This was not the first time he had clumsily aimed at me. I am terribly sorry. Neo-Baiwan exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, evidently terrified by the frenzied poultry, as he hysterically waved a wooden stake, striking aimlessly at the flock of hens. It was my first experience using a brainwave sensor, and I struggled to maintain my balance. Be careful, he shouted, inadvertently delivering another blow in my direction. A brainwave sensor? I was unfamiliar with such a device. Yet based on my previous experiences, I understood that anything I did not comprehend was likely a secret code among the aerial beings. I felt no curiosity to delve deeper into these matters. I found it challenging to articulate Neo-Baiwan's current demeanor. He seemed to be pushing the limits of how linguists describe clumsiness. Faced with these far from ferocious birds, this audacious warrior raised his rear, extended his arms, and awkwardly thrust the wooden stake forward, as if desperately attempting to create distance between himself and the hens before him. His movements resembled those of a bashful maiden engaged in playful antics, and even then, maidens possessed the instinct to grasp their opponent's hair. I began to question whether he was indeed a bull-headed warrior renowned for his ferocity, or merely a tall, avant-garde goblin with peculiar proportions. This subterranean race is equally known for its cowardice as it is for its remarkable industrial prowess. With each swing of the wooden stake, he was unsteadily pulled by the force of inertia. In fact, even if he stood still, he could not escape the peril of stumbling forward. His exceedingly sluggish motions rendered him incapable of posing a genuine threat to these clucking adversaries. When he spotted a hen and aimed to strike it, the feathered creature had already scurried away. By the time the stake descended with a heavy thud, his intended target had circled behind him to peck at his backside. Amidst the chaos, chickens flapped and bulls jumped, accompanied by intermittent screams. Before long, these formidable mothers, eager for vengeance on behalf of their precious eggs, led me into a treacherous situation. Despite having fought off 7 or 8 hens, my health had dwindled to a shocking degree. I could feel my life force ebbing away with each drop of blood from my wounds. The desperate instinct for survival dulled my sense of pain, reducing the extent of my injuries, but also indicating that my health had fallen below 5. I was on the brink of death. Although I continued to fight, I was acutely aware of my fear. The newfound freedom and life I had just obtained seemed poised to end at the hands of a flock of hens. A bitter reality that left me feeling helpless. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm me, Neo-Baiwan's wooden stake swung again, this time careening toward my midsection. I hastily ducked to evade it, but the errant stake unintentionally struck a hen that had intended to ambush me from behind, sending it flying away. After a considerable time, its spirit floated back, wavering, and merged into the bodies of both Neo-Baiwan and myself. This miscalculated strike proved unexpectedly powerful, achieving a one-hit kill. In this moment of chaos, inspiration struck me, and I lay upon the ground, shouting, "Do not cease. Continue to spin. Turn 2 more circles." I was uncertain whether the startled Minotaur could comprehend my intentions, yet he obeyed my command, perhaps more out of blind obedience born from his panic than anything else. He began to whirl in place, holding the massive wooden stake aloft. 1 circle, 2 circles, the stake spun ever faster, gradually blurring into a thick shadow, accompanied by the howling wind whipping above my head. The vengeful hens, oblivious to their impending doom, recklessly surged forward, only to be swept away one by this savage whirlwind, their souls rendered to the void. Once the last hen was sent flying, a warm current surged through me, infused with the essence of its spirit. My previously depleted vitality surged back to fullness, and from within, I sensed a newfound strength emanating from the depths of my soul. I was not alone in this transformation. The Minotaur, too, experienced the same. We had both leveled up. I swiftly glanced into a mirror to inspect my soul. I had ascended to the rank of a level 2 warrior, with strength at 13, wisdom at 102, agility at 122, vitality at 200 out of 200, and energy at 100 out of 100. My attack and defense had each increased by 2 points. Where had the Minotaur gone? I whipped around to find this burly creature sprawled on the ground, his eyes spinning uncontrollably as he muttered in a dazed voice. I'm so dizzy, it's nauseating. There are so many stars. After what felt like an eternity, the Minotaur finally roused from his dizzy stupor. He groggily rose to his feet, not forgetting to express his gratitude. Thank goodness I met you, or I might not have survived, he said, limping over while rubbing his backside, lamenting, oh, it hurts so much. Had I known, I wouldn't have set my sensitivity level so high. I never imagined being pecked by hens could be so painful. As he produced a mirror to examine his own soul attributes, a sudden exclamation of delight escaped him. In the section detailing his combat skills, the words powerful whirlwind appeared prominently, accompanied by a note stating, close-range multi-target attack, 50 attack power bonus, 100 increase in attack speed, knockback effect, with a 1-minute dizziness period after use, consuming 70 energy points. Clearly, this recent skirmish, if one could call battling a flock of hens a skirmish, had granted this brash giant a unique combat technique. As a fellow survivor of this harrowing ordeal, I felt a swell of pride for his growth. Yet, the realization that this skill was a product of my own quick thinking, while I had gained nothing in return, left an inexplicable pang of bitterness in my heart. From whence do you hail, child of the earth, cow million? I inquired, intrigued by the peculiarity of his name. For I knew there were no Minotaur tribes in the vicinity. Upon hearing my question, Cow Million sheepishly scratched his head. I come from the Valley of Sturdy Hooves. I initially intended to undertake a beginner's task of gathering herbs, but I lost my way and somehow ended up here. Where's this place? This is Camp Navia, I casually remarked, then curiously inquired, why don't you consult a map? Following its guidance, you should be able to find your way home. A map? The Minotaur responded with surprise, what map? I have never seen one. You don't possess a map? How is that possible? I pulled my own map from my satchel and showed it to him. You don't have one of these? Oh, this is a map, he exclaimed, realization dawning upon him as he slapped his forehead in regret. I sold it. You sold it? Yes, he replied, his voice growing quieter. I thought it was of no use, so I sold it to a merchant for a copper coin. He spoke hesitantly, like a child caught in wrongdoing. I was left utterly speechless. Even among the not-so-intelligent Minotaurs, this hulking figure surely belonged to the least intelligent. Big brother, I'm a novice here and utterly unfamiliar with this place. Could you guide me? He implored, a pitiable expression etched across his face, which appeared rather incongruous. To be addressed as Big Brother by such a towering hero, a great champion, and a master of sorts, sent a chill of unease down my spine. I quickly gestured for him to call me by my name. You may call me Jeff instead. I will take you into the city and help you purchase a map. Once in the possession of its owner, the magical map would instantly reveal the paths he had traversed. The Minotaur's map truly astonished me. It depicted his homeland, located a daunting 60 days' journey north of Camp Navia. Along the route he had explored, there were 2 cities ravaged by demons, vast primordial jungles teeming with wild beasts, numerous graveyards occupied by malevolent spirits, and even a dragon's lair. I could hardly fathom how this level 1 blundering fool had managed to traverse these perilous territories unscathed, arriving vibrantly alive in Camp Navia. If he were not the greatest traveler I had ever encountered, he was undoubtedly the luckiest of wayfarers. I even doubted whether he could follow this map all the way to the moon. Returning him home was out of the question. If we attempted such a feat, it was likely we would be torn to shreds by the jungle's ferocious beasts within a day. In truth, perishing at the jaws of a beast might not be an unheroic end for a warrior, but considering our comparative combat prowess to that of chickens, I felt it far more likely we would be dishonorably trampled to death by a herd of docile rabbits. And then what? What should I do? The Minotaur inquired as he returned the map to his satchel. What to do? I paused, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Little did the Minotaur know, before our encounter, I had been grappling with this seemingly simple yet perplexing question myself. It was truly ironic. I did not even know what I should do. Yet here I was, expected to guide another on what to do. Life often unfolds in such a manner. Although individuals may find themselves adrift due to a lack of direction, as an observer, one is frequently able to dispense sound advice regarding the dilemmas of others. Let us find some tasks to occupy ourselves, I suggested to him with a hint of hesitation, aware that there were certain chores we could undertake together. No one understands better than I the starting point for a newcomer in Camp Navia as they embark on their journey through this city. Accompanied by Bull Million, I arrived at the city gates, standing before the gatekeeper, Jeffrey Skid. Upon seeing the gatekeeper's appearance, Bull Million marveled. "Your imitation is truly remarkable. If you were to remain still in this position, I would surely mistake you for someone else." I found myself unable to fully comprehend his words, and I preferred not to dwell on the matter. After confirming that Bull Million had accepted the commission to hunt wild dogs, we hastily exited the city gates. Chapter 4. A world where human lives are worth less than chickens. Long ago, I became aware of the vast number of people inhabiting this world. Yet, I was unprepared for the sheer magnitude of humanity that exists. Prior to leaving the city, I had steeled myself for an arduous battle. Our skirmish with the hen had revealed an undeniable truth. Our combat prowess was far from formidable. The thought of confronting a pack of ferocious dogs, far more savage than the hens, sent a tremor of apprehension through me. However, as I stood at the city gate gazing outward, I realized my worries were unfounded. Unbeknownst to me, the area outside the city had already been overrun by a diverse array of adventurers. They hailed from various races, bore distinct visages, and wielded an assortment of weapons, yet they were all engaged in largely similar endeavors. The raucous clucking of excited hens echoed from just beyond the city walls, causing my hands to tremble uncontrollably, nearly triggering a bout of chicken-induced panic. It is a source of both embarrassment and undeniable truth that the harrowing experience of being besieged by that frenzied flock of hens has left an indelible psychological scar, such that now, even the sight of a roasted chicken lying quietly before me conjures terrifying phantoms of furious chicken claws flailing before my eyes. Yet this time, the fearsome aggressors had become the victims. It was not a hapless soul like ourselves who would suffer, but rather a band of fearless hens. A stout dwarf warrior, wielding a massive hammer, charged into the midst of the terrified poultry, bellowing as he entered the fray. His diminutive stature was soon enveloped by a storm of feathers and the cacophony of clucking hens. For a considerable duration, we lost sight of him amidst this gruesome melee, only to occasionally glimpse the ominous rise and fall of his colossal hammer, each impact erupting in a spray of crimson. Were he to fight alone, I wagered that this valiant dwarf would retreat in disarray within 10 exchanges. Though courageous, he was still outmatched by this frenzied avian horde. Yet, trailing behind him was a diminutive gnome sorcerer, providing him with robust support. He donned a robe, though to him, it could scarcely be regarded as such. My sleeve was far longer than that garment. In his hands, he grasped a staff, roughly the length of a fire poker, and his countenance bore a grave expression as he muttered incantations. Moments later, a searing blaze erupted from his palms, incinerating a hen that had its backside facing him into charred remains. As I marveled at their fierce prowess, the air around us quivered, and suddenly, a shadowy figure materialized from the void. With a swift motion, she seized a hen by its neck with her left hand while her right hand wielded a dagger that flashed like lightning, unleashing a torrent of blood that spurted from the avian's throat. The unfortunate hen's soul transformed into a wisp of white light, merging with the assailant's being. The architect of this slaughter was a female elf, and her dagger, along with her sinister combat skills, revealed her vocation, a rogue, a traveler traversing the shadows in pursuit of wealth and freedom. "Hey, don't cause a ruckus here. This is our spawning point," barked the dwarf warrior, glaring unfavorably at the elven rogue after dispatching the flock of hens. The gnome mage trailed closely behind his comrade, eyeing the rogue with equal suspicion. Faced with such hostile expulsion, the elven rogue cast a haughty glance at her adversaries, her long fingers brushing aside her pale lavender hair with an air of noble elegance. In a voice that dripped with disdain, she declared, "Nonsense. What gives you the right to claim this spot? Do you think those hens will heed your call? This place is mine, so you'd best retreat as far as you can." This was my first encounter with the so-called elegance of elves. So starkly contrasting the legendary depictions I had heard, it left an indelible impression on me. The sight of a tall, graceful elven woman referring to herself in such a coarse and gravelly manner shattered my fragile worldview. I felt as though I could hear the sound of my own perception fracturing, as the reality I had only recently begun to comprehend fell apart, rendering it bewildering. With a spark of conflict, both parties drew their weapons. The dwarf warrior brandished his hammer, charging bravely at the elven rogue before him. Behind him, the gnome mage began to chant mysterious incantations, a chilling indigo light emanating from his hands. The odds appeared heavily stacked against the elven rogue, facing two opponents. Yet, just as the dwarf warrior closed in, she suddenly swept her hand, releasing a dazzling cloud of magical powder. The brilliance struck with such suddenness that neither her adversaries nor I, a mere observer alongside Nyobiwan, were prepared, and we were caught in its blinding glare. As we instinctively shut our eyes against the harsh light, a chilling scream pierced the air. The dwarf warrior, anguished cry. When we finally reopened our eyes, the dwarf lay lifeless, a gruesome gash marring his throat, still oozing thick, viscous blood. The diminutive mage, sensing the peril, hastily retreated, tumbling away while incoherently shouting, "You uncouth novice!" At level 5, still guarding the city gate like a fool. Why not stand watch at the White Dragon Cave if you're so bold? Don't run. Wait until my main character arrives to obliterate you. Remarkably, his short legs propelled him swiftly, evading the relentless pursuit of the elven huntress, who, despite her efforts, could not catch up. Witnessing such a grim spectacle, Neo Baiwan cautiously suggested to me, "This place is exceedingly dangerous, brother. We ought to find another location." What were they doing? The circumstances surrounding this lethal conflict bewildered me. However, Neo Baiwan, being a natural sky traveler and having embarked on extensive journeys, seemed capable of elucidating my queries. "They are stealing chickens," he replied. "Stealing chickens?" I exclaimed incredulously. "Is it truly worth a life over a mere handful of hens?" "Shoo, keep your voice down," he cautioned. As the elven huntress returned in a huff to the location where the hens resided, her pursuit evidently unsuccessful. Observing the gleaming dagger in her grasp, Neo Baiwan exhibited a timorousness that belied his robust stature and name, pulling me away to a safe distance. Once we reached a place where the elven woman could not overhear us, Neo Baiwan cautiously remarked, "Let us not provoke her. We would surely be no match for that creature. Since she occupies this spawn point, we should seek our fortunes elsewhere." His demeanor deepened my confusion. I found it astonishing that this beautiful elf, possessing a voice as rugged as a man's, was so fixated on elevating her level, even to the extent of committing murder. While I understood the desire for strength was leveling truly everything. Consider those native merchants who linger in the city peddling their wares. From my earliest memories, they have remained at levels 1 or 2, yet they seem to live contented and serene lives, devoid of dissatisfaction. One thing was certain, this world was fraught with peril. Here, even a hen could easily take your life. More alarmingly, some would not hesitate to extinguish yours over a few chickens. "It's outrageous," Neo Baiwan muttered, curling his arms around himself as he cast a furtive glance at the elven woman, sighing heavily. He shook his massive bovine head, his fearful expression contorting his imposing visage, rendering him somewhat comical. A life is worth less than a chicken. This sentiment resonated deeply within me. Such scenes were not confined to this locale. In the distance, fervent adventurers relentlessly hunted their prey, whether it be fragile chickens, ducks, rabbits, bats, or more formidable foes like bobcats, venomous snakes, or wild dogs. None could escape the fate of annihilation. They are almost immediately targeted by hunters several times their size, only to be subjected to fiery, icy, and bludgeoning assaults. Mercilessly dispatched by knives, axes, hammers, arrows, and a myriad of other spectacular methods. Even in death, they find no peace, often accompanied by lamentations such as, "Let me take a cut," or "What bad luck, I missed out." During my time as a city gate guard, no matter how many hunting tasks I assigned for the wild dogs, they were always accomplished. I had long believed that a vast pack of wild dogs lurked outside the city, and I even feared that these formidable beasts might one day breach the gates and wreak havoc upon the townsfolk. However, witnessing the scene before me, I realized my concerns were unfounded. Here, humans, elves, dwarves, and other intelligent races displayed a bloodlust that would put the fiercest of beasts to shame. The real mystery lay in why this pack of wild dogs had not yet been eradicated to extinction. As we ventured deeper into the woods, the surrounding fauna transitioned from 3rd and 4th tier bobcats and wild dogs to 6th and 7th tier ferocious wild dogs, venomous black snakes, and even more formidable creatures. While the hunting airwalkers gradually dwindled in number, we carefully circumvented those beasts that were too savage for us, and in the process, Neo Baiwan reaped a bountiful harvest. As an apothecary by trade, he gathered numerous herbs thriving in the wilds, crafting potions that restored a modicum of vitality during our brief respites. I felt a twinge of envy as I observed that the act of gathering and concocting elixirs also augmented his spiritual power. Upon completing his 25th vial of minor life potion, a radiant green light enveloped him, and he astonishingly leveled up. This profoundly impressed upon me the necessity of acquiring a life skill. Just as we were lamenting our inability to find a suitable prey, a robust wild dog suddenly came into view. This creature, a tawny beast, appeared slightly more muscular than the ordinary wild dogs we had encountered earlier, though its fur was mottled and unkempt, with several unsightly bald patches that suggested a lack of vitality. In contrast to the terrifying monikers of ferocious, angry, and hungry, this wild dog bore a somewhat metaphysical name that lacked grandeur or distinction. It was simply referred to as the large wild dog. owing to its larger size compared to its kin. This fifth-tier beast was certainly beyond the capacity of any one of us to handle alone, but together, we stood a considerable chance. Fearing to disturb the nearby beasts, Niobaiwan and I stealthily crept up behind it until we reached a relatively open clearing. This was it. I unsheathed my longsword, my gaze fixed upon the wild dog, and said to Niobaiwan, "Its level seems too high. Should we seek out something more manageable?" Niobaiwan looked apprehensively at the beast, and on his seemingly fierce visage, I could find no trace of courage. Perhaps we could venture to the city gate once more. It is possible we might stumble upon a couple of stray hens, he suggested hesitantly. Do not mention hens to me again. His proposal brought to mind the chaotic flurry of feathers, suppressing the goosebumps that arose. Why must it be called goosebumps? I adorned my countenance with the gravest expression and solemnly declined his suggestion, enunciating each word with deliberate care. Well, what about something else, like roosters? Chicks? Young roosters? He rambled on incessantly. Is your mind incapable of entertaining any thought beyond chickens? However, he defended himself. There are no other lowly beasts near the city gate. I merely wished to pursue a safer course of action. I cast a disdainful sidelong glance at him. His cheeks flushed, and he awkwardly shrugged. All right. Let us forget I mentioned it. I shall defer to your judgment. But do not blame me for not warning you. He hesitated before adding. My instincts tell me this course of action is perilous. With a straightforward tactical approach, I unsheathed my longsword, bellowing a battle cry as I surged forward. My sudden appearance instantly captured the attention of the wild dog, which crouched low, baring its sharp, white fangs, its unwavering gaze fixed upon me. Emitting a series of low growls from its throat. When I was within mere steps, it lunged at me with ferocious speed, taken aback by its explosive force. I hastily leaned to the left to evade its claws, simultaneously striking downwards with my sword towards its back. In the chaos, I felt a sudden chill in my right shoulder, swiftly followed by a searing warmth as pain radiated through my arm. I realized I had sustained a grievous injury. That blow had nearly siphoned away a quarter of my vitality. Meanwhile, my adversary bore only a minuscule bloom of blood atop its head, resembling the numeral 9. Without a moment's hesitation, I retrieved the life potion I had prepared and gulped it down, bracing myself for the wild dog's next onslaught. This beast was swifter than I had anticipated. Just as I readied my defense, its gleaming fangs were upon me. I positioned my sword across its maw, forcefully pushing it aside. To my surprise, this desperate maneuver triggered my blocking skill, consuming 10 points of my energy while simultaneously depleting the wild dog's vitality by 15 points. Yet, I could not evade its claws, which struck my chest anew, inflicting further injury. As the creature prepared for a third attack, a massive weapon, propelled by a fierce wind, struck it mid-leap. It howled in pain, rolling aside. And only then did I notice a tall figure had appeared behind me. That figure could be none other than my sole comrade, the flamboyantly named Minotaur warrior, Bull Million. Despite having successfully dealt a significant blow to our foe, I sensed my ally was far from ready for battle. His complexion had taken on a pallid hue, betraying his anxiety, his eyes twitching involuntarily, and even his legs seemed to tremble slightly. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the ambushing wild dog lunged at him once more. In a state of panic, he let out a terrified scream, hastily concealing his robust form behind a tree trunk, yet inadvertently leaving a segment of his cow-like tail exposed. The wild dog, of course, seized this golden opportunity, sinking its teeth into the vulnerable appendage with ferocity, gnawing and tearing at it. I can scarcely fathom that such a piercing and harrowing sound could emanate from such a muscular and formidable physique. His agonizing tenor sent shivers down one's spine, reminiscent of a rooster with its throat slit, or a boar undergoing castration. As he screamed, he twirled about in a frenzied dance, tears, unrelated to emotion, streaming down his face, vividly articulating the unbearable torment he was enduring. His movements were wild and contorted, infused with a raw and primal passion. Had it not been for the painful froth at the corners of his mouth, I might have believed he was performing a totemic dance of the bovine people. Seizing the moment as he turned, I swiftly kicked the relentless wild dog aside, liberating my bovine friend from his immense suffering. He immediately crouched on the ground, devoid of any warrior's demeanor, fervently rubbing his tail with both hands, while lamenting in a whimpering tone, "Now I truly understand what it feels like to have a tail too large to manage. What are you doing? Why did you shy away?" I exclaimed, exasperated yet amused, as I braced myself for the wild dog's renewed onslaught. At that moment, though he had risen to his feet, the impact of his tail's injury was still evident, as he limped over, justifying himself with indignation, and it was so fierce. It's only natural to be tense, right? Do you think it's as simple as using a mouse? Just click twice and it's done. After uttering these bewildering words, he glanced back at his injured tail, muttering softly, "Besides, I've never grown one of these things. How was I to know it was sticking out?" With that, he rejoined the fray. Never grown one. What does that even mean? I pondered, casting another glance at the appendage I lacked, which was surely an inherent trait of the bovine people. My astonishment was cut short by the wild dog's subsequent attack, leaving me no time to further contemplate the matter. So far, everything was unfolding as I had anticipated. Clad in armor, my defensive capabilities surpassed those of my bovine comrade, allowing me to draw the wild dog's attention and absorb its initial ferocious assaults. Meanwhile, my bovine warrior, with superior strength and attack power, poised himself to launch a surprise attack from behind, striking the prey with devastating force. This strategy also bore the advantage of preventing the wild dog from evading, significantly enhancing the accuracy of my friend, whose hit rate was lamentably low. At that moment, the life potion I had just consumed began to take effect. I could feel my vitality gradually returning, my wounds healing rapidly, and the pain subsiding considerably. The wild dog, having lost half of its vitality, growled restlessly, ensnared by the combined efforts of myself and Nyobai-wan. Each time it launched an attack, the targeted individual defended with all their might, while the other struck from behind, and when it shifted its focus, the former defender became the aggressor, diligently sapping its life force. Soon, the life bar displayed above the wild dog's head dwindled to a mere sliver. Just as we were on the brink of claiming our first prey, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Initially, we had deliberately chosen a relatively open glade as our battleground, mindful of disturbing nearby beasts. Here, even the closest creatures were a good 30 paces away, allowing us to hunt without concern for attracting other predators. Yet suddenly, I realized we were encircled by 3 furious level 6 bobcats. They had appeared without warning, swiftly surrounding us in a tight formation. In a fleeting glance, I discerned that they seemed to materialize from the void, leaving me in a state of disbelief. Could it be that even among the untamed creatures lacking wisdom, there exist beings capable of transcending the bonds of time and space? These 3 bobcats had likely just completed a temporal journey, still adjusting to our reality. Their forms were not yet stable, appearing somewhat translucent, and they did not immediately launch an attack, granting us a moment of reprieve. "Run!" I exclaimed, kicking the wild dog aside and pulling Nyobai-wan to flee. My friend, the Minotaur, recognized the peril and cast a regretful glance back at the dying wild dog before following closely behind me. In my haste, I did not forget to quaff a vial of vitality potion, restoring the third of my life force that I had lost. Before long, the agitated bobcats, along with the wild dog, pursued us relentlessly. I could not fathom the source of their rage, but it was evident they intended to unleash their fury upon us. They chased so closely that I could almost feel their murderous breaths upon my back. Having barely run 20 paces, I heard Nyobai-wan cry out in pain. Concerned for his safety, I glanced back, momentarily slowing my pace, only to be met with a sharp pain as the bobcat's claws tore through my flesh. I rolled to the ground, brandishing my sword horizontally in a defensive sweep, but to my astonishment, the bobcat's agility exceeded my expectations. It leapt high into the air, narrowly evading my counterattack. At that moment, I saw Nyobai-wan in grave danger, perhaps due to his imposing size. He had drawn the attention of 2 bobcats and the wild dog, now trapped within their encirclement. I watched in alarm as the life bar above his head rapidly diminished, almost halved in an instant. Had it not been for the robust constitution of the Minotaur, far superior to that of other sentient races, his predicament would have been even more perilous. Even so, his current condition could not withstand for much longer. In a critical moment, the Minotaur resorted to his life-saving technique. He stamped the ground forcefully with his hooves, creating a powerful shockwave that sent the bobcats and wild dogs reeling. Seizing the opportunity, he broke free and stumbled towards me. As he fled, he deftly reached into his backpack, his 5 fingers skillfully grasping 4 vials of life elixir, which he gulped down in one swift motion. Then, with narrowed brows, he let out a loud belch, releasing a faint yellow mist. Ugh, how repulsive. It tasted like swill. Could those imbecile programmers not have set its flavor to something more palatable, like cola? As he voiced his loud complaints, his health bar astonishingly restored itself at an impressive rate. Before long, my armor was clawed to tatters by the horde of beasts, and the Minotaur's rear was already a canvas of wounds. Although we had prepared a considerable number of life elixirs, relying solely on them was not sustainable, especially given their horrid taste. I feared that if this continued, I would either be bitten to death by the beasts or poisoned by these potions. Just when we found ourselves at a dead end, a sharp, cold wind brushed against my cheek. slicing through the air until it was halted by a tree trunk behind me, leaving a dangerous metallic scent at my nostrils. It was an ordinary feathered arrow, its tip embedded deeply in the trunk, the fletching still quivering, producing a haunting echo. Following the direction from which the arrow had come, I beheld a tall figure. He held a longbow in his left hand, with his right hand lightly gripping a nearby branch, his right foot perched upon a stone, exuding an aura of elegance and composure. Sunlight cascaded from behind him, casting a long shadow upon the ground. A gentle breeze tousled his long hair, revealing a pair of uniquely pointed ears belonging to the elves. "Do you require assistance?" The elven man, standing alone beneath the setting sun, inquired with a voice that was slightly hoarse, yet rich with magnetism. Chapter 5. The Elegance of Strings. Have you ever seen an angel? Until now, I had not. But at this moment, I believe I have. The angel bore the name Elegance of Strings, marked by a soul sigil, descending to the mortal realm in the guise of a male elf, radiating a warm and sacred glow, plucking the crystalline strings of a harp, sending forth arrows of salvation toward the brutality behind us. Yes, perhaps he is merely an ordinary elf. Yet, when one finds themselves in a dire predicament, faced with the specter of death, how would you perceive a person who willingly extends their hand to assist you? This elven man, named Elegance of Strings, is a ranger. Even if you are unfamiliar with the concept of a ranger, merely hearing such a poetic and romantic name invokes a sense of chivalry and warmth, a readiness to rescue those in peril. Rangers are the children of the earth, friends of nature and harmony, and foes of savagery. Most of them are well versed in the art of archery, capable of governing your life and death from beyond the reach of your sight with a delicate bowstring. A rare few rangers prefer to engage their foes in close combat with blades. However, the elf before us is clearly not among them. With grace, he knocks an arrow and draws the bowstring, transforming each motion of archery into an exquisite form of artistry. His movements are gentle and deliberate, imbued with a sense of reverence. As he raises the longbow, aiming the sharp arrow at his target, his expression shifts, not sharpened, but rather clouded with a certain enigmatic quality, hinting at a blend of compassion and resignation. It seems he has already envisioned the tragic fate that awaits his prey, thus feeling a pang of reluctance. The bowstring twangs, producing a crystal-clear resonance. Who could fathom that this melodic and elegant sound is inexorably linked to slaughter and death? In the hands of that elf, even the most ordinary feathered arrow appears refined and elegant, seemingly untouched by bloodshed. Yet, once released, the arrow reveals its brutal nature. It tears through the air with a vicious shriek, time and distance seemingly vanishing before it, leaving behind a barely discernible shadow that streaks across the sky. In the blink of an eye, the arrow has traversed dozens of paces, striking my thigh with unerring accuracy. Instantly, I am enveloped in a radiant glow, a crimson cloud blooming above my head, and the life I had just replenished diminishes by nearly a third in an instant. All the admiration and gratitude I felt moments ago evaporates in an instant. By the gods, this is sheer murder. What are you doing? I grit my teeth against the pain and pull out the arrow, furiously gesturing at the elf ranger named Sien Guya, while my feet dare not move. I sincerely apologize. The elf ranger bows deeply from a distance, expressing his regret. I misfired. If I could consider the first arrow a mere accident, the moment his second arrow embeds itself in my shoulder, I find myself at a loss for tears. And this is merely the beginning. Soon, this enthusiastic elf ranger commenced his breathtaking display of archery prowess. He unleashed no fewer than 15 arrows, half of which vanished into the far corners of the woods, while a few seemed intent on our very demise. One arrow, with astonishing force, pierced the horn of a mighty bull and lodged firmly within, while two others fell helplessly to the ground barely 5 paces from the bowstring. In summary, apart from the places he had aimed at, there was no safe haven left within this forest. Thus, we found ourselves transformed from prey pursued by beasts to an unfortunate plight, beset by foes behind us and a hail of arrows before us. It is said that the elven race is inherently gifted in archery. Even the youngest among them can wield their bows to rid the trees of pests in the elven forests. If only I could uncover the identity of the one who concocted these absurd tales, I would not hesitate to extract his tongue and affix it to a tree with arrows. As we drew closer, the elven archer's aim grew increasingly erratic. In a frenzy, he loosed a flurry of arrows, scattering them haphazardly like petals in a tempest, vanishing into the ether. When we finally reached him amidst the onslaught of flying arrows, he made what we deemed the sole sensible choice. With a ghastly cry, he slung his bow over his shoulder and fled alongside us. With the threat of the elusive arrows now absent, the burden of our escape lightened considerably. Through countless harrowing escapes, Neo Baiwan had gradually acclimated to the rhythm of flight. Though his movements remained stiff and unbalanced, his steps no longer wavered, and his speed of escape had significantly increased. He even found the energy to engage our new companion in a spirited yet friendly exchange. "You can hardly call yourself an archer," Neo Baiwan enunciated with deliberate intensity. Veins protruding from his neck, his eyes ablaze as he glared at the male elf. The title of archer, one that commanded respect and even fear, took on a sharply ironic tone in his mouth. "Look at the fine mess you've made. That feathered arrow embedded in my brow nearly cost me my life." If the fiery rage in the Minotaur's eyes could be transformed into flames, the Elven Ranger would surely have been reduced to ashes. Moreover, due to my incessant flight, the arrow lodged in my shoulder had yet to be removed, swaying before me with each stride, making me feel akin to a scarecrow adorned with branches. Regrettably, even amidst our peril, the Elven Ranger maintained his impeccable manners and decorum, sincerely apologizing for his actions. He gazed at us with his vibrant green eyes, which appeared both luminous and enchanting. Yet, for reasons unknown, I sensed an unusual quality in his gaze, as if shrouded in a veil of morning mist. Seemingly disdainful of direct engagement with us, his eyes remained unfocused on our presence, imbued with a haughty, ethereal beauty characteristic of his kind. The elven agility was enviable. His steps were light and graceful, as though he were not fleeing for his life, but dancing a lively waltz beneath the moonlit canopy of trees. Just as he uttered another word to us, he failed to notice a branch jutting out ahead, and with a characteristic elven swiftness, he collided headfirst into it. Blood blooming from the wound on his forehead. He let out a pained cry, clutching his injured face, tears welling in his eyes as he lamented, "I must be nearsighted." At his words, Neo Baiwan nearly collapsed, his legs giving way beneath him. Nearsighted. His eyes seemed ready to pop from their sockets. 1,200 degrees. The Elven Ranger clarified. "Then how on earth did you think to use a bow and arrow?" Neo Baiwan bellowed, his voice tinged with exasperation. "In the past, I always wielded a bow and arrow, but recently, I encountered an issue with the neurosensory system of my brainwave sensor, rendering me unable to adjust the ocular focus mechanism. This device is exorbitantly priced, and I can only afford a second-hand one that is beyond its warranty, leaving me unable to afford repairs. Additionally," Xian Guya cast a shy glance at us and timidly asked, "Could you possibly return the arrows you have? I've lost far too many, and my remaining funds are insufficient for purchasing more. Any assistance would be appreciated." Although I did not fully comprehend the entirety of the conversation between the two airwalkers, their expressions and gestures allowed me to infer certain details. For instance, the male elf possessed eyes as dim as those of a subterranean mole, from a negative perspective. This well-meaning rescuer was utterly unreliable and had become a burden to us. Conversely, the fact that we were not immediately shot dead by this blind archer was indeed a stroke of fortune. "What use do you have for these broken things?" Neo Baiwan grumbled as he pulled an arrow from the rack and handed it to him. "That may not be the case." Xian Guya quickly accepted the arrow, a cunning smile creeping across his face. "After all, I have reached level 6. This is not merely a matter of luck." Upon uttering this, he suddenly quickened his pace, sprinting roughly 3 steps ahead of us, and nonsensically called out, "You too, cover me." His words left both Neo Baiwan and myself perplexed. Just as we pondered the meaning of his statement, he abruptly halted. With a swift turn, he drew his bow and nocked an arrow, executing the entire motion in an instant. By the time I grasped his intent, we had already positioned ourselves alongside him. The bow resembled a full moon, drawing upon a thread of light, poised yet unlaunched, akin to the celestial bodies of a starry night. Charging headlong toward the arrowhead was a bobcat, its greedy fangs bared. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to slow. Neo Baiwan and I simultaneously halted, turning to behold the bobcat lunging at the ranger's face. 3 inches, 2 inches, 1 inch. The distance between the beast and the ranger diminished at an imperceptible pace. Observing from the sidelines was enough to induce a thrill within me. The proximity was perilously close. Had I been in the ranger's position, I would have undoubtedly retreated long ago. Such intimate contact with a wild animal is fraught with danger, should one fail to deliver a fatal strike. The beast's counterattack would be exceedingly perilous. Moreover, behind it lurked 3 equally ferocious creatures. Yet, Xian Guya remained steadfast, like a rock, like a statue. His arm was steady, and his gaze remained vacant. The swiftly approaching bobcat seemed to exist outside his perception. It is also possible that he truly saw nothing. His actions even led me to believe that his arrow was not aimed at a specific target, but rather shot purely for the sake of shooting. The bow-wielding elf appeared to be in a state of anticipation, awaiting a fortuitous moment, a subtle cue that would herald the launch of a remarkable arrow. In the final stretch, the lynx's razor-sharp teeth were perilously close to sinking into the elf's left hand, its claws nearly grasping his arm. Who was the prey? Who was the hunter? The answer would be revealed in an instant. At that crucial moment, the elf ranger's gaze suddenly transformed. The once vacant, unfocused stare became sharply concentrated, with his pupils contracting instantaneously, narrowing his eyes into mere slits. His eyelids nearly obscured the entirety of his pupils, yet a piercing glimmer erupted from the narrow crevice. In that fleeting instant, it was impossible to discern which was sharper, his gaze or the fierce arrow's brilliance. With a damp thud, the arrow pierced through the lynx's maw, traversing its skull and sending the beast hurtling away. 3 milky orbs of light drifted lazily from the lynx's body, embedding themselves within the 3 of us. This was a lethal shot. The once fearsome wild lynx lay motionless on the ground. A gaping wound blossomed at the back of its skull, silently narrating the horrific lethality of that arrow. Once the exquisite shot was unleashed, the 2 cats and 1 dog that followed swiftly overturned it. Even though he had reached level 6, with all his attributes significantly surpassing ours, his health bar diminished at an alarming rate. "Old bull, stomp on it," he exclaimed, dodging clumsily while shouting his warning. Without hesitation, Bull Million executed a war stomp, pulling him from the beast's grasp and conveniently handing him several vials of homemade health potions. "Your move is simply extraordinary," Bull Million exclaimed, marveling at the elf ranger who was hastily consuming potions. That was a critical hit indeed. The Minotaur's praise caused the elf ranger to choke on a mouthful of potion, as he found Bull Million's description of the spectacular strike somewhat lacking. "What do you mean?" "Do not use your crude vocabulary to describe my self-created archery skill," he retorted with righteous indignation. "This technique is called face shot, which doubles the attack power and grants a 30% chance of a critical hit." "Face shot," Bull Million echoed, playfully repeating the name before suddenly grasping the significance of this formidable technique, exclaiming, "Ah, so that is what it is." The elf ranger was momentarily rendered speechless. From the elf's explanation, we learned that his, face shot skill, while immensely powerful, was effective only within a step's distance, meaning his vision could only fully discern targets within that range. With 1 successful experience under our belts, we brimmed with confidence, circling the open ground as we awaited the cooldown of their skills. On our second attempt, we replicated our previous success by delivering a lethal blow to the nearly lifeless wild dog, followed by a 2-round effort to fell a second enraged bobcat. As the hunt dwindled down to a solitary bobcat, we seized the opportunity for retribution. The 3 of us took turns, mercilessly dismantling the once arrogant beast that had previously left us trembling in fear. Ultimately, it was just the 2 of us, myself and Bull Million, who, despite suffering considerable scratches, forcibly subdued it to the ground. With a precise shot from my bow, I shattered its skull, ensuring it experienced the true essence of mortality. The elusive elven ranger, still unsatisfied, unleashed an entire quiver of arrows into the lifeless bobcat, transforming its once pristine hide into a grotesque netting, all the while laughing maniacally. His sinister expression sent a chill down my spine, as it seemed he had been harboring a deep-seated frustration from his previous misses. If he didn't release this pent-up energy now, it was likely to lead to a more troubling mental state. Having slain the wild dog, we acquired a fine hide. Interestingly, these creatures, in their death, displayed a certain understanding, arranging their fur and flesh neatly in a pile for us to collect. "Where are you heading?" the elven ranger, Lyric, inquired. This impoverished elf unceremoniously gathered a bundle of beast pelts, intending to return to the city for some arrow money. "We're on a mission to hunt wild dogs," I replied, "but for now, I need to return to the city to repair my armor. I also need to buy some clothing," Bull Million added quietly. "Fighting monsters shirtless is exceedingly painful." "Perfect timing," Lyric replied cheerfully. "I've completed my wild dog quest. I can take you along for another hunt later. I know a few locations where the populace is sparse, and I could use the experience as well." Thus, our small band of adventurers welcomed a new member. Chapter 6. The Great Dog-Slaying Adventure. Upon returning to Camp Navia, we sold the spoils collected from our earlier skirmishes. During the transactions, Bull Million joyfully discovered that, for the strength-worshipping, nature-loving minotaurs, the profession of an apothecary was quite common, yet exceedingly rare among the urban dwellers. Strangely, throughout Camp Navia, there was not a single alchemy trainer. And apart from Apothecary Elder's shop, no other place offered the potions needed by the townsfolk. Consequently, he set up a makeshift stall outside the apothecary, selling his own concoctions at 2/3 of the shop's prices, although he could only produce the weakest, low-dose healing potions. Their affordability was undoubtedly alluring to novice adventurers who were eager yet financially constrained. In no time, over 30 potions were sold, and his coin purse swelled significantly more than that of the average adventurer of his level. In addition to potions, we have brought along various items such as feathers, cat hides, and dog bones. Apart from selling these at a meager price to the grocer as raw materials, they hold no further value for us. Yet, even from this modest enterprise, Neo Million insists on maximizing our profit. He encourages Scenic to entrust me with all his possessions, so that I may sell them to the grocer's proprietress, hoping to leverage my human mercantile instincts to secure an additional 20% profit from the transaction. To be honest, I fail to comprehend why the Creator bestowed upon humanity such a mercenary nature. Observing the golden gleam in Neo Million's eyes as he clutched his earnings, I find the term mercenary seems far more fitting for him. His astuteness and sharpness in commercial dealings starkly contrast with his rugged appearance and diverge greatly from the common perception of the Tauran race. Traditionally, Taurans are expected to. But who cares for tradition in this day and age? In just this brief half-day, I have witnessed an abundance of phenomena that defy tradition: the sudden, eerie silence, the ever-shifting identities, the valiant hen, and the nearsighted elven ranger. I cannot discern whether my good fortune today lies in encountering such extraordinary occurrences or if this world is inherently chaotic, eluding our understanding. Before departing the city, we made a stop at the weapon and armor shop. After some deliberation, Scenic purchased enough arrows for our next hunt and exchanged his weapon for a sturdy longbow. The robust wood and more elastic beast sinew of the bowstring enhanced its range and increased its attack power by 10 points compared to his previous longbow. However, to me, it seemed futile, for this elven ranger, whose vision failed him beyond a mere 5 paces, even wielding the legendary elven magic longbow, Wind's Musician, would not alter his effective range. Given his consistent inaccuracy, I pondered whether the increase in his weapon's lethality was truly beneficial. Neo Million opted for a set of robust leather armor, having previously endured the hardships of battle clad only in leather trousers. The Longhorn warrior was burdened by his low defense. Now, he has finally shed the embarrassment of inadequate attire and appears quite exhilarated. Moreover, the polished armor enveloping his tall frame accentuates his already formidable muscles, further amplifying his imposing presence. This transformation undoubtedly fills him with pride. Yet, observing him stumble and tumble clumsily several times upon exiting the shop, it seems that this unsteady fellow will require more time to adapt to his new armor. As for myself, I retain the majority of my gear, merely selling my iron helmet and supplementing some funds to acquire a lightweight metal round shield. I find it torturous to bear such a rigid and narrow entity atop my head, offering merely a modicum of defensive capability, while this shield could serve me far more effectively. As we once again traversed the city gates, the scene was markedly transformed from before. Our newly acquired weapons and gear infused us with considerable confidence. We navigated through the thronging gate area, venturing deeper into the jungle along our previous path. Along the way, we encountered several bobcats and wild dogs, their assaults providing an opportunity to test our new equipment. After a series of skirmishes, our satisfaction with the performance of our gear was palpable, and both I and Bull Million had collected the requisite wild dog pelts for our quest. With my steadfast protection and that of Bull Million, Scenic was able to approach the target for close-range shots, significantly enhancing his accuracy. His formidable damage output accelerated our hunting progress. Before long, Scenic reached level 7, while Bull Million attained level 5. I was merely 50-some soul power points away from achieving level 5 as well, with my health reaching 240, my fighting spirit at 120, and both my attack and defense exceeding 20. Typically, beasts at levels 5 or 6 posed no threat to me. It took me a long time to realize that killing is, in fact, a profoundly terrifying act. Its horror does not stem from the fearsome violence and the gruesome bloodshed, which only evoke disgust and dread, prompting one to retreat. The true terror lies in the delusion it instills in every participant, leading them to believe they possess the strength to conquer and dominate other lives, granting them absolute authority over the weaker beings. As each seemingly fearsome adversary meets their end at your hands, a sense of euphoria envelopes you, a vibrant satisfaction swelling within your chest, compelling you to swiftly seek your next opponent. It is an addictive pleasure, blinding you to the brutality and bloodshed that accompany your actions, leaving you entranced by the continual affirmation of your own power. Initially, my sole intention was to gather a sufficient number of wild dog pelts to fulfill my task and earn the rewards I deserved. Yet gradually, the situation spiraled beyond my control. I found myself uncontrollably enamored with this slaughter, exchanging the souls of ferocious beasts for my further empowerment. I wielded my shield to fend off their claws, my longsword slicing through their bodies, seeking pleasure amidst their blood and cries of agony. They were savage beasts attacking humanity. I convinced myself that I was safeguarding the townsfolk. I repeatedly reassured myself, seeking justification for my brutality. This was a deception, a self-deception. I simply wished to slay them, to grow stronger, and perhaps to kill even more. Just like that, while we were all engrossed in this exhilarating slaughter, a silvery shadow suddenly slipped into our view from the depths of the dense forest, lingering cautiously behind a thicket of thick bushes. It was a massive wild dog, unlike any beast I had ever encountered. Its robust and elongated frame rivaled that of a sturdy calf, should it rear onto its hind legs. Its front legs could easily rest upon my shoulders. The most striking distinction of this creature from ordinary beasts lies in its extraordinary silvery white fur. The coat glistens with a satin-like sheen, subtly shimmering with a faint, ethereal glow. It is evident that this formidable creature possesses a rather irascible temperament. As it ambles slowly, a cruel growl rumbles from its throat, punctuated by moments of baring its large maw and shaking its head, revealing 2 rows of robust, razor-sharp teeth. Its claws are notably massive, nearly twice the size of those of an ordinary wild dog, with sharp tips concealed within the pads of its 4 feet, yet unable to mask the menacing, bloodthirsty aura it exudes. The viscous drool that occasionally drips from its fangs indicates that this fierce beast is hungry, its gluttonous gaze surveying the surrounding thickets as if in search of a fresh and delectable dinner. In accordance with its unusually large physique, this malevolent creature bears a name distinctly different from other wild dogs, the Cape Rabbit. I took a moment to examine its level through the mirror of the soul, revealing it to be a level 8 beast. Uniquely, beside its level, 2 small words were inscribed in silver ink: leader. Had I fully comprehended the significance of those 2 words at that moment, I can assure you that I would never have made the bold and perilous decision I did. Our companion, Nabewawin, also recognized the beast at once. Instinctively, he licked his slightly parched lower lip, his voice tinged with evident hesitation and wavering. Perhaps it would be best not to provoke it. I, too, believed it safer to hunt the ordinary wild dogs as we had before. Conversely, the elven ranger, Scenic exhibited a starkly contrasting belligerent enthusiasm. Being 1 level higher, and a leader at that, it should be stronger than a typical level 8 creature. However, he paused momentarily, then asserted with certainty, "We are 3. If we coordinate effectively, there is still an opportunity." Each of their perspectives held merit, rendering my decision-making exceedingly difficult. Observing my indecisive demeanor, Nabewawin appeared flustered. He anxiously glanced between Scenic and me. "You can't be serious, can you? This is a level 8 leader creature. It looks quite formidable. To be frank, my instincts are foreboding." Nabewawin's caution, typically regarded as cowardice, was met with disdain by Scenic, who retorted, "Your instincts have never been favorable. I see nothing remarkable about it. It merely has a larger physique." With a somewhat malicious glance at the towering horned warrior beside him, he scoffed, asserting, "History has shown that size does not necessarily equate to strength." Provoked by the elven ranger's mockery, Nabewawin's face flushed with anger. I have always found it curious that despite the thick hide of a minotaur, his face could redden so readily. He quickly fired back, "Do you see this? Can you perceive it? You have the audacity to speak. To you, this creature is merely a slightly larger shadow. Were it not for the name displayed, you might mistake it for a large white mushroom." Our weaknesses were mercilessly exposed by Nyo, leaving Scenic composed demeanor in disarray, yet he found himself at a loss for words to counter the critique. After a prolonged stammer, he ultimately failed to articulate any constructive suggestions, resorting instead to a desperate defense. "In any case, I strongly propose we take on this boss monster. If we can't defeat it, we can always flee." He paused momentarily before adding, in an enticingly gentle tone, "A boss-level creature should surely yield some valuable loot, right?" With the 2 of them unable to reach a consensus, their gazes simultaneously turned towards me, anticipating my final decision. I must concede that, despite Scenic struggle in the verbal sparring with Nyo, his last statement carried an undeniable persuasive weight that stirred my interest. I was acutely aware that this rabid beast would prove a formidable adversary, and the impending battle promised to be perilous. Yet, the allure of valuable spoils ignited a greedy impulse within me, compelling me towards a perilous choice. Furthermore, my previous ease in hunting prey had inflated my confidence, and the monotony of battles devoid of suspense had fostered a yearning for greater challenges, a craving for heightened thrills. Perhaps this impulse was more deeply rooted in the intoxicating rush of violence, Once engaged, it becomes exceedingly difficult to withdraw. Experiencing personal strength is an indescribable addiction. Overwhelming slaughter and triumph can only temporarily quench your thirst, igniting a deeper yearning within that beckons you to confront mightier foes, to validate your growth with their blood. At this moment, my body was under the sway of this intense yearning, driving me to unleash my power. I cast a fierce glance at the rabid beast, drew my longsword, and nodded to my companions. Let us go. Moments later, the elven ranger Scenic stealthily approached the rabid canine from behind. The inherent grace of his elven lineage aided him. Even amidst the carpet of withered leaves, his footsteps were nearly inaudible, the soft rustle almost entirely masked by the gentle breeze weaving through the forest. Before long, he found himself merely 5 paces from the rabid beast, retrieving his bow and arrow. Even at such a close range, facing a target of such massive proportions, the astonishing archery skills of this physiologically altered elven man left us in awe. Yet, he missed his mark, not once, but twice in succession. I struggled to comprehend how he managed such a feat at a distance where one could almost thrust an entire sword into the creature's rear. And with this mad dog occupying 2/3 of one's field of vision, an elven ranger inexplicably shot an arrow that struck a tree trunk a full 30 paces away. Even I would find such a task exceedingly challenging. To merely describe his marksmanship as poor would be an understatement. It was nothing short of miraculous. As we contemplated an alternative strategy, the elven ranger finally managed to capture the attention of the rabid kaplan not through a successful arrow strike, but rather because the oblivious beast, unaware of the triple assault it had endured, happened to stretch and turn around. It was then that the formerly silent canine rear unexpectedly sprouted 2 rows of sharp fangs and emitted a threatening growl. The elven ranger momentarily froze, only to suddenly realize the gravity of the situation and, with a piercing scream, turned to flee. The agile and nimble traits of the elven kin came into play once more, as the rabid beast pursued relentlessly, managing to inflict only 2 wounds upon the ranger's back. Although this sequence of events diverged from our expectations, we had nonetheless achieved our initial objective of luring the rabid kaplan closer. The frenzied hound was in hot pursuit, seemingly intent on making the slender, long-eared figure before it a mere morsel for its dinner. Just as it was about to close the distance again, its anticipated snack executed a sudden turn, weaving around a stout tree, and vanished from sight. The rabid kaplan quickly pivoted to follow. However, as it rushed past the tree, a massive, sturdy log suddenly flew out from behind it. This brutal weapon, propelled by a fierce whirlwind, struck the rabid beast squarely in the midsection with a resounding crash. The force of this unexpected ambush exceeded our expectations, sending the silver-hued monstrosity flying through the air, causing it to lose a significant portion of its vitality. Not only that, but as it landed, it stumbled, as if the impact had severely injured its spine. Nonetheless, this setback did not deter the rabid kaplan. On the contrary, it seemed to awaken the last vestiges of ferocity dormant within its blood. Crouching low, it glared at the 2 figures that had suddenly appeared before it, its facial muscles contorting grotesquely as it bared its menacing fangs. Threatening growls emanated from its throat, its wild nature and vengeful fury coalescing in its eyes, transforming their hue into a blood-chilling shade. Seeing the rabid kaplan in such a rage, the towering minotaur warrior immediately displayed an unusual aspect of bravery. Rooted deep within his lineage, he retreated behind me, timidly nudging me forward. His massive frame curled tightly, desperately attempting to hide behind me. However, this effort was utterly futile. His grand horns could find no concealment, protruding pitifully from beneath my arms like 2 banners of disgrace, revealing the astonishing cowardice of their owner. Despite pushing me to the forefront, the minotaur had forgotten the enormous weapon in his grasp, a log of such considerable size that it was impossible for me to shield it. Upon sighting the colossal wooden stake, the injured beast instantly recognized it as the source of its recent misfortune. With a furious roar, it sprang forth with remarkable swiftness, darting straight towards the minotaur, despite its wounded flank causing it to limp slightly. In the blink of an eye, the silvery behemoth confronted the bull-headed warrior. I had no doubt that in moments of utter terror, the emotion of fear can compel a person to unleash tremendous potential within their limbs. Such was the case with the minotaur. As the feral creature lunged closer, he let out a piercing scream, raising the heavy wooden stake above his head, mindlessly swinging it at the approaching adversary, all the while keeping his eyes tightly shut and twisting his head to the side, shouting desperately, "Stay back! Help me! Someone please!" While I was stationed at the city gate, I had vaguely heard the past travelers mention a condition known as mad cow disease, which sounded like a dire affliction. I surmised they were referring to the very predicament at hand. It became evident that a frenzied minotaur was exceptionally fearsome, even one driven to madness by fright. His assault was indiscriminate, casting a vast shadow over both me and the advancing wild dog. Furthermore, the ferocity of this desperate strike surpassed his usual prowess, leaving me utterly defenseless, let alone able to assist him. In a desperate roll, I managed to evade his indiscriminate onslaught, leaving the colossal silver canine within the minotaur's striking range. As I regained my footing, a fierce gust swept past the back of my head with a startling hum, sending a chill of perspiration racing down my spine. However, this perilous strike was equally formidable for the approaching beast. We watched as the massive stake descended inch by inch towards the silver wild dog's skull, convinced it could not evade this crushing blow. Yet, just as the wooden implement was poised to deliver another devastating impact upon the rabid canine, the cunning beast abruptly twisted its head to the left, launching itself toward a nearby tree trunk. With a powerful push from its hind legs against the bark, it rebounded directly toward the minotaur's back. In a fleeting moment, a sound, sharp and grating, erupted from behind the minotaur, and we beheld fresh cracks appear in his new leather armor, blood gushing forth from the torn sections. Taken by surprise, the minotaur howled in agony, and it seemed that tears glimmered in his round, bell-like eyes. They say the pain control system is absolutely safe for the human body? Nonsense. Let those irresponsible programmers experience it firsthand. It is far more painful than a mere bite from a wild dog. The minotaur continued to wail pitifully, while the silver beast remained undeterred, pivoting and charging directly at me. Initially, I intended to block this strike with my sword, and then counterattack with a swift thrust. However, just as I was about to execute my plan, the sight of the bloodied wounds on the minotaur's back struck my heart with a sudden pang of fear. In the final instant, I relinquished the thought of counterattack, using the shield in my left hand to brace against my head and face, while my right arm supported my left. With a sudden thrust forward, a gust of acrid wind struck me, nearly suffocating me. I felt a tremendous force collide with the shield, causing my left arm to go numb and constricting my chest to the point where breathing became a struggle. The ferocious beast, the Cape Hound, was also pushed back by my forceful advance, rolling on the ground before fixing its predatory gaze back upon us. In hindsight, my last-minute retreat proved to be a sagacious decision. 3 deep claw marks marred my pristine shield, the metallic abrasions glaringly evident. I had chosen this shield precisely for its sturdiness, as even the sharpest blades and axes would find it challenging to inflict significant damage. Yet now, this formidable creature had effortlessly left its mark upon it. Could its claws truly be sharper than swords and more powerful than axes? I could not help but ponder what fate would have befallen me had I foolishly braved that strike head-on. I had no desire to uncover the answer to that question. Chapter 7. The calamity of the Cape Hound. More than the savage nature of the beast, it was the cunning of the Cape Hound that plunged us into dire peril. Although this massive hound possessed great physical strength, it rarely charged at us head-on. Instead, it frequently utilized the trees in the forest, bouncing off them to launch rapid aerial maneuvers, creating chaos at our weakest defenses. Its tactics yielded astonishing results, apart from the initial successful ambush by Nyo-Bai-Wan. We had failed to inflict any truly threatening harm upon it. Under its fierce and unpredictable onslaught, all 3 of us quickly bore the marks of battle. This cannot continue. I shielded my vitals with the shield while observing the surroundings for an opportunity. To our left lay a relatively open glade within the woods. In the southwestern corner of the clearing, a few wild dogs of around level 5 lounged. Yet my experiences over time assured me that as long as we maintained our distance, our fierce skirmish would not disturb them. Run that way, resolute. I turned and urged Scenic, our highest-ranked member, to follow me towards the clearing, though he held the highest rank among us, as an elven ranger. His physique was considerably more fragile, clad only in light leather armor, making him our most vulnerable link in terms of defense. Scenic responded promptly and dashed towards the clearing. Seeing its prey attempt to flee, the Cape Hound let out a furious roar and lunged forward to intercept. But Nyo-Bai-Wan and I worked in unison to hold it back. Observing our elven ally momentarily escape the trap, Nyo-Bai-Wan seized the opportunity to utilize War Trample, a tactic that, while somewhat shameful for his race, was executed with considerable experience. Taking advantage of the cumbersome beast's inability to sprint at full speed, we 2 retreated without delay, making our way to the northeast side of the clearing. The Cape Hound closely pursued our every move. This fierce beast possesses an unparalleled physical prowess that sets it apart from its kin, and within mere breaths, it nearly caught up with us. Had we not been prepared, it would have undoubtedly scattered the 3 of us in an instant. As it turned out, we had chosen a suitable battleground. In this relatively open space, there were not many trees to serve as leverage for the rabid beast's erratic leaps and bounds. Although it remained ferocious and formidable, its formidable impact and exceptionally sharp claws still wrought considerable devastation. However, what worked to our advantage was that its movements were no longer shrouded in mystery. Instead, it charged along a discernible straight path, allowing us to mount a more effective defense against its assault and making our counterattack feasible. With a resounding clang, I activated my block skill to intercept the charge of the rabid Kaplan, my sword thrusting at an angle to inflict 25 points of damage. This meager damage posed no real threat to it, even falling short of the life I lost due to the shock from bracing against its impact. Nevertheless, the crucial aspect was that I had managed to slow its ferocious onslaught, granting my companions a precious moment to retaliate. As the rabid Kaplan landed, a massive wooden log swung in from Bull Million, striking just in time. In a moment of urgency, the agile wild dog evaded a fatal blow, yet its back was heavily battered by the log. This considerable injury incited its rage, and it lunged at Bull Million's neck with a fierce growl. The somewhat sluggish Minotaur barely had time to dodge, and it seemed inevitable that he would be bitten. Just then, a sharp arrow was loosed, flying toward the rabid beast's abdomen like the strike of a venomous serpent. This treacherous shot not only forced the creature back, sparing the Minotaur warrior from grievous harm, but it also reduced the rabid Kaplan's life by 67 points. As the colossal beast roared in fury, the elven ranger, String Song Elegance, stood behind us, bow drawn and arrow nocked, preparing for the next round of assault. Though we had only just met, and despite the fact that we were all still clumsy novices, our collaborative experiences during this time had fostered a subtle understanding among us, allowing for some basic coordination. For instance, at this moment, I relied on my shield and armor to withstand the rabid beast's attack, striving to impede its speed. Bull Million bore a less defensive burden, while undertaking a greater share of the offensive tasks. Our presence provided String Song Elegance with robust protection, enabling him to close in on the prey and unleash his somewhat rudimentary, yet powerful archery skills. I imagined he might be the ranger who had ever come closest to his quarry, wielding his bow as if it were a dagger, akin to an assassin executing a close-quarter kill. This was merely a rudimentary formation of teamwork among the three of us, often prone to errors. Yet it proved remarkably effective against a foe like the rabid Kaplan. The process of attacking, being repelled, and then launching another assault was repeated 3 or 4 times, resulting in the formidable life force of the rabid Canis lupus familiaris being diminished by 3/4. Yet, bolstered by the potent life elixir provided by Nyo-Bai-Wan, we remained unscathed amidst the turmoil. With a little more effort, it was on the brink of defeat, as I witnessed the silver-furred wild dog leader retreating step by step. I could not contain my excitement and exclaimed loudly, "Be cautious, do not rush," came the reminder from my companion. As the revered founder once taught, the revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive. Within a distance of 3 paces, the remarkable archery skills of Xian Guya Yi proved utterly reliable, not only enhancing shooting accuracy, but also inflicting far greater damage than those of comparable prowess. This was primarily due to the fact that few could afford their foes such proximity. He struck the hind leg of the rabid Canis lupus familiaris with an arrow and then remarked to me, although his eloquent words seemed to serve as a warning. His tone brimmed with pride, as if he had already felled the opponent with a single shot. Just as we believed victory was within our grasp, allowing for premature celebration, the rabid Canis lupus familiaris suddenly ceased its assault. It took a few steps back, glaring at us with malevolence, and then unleashed a chilling howl into the sky. Its voice was wild and piercing, tinged with a sinister chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Was it a wolf's howl or a dog's bark? The sound was eerily unsettling. Upon hearing that harrowing cry, Nyo-Bai-Wan could not help but shudder, drawing in his neck as he uttered, "I have a very bad premonition." In contrast to its lineage, Xian Guya Yi furrowed his brow, expressing concern. "I suddenly feel we have overlooked a more critical issue." "What issue?" I inquired, puzzled. "Why is it referred to as a leader?" At this point, Xian Guya Yi's complexion paled slightly. This was indeed a crucial question, and by coincidence, we had just uncovered its answer. At the summons of the rabid Canis lupus familiaris, wild dogs that had been prowling nearby gradually began to converge. I performed a hasty count and estimated there were about 14 or 15 of them. These beasts, averaging levels 5 or 6, gathered around the silver-coated wild dog leader, each casting us a malevolent glare. Thus, the term leader signified one who could summon and command subordinates. At that moment, the Canis lupus familiaris ceased its howling. As if issuing a command, and barked at the pack surrounding it. Immediately, these wild dogs shrieked and charged toward us. The three of us momentarily stood in shock, then shared a knowing glance, and in unison shouted, "Run!" The mismatched trio of dog slayers, varying in height and build, turned and fled in a panic. I imagined that if someone were to observe from the sidelines, they would witness a rather spectacular scene. Three hapless souls fleeing for their lives, trailed by a fierce pack of wild dogs, raising a thick cloud of dust, leaving a path of chaos in their wake. "They are gaining on us." Neobaiwan glanced back in fear and shouted. "Of course, wild dogs are naturally faster than we are," I replied. "What a fright. Why is it that every time I am in your company, I find myself relentlessly pursued and nipped at?" "Oh, you speak nonsense. It was you who lured that flock of hens after you. Had I known better, I would have heeded your advice and avoided provoking that formidable creature." It is rather amusing to recall who was so eager just moments ago, exclaiming with delight about the ease of dealing with it. Xianguya disdainfully curled his lip. "I was merely rallying our spirits. You too, wait for me. I cannot run swiftly. Then you shall remain here to prepare a grand feast for the wild dogs. Once they are satiated, they shall pay us no mind." "Ah, you heartless wretches. I am a sprite, not a human. Save your words for him." Alas, as a sprite, Xianguya should have been the most agile among us. Yet his poor eyesight hampered his speed. The forest was dense with tangled trees and flourishing foliage, and the branches that sprawled across the path became his greatest adversaries. The trees did not grant him any special favor simply because he belonged to the favored race of the nature goddess, Nikinia. As he dashed forward, his pained cries echoed through the woods, and his handsome visage became marred with countless scratches from the rough branches, rendering him the most disheveled among us. As we turned a corner, the relentless pack of wild dogs was now scarcely 4 paces behind us. At that moment, Xianguya suddenly stumbled over a thick tree root that crossed the path and tumbled headfirst into a large tree hollow nearby. When we heard his cry and attempted to turn back to rescue him, it was already too late. The pack of wild dogs immediately surrounded the tree hollow. Just then, an extraordinarily fierce howl rang out from behind. Where the howl passed, the previously barking wild dogs fell silent, their ferocity momentarily quelled, as they lay quietly and fearfully on the ground. Following the howl, a wild dog with a silver-white coat, known as the Kaplan, emerged from the pack and approached the tree hollow. The leader of the wild dogs, with its blood-red eyes, peered into the hollow, and then suddenly appeared enraged, growling discontentedly a few times, circling the hollow before anxiously barking at the other wild dogs. "What is it doing?" "Thank the heavens." The wild dog's attention on Xianguya afforded us ample time. We fled to safety and tended to our wounds. As I crouched among a thicket, observing with great perplexity, I inquired, "It seems rather displeased, does it not?" "Who knows? Perhaps it is not entirely pleased with the recently acquired picnic." From behind a remarkably stout tree trunk, Neobaiwan cautiously peeks out, revealing half of his head. The slender physique of the elf does not quite align with the culinary preferences of the wild dogs. His body is devoid of any substantial flesh, abundant in bones that could easily get lodged in teeth, and he is not particularly meaty. As he speaks, he glances at his robust form and self-deprecatingly remarks, "If I were there, its appetite might be a tad better." To be honest, Neobaiwan's demeanor at this moment eludes my understanding, without a doubt. His courage is wholly disproportionate to his stature. I even suspect that he embodies the collective timidity and cowardice of the Minotaur race. Yet, after we have just endured a perilous situation, nearly losing our lives, and even I am left trembling with trepidation, he whimsically jests about his own mortality, as if the life-threatening danger we faced was merely a game. Similarly, a person like him, who fears conflict, is nonetheless willing to risk his life here, concerned for the fate of our elven comrade. This seems to reflect a profound loyalty. However, he exhibits no trace of concern or affection for the melodious intentions at play. Instead, leisurely anticipating the impending tragedy, this paradoxically underscores his coldness and cruelty. These entirely contradictory qualities coexist within this long-horned warrior of a foreign race, rendering this seemingly weak yet passionately robust figure an embodiment of an extreme optimism towards life, or perhaps a profound indifference. He displays no sensitivity towards death, neither avoiding it nor fearing it. Can you imagine? A person can fear pain, discomfort, falls, injuries, blood, battles, and opponents, yet remain utterly unafraid of death. I had believed that the eternal oblivion symbolized by the Grim Reaper was the sole thing worthy of fear in this world. Not only him, but also the melodious intentions reflect this sentiment. In fact, nearly every one of the spacefaring beings I have encountered shares this disposition. Whether they are the fervent and boisterous northern barbarians, or the aloof and detached high elves, whether they are the amiable and lively mountain gnomes, or the stern and solitary blue-skinned trolls, as long as they possess the ability to traverse the chaotic currents of time and space, becoming innate dimension travelers, they seem not to regard death with utmost seriousness. Their oft-repeated phrase is, "Let us confront it. At worst, we'll die and start anew." Die and start anew? This notion diverges significantly from my understanding of death. I surmise this is perhaps the greatest difference between them and me. Traversing the endless vaults of the cosmos may grant these gifted individuals a deeper comprehension of the essence of the soul's power, enabling them to face death, be it their own or that of others, with a tranquility I cannot muster. Perhaps death is not a grave matter for Nyo Bai Wan and the melodious intentions, but the loss of a once combatant companion still brings me sorrow and heartache. However, I am elated to see that this scene seems unlikely to unfold. It is quite a coincidence that the tree hollow itself is exceedingly narrow, with two fallen trunks obstructing the entrance, leaving only a minuscule opening exposed. Under normal circumstances, neither a person nor a wild dog could pass through this constricted aperture. It was indeed a stroke of fortune that the powerful inertia thrust the bard, Xian Guya into the hollow. Now, the rabid beast, Kaplan, along with the creatures it summoned, found themselves ensnared outside this tight crevice. The silvery giant hound circled the entrance twice, clawing at the massive wood that blocked the way. Yet it could not devise a method to enter the tree hollow. "Xian Guya, are you all right?" I called out from a distance towards the hollow. A raucous, arrogant laughter from the resurrected elven ranger echoed back. "Fear not, I am quite well, exceedingly so." His tone suggested that his current predicament was far from dire, a stark contrast to the despair he exhibited when he first tumbled into the hollow. Kaplan lay at the entrance, fiercely attempting to dig inside with its claws, but it seemed perpetually just out of reach. We could hear the fortunate elven ranger taunting from within, "Come catch me, come bite me, come eat me. Huh, you can't get me." It became evident that even an elf, typically known for their composure and poise, could be momentarily overwhelmed by good fortune. Ultimately, in a fit of excessive excitement, Xian Guya committed an astonishingly foolish act. He skillfully removed his trousers and presented his pale posterior to the rabid Kaplan at the entrance, ostentatiously twisting it, a traditional gesture of provocation amongst the wild folk of the Northwest Highlands. Regrettably, he overlooked a crucial detail. The space within the hollow was inherently limited, and in performing this ritual, his body inevitably inched closer to the entrance. Kaplan seized this opportunity, lunging forward with a mighty swipe of its right paw. Unsurprisingly, a piercing scream echoed from the hollow. Observing this spectacle, I felt a mix of concern and amusement as I called out, "Are you all right?" "Oh dear, I am." "Still all right," came the hesitant reply after a moment, as Xian Guya covered his backside with his right hand, his cheeks flushed, whether from injury or embarrassment. After this painful lesson, it seemed he could no longer muster the courage to provoke the surrounding beasts outside the hollow. Through the narrow opening, we saw him raise a hand to indicate something. "This tree is hollow," he informed us. "It appears there may be a staircase inside. I shall climb up and take a look." With that, he began to ascend using both hands and feet, disappearing from view. Shortly after, he emerged from a higher hollow at the top of the tree, several withered leaves clinging to his head. The wild dogs waiting below, upon catching sight of him, erupted in furious howls. Even within the confines of the tree hollow, confronted by a dozen ferocious beasts, our elfin companion maintained an exuberant spirit and indomitable will, even to the point of discomfort from his own excitement. Curiously, upon emerging from the tree hollow, he transformed entirely. Clinging to the trunk, he cautiously extended his head outward, only to retract it immediately, gripping the bark tightly as his complexion turned pale. At that moment, we were oblivious to the unusual behavior of Xian Guya. My companion, Nyo Bai Wan, and I shouted, "Xian Guya, take your position atop the tree and shoot these wild dogs down. Eliminate them." Strangely, Xian Guya appeared even more panicked than when he had been pursued by the pack. His lips trembled. His hand that held the bow was tense to the point of cramping, and with a quivering left hand, he clumsily retrieved an arrow, attempting to knock it onto the string. However, a sudden gust of wind startled him, causing him to scream and drop the arrow, once again clinging desperately to the tree trunk. "You fool, what are you doing up there?" Nyo Bai Wan exclaimed in exasperation. Xian Guya's voice quivered with a hint of tears. "I'm scared. I have acrophobia." It was the first time I learned of such a condition. When an unfortunate soul finds themselves at a height, they may experience dizziness, cold extremities, nausea, and in severe cases, fainting. Now, this unfortunate fellow stood upon the tree, trembling uncontrollably. Below him, a pack of ravenous wild dogs congregated, gazing upward with greedy expressions, showing no intention of departing, as if they awaited a sumptuous feast to descend from above. Observing Xianguya Yi's near-fainting state, I began to suspect that the beast's anticipation of a fortuitous meal was not entirely unfounded. At that moment, an idea struck me, and I shouted, "I have a plan. Listen to me, the one above, close your eyes, and do not look down." In the midst of Xianguya Yi's predicament atop the tree, I suddenly conceived a thought and called out to him, "Aim your bow downward, and do not look at anything. Just follow my commands." He complied, and upon closing his eyes, the color of the acrophobic elf's face improved significantly, no longer resembling a sloth clinging to the trunk. He skillfully knocked an arrow to the bowstring, adjusting his stance in accordance with my directions. A bit to the left, through the gaps in the branches, I instructed, observing his movements as he gradually aligned his bow and arrow toward my desired target. The evening sunlight occasionally pierced through the leaves, momentarily blinding me. Too much. Now a fraction to the right, just a little more. Good. On my command, when I say release, you must let the arrow fly as swiftly as you can. When I say stop, you will cease firing and maintain your position, understood? I commanded loudly. Xianguya Yi, perched atop the tree, tilted his ear as if a blind man discerning the direction of sound. Seeing that he was prepared, I said to Neo Million, "It seems I must embark on this adventure. Please provide me with several vials of potions while you remain here." Neo Million appeared to grasp my intention. To my surprise, upon hearing my plans, his face flushed with indignation, as if he had been insulted, and he vehemently protested, "No, I must accompany you." What? I could hardly believe my ears. This peculiar and timid minotaur intended to join me on an adventure? Based on his usual performance in battle, I had always thought that, without our insistence, he would likely spend a lifetime beneath the city walls, slaying chickens. Perhaps he truly had the potential to become the first legendary figure to reach level 99 through chicken slaughtering. Level 99 is the pinnacle achievable by ordinary beings in this world. Only a select few, standing atop the peak of power, can transcend this limit. Their names forever enshrined in the legends of the Farlwy Continent. "It would be best for you to remain here," I suggested. "Why?" He countered defiantly. "This is merely a hypothesis. Success is not guaranteed. If those wild dogs are drawn here and I cannot escape, I might still have a chance to flee alone. But if you join me," I cast a sidelong glance at him, revealing my doubts about his combat abilities. "Hey, don't underestimate me. I am not that inept," he retorted. Hearing my explanation, Neo Million's cheeks reddened, and his voice diminished, yet he stubbornly continued to argue. I responded with a skeptical gaze. "I still contribute somewhat. Like just now, I attracted quite a few monsters." I reminded him of his overlooked contributions. He shook his head, pouting reluctantly. "I may have drawn a few too many. But Xianguya Yi wasn't he dead. There were still 15 drops of health left. Besides, I can tank some monsters and draw their attacks." I gestured for him to elaborate. I knew I had faltered, but that could not be entirely blamed on me. My armor's defense was low, and my pain threshold was set high. In the end, you managed to hold your ground too. Moreover, my damage output isn't insignificant. I can take away a quarter of a wild dog's health in one hit. Though my accuracy could use improvement, at least I can hit once or twice out of 10 attempts. I had no words to counter him, only sympathy in my gaze. All right. His meager pride finally crumbled under my scrutiny. "I admit my performance was dismal. I am timid, clumsy, and my damage output is low. Essentially, I am just here to share experience with you. I am unsure who first proposed it, but all those who traverse the void refer to the sole power they acquire as experience. This term is indeed quite fitting. And as I fought alongside the two of them, I gradually became accustomed to these simple yet peculiar appellations. However, feeling somewhat wronged, he added, "Since we are a team, I sincerely hope to be of assistance. The feeling of being a mere parasite is utterly dreadful. Observing your ardent struggles while I stand idly by, sharing my insights. Do you believe I can find peace in such a position? What do you take me for? Now you must go and draw the beasts, and regardless of the circumstances. I am of a higher rank than you. Moreover, with the protection of my war tread, I might yet be of assistance to you. In the worst case, should trouble arise, I will divert their attention, safeguarding your life, thus contributing to our collective effort." Though he spoke with a playful demeanor, seemingly lacking seriousness, his words did indeed stir something within me. When one is on the verge of embarking on a perilous adventure, and another expresses a willingness to risk their life in support, I believe everyone experiences a similar sentiment, regardless of the potential benefit or the fact that the person may be a mere stranger. A warmth enveloped me, an unfamiliar yet fervent sensation, as if a ray of light had pierced my heart, dispelling the shadow of loneliness that had lingered there. This was a feeling I had never encountered while serving as a gate guard. What are you all doing? It's been ages without any signal. I was nearly dozing off. Surely, you haven't fled. From atop the trees, the archer, with eyes closed and bow drawn, voiced his impatience. Exchanging a knowing smile with Neo Baiwan, I reassured him. Fear not. We shall be there shortly. Neo Baiwan called out with gusto before turning to me with a bold declaration. Let us rescue that coward afraid of heights. While he labeled others as cowards, it seemed rather evident that his own legs trembled quite noticeably. I remarked as we proceeded, I am not afraid. It is merely a pack of wild dogs. Oh, I am merely relaxing my muscles in preparation for a swift retreat, I replied, as we cautiously approached the encircled wild dogs. They noticed us, but displayed little interest. Based on past experiences, we understood this tranquility to be fleeting. Once we encroached upon their territory and posed a threat, they would pursue us relentlessly. Indeed, as we drew within approximately 10 paces, the closest wild dog suddenly perked up its ears and let out a howl, startling its companions. In an instant, the entire pack vacated their hiding place and charged towards us. Neo Baiwan and I were well prepared. The moment we perceived their movement, we turned on our heels and fled. After covering about 20 paces, I turned to gauge the distance and angle, confirming that the wild dogs had entered the archer's range. I shouted, "Release." A sharp arrow descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning, striking a wild dog with unerring precision, eliciting a pained cry. This shot was both accurate and fierce, reducing the creature's vitality by nearly half. The archer, likely unaware that his first shot had found its mark, swiftly resumed his task, bending his bow and unleashing a relentless barrage of arrows. Some arrows grazed the wild dogs, leaving superficial wounds, while others missed completely, embedding themselves straight into the earth. However, two struck true, inflicting injuries on two of the wild dogs that rivaled the first arrow's success. From my observations, when these beasts pursue their prey and come under attack, they instantly abandon their quarry to seek vengeance on their assailant. If attacked from multiple fronts, they will prioritize retaliating against the enemy that has inflicted the most harm upon them. My hypothesis proved accurate. When beset by a barrage of arrows, the pack of wild dogs swiftly changed direction, racing back towards the great tree under which the melodious and graceful presence resided, barking furiously at the tree as if eager to rend the treacherous assailant into pieces. As for us, mere bystanders, they barely spared us a glance. The situation unfolded unexpectedly favorably, filling both me and Neo Million with uncontainable delight. Having lost sight entirely, Xianguya, he was able to momentarily suppress his fear of heights. Under my guidance, he transformed from a nimble rogue into a stationary arrow tower, unleashing formidable firepower. For anyone else, such an approach would be impractical. Yet, with sufficient patience, even the most ordinary of rangers could perch atop the branches and eliminate the wild dogs below. However, this tactic proved remarkably effective solely for our elven companion. For this ranger, who treated his eyes as mere ornaments, the wild dogs were too dispersed for his archery skills to effectively eliminate them. Relying on his aim was less dependable than hoping the wild dogs would starve themselves. Our role was to attract the wild dogs, drawing them together and luring them into Xianguya's range, while others aimed at targets. We were effectively dragging a massive target to align with the ranger's aim, significantly enhancing his accuracy. Freed from the need to aim, Xianguya could concentrate solely on the fundamental actions of retrieving arrows, drawing the bow, and shooting. Given the limited time the wild dogs spent within his shooting range, maximizing the number of arrows shot in the shortest time was essential for achieving greater devastation. Initially, our elven companion was clearly unaccustomed to this rapid-fire shooting. Undoubtedly, his accuracy suffered, though his form remained impressively standard. Yet, for reasons unknown, every time I observed him shooting in quick succession, I sensed a lack of coordination between his body and arm movements, appearing somewhat stiff. Despite his earnest efforts to quicken his pace, he managed, at most, to release 7 or 8 arrows at a time. Gradually, however, subtle changes began to manifest in his movements. I could not precisely describe the differences between his current actions and those moments prior, but I was certain that he was undergoing some transformation. With each attempt, his motions became increasingly fluid and graceful, his arm muscles flowing with vitality like a jubilant mountain spring, exuding power without any hint of stiffness. His movements evoked an inexplicable sensation within me, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the skin. Indeed, the wind is a marvel in its own right, when it brushes against your cheek, imparting a refreshing and soothing feeling. Its swiftness often goes unnoticed. Yet, when one earnestly attempts to grasp or shield it, one discovers that it has quietly vanished without a trace. No matter how swiftly one attempts to capture its essence, it remains forever elusive, for this seemingly gentle breeze invariably moves faster than one can anticipate. The graceful and harmonious nature of his actions embodies this phenomenon. Though he does not move rapidly, his movements resemble a deliberate dance, allowing one to perceive every intricate detail. Undoubtedly, however, the speed of his arrows has intensified. The taut bowstring between his fingers emits a series of crisp, melodic sounds, reminiscent of the evening breeze rustling through the woods. It was only after considerable time that I came to realize what set his graceful movements apart. In truth, each of us, while engaged in any endeavor, tends to deviate, performing numerous superfluous actions. These movements are so subtle that we often overlook their existence. Yet, these extraneous gestures can unwittingly render us slower than we might imagine. It was through relentless practice that he recognized this truth. In pursuit of greater speed, he instinctively eliminated these excess actions, refining his movements to be cleaner, more direct, and ultimately more effective. This explains why his actions may not appear particularly swift, while, in reality, they have significantly accelerated. On one occasion, as he unleashed a flurry of 15 arrows in rapid succession, we suddenly heard him exclaim with delight. A rare, pale green halo ascended from beneath his feet, fleeting in its brilliance. I recalled the last time I witnessed such an aura. It was when Nyo Baiwan first unleashed a powerful whirlwind. "You lucky fellow, you've grasped a new skill," Nyo Baiwan exclaimed from a distance, tinged with envy. "What skill is it?" "Rapid fire, the ability to shoot 15 arrows in quick succession, consuming 50 points of fighting spirit, with a cooldown period of 5 minutes," he announced joyfully. In his excitement over this newfound skill, he momentarily lost awareness of his surroundings, eagerly opening his eyes to explore. Now, he assumed the stance of a bear hugging a tree, his face a delightful mix of rosy hues, likely unaware of whether to feel joy or trepidation. With the mastery of the rapid-fire skill, his prowess became increasingly formidable. In subsequent hunts, he consistently felled more than half of the wild dogs. Thanks to his success, I too advanced to level 5. However, as the number of wild dogs dwindled, his chances of hitting a target diminished drastically, from approximately 1/3 of the time down to 1/4, then 1/5, until it became exceedingly difficult to strike even a single arrow. The area he aimed at was now densely peppered with arrows, resembling a patch of overgrown weeds. No ranger could endure such relentless depletion. As the wild dog leader, Rabbit, was left with less than 1/3 of its life, accompanied by 3 other injured wild dogs, our quivers had finally run dry of arrows. "What shall we do now?" asked Bull Million, though the excitement in his eyes had already betrayed the answer lurking within. Was it not obvious? I smiled at him, sword in hand. Then, we simultaneously turned our gaze towards the remaining wounded hounds and shouted in unison, "Let us slay these wretched beasts." Chapter 9. The logic of acrophobia. For quite some time, we had been relentlessly pursued by this pack of wild dogs, and though we spoke little, a simmering anger had taken root in our hearts. Now, with the opportunity to avenge our past indignities, how could we not feel invigorated? The phrase "wretched beasts" aptly captured our situation, while also releasing the pent-up frustration within us, providing a moment of genuine satisfaction. The first to charge at me was a level 6 rabid wild dog, its health bar barely half full, an arrow protruding from its rear, fluttering like a second tail as it ran. Faced with such a feeble adversary, Bull Million displayed a rare display of courage. He swung a wooden stake and brought the wild dog crashing to the ground, all the while critiquing our elven companion's archery skills. Indeed, the arrow reflects the archer. That shot was truly disgraceful. I wonder if this dog is male or female. Does it feel pain or pleasure from such a wound? Ignoring his nonsensical ramblings, I had already sidestepped a level 7 enraged wild dog, delivering a slash that struck its hind leg, before I could follow up on my advantage. Another level 7 wild dog lunged at me, leaving a gash on my arm. Thus, we became entangled with 4 wild dogs in combat. During the fray, we consciously avoided confronting Rabbit, focusing instead on the other 3 wild dogs, as they were far more manageable. Eliminating them swiftly would alleviate our pressure. Bolstered by life potions, Bull Million swiftly delivered a crushing blow that nearly flattened one wild dog, while the one before me had a health bar so thin it was almost invisible. Just as I prepared to deliver the finishing blow, a sudden, rancid wind swept in from my left rear. A glance revealed Rabbit's fearsome maw approaching, its knife-like teeth clearly visible. Its unexpected appearance caught me off guard. Instinctively, I swung my left hand, aiming to deflect its head. By sheer happenstance, my shield struck the rabid dog's snout with a resounding thud. Instantly, my left arm went numb, hanging limply at my side. Just as I gripped my sword tightly with my right hand, readying myself to fend off Rabbit's next assault, a faint green halo, symbolizing the acquisition of a new skill, suddenly appeared around me, filling my being with an invigorating force. No one informed me, nor did I have the time to peruse my magical notes. Yet I still discerned that the recent fortuitous encounter endowed me with a skill known as shield bash. A direct strike to the adversary's head with my shield can repel them and induce a slight state of dizziness, consuming 50 points of aura. Observing the recently struck rabid Kaplan, it stood weakly aside, its robust limbs seemingly unable to support its hefty form, swaying feebly and entirely immobile. This timely strike allowed me to abandon the unconscious Kaplan, swiftly piercing through the wild dog before me, sending it to an icy demise. Together with Bull Million, we efficiently dispatched the last wild dog on their side, reducing it to a wisp of spirit. After we each valiantly downed a potion exuding a foul odor of decay, we encountered the remaining foe, just awakening from its stupor. Our emotions, in stark contrast to the trepidation we felt upon first encountering the rabid Kaplan, had transformed significantly. Although its attacks remained frenzied and swift, its health had dwindled to double digits. Despite our injuries, we begrudgingly exchanged blows with it, and the once formidable silver beast lost its ferocity, becoming a part of our souls. At the moment the rabid Kaplan fell lifeless, I seemed to hear a crisp chime in my ears, followed by a dark red crystal springing forth from its corpse, landing before Bull Million. This crystal bore a naturally symmetrical polyhedral shape, reminiscent of a precious gem meticulously cut. A dim and peculiar luster flowed across its surface like rippling water, hinting at an indescribable mysterious power. In this world, there exist perilous creatures known as magical beasts. Within them lies wondrous magical energy, with some capable of wielding magical abilities far surpassing those of ordinary beasts. Not all magical beasts are inherently so, through serendipitous circumstances or human intervention. Some ordinary wildlife may become tainted by magic, transforming into magical beasts. Sometimes, upon the demise of a magical beast, one can discover variously shaped crystals within their bodies. These crystals harbor unique magical elements that can be harnessed, referred to as magic crystals. The genesis of magic crystals remains a subject of contention among sorcerers. Some assert that magic crystals are the very source of a magical beast's power. I find this assertion untenable. Not every magical beast contains a magic crystal. In fact, to my knowledge, the probability of magic crystal formation is quite low. One might slay 100 magical beasts without finding a single one. And these creatures would not become more docile simply due to the absence of such stones within them. I lean towards another hypothesis. The so-called magic crystals are, in essence, merely the gallstones produced by these indigestible entities. However, these substances causing gastrointestinal blockage appear more aesthetically pleasing, imbued with a touch of enchantment. Although many regard these items as priceless treasures, this does not diminish the possibility that they may originally have been foul-smelling animal excrement. Undoubtedly, this crystal is a magical gem, which comes as a surprise to me. Prior to this moment, I had not perceived that Kaplan was, in fact, a formidable beast. Aside from its immense and robust physique, along with its silvery, lustrous fur, it bore little distinction from ordinary wild dogs, let alone possessing any magical abilities. Bull Million picked it up. The gem, roughly the size of a teacup, appeared delicate in the grasp of the towering Tauren, akin to a finely crafted button. He scrutinized it closely, then pursed his broad bovine lips to emit a whistle, revealing to us the name and function of the gem, Kaplan's Heart of Swiftness, which enhances attack frequency by 10% and bestows a swiftness spell, capable of increasing movement speed by 10% for 30 seconds. This is indeed an exceptional magical artifact, particularly advantageous for warriors engaged in close-quarters combat. With his thick fingers gently caressing the gem, a fleeting expression of affection, greed, and hesitation danced across his face in succession. Ultimately, he furrowed his brow and sighed, as though he had just made a difficult decision. Reluctantly, he approached me, extending his large hand to present Kaplan's Heart of Swiftness before me. Here, for you. Congratulations on acquiring a remarkable item. While I cannot claim that his congratulations were insincere, there was an unmistakable undercurrent of envy in his words. A tall, burly warrior of a different race, with a fierce countenance, bore an expression reminiscent of a child who, though reluctant to part with something, feigned generosity. This rendered him both comical and endearing. Faced with such a magical trinket, it would be disingenuous to assert that I remained unmoved. A 10% increase in speed is invaluable to anyone, especially to a warrior reliant on melee combat. When confronted with a formidable foe from whom one must flee, such an acceleration can indeed feel like a second chance at life. I believe that anyone would find it difficult to relinquish such a treasure. As I took the gem from Bull Million's hand, I felt a pulsating energy coursing through my fingers upon touching its smooth surface, as though the solid crystal possessed a life of its own. Then, I engaged in an act that surprised even myself. I returned the gem to my towering friend's hand, gently closing his fingers into a fist. No, you should be the one to be congratulated. It rightfully belongs to you. My gesture caught Bull Million off guard, prompting him to hastily wave his hands in refusal. No, 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 this is not something I should possess. The idea originated with you. This entire pack of wild dogs was eliminated by Scenic. Had it not been for the two of you, I might have been stripped to the bone by now. Even if you refuse, it is only fitting to offer it to Scenic. The elven ranger perched atop the tree, having overheard our conversation, closed his eyes and grasped the trunk for support, graciously declining Nyo by Wan's kind offer. That item holds little value for me. My arrows fly swiftly enough already. Moreover, my effective range is rather limited, so a mere 10% increase in speed would serve little purpose. Through our mutual insistence, Nyo by Wan ultimately acquired the rabid crystal. The 10% boost in attack speed should significantly enhance his accuracy. However, it was not the trivial matter of the magic crystal that determined the fate of this precious trophy. The handsome acrophobe, his face a ghastly shade of green, suddenly raised his voice in a shrill scream. What I care about is how to get down from this tree. The entrance was blocked, preventing anyone outside from entering, while those inside, including Scenic, were equally trapped. With the sole exit sealed, I could only suggest he leap directly from the branch. Though the height was considerable, the fall would not be fatal. Jump down? You might as well chop the tree down. If I dare to jump, I wouldn't be afraid of heights. My suggestion was promptly dismissed. You could always try to kill yourself. Once you're dead, your soul can float down. Nyobai once said mischievously, "Do I need you to remind me?" I had already contemplated that option. However, I have exhausted my arrows and possess no other weapons. Surely, I cannot strangle myself with the bowstring. What a pity for that pack of wild dogs. Had I known it would come to this impasse, I would have preferred to let them end me. Remarkably, Xiangui's demeanor suggested he was not jesting. There is another way to commit suicide, Nyobai Wan said with a wicked grin. What is that? Jump down and die. This was indeed a poor joke. With a thud, Xiangui promptly fell to the ground, landing squarely on his rear. Oh, didn't he die? Upon making contact with the solid earth, the elven ranger immediately opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. All signs of illness vanished. Nyobai Wan and I exchanged bewildered glances. Did you not realize I was joking? Nyobai Wan asked, his confusion evident. A joke? Is that so? Xiangui appeared perplexed. Why is it that when I suggested you jump down, you opposed it, yet you leaped at his words? I exclaimed in exasperation. It's different. You were suggesting I jump from a great height to survive, and as someone with a fear of heights, that would be akin to seeking death. This fundamental contradiction cannot be resolved. Thus, following your advice would be entirely illogical. However, Old Nyo posited that only by committing suicide could one descend from the tree. And since jumping from the tree is the only means of suicide, I wished to end my life, so I jumped. Bingo, a flawless syllogism. I felt as though the veins in my forehead were on the verge of bursting. Yet I stifled the urge to hurl myself against the great tree and indignantly inquired, "Is not your eventual descent equally significant?" The elven bard, after a moment's contemplation, assuredly replied, "Completely different. You urge me to leap for survival, while I precariously manage to endure upon this branch. Jumping may very well frighten me to death, hence I harbor numerous reservations. In contrast, Nyobai Wan insists I leap to my demise." Thus, the bewildered and increasingly irrational elven ranger posed a rather audacious question. If I am unafraid of death, then why should I fear heights? This query, it seems, ought to be directed at you. Both Nyobai Wan and I experienced a simultaneous mental collapse. Chapter 10. The first blood. Aside from a shard of magical crystal, the rabid hound Keplin left us with other remnants. Its hide, flayed away by the elven bard, revealed not merely a wretched ranger and a logician of utter confusion, but our elven companion also proved to be an abysmal skinner. The process of skinning was more sanguinary than our earlier battle, as the blade in his grasp felt heavier than an axe. He virtually wrenched the hound's skin from Keplin's body with both hands, and when he finally stripped the creature bare, I could scarcely believe that the tattered remnants he held had once been a pelt as smooth and supple as satin. At that moment, a flicker of sympathy emerged for the deceased hound. Regardless of its prior brutal deeds, such retribution in death seemed excessively cruel. I could no longer subscribe to the notion that elves are a race enamored with nature and animals. Moreover, what perplexed me most was that, upon completing this grotesque task, the most inept skinner I had ever encountered, this elven bard, actually leveled up. While selecting spoils, I recalled the claw and bite marks left by Keplin upon my sturdy shield. The beast's natural weaponry, sharp and resilient, rendered most steel blades insignificant. Its longest fangs measured 4 inches, curving menacingly, their sharp tips evoking a sharp pang of discomfort merely at the sight. These were 2 natural instruments of death, and I exerted considerable effort to extract them from the hound's maw. During the extraction, I was taken aback to discover that the blood pouring from Keplin's mouth was not the typical bright red, but rather a viscous, foul-smelling, dark green liquid. Finding this peculiar, I requested an empty vial from Nyo Bai Wan, into which I collected a small amount of the canine blood. Having completed this endeavor, we trudged toward the dimming horizon of Camp Navia, utterly exhausted. Ah, you have dispatched these toothy beasts. This is splendid news. They have caused me no small amount of trouble lately, and my wife has long desired a dogskin rug. Regardless, I extend my gratitude for your contribution to the city's safety. Take this. It is your well-deserved reward. This marks my first encounter with Sheriff Mr. Gerard, who, despite his former position, seems to have little recollection of the guards under his command, resulting in no particular reaction towards me. Mr. Gerard is a rather lackluster middle-aged man, his physique having become portly, his nose ruddy, and a significant patch of baldness gracing his forehead. Were he to shed his officer's uniform, donning the garb of an ordinary citizen, I might easily mistake him for the proprietor of a butcher shop or a similar common tradesman. He accepted 3 wild dog pelts from the hands of myself and Bull Million, promptly placing the promised reward into our palms. The remuneration for this task should have amounted to 5 silver coins, yet I received 25 copper coins more than Bull Million, an outcome reflective of my inherently mercantile human nature. Additionally, we accrued 800 points of soul power, indicating that slaughter is not the sole avenue for spiritual growth. Having completed this straightforward transaction, Mr. Gerard resumed his seat behind a grand desk, furrowing his brow as he perused a substantial stack of documents. Undoubtedly, he was troubled by pressing matters requiring formidable assistance. For whenever we attempted to engage him further, he would dejectedly respond, "I have some difficulties to address, but you are evidently not strong enough." Upon exiting the sheriff's office, Bull Million stretched languidly. "It's late. I must retire, or I shall surely be tardy tomorrow." I too felt the need for rest, my own spirit, like that of Sien Guya weary. "Will you return tomorrow?" "I suppose so." Around the same time, Bull Million inquired, turning to me. "And you, Jeff?" I found myself at a loss for words in response. Among the traversers, exchanges often transpired that eluded my understanding. They appeared to possess a perception of time and space entirely distinct from ours. I recognized that my 2 companions viewed me as one of their kind, a player in their parlance. This was not their fault. After all, individuals like myself, an unsettled native with a sense of freedom, are quite rare. When in their company, I nearly succumbed to a delusion regarding my own identity, feeling akin to a traverser myself. After a moment's hesitation, I refrained from highlighting our differences. A strange premonition gripped me. They would not comprehend my origins or my existence. Should I divulge my experiences, they might regard me as an anomaly, deriding and distancing themselves from me. I had no desire to lose the newly formed bond with my 2 friends, nor to be perceived as a creature of ridicule. "I will remain here," I managed a forced smile, vaguely assuring them. "After all, I have nowhere else to go." Upon hearing my reply, Sien Guya let out a long sigh. "It seems you are quite young. Youth is a blessing, with ample time to squander, free from the burdens of life." "Young? Perhaps, for an elf, a human of adult age is akin to a child. Yet, to me, the ranger's words carried an entirely different connotation. "Let us become friends. And keep in touch," proposed Nyo Million. He took out the magical diary and aimed it at me and Sien Guya. Sien Guya mirrored his actions. I had just learned of such a function of the magical diary and decided to experiment with it. Instantly, the names of Nyo Million and Sien Guya materialized on the social page, their inscriptions shimmering with golden light. "All right, I shall retire for the night. Until tomorrow." "Until tomorrow," they echoed. After uttering these words, their forms suddenly grew indistinct, resembling wisps of smoke that gradually thinned and became transparent until they vanished completely. At that moment, the magical diary in my hand remained open, and I caught sight of their names shifting from gleaming gold to a dull gray, signifying that these travelers of the void no longer existed in this realm. This revealed the peculiar lifestyle of the void travelers. The act of sleeping could be casually fulfilled in a humble inn for a night. Despite my belief that this was entirely unnecessary, having no recollection of sleep in my own life, merely understanding its definition and theoretical execution, akin to the myriad of inexplicable knowledge residing in my mind, the void travelers had to leave this space for another temporal realm to engage in this simple physiological activity. Perhaps among the countless dimensions in the cosmic expanse, there exists one solely designated for these time travelers to rest. To me, it seemed a superfluous endeavor. Alas, my only two friends had temporarily departed from my world to a quieter place to indulge in their dreams. Left alone, I pondered what I should do next. Suddenly, I was struck by a grave realization. Since I had just escaped the fate of the city gate guards and gained the freedom to act, my time had been solely spent in adventures and hunts with my companions. My actions seemed perpetually aligned with their aspirations, my choices continuously swayed by their suggestions and desires. It appeared that there had never been any genuine decisions belonging solely to me. Before all of this began, during that fleeting moment of solitude prior to encountering Neo-Million, I was engaged in contemplating what I ought to pursue. Legend has it that behind every individual follows a deity that accompanies them throughout their lives. These deities wield a whip known as desire, compelling individuals to traverse the paths of their destinies, tirelessly striving. This invisible whip strikes at the souls of people, instilling a thirst for aspiration, making each one acutely aware of what they seek and how to attain it. I turned around to gaze behind me. There stood the ominous door of the sheriff's office, shrouded in darkness, and my own deity of destiny was absent. This was precisely my dilemma. I seemed to be an empty vessel, devoid of goals, direction, or personal pursuits. My origins were peculiar, unlike any other. On the journey of my life, I walked alone. I find myself at an impasse, unable to discern my path forward, nor can I retrace my steps to where it all began. My existence is marked by an awkward solitude, perpetually seeking direction through the commands and suggestions of others. What, then, should I do now? Should I persist in the tiresome cycle of hunting and slaughter, aimlessly elevating the level of my soul? Or should I remain motionless, lost in contemplation, awaiting the return of my two companions to follow their desires? I stand in the corner, listlessly rummaging through my backpack. Suddenly, my fingers graze a small, cold, unfamiliar object. Upon retrieving it, I discover a vial of green liquid. A memory surfaces. This is a small bottle of blood I procured from the body of Poirot during its dismemberment. Finding the beast's blood to be an unusual shade, distinct from the common crimson, intrigued me, prompting me to collect a sample. It seems this is the first instance where I perceived something as strange, igniting a desire to unravel its mystery. A horde of wild dogs has appeared, tormenting the city, and their leader has inexplicably transformed into a monstrous creature. The vial of green blood appears to bear significant meaning, suggesting a troubling conclusion. I relish this sensation. Despite the confusion it brings, it invigorates my mind, contrasting starkly with the emptiness of solitude. I believe it prudent to present this peculiar substance to the sheriff. For the vial of extraordinary blood was drawn from the wild dog leader, and the city is under siege by these feral packs. I re-enter the sheriff's office. Approaching him with purpose, "Sheriff, I have matters to report. I have troubles that require resolution, yet you seem insufficiently robust," he replies, his demeanor reflecting his ongoing despondency. As anticipated, Mr. Gerald continues to languish in his woes. I refrain from further discourse and produce the vial containing the green blood, placing it before him. My conjecture proves accurate. The esteemed sheriff's countenance brightens upon seeing the vial. He examines it closely, then uncaps it to inhale its contents lightly. "From whence did you acquire this?" he inquires, his expression shifting. "This is the blood of the wild dog leader from outside the city. I found it rather unusual and deemed it worthy of your attention," I respond. He furrows his brow. "This resembles something I have encountered before, yet I cannot ascertain what. You would do well to present it to the town's apothecary, Elder. His shop is located just behind the trading district. You should find him with ease." With that, he promptly returns to his tedious pile of documents and the troubling dilemmas that beset him. I swiftly locate Apothecary Elder. In fact, I have visited his shop on multiple occasions. Each time we resupply in town, Bull Million always sets up a stall outside his shop, selling small doses of restorative potions at slightly lower prices. Apothecary Elder does not seem perturbed by our commercial rivalry. After I explain my purpose, the gray-haired elder merely mutters under his breath, "Ah, it's that troublesome sheriff again. He has troubled me more than once and never compensates for my services. Perhaps I should present him with an invoice for the tests, lest he squander the public safety funds on remedying his own balding condition." He placed the greenish substance into a transparent crystal vessel, handed me the empty bottle, and remarked, To ascertain what this truly is, I require a blood analyzer. Consider yourself fortunate. Just a few days ago, I commissioned one. You must retrieve it from the alchemist, Etchewell. The alchemist resides in a secluded corner of the southern part of the city, and I found my way there with little difficulty. In truth, no one could mistake this location, for amidst the contiguous urban sprawl, this house appeared as a solitary entity, surrounded by desolation, with the nearest dwelling a full 50 paces away. This stark isolation is almost unfathomable in the land of Campionavia, where space is at a premium and real estate prices soar. Along the way, I took the opportunity to pay a visit to the city's warrior trainer, further honing my skills with the longsword. I advanced my thrusting and slashing techniques to the second level and acquired a new combat skill, the bludgeon, which allows me to exert tremendous force to incapacitate my opponent's defensive arm, thereby diminishing their attack speed. In comparison, the techniques imparted by these trainers seemed rather rudimentary. While they are undoubtedly useful, they do not yield the same pronounced effects as the skills I have personally cultivated in the heat of battle. Upon entering Etchewell's abode, I felt as though I had just stepped into the aftermath of an earthquake or a tempest. A legless bookshelf lay sprawled upon the floor. A fractured desk was half placed at the entrance and half lying at the staircase. The ground was strewn with an assortment of debris, with commonplace household items displayed in a most peculiar manner: decayed, greasy vegetable leaves, shattered bottles, cracked plates, and frying pans stripped of their bases. Moreover, there were numerous derivatives of rare and precious artifacts, such as a marble statue with its head smashed, a large oil painting singed on one side, a gown adorned with gold thread and jewels, yet missing a sleeve and half its hem, and hefty, leather-bound tomes that had been waterlogged and nibbled by rodents. I trudged through the hall and finally reached the staircase. At the base of the stairs, the flickering crimson glow of fire cast a gaunt shadow on the wall, accompanied by the haunting, raucous laughter that echoed through the space. As the sole human inhabitant of this house, I had every reason to believe that this shadow belonged to my intended target, the alchemist Etchewell of Campionavia. Just as I was about to ascend the stairs, a sudden, thunderous crash erupted from above. The flames flared dramatically, and shards of vessels hurtled from the staircase, colliding violently against the walls and shattering, startling me. Once tranquility returned, I dared to ascend. Standing at the staircase, I observed that the once spacious area had become cluttered with an array of bizarre instruments, making even the simplest turn a cumbersome endeavor. I am not entirely convinced that these objects can be deemed instruments. They are in a state of disrepair, with some seemingly cobbled together from refuse. Were they not displayed here, the majority would likely categorize them as mere refuse. A slender, tall figure stands amidst this heap of debris. Before him lies a chaotic stone platform. The platform is cluttered with various fragments, and a contorted metallic frame stands in extreme agony, exuding a wisp of black smoke, reminiscent of the recent violent explosion. On the second floor, two glaring gaping holes claw at the wall, usurping the function of windows, evidently the result of a powerful blast. I now comprehend why this house stands so isolated. I surmise that few possess the courage to coexist amicably with such a perilous neighbor, one capable of obliterating their abode at any moment. As I momentarily lost in thought, the figure turned towards me. His face was charred, hair curly, and his clothing tattered, as he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. "Fear not," he grinned, revealing 2 rows of pristine white teeth against the stark contrast of his soot-stained visage. It was merely a minor mishap. Chapter 11. Life endures, mining persists. Oh, you are here to retrieve Elder's blood analyzer. Despite my silence, the eccentric alchemist, Etchewell, discerned my purpose at a glance. I am uncertain how he accomplished this. Perhaps it is akin to the inexplicable knowledge swirling in my mind, a form of innate instinct. I cannot hand it over to you just yet. A small component remains incomplete. I require some special materials. If you can assist me in procuring them, I shall soon be able to present you with the item. You must venture to the abandoned mines in the western part of the city to find a mineral known as quartzite jade. It consists of white, gleaming stones, and you cannot mistake them. You may excavate them with this pickaxe and fill this bag, but do remember to bring a torch. However, you would be wise to exercise caution, for it seems a swarm of large bats has taken residence there. Although he inquired for my consent, he did not afford me the opportunity to express dissent. No sooner had he spoken than he produced a pickaxe, a large sack, and a torch, placing them in my hands before dismissively turning away to continue his frenzied and perilous alchemical experiments. Holding the tools, I stood awkwardly to the side, unsure of how to proceed. According to etiquette, though I knew not how I was aware of such customs, it seemed prudent to bid farewell to the master of this abode before departing. Yet, observing his intense focus on his work, I feared intruding upon his vital research. After a prolonged moment of indecision, I resolved to take my leave. When suddenly I detected a bitter, acrid scent in the air, the instincts honed in battle alerted me to an impending danger. Suddenly, a blazing orb of scarlet erupted before me, its dazzling hue accompanied by a tumultuous wave of heat that instantly scorched my cheek. At that moment, a deafening explosion resonated, akin to thunder cracking beside my ear. In this fleeting instant, I had barely enough time to bend down and shield my head, feeling various debris perilously brush against my scalp. Once tranquility returned, I mustered the courage to tentatively lift my head and survey my surroundings. The room had not undergone significant alterations. After all, it had already descended into chaos, and the disorder wrought by this explosion was negligible. The billowing black smoke from the iron frame of the experimental platform still lingered, and the alchemist Etchewell, with his tattered garments and charred visage, remained unchanged. No need to worry, he chuckled, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Yet, his grin was far from reassuring. Whether from a deranged fanatic or a mind shattered by the blast, such a smile seemed fitting for either. It was merely a minor mishap, he continued, his demeanor unperturbed, as if this calamity were entirely expected. Without a second thought for social niceties, I hastily scrambled out of Etchewell's abode. I swore that not even a dragon could compel me back into that room at that moment. Bid him farewell. Don't be absurd. I had no desire to linger in that cursed place for even a second. I confess, it was not a profound fear of death that propelled me. Rather, the thought of perishing from an absurdly ignoble fate, struck down by a fragmented vessel due to the antics of a deranged madman, was utterly unacceptable to me. Following Etchewell's guidance, I exited through the western gate of Capnavia. The night had fully descended, and both the streets within the city and those beyond were considerably less populated. With only the occasional shadow of a passerby flickering through my line of sight, their expressions vacant and hurried. As the populace dwindled, the beasts roaming the outskirts naturally multiplied. However, the mere presence of these first- and second-tier creatures loitering at the gate posed no threat to me. In fact, even as I walked past them at close range, they no longer pursued me with the fervor they once had. I surmised this was due to my soul's strength surpassing theirs. Nonetheless, I remained cautious, ensuring to keep a respectable distance, particularly from the flocks of hens near the base of the city walls. Following the markings on my magical map, I traversed a narrow path until I reached its end, effortlessly dispatching a few wild dogs that lacked even a basic assessment of their adversary's prowess, and finally stumbled upon the entrance of a dilapidated mine. Clearly abandoned, the mine's entrance was sheltered by a wooden eave that had been severely infested, adorned with sprawling webs. Yet it remained sturdy. The tunnel within the mine is robustly supported by thick timber, with the ground laid with 2 lengthy iron tracks. One end extends out of the cave, while the other leads into the unfathomable depths of the mine. This practical design is a masterpiece of the dwarven race, a lineage inherently passionate about crafting, which enables them to swiftly transport or to the surface. Several enormous bats linger at the cave's entrance, flying low, their large ears and grotesque fangs distinctly visible. Their strength does not correspond with their fierce appearance, for these creatures, known as giant bats, are of a mere level 3 and pose little threat. Desiring to avoid a swarm of bats, I cautiously approached the mine's entrance, adhering closely to the side of the mountain. Only 3 bats detected my presence, and I dispatched them with ease. Upon entering the mine, I ignited a torch. The light was dim, illuminating only a distance of about 20 paces in front and behind me. The flickering flames cast wavering shadows upon the surrounding stone walls, instilling in me a sense of unique oppression. After taking a few steps, a glimmering white solid appeared within my line of sight, and I recognized it as the quartzite jade I sought. I set the torch aside, retrieved my pickaxe from my pocket, and soon unearthed it. This proved to be harder than I had anticipated, sending vibrations through my hands with each strike. I tossed it into my pocket, placed the pocket into my magical backpack, and resumed my forward journey with the torch in hand. The mine extended deeply, and the further I ventured, the greater the number and ferocity of the bats I encountered. After some time, as I extracted more ore, I found myself facing 2 level 5 vampire bats, appearing side by side. These enormous creatures, with their reddish fur, possessed a vampiric skill that allowed them to siphon a portion of my vitality during their bites. This was the utmost challenge I could handle, had it not been for the numerous healing potions gifted to me by Million before his departure. I might not have endured to this point. With only one last piece of ore needed to fill my pocket, I resolved to press on a little further, intending to extract enough ore before retreating. Soon, I discovered a gleaming piece of quartzite jade nestled in the tunnel. Eagerly, I approached, withdrew my pickaxe, and swiftly excavated it, achieving the purpose of my expedition. At that moment, however, I heard a series of light thuds emanating from deeper within the mine. Following the sound, I soon spotted around a bend a stout figure, solidly built, with a long red beard braided into small plaits, vigorously wielding a large iron pickaxe against the wall. The pickaxe was immense, nearly double the size of the one I held, and in stark contrast, its user was remarkably short, scarcely reaching my chest in height. The incongruity between the diminutive stature and the massive pickaxe created a comical unease, making one worry that this individual might be flung away by the sheer force of his own tool. Both his physical characteristics and appearance testified that the person before me was a pure-blooded Highland dwarf. To the northeast of Campanavia lies the dwarven city of Genshire Fort, a mere 3-day journey apart, making it relatively easy to trace the presence of the dwarves in the vicinity. In the dark and confined spaces, humans often feel an overwhelming sense of solitude, especially when surrounded by deadly, bloodthirsty beasts. Thus, encountering a companion with a shared purpose here fills me with warmth. Greetings. I cheerfully approached him, extending a friendly salutation, having not anticipated the presence of another soul in this desolate place. Mining is truly rewarding, he replied, unwavering in his labor, his words revealing his fervent passion and dedication to his work without any pretense. Oh, is that so? How is your yield? This must be an abandoned mine. Could there still be anything of value left here? I inquired curiously. As soon as I finished speaking, the dwarven miner suddenly erupted into a robust and proud song. We miners possess strength. Hey, we miners possess strength. It was evident that he took immense satisfaction in his current occupation and was unabashedly proud of it. However, his overly enthusiastic expression left me somewhat taken aback. How long have you been here? I mean, you seem to have been here for quite some time, I hesitantly asked. Mining or destruction? That is a question worth pondering. His tone shifted to one of profound indignation and weariness, his words gravely resonating with depth and reflection. Perhaps only one term could encapsulate the profundity of his speech. It was utterly irrelevant. Hey, are you all right? Is everything okay? I expressed my concern regarding his reaction. He appeared lucid, yet each of his responses seemed to miss my point entirely. I throw myself upon thee, or as a starving man would upon bread. He disregarded my inquiry. Did you not hear what I said? I was on the verge of madness, driven by this obstinate miner. Initially, I believed I had found a kindred spirit, only to discover he was merely rambling nonsensically. I shall devote my finite life to the infinite pursuit of mining, he resolutely asserted. Thus, I engaged in a bizarre and perplexing exchange with him. Throughout our conversation, this rough-looking dwarf spoke in a poetic manner, each of his utterances imbued with profound meaning yet utterly lacking in coherence. Remarkably, regardless of what he articulated, he extolled and celebrated the noble pursuit of mining and the vocation of a miner without reservation. In his eyes, mining was the most exalted and magnificent profession in existence, a life enveloped in the halo of honor and grandeur. According to him, to be a miner was to be a noble soul, a pure individual, a moral being, one who transcends base desires, and a benefactor to the people. If someone were to observe our conversation at this moment, they would witness a rather amusing scene. A bewildered human warrior clad in armor, his face a portrait of confusion, incessantly posing futile inquiries, while before him, a disheveled dwarf miner remains utterly unfazed, diligently chiseling away at the stone, responding in a slow, deliberate manner. There seems to be some form of communication occurring between these two individuals, yet I remain utterly oblivious to the essence of their exchange. I am at a loss as to how this situation has come to be. Perhaps this individual, with his mind clouded by thoughts of, or, simply does not grasp the meaning of my words, or perhaps it is my own sluggish intellect that cannot keep pace with his rapid, erratic thoughts. In other words, I suspect that this peculiar dwarf miner, unless he is a simpleton, may very well be a great philosopher. Indeed, there is often little distinction between the two, their differences lying solely in the perspective from which one views them. During our dialogue, several vampire bats ventured close to us. I watched them warily, but each time they neared the perimeter of my vigilance, they would suddenly veer away, retreating in the opposite direction. After several instances of this, I finally deduced that we were situated in a blind spot for the bats, a place where we were unhindered by these winged creatures. Ultimately, I relinquished my futile conversation, abandoning any hope of extracting valuable insights from the dwarf miner. He evoked a peculiar sensation within me. I felt he resembled not a seeker of freedom, but rather a silent native reminiscent of my former self. He would only respond when I initiated the dialogue, and unlike ordinary natives, his speech was replete with flourish yet utterly nonsensical. As I took my leave, I instinctively bid him farewell. To which he ardently proclaimed, "Mining represents the advancement of productive forces, signifies the direction of advanced culture, and epitomizes the fundamental interests of the broadest players." I was immediately overwhelmed, hastening toward the cave's exit, leaving behind his fervent labor. Given his relentless efforts, even if he were to tunnel through the magnificent Uzig Mountains, connecting them to the distant western road, I would not be overly astonished. Ah, and by the way, this peculiar fellow bears an odd name: Idle Mining Leveling Small Account. Chapter 12. Farewell, lost life on nights with tasks at hand. Time invariably passes with remarkable swiftness. When I once again found myself at the doorstep of the alchemist While the dawn had already broken, I lingered below his dwelling for quite some time, reflecting upon this madman, who, with his formidable intellect, could frequently conjure terrifying explosions, miraculously surviving each calamitous incident. This experience had left a profound impression on me, making it difficult to approach him without trepidation. However, my apprehension was soon alleviated. Just as I hesitated, a tremendous explosion erupted from the rooftop once more. Only after the echoes of the explosion had completely dissipated did I muster the courage to ascend the staircase. Experience had taught me that the moments immediately following such an event were relatively safe. After all, creating such a cacophony required considerable effort and time. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, I was unsurprised to behold Mr. Edgewell in a state of disarray, his face charred and disheveled. "Ah, you've brought them. This saves me a great deal of trouble," he exclaimed. It is worth noting that those winged rodents were quite bothersome, and they never bothered to brush their teeth. I tossed the pocket filled with quartzite gems before Edgewell, who extracted a piece, scrutinizing it closely under the light while cheerfully rambling. "Just wait a moment. This won't take long." With that, he tossed 3 or 4 stones into a barrel-shaped metal container, adding a variety of powders and liquids, before placing the vessel atop a uniquely shaped furnace to heat. This furnace, evidently imbued with some arcane magic, emitted flames of a rare blue-white hue, rather than the usual vibrant red or yellow. Although this ethereal blue flame was not particularly vigorous, it seemed to harbor an extraordinary intensity of energy. As I felt a wave of heat wash over me from my vantage point at the staircase, just as I pondered the necessity of taking precautions against a potential explosive incident, a crimson liquid began to drip from a pipe on the side of the container, flowing into a mold that Edgewell had prepared earlier. The liquid was crystalline and clear, reminiscent of the tears shed by the mythical phoenix at its birth, exuding a mesmerizing beauty. Soon, the scalding liquid began to cool, shedding its fiery hue and transforming within the mold into an array of uneven, transparent granules. Indeed, I refer to them as transparent. Until that moment, I had never encountered any solid substance so pure and clear, surpassing even the essence of ice and snow. It was as though they embodied the soul of solidified water, or perhaps a tangible manifestation of a fleeting dream, seamlessly blending with their surroundings, casting doubt upon their very existence. Disregarding my astonishment, Edgewell retrieved a slender metal tube fitted with a slot and deftly embedded the transparent shards one by one before inserting it into a nearby apparatus. "Hand this over to Elder. Hopefully, he hasn't grown too impatient waiting for me to finish all this," Edgewell instructed, gesturing toward the completed device. "Thank you for the quartzite gems. I can utilize the remainder for other purposes. As a token of my gratitude, here are 5 silver coins," he added, placing them in my hand, while my soul energy surged by 200 points. "If you manage to procure more quartzite gems and bring them to me, you will receive a satisfactory reward," he continued. "Moreover, if you wish to delve into the mysteries of alchemy, you may seek me out. However, my tuition is not inexpensive." "I yearn to master alchemy," I interjected eagerly. The astonishing spectacle I had just witnessed profoundly impacted me, and the ragged figure of the middle-aged man before me loomed larger in my eyes. The miracles he could conjure with his hands were far more intricate than mere grandiose directional explosions. 2 gold coins, and I shall impart to you some fundamental techniques." He extended his hand and proposed. "Isn't that rather exorbitant? A mere cook, Aunt Fatale, charges only 4 silver coins to teach the art of cooking, which is essentially just tossing ingredients into a pot," I retorted, allowing my mercantile instincts to take over as I haggled. 1 gold coin for 90 silver coins. Edgewell strictly adhered to the standard of 5% human mercantile nature in his pricing. Despite the encouraging reduction, even if I stripped myself of my undergarments and sold all my possessions, I could scarcely muster even a fraction of that exorbitant tuition. It was no wonder that some who traversed the void would lament in hushed tones that education was a profit-driven enterprise. This painful lesson deepened my understanding of the adage that knowledge equates to wealth. Knowledge is not merely money. It is an abundance of riches. Noticing my hesitation, Echuel discerned my predicament. He gently waved his hand and said, "Perhaps you should return when you are financially secure. Alchemy is not a pursuit for the impoverished." The extreme scarcity of material means compelled me to temporarily abandon my quest for alchemy. I stowed the blood analyzer into my magical satchel and departed from Echuel's abode. As I reached the threshold, the familiar sound of a powerful explosion echoed from above. Though I knew full well that such an explosion was sufficient only to dust off the pockets of that avaricious bomb enthusiast. Hearing his cries still elicited a wicked sense of vindictive pleasure within me. I delivered the blood analyzer to the apothecary, Elder, who immediately set to work. He poured the greenish blood into a transparent vessel, added 2 drops of a pale purple liquid from a small vial, placed it into the analyzer, and pressed a button atop it. The device emitted a faint rumble. When it fell silent once more, Elder leaned in close to the small tube, adorned with a transparent crystal that Echuel had successfully crafted, adjusting it with great care. "Ah, how intriguing," he murmured, his fascination evident as he meticulously took notes. Curiosity piqued. I discreetly cast a glance at the blood analyzer while he was engrossed in his writing. Through the crystalline layer, I beheld tiny, fuzzy particles restlessly swimming in the purple potion, occasionally dividing to become 2 identical entities. I surmised that these somewhat repulsive little creatures were indeed components of the green blood. Unnoticed due to their minuscule size, the blood analyzer, with its layers of transparent crystals, magnified them hundreds of times, rendering them visible to our eyes. Before long, Elder rose to his feet and, with a thoughtful click of his tongue, remarked, "This blood contains a peculiar active hormone that induces mutations in ordinary beasts, rendering them more ferocious. I suspect this is artificially created. I have never encountered anything like it before. Judging by its composition and hue, it resembles the product of the wretched lands inhabited by the undead and demons. I am uncertain of its implications, yet caution is always prudent. It would be wise to advise Gerard to prepare in advance." With that, he bowed his head and returned to his post behind the counter, awaiting the imminent arrival of patrons. The wretched lands? Elder's response startled me. I had never imagined that an ordinary wild dog could be associated with such a perilous and infamous name. It is said that approximately 2 centuries ago, the geography of the Farlwy Continent was vastly different from what we know today. At that time, the continent was far more expansive, with half of its borders situated along the Comet coast, where the kingdom of Mondika was merely an inland nation without access to the sea. Perhaps the continent's prosperity incited the envy of demons, or perhaps the hubris of its people invoked the wrath of the gods. In any case, one fateful day, a temporal wormhole leading to realms of fear, destruction, and obliteration abruptly opened above the Farlwy Continent. Through this rift poured countless malevolent invaders, under the command of the otherworldly apocalyptic sovereign, the Heartbreaker Darendel, who relentlessly traversed the wormhole to set foot upon Falvy's soil. These grotesque bloodthirsters sowed the seeds of war and devastation in every corner of the Farlwy Continent, devouring all in their path like insatiable locusts. It became a battle for survival across the entire plain, where every race and every life was thrust into the front line of slaughter and resistance. Humans, dwarves, elves, minotaurs, and half-orcs. Never had the diverse races of the Farlwy Continent been so closely united in their struggle against a common foe. In this war, everyone was a warrior. There were no mere spectators. Despite the valiant resistance of the continent's races, it was still insufficient to thwart the well-orchestrated military strategies of the invaders. Their weapons darkened the sun like ominous clouds, and their armies engulfed the land like a relentless tide. Invincible in battle, they left their opponents facing either the tragic fate of total annihilation or the crushing weight of fear, compelling them to betray their former allies and join in the carnage. Soon, the forces of the apocalyptic sovereign established a stronghold on the Farlwy Continent, seizing nearly half of its territory, while their greedy tendrils continued to devour independent lands. The earth lay shrouded in a pall of despair, and the remaining races of the continent had nearly relinquished their pursuit of survival, struggling instead for their dignity rather than their lives. Until one day, a glimmer of hope for liberation emerged. The Great Wizard, known to posterity as the Guardian of the Skies, Doten, made the ultimate sacrifice of his life to unleash a formidable magic, the Gate of Devouring. Rivaling the might of the divine, he altered the operation of the temporal wormhole, transforming the passage that once bridged 2 realms into a black hole that devoured all matter. The apocalyptic monarch, Darlendal, along with his army and the territory he occupied, was simultaneously consumed by the black hole, vanishing without a trace. No one knows where they were swallowed to or what fate awaited them. Since then, The entire landscape of the continent has evolved into its current state, and the land once ruled by the apocalyptic king, now devoured by the black hole, is what people refer to as the Blighted Lands. This event occurred over 2 centuries ago. Although I am well acquainted with it, I have always considered it more of a legend than history. However, now someone has suddenly informed me that they may have uncovered traces of this history, and that all of it is intricately linked to my own actions, which leaves me utterly astonished. I immediately reported this news to Sheriff Gerald. He evidently recognized the gravity of the situation and said to me, "Let us hope this is merely a false alarm. If it is true, we could be facing significant trouble. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for your assistance, young warrior. Please accept this. It is your well-deserved reward." He presented a cloak into my hands. This was a cloak of the city defense officers, which would enhance my defense and agility by 2 points. Simultaneously, my soul power surged once more, a white light emanating from the soles of my feet, coursing throughout my entire being. Completing this task granted me an additional 500 points of soul power, enabling me to successfully ascend to level 6. Unlike before, Gerald was not bent over his desk, but was instead watching with a hint of anticipation, as if he wished to speak yet hesitated. I tentatively inquired, "Do you have any further instructions, sir?" "This concerns the report on the Beast of Kaplan incident." Indeed, he produced an envelope sealed with a wax insignia. "I hope you can deliver this promptly to Colonel Pekra at Valen Fortress and ask him to dispatch someone to investigate this matter." When did he manage to write the report? I had just handed him the results from Alchemist Elder, and he had clearly written nothing prior to that. Filled with confusion, I accepted the envelope and took on his commission. I had no intention of completing this task immediately, as I was unaware of the location of Valen Fortress or the dangers I might encounter along the way. I did not believe I possessed the fortune of a daring adventurer like Neomillion, who could traverse perilous mountains and face numerous crises unscathed. I was certain that travelers of his caliber were one of a kind, and I had no desire to be the second to undertake such a reckless endeavor. Regardless of where I would go, accumulating strength and advancing my level would always be prudent. Moreover, despite the exorbitant costs that made one contemplate despair, I had not abandoned my aspiration to study alchemy. With these 2 considerations in mind, I chose to remain in Camp Navia, dedicating myself to accepting various tasks to earn my reward. The following 3 days were busy yet fulfilling as I traversed the streets and alleys of Camp Navia, assisting those in distress through their challenges. As I had long been acquainted with, I delivered a letter brimming with misspellings for Pierre at the tavern, ventured into the desolate wilderness to aid the stonemason Dakra in his quest for new stone for gravestones, pursued the debts owed to Baron Porter by the impoverished laborers, and sought out appetizing candied hawthorns for the innkeeper's sister-in-law who suffered from anorexia. From the moment I became aware, these tedious tasks seemed to unfold daily, as if everyone encountered them. Pierre's ability to articulate his feelings and his romantic endeavors appeared perpetually stagnant. The destitute laborers could never fully settle their debts to Baron Porter. It all felt like a reflection of time, an endless loop repeating itself, and I once found it wearisome. Yet gradually, I discerned another facet of life, one that was serene and genuine. In the midst of this mundanity, I had been a mere observer. Now, however, I find myself immersed in it, savoring the tranquil emotions it evokes. Perhaps, indeed, these intricate, trivial matters of life are destined to become an inescapable part of everyone's existence. Regardless of how proud or carefree one may be in youth, one will inevitably be encircled by the chaos of daily living, willingly becoming a captive of life. No one's life is filled with legend. No matter how grand your accomplishments, the majority of your existence will be devoted to the most ordinary of life's minutiae. On the pursuit of passion and glory, there are moments when we must pause and truly feel these subtle emotions. They may not ignite fervor, yet they possess a warmth of their own. I have not forgotten the wager I made with my partner, the gatekeeper Fred Gudrian. Under the cover of night, I pilfered that piece of ironwood from old Rama's abode, assisting the gatekeeper who took my place in winning that small bet. When all was said and done, I beheld the gatekeeper, resembling me, wearing a smug smile. It was a simple yet foolish grin, embodying the reality of life that I had irrevocably lost. Chapter 13. A journey together. When I bid farewell to Sien Guya, he mentioned that he would return to this realm the following day. Yet, when his name once again shimmered in my magical diary, it was already the afternoon of the 6th day. Based on my past experiences, the temporal concepts expressed by the traversers greatly differ from my own. What they refer to as a day often takes 6 to 7 of my own. I suspect this discrepancy arises from the variances in time across different spatial dimensions. Shortly after his arrival, my magical diary emitted a signal. I flipped to the social page inscribed with his name and noticed a line beneath it. You're quite diligent, logging in so early. What level are you now? This is another feature of the magical diary, allowing those who have exchanged soul marks to communicate remotely. This function suits the adventurous spirits who wander. No matter how erratic your whereabouts may be, your friends can easily reach you when they yearn for your presence. Correspondingly, its inconveniences lie in the fact that when one wishes for solitude, others can readily locate you. I opened the name of the melodious and elegant character and noted beneath it that I was nearing level 9, then sent it to him. Soon, I received a reply. Wow, so fast. How did you achieve that? You're not using cheats, are you? In this brief exchange, 2 of the 3 sentences eluded my comprehension. The peculiar letter in the first sentence conveyed an astonished tone, the meaning of which remained unclear, while the mention of cheats in the final sentence hinted at a cunning and enigmatic quality, as if it harbored some arcane significance that left me baffled. I could only respond based on the one sentence I understood. I completed a few quests and took down some wild dogs, and then I leveled up. Wow, you're impressive, came the cryptic response. Have you taken the quest for the saber-toothed bandits yet? Not yet, I was just about to. Perfect. I've gathered a few friends to tackle this quest, and with you, we'll have a full party. Hurry, we're waiting for you at the city gates. Receiving an invitation from friends is a delightful occurrence, especially when I find myself with nothing to do. Upon arriving at the city gates, I spotted my visually impaired elven friend awaiting me, accompanied by 3 unfamiliar adventurers, 2 men and 1 woman. Although he strained to locate me, his anxious and bewildered expression remained until I approached him. Evidently, his poor eyesight hindered him from discerning me amidst the crowd. I'm here, I called out, knowing that without my greeting, even if I were to stand right in front of him, he might still not recognize me. Ah, you finally arrived. My presence, though not unexpected, still startled him. He warmly grasped my hand, leading me to his companions, introducing, this is Chong Gong Shi Ri, a level 6 priest. He indicated the only female adventurer beside him. She was a human maiden, exuding a gentle and serene aura. Her long eyebrows lowered as if shy to meet anyone's gaze. Dressed in a white gown adorned with metallic threads, she appeared quite fitting for a priestess. Yet, I found something peculiar. Her displayed name above her head read Fei. The maiden smiled warmly at me, then delicately extended her slender, pale right hand to lightly rest on the inner arm of my elven friend. Just as I presumed this was an intimate gesture laden with significance, her thumb and forefinger suddenly tightened. Oh, immediately, my friend showcased his hidden tenor talent, emitting a piercing scream that would put even the most fervent bard to shame. What is most astonishing is that the 2 fingers of the young girl exhibit a power comparable to that of a rabid beast, delivering a decisive blow that instantaneously caused the life index of Xian Guya E to plummet by 30 points. Where are you pointing? She demanded, her voice laced with indignation. Recognize who I am before you speak. It was unforgivable. An outrageous error to confuse a gentle and beautiful lady like me with a monstrous killer. The striking young girl, while gripping Xian Guyi's arm, pressed her elegant boot down upon his toes, all the while vociferously expressing her ire. Such a delicate and lovely lady was truly a rare sight to behold. After a considerable pause, the sorceress finally released her grip and, with a knowing gesture, rubbed her fingers as she addressed the despondent elven ranger. To ensure you remember this lesson, you shall procure the Emerald Star ring for me next time. I did not intend to offend. It was merely a moment of confusion. Please, spare me, he implored, his face a portrait of despair. That ring costs 3 gold coins. I would have to sell everything I own, Xian Guya lamented. I am also in need of a sapphire necklace that replenishes magical energy, he added. Yet the girl paid him no heed. Instead, she toyed with the amulet at her chest, casting a sidelong glance at Xian Guya. In that moment, my elven friend made a remarkably wise decision. He straightened his posture and, with a semblance of knightly valor, declared loudly, "It would be my honor to serve you. Tomorrow I shall present the Emerald Star to the most exquisite Lady Fei." His countenance was filled with a tragic nobility, reminiscent of a martyr gallantly facing death. Pleased by Xian Guyi's resolute response, the girl smiled contentedly. Suddenly, she turned her gaze towards me. In that instant, an incredible transformation overtook her. The fierce demeanor that had instilled fear moments ago was supplanted by a gentle serenity, a blush adorning her cheeks, and her long lashes accentuating the purity of her bright eyes. I had never witnessed such a rapid and profound shift in expression. Although her features remained unchanged, her entire aura was remarkably different, as if 2 entirely distinct individuals inhabited the same form. Most astonishing was the swift transition from the most fearsome creditor to the sweetest, most charming girl, achieved in the brief span of a smile. "You mistook me. I am Fei, she confided softly, her voice ringing like the delicate notes of a 7-string harp, a level 10 mage. He is the one known as Chonggong, she said, gesturing towards the sturdy dwarf beside her. Whether it was mere illusion or not, I perceived a shiver run through the dwarf priest as Fei pointed at him. At that moment, the half-orc standing next to us preemptively introduced himself, saying, I am Chong Sanjiao, an 8th-level rogue. In my recollection, rogues were typically slight and agile, preferring to lurk in the shadows and swiftly sever the throats of their unsuspecting victims. The emergence of the Yangtze River Delta has utterly transformed my perception. To be candid, its name bears no significant connotation. I mean, this fellow is neither elongated nor triangular in shape. If one were to erase his hands and feet, the fundamental outline would consist merely of 2 tangential spheres, with the neck region being almost negligible. I trust you grasp the essence of my description. He is quite rotund, and not in a trivial sense. His belly is round and prominent, supple and resilient, quaking with every step, the flesh on his abdomen undulating in soft waves. Should he wish to glimpse his toes, believe me, he would have to exert considerable effort to achieve that. Such a physique, if wielding 2 battle axes and charging fervently into a throng of adversaries, might evoke a sense of grandiosity. However, as a rogue, he seems to have noticed the bewilderment in my eyes. This broad-shouldered half-orc promptly drew a dagger from his waist, the quintessential weapon of a rogue, skillfully twirling it between his fingers, and then, patting his belly with an air of awkwardness, he explained, I haven't exercised in ages, and my form has somewhat deteriorated. Yet, I truly am a rogue. The dagger appeared exceedingly sharp, its blade shimmering with a menacing and ruthless gleam. Yet, in the hands of the Yangtze River Delta, such a lethal instrument seemed rather incongruous. I even pondered that, should this corpulent rogue don nothing at all, the dagger might not penetrate his abdominal defenses to inflict any substantial harm. The saber-toothed mountain stands as the highest and most perilous peak near Camp Navia, with its base shrouded in jungles teeming with a plethora of beasts, be it the red-maned hyenas, mountain wolves, or the blood-sucking red bats with wingspans wide enough to encompass 3 or 4 men. These creatures are generally a level or 2 superior to their scattered kin elsewhere, ranging from levels 8 to 10. Moreover, they dwell in a dense population, often congregating in large groups, significantly impeding our progress. Of course, this impact isn't solely derived from combat. Stripping the skin from this bat, your task to do it, so just do it. There are also scraps of cloth, wings, and claws, all of which are worth something. Little by little, it accumulates. Iron ore. Yangtze River Delta. Excavate that, or, yes, extract it all, including the stones. Shoot the sun, take the eyeballs of the wolves. What? The backpack is already full? You want me to carry it? You expect a gentle, delicate girl like me to handle such dreadful items? Surely, you must understand the concept of embarrassment. Retrieve your bag. Oh dear. Dispose of these items. I recognize they are quest-related. You could simply repeat the task. Every morsel of food should be appreciated, for it is hard-earned. Sage, there are so many herbs here. How unfortunate that none possess the knowledge of alchemy. This is all worth a fortune. As you can observe, the magical girl Fei seems to possess an extraordinary obsession with collecting any item that can be converted into currency. After every battle, she is eager to meticulously comb through the battlefield multiple times, ensuring that not a single piece of loot is overlooked, regardless of how trivial the spoils may be. Even the most worthless animal claws, she ensures they are packed into her backpack. The battlefields she cleans are left devoid of remnants. Even the corpses decompose at an accelerated rate, as there is little left to rot. Another pack of wild wolves appears. What are we to do? Chong Sanjiao inquired, pointing towards the thicket on our left. These wolves do not obstruct our path up the mountain, and we could easily circumvent them without disturbing their presence. Fei glanced at the wolves, a conflicted expression crossing her face. To her, these formidable and ferocious beasts resembled piles of gold coins adorned with claws and fur. It felt unthinkable to let them go unchallenged. Yet, we had not yet ascended the slope, and each pocket was nearly filled to 2/3 capacity. If we continued on this path, we might have no room for the more valuable spoils we would seize from the bandits. Is it a waste of time or a waste of money? This is clearly a dilemma for the money-minded magical girl. What are you all hesitating for? Let us eliminate them first. Just as Fei was contemplating, another member of our group could no longer contain himself and charged forward alone. His coarse and brash voice made it evident that our priest had gone berserk. If Fei, the wizard, was merely immersed in the exchange of currency, demonstrating some degree of rational judgment concerning matters unrelated to money, then the dwarf known as Chonggong Shiri was an irredeemable maniac, as Fei would describe him, a deranged killer. He epitomizes a worshipper of violence, a bloodthirsty fiend, a desecrator of corpses, harboring an uncontainable zeal for slaughter deep within his veins. He possesses the potential to become an exceptional berserker. As long as there is a living adversary, he will not regain his senses. Even the most fearsome beasts would feel shame in the face of his formidable prowess. His priestly vocation is indeed ironic. Who has ever witnessed a priest charging into battle wielding a club? Changong Shiri's weapon is certainly noteworthy. When we first engaged in combat, I had followed protocol, raising my shield and standing before him and Fein, only for him to dash forth from beneath my belt. Confronting a level 8 hyena, he wielded a short staff, roughly the length of my forearm. In the hands of a dwarf, it appeared even more elongated. Just as I believed he would learn a lesson from this foolish act, his astonishing maneuver instantly left my mind in a state of bewilderment. Grasping both ends of the staff, he exerted force to pull it apart, surprisingly splitting it into 2 segments, connected in the middle by an iron chain. Immediately, he seized one end and swung it with a flourish, reciting in a mumbled yet rhythmically distinctive tone to swiftly employ the nunchaku, humming and chanting, while the ironclad end of the staff struck a hyena squarely on the chin, leaving it dazed and disoriented. The opportunistic dwarf priest relentlessly pursued, brandishing the 2 segments of the staff with fervor. The staff danced between his hands, elbows, and waist in a whirlwind of motion, akin to a mesmerizing performance, enveloping him in a shroud of striking shadows, accompanied by his incessant humming and chanting, evoking an undeniable sense of a violently beautiful contrast. A priest clad in cloth armor, wielding 2 short sticks, effortlessly toppled 4 hyenas of level 7 or 8 in mere moments, while I, a warrior armed with a sharp sword, found myself entangled with 2 hyenas, leaving me utterly disheartened by the overwhelming disparity. Later, the melodious and elegant archery master revealed to me that his secondary profession was that of a weaponsmith, and that the staff he wielded, known as nunchaku, was his own proud creation. Originally, it was his first experimental staff, which had undoubtedly failed at first. Unexpectedly, he had a stroke of genius, adding an iron chain between the broken segments, resulting in a successful invention. This uniquely designed staff was indeed a formidable weapon, with the thick iron casing at both ends augmenting its attack power by 3 points, and its swift striking speed far surpassed that of other weapons. Strangely, this staff, which when combined resembled a firewood stick, and when separated appeared to be 2 shorter sticks, lacking any magical properties or spell effects, was nonetheless recognized as a staff. Most astonishingly, the frenzied and chaotic dance skill displayed by the archery master in battle was, in fact, a form of magic, one that he had personally unraveled. This magic, which bore an unmistakable resemblance to martial arts, was aptly named Jeet Kune Do by its creator. The incessantly fervent chant of humming and chanting served as the incantation to activate this magic. This was the first time I had witnessed magic executed through fists, feet, and sticks. It is said that this authentic form of magic produces an effect akin to a magical shield, capable of reflecting 50% of the enemy's close-range attacks, with a 20% chance of inflicting triple physical damage on surrounding foes. Furthermore, it consumed genuine magical energy at an alarming rate. Now, the archery master had plunged into the midst of the pack of mountain wolves, unleashing his fervent and extraordinary magic. We had no choice but to steel ourselves and follow him into the fray. I must admit, despite the archery master's inexplicable fervor for battle, he had not completely lost his wits. In the most serendipitous of circumstances, he would suddenly recall his duties as a clergyman, inadvertently using his dwindling magic to restore the parched vitality of his comrades. At least for myself, his capricious acts of benevolence would invariably manifest only after I had imbibed a vial of life-restoring potion. Though our party comprises 5 members, it is often the case that one is conspicuously absent during combat, the rotund wanderer known as the Yangtze River. Indeed, I speak of disappearance. The wanderer possesses an enviable occupational skill, stealth. This is not mere sorcery, but a unique technique, said to stem from their ability to swiftly identify the blind spots within an adversary's field of vision, remaining concealed therein until the opportune moment to strike arises. I can hardly fathom how the Yangtze River accomplishes this feat by such logic. I often ponder that should he wish to vanish, it might occur thus: when his left side is shrouded within the opponent's blind spot, his right side would inevitably be exposed. Conversely, when his right side is concealed, his left would instantly become visible. Yet, in truth, as we charged towards the wolf pack, his ample silhouette had already melted away into the afternoon's dappled shade. Despite his somewhat comical physique, the Yangtze River indeed possesses an innate talent for being a wanderer. Even in times of peace, his movements are remarkably furtive. He prefers to traverse the densest shadows, abhorring sunlight, always skirting the edges of pathways, tree roots, or rocky outcrops, his steps delicate and numerous. Occasionally, he would instinctively toss stones a few paces ahead, as if probing for traps. Once combat ensues, the Yangtze River excels even further, even when not cloaked in invisibility. His movements are extraordinarily elusive, akin to an inflated specter, weaving artfully through the chaos of battle, seizing opportunities with impeccable timing. He is the most agile, corpulent individual I have ever encountered, as well as the most cunning. This is not mere irony. For a wanderer in combat, cunning is the highest form of praise. The Yangtze River has shown me his dagger, though he seldom employs this insidious left-handed weapon. More often, he prefers to resolve matters with the hammer in his right hand. He is a conservative opportunist. I have yet to witness him confront any beast face to face. He invariably emerges from behind his foes, his sinister form delivering a resounding blow that renders them dazed and immobile. Only when the adversary teeters on the brink of death, their life force nearly extinguished, does he cruelly employ his dagger to deliver the fatal strike. In stark contrast to the longbowman, the Yangtze River remains a paragon of composure. He consistently assesses his opponents with remarkable acumen, selecting the strongest foe to incapacitate from behind, thereby alleviating the defensive burden upon us, primarily upon myself. His highly targeted approach to slaying foes rendered our battles markedly simpler and more effective. Thus, as we, under the leadership of Fei Yin, dispersed the final batch of beasts, stripped away the last hide, extracted the final tooth, and scraped off the last layer of greasy earth, the path ascending the mountain finally revealed itself before us. Chapter 14. The fatal 5 seconds. I believe I have previously mentioned that the Saber-Tooth Mountain is a steep and treacherous peak, with only a winding road at its base leading to the summit. This path is hardly spacious, accommodating a mere 6 or 7 individuals side by side. To the left, sheer cliffs rise dramatically, while to the right, a steep precipice looms. As we ascended, the signs of human intervention became increasingly apparent, such as the rudimentary railings along the cliff's edge and the tracks left by wagons on the ground. Since we embarked upon this mountain path, the signs of beasts had markedly diminished, replaced instead by the monotonous presence of the so-called saber-tooth bandits. These robust and fierce criminals typically ranged between levels 8 and 10. Unlike the other adversaries we had encountered, these bandits bore the sole mark of saber-tooth bandits above their heads, encircled by the annotation, raging. Upon first sighting them, I surmised this might be reminiscent of the leader designation following the name of the rabid Canis, suggesting certain characteristics. Indeed, their assault was far more ferocious and potent than that of beasts of the same level, and their movements were swifter. In a one-on-one confrontation, I believed it would be exceedingly challenging for us to prevail against them. Fortunately, these disorganized bandits appeared to eschew collective action, scattered along the mountain path in pairs or small groups, aimlessly wandering until we approached, at which point they would shout, "Leave your coin pouch, foolish one, or this is not a place for you, clumsy oaf," before charging at us with their weapons drawn. Most often, they fought alone, occasionally in pairs, and rarely did 3 band together to assail us. Despite their numerical superiority, their crude and valiant fighting style still posed a significant challenge. I firmly believe that had they charged us en masse like the beasts below, we would have fled in disarray. Strangely, they seemed disinclined to do so, even witnessing their comrades being brutally overwhelmed without batting an eyelid. I conjectured that they were a band of madmen imbued with a chivalrous spirit, believing that intervening in another's battle was unethical, yet failing to comprehend the catastrophic consequences it could bring upon themselves. With a deft maneuver, I parried a bandit's blade with my sword, then swiftly retaliated, inflicting 27 points of damage. As I maneuvered past him, I landed a crushing blow to his head. Seizing the opportunity while he was dazed, I thrust my weapon into his abdomen. He let out a cry and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, my energy reserves were nearing depletion. After enduring relentless battles over this period, I have gradually gleaned some insights into the art of combat and discovered a certain rhythm to the fight. I realized that my previous instinctive approach, engaging in combat purely out of reflex, without adhering to techniques, though more agile and adaptable, did not yield the same level of damage as the judicious application of skills. By combining various abilities, I can seize the initiative in battle, enabling me to vanquish my adversaries with greater ease. For instance, in a recent encounter with a fellow outlaw of equal standing, I managed to slay him while sustaining only half of my health. Had I continued to engage in a straightforward exchange of blows, it would have been exceedingly difficult to achieve such a swift victory. Were I able to consistently deploy a range of skills, my accomplishments would undoubtedly be far more impressive than they are now. However, these specialized combat techniques cannot be employed endlessly. To utilize them again, one must regain bodily balance and learn to exert force correctly, necessitating a period of adjustment. This is what is referred to as skill cooldown. Furthermore, employing these skills requires a certain amount of fighting spirit, an innate capability that resides within our bones, muscles, and blood. Through rigorous training, we can harness this energy, allowing our bodies to generate strength beyond that of ordinary individuals. Mighty warriors can even condense this energy into a tangible form, using it to inflict harm upon their foes. Much like the magical energy accumulated by spellcasters, fighting spirit is not an inexhaustible resource. Once a warrior's fighting spirit is depleted, their body becomes incapable of executing advanced techniques, relegating them to combat akin to that of a mere strongman, until rest allows for the gradual replenishment of their energy. With the scant fighting spirit I possess, using just 5 or 6 standard skills would completely exhaust my reserves. Don't push me. I'm about to fall. The panicked cries of Xian Guye echoed behind me, his shrill wail nearly shattering my eardrums. While facing a throng of beasts at the base of the mountain, his rapid-fire abilities had earned him a commendable record. At such close range, he needn't concern himself with accuracy, and his unconventional prowess in close-quarters combat was truly remarkable. However, as we ascended the mountain path, his debilitating fear of heights rendered him utterly unreliable. For instance, at this moment, the distance between him and the precipice could comfortably accommodate a charging buffalo. Yet he appeared as pale as a squid freshly inked, his limbs trembling and his expression one of utter despair, as if he had already plummeted to his demise. Enough of your incessant wailing. If you don't cease, I shall stuff this object into your belly and kick you off. The sorceress Fei beside him immediately conjured a large, sharp icicle in her left hand, threateningly directing it towards the elven ranger. The delicate, lyrical lips of Xian Guye trembled weakly, casting a glance at Fei, whose expression radiated a fierce glow, though what he perceived might have been a grotesque and indistinct mass of irregular polyhedra. He turned back to survey the precipice, swallowed dryly, and ultimately chose silence. In the contest between the enchanting sorceress and the abyssal chasm, the sorceress emerged victoriously with overwhelming force, becoming an object of greater dread for Xian Guye. The diminishment of Xian Guye's offensive capabilities directly resulted in Fei becoming the sole effective ranged attacker within our adventurous cadre. Although the cleric possessed some ranged abilities, it was evident that the longbow-wielding archer was more inclined to play the role of a berserker. Fei held the highest rank among us, yet the damage she inflicted was not particularly remarkable. Despite having mastered a plethora of area of effect spells, she remained more devoted to the elementary ice magic, Ice Arrow. This spell, akin to Fireball and Shock, is among the simplest incantations learned by every mage. Though its lethality is modest, it can immobilize the target with frigid energy, thereby slowing their movements. She could easily employ higher-tier spells to vanquish her foes. Yet she had ample justification for refraining from doing so. Magical potions are exorbitantly costly. The den of the saber-toothed bandits was established upon a clearing near the mountain's summit, facing the mountain path and backed by the peak. The cliffside was fortified by a stout wooden wall composed of towering cedar logs. Within this enclosure, several wooden structures were scattered, with numerous brigands loitering outside their doors. In addition to the familiar saber-toothed bandits wielding daggers, there were archers, robed sorcerers brandishing staves, and shadowy assassins lurking in the darkness, each marked with the epithet, frenzied. These saber-toothed assassins were particularly troublesome. We often had to approach closely to discern their stealthy figures. On several occasions, their sudden appearances disrupted the rhythm of our battles, putting us in precarious situations. After much effort, we finally reached the vicinity of the large wooden cabin nestled within the bandit lair. Standing at a distance outside the door, we peered inside to see a robust figure, significantly taller than the average bandit, seated within. Above him was inscribed the title of their leader, Redothus, marking him as our target. Several brigands were stationed inside to guard their chief, and we dared not draw too close, hence our inability to discern more clearly. "Stay here while I scout ahead," volunteered the half-orc wanderer, brandishing a dagger as he slowly approached the wooden cabin. Just 2 steps in, his imposing figure seemed to dissolve into thin air like a wisp of smoke. With careful observation, we could faintly see a rotund, misty silhouette stealthily gliding towards the interior of the cabin. Despite our familiarity with our half-orc companion's professional skills, the extraordinary display of his ability to perform such a remarkable transformation before 8 pairs of watchful eyes left me in awe. It is evident that, given his physique, the difficulty he encounters in employing this tactic surpasses that of an ordinary wanderer by a considerable margin. When he successfully infiltrated the wooden cabin, my admiration swiftly transformed into reverence. How could this portly figure not become ensnared in the doorway? How did he manage it? Shortly thereafter, the half-orc wanderer reappeared at the threshold, hastening towards us, a look of trepidation etched upon his countenance. What a close call! As he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, he recounted how, before reaching the leader, he had been fixated on me, fearing he had been discovered, and was fortunate to have escaped swiftly. As we know, the stealth techniques of wanderers, though sophisticated, are not entirely without traces. Often, they reveal certain vulnerabilities, allowing their adversaries to detect their movements. If the opponent's level significantly exceeds that of the wanderer, the likelihood of being discovered escalates considerably. Thus, seasoned wanderers typically avoid lingering in one spot for too long, opting instead for continuous movement to evade detection. Inside the cabin, 6 individuals were present, and the long triangle meticulously recounted the details he had gathered. By the entrance, there stood a bandit, with another in the center of the room. Each corner harbored an assassin, while a mage was stationed beside the bandit leader. The leader was a level 12 warrior, appearing quite formidable. Long Triangle's account left us exchanging glances. This was far from favorable news. Despite having fought our way to this point, both I and the melodious Xiang Yai had ascended to level 9, and the longbow-wielding priest, shooting the sun, had reached level 7. Yet, in comparison to this band of brigands, we remained at a disadvantage, struggling even in a 5 versus 5 encounter. Now, facing a greater number with fewer allies, our chances dwindled further, especially with the presence of a high-level warrior leader. The sorceress Fei Yin lowered her gaze in contemplation for a moment, then surveyed us. It seems the situation has escalated. Does anyone have a suggestion? I have a splendid idea. The boisterous dwarf priest, shooting the sun, exclaimed with fervor, let us charge in and eliminate them all. Naturally. Throughout this journey, this obstinate battle fanatic had not proposed a second option. Fei Yin's brow furrowed tightly, and I could almost discern dark veins subtly emerging on her forehead. What a wonderful idea. Her voice was soft and melodious, imbued with a hint of delight, as if she were genuinely pleased to embrace this suggestion. However, considering this unusual emotional shift in the sorceress, a term I advise you not to use in her presence, there always lurked a layer of brutal menace beneath her unexpected gentleness. Pray tell, how do you intend to execute this plan? She inquired of Shooting the Sun. Unaware of the peril he faced, Shooting the Sun pondered earnestly for a moment before solemnly articulating his strategy. 2 steps. First, we charge in. Second, we eliminate them all. Silence, a perilous silence. An angry aura seemed to surge incessantly from Fei Yin, palpable and sharp enough to sting my skin. Though I possessed no knowledge of magic, I could sense the air around us growing increasingly unstable with its arcane energy. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness, sending a shiver down my spine. In that moment, the emotionally distraught sorceress discovered her most effective outlet for fury. You fool. I knew you would say something like that. While others are engaged in serious contemplation, you resort to such tasteless jokes. It's utterly unforgivable. We all recognize your psychological aberrations, but I never imagined you could sink to such depths. Witnesses I, in place of the moon, mete out punishment upon you, the murderous fiend. Fei Yin's hands rained down upon the face of the Sunstrider, her slender, pointed nails revealing the formidable power of feminine weaponry. Although the Sunstrider's vitality did not noticeably decline from Fei Yin's assault, the splattering of blood and his anguished wails suggested a far more severe toll than was apparent. What is happening? Xian Guyi, unable to discern the true nature of the situation, grasped the arm of Chong Sanjiao with curiosity. How to put it? The forbidden 1211 style. 8 young girls, True North Dipper 100 cracking fist, Platinum Star Aura explosive fist. Grasp it for yourself. Chong Sanjiao shielded his eyes with his right hand, seemingly unable to bear the sight, and spoke meaningfully to Xian Guyi. Oh, there is evidently a profound, inscrutable rapport between these two that I cannot comprehend. Xian Guyi sighed in realization, clicking his tongue in dismay and shaking his head in sorrow. My bewildered expression caught Chong Sanjiao's attention, prompting him to inquire with a hint of curiosity, "What is wrong, Jeff? Do you not understand what I'm saying?" I nodded honestly. Young man, there is so much for you to learn. Chong Sanjiao promptly patted my shoulder with earnestness, then lifted his gaze to the distant white clouds. A complex array of emotions swirling in his eyes. The generation gap. The final scream erupted from the Sunstrider, who then collapsed onto the ground, bloodied and grotesque. Although we all knew such superficial injuries would heal in no time, the gruesome sight still instilled fear in the hearts of the remaining onlookers. Little Cien, do you have any ideas? The sorceress Fain inquired, her foot resting upon the head of the dwarven priest, directing her question towards the elven ranger. The Sunstrider's woeful fate compelled Cien Guye to deliberate seriously over his response. After some contemplation, he asserted, the Sunstrider's approach was a reckless error. We must decisively vanquish him. I believe we should strategically underestimate our enemy while tactically respecting them. When we lack an advantage on the battlefield, we ought to strategically retreat, conserve our strength, and await the opportune moment to re-engage. Thus, he cleared his throat, puffed out his chest with a sense of confidence, and nodded knowingly. Suddenly, he bent forward and approached Fei-Yin with a fawning demeanor, suggesting, why don't we return for now and complete this task tomorrow? Upon hearing his words, Fei-Yin gently nodded in agreement. Observing this exchange, he let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Just as he thought he had narrowly escaped a predicament, a voice erupted, nonsense. You accuse others of being reckless, yet this is nothing but a regression to surrenderism. We have come all this way without acquiring anything of value. Is this not a futile journey? How have I taught you? A thief never leaves empty-handed, do you understand? Fei-Yin's brows furrowed, and she swiftly kicked the self-satisfied sprite aside. The knocked-over sprite rogue groaned on the ground, rubbing his backside while muttering, but we are not thieves. Before Fei-Yin could respond, Chang Sanjiao, who had been quietly observing, interjected, I have a suggestion. We can lure the robber at the entrance out. I've seen him moving inside, and when he is closest to the door, we could potentially strike without alerting others inside. Once he is dealt with, only 5 remain in the house. I can incapacitate the robber leader with a sap, and you all can eliminate the others. It would be ideal to take out 1 or 2 during this time. The remaining ones might not pose much of a challenge. Fei-Yin pondered this proposal and deemed it less than feasible. In this limited time, we could only manage to eliminate 1 person, and that would likely be the weakest mage. If the robber leader regains consciousness, we would struggle to withstand him. His time of disorientation is too brief. It would be beneficial if we could extend that duration. The orc rogue shrugged, there's nothing we can do. The cooldown for the sap is inherently longer than his disorientation period, and it can only be used while in stealth, unless he manages to slay me, which would buy us a little more time. Then we are at an impasse, Chang Sanjiao replied, leaving Fei-Yin somewhat exasperated. The sorceress, unwilling to concede, cast a frustrated glance towards the house and stamped her foot in indignation. Seeing the battle plan falter, I suddenly recalled something and spoke up. If it's merely to restrain that robber leader, I might be able to assist. You? Fei-Yin's eyes lit up as she gazed at me with an inquisitive expression. Being scrutinized by this emotional, gold-hungry sorceress was indeed a bit daunting. I had recently acquired a skill that allowed me to strike an opponent with my shield, causing a brief daze, approximately 5 seconds, if I estimated according to the commonly used time units among the Voidwalkers. That should suffice. Before I could finish, Chang Sanjiao erupted in cheers. Prior to that, I can use a reflection potion to become invisible again, and the sap's cooldown should be up by now. However, I hesitated to add, to execute the shield strike, I must be close to the robber leader. The room was crowded, and dashing forward was no trivial matter. At this point, I glanced at the long triangle. I was no drifter, and I certainly did not possess the art of concealment. This dilemma was not insurmountable. Unexpectedly, Fei-Yin remarked, do not worry, I shall take care of it. Chapter 15. Death because of me. We stood at the threshold of the wooden cabin, awaiting the approach of the saber-toothed bandit who was nearing the door. As he reached the liquor rack beside the entrance and was about to turn, an ice arrow shot in from the doorway, striking him in the thigh. The long triangle's estimation proved accurate. The bandit's assault did not alert his accomplices within. This reckless brigand, oblivious to his fate, charged out brandishing a short dagger, unaware of the grim destiny that awaited him. Thud! As he burst through the door, a heavy mace swung from behind, striking him squarely on the back of his head. The unfortunate fellow stood dazed, swaying in confusion. Before him, the female sorceress who had shot him with the ice arrow wore a sly grin, while a dwarf cleric nearby counted on his fingers, methodically tallying the events. After a moment, as the hapless bandit began to regain his senses, seething with rage and intent on confronting his assailant, clang! A round and sturdy shield struck his face with impeccable timing. With a delightful chime, he fell once more into unconsciousness. Unlike before, his nose now bore a noticeable flattening. I withdrew my shielded left hand, satisfied with the traumatic shock I had inflicted. On the opposite side of the victim, a rotund, green-skinned half-orc, brandishing a mace, anxiously calculated the time. Just before the saber-toothed bandit could awaken again, the The corpulent figure suddenly poured a vial of potion over himself. The liquid shimmered in the air, inducing a moment of dizziness. As it flowed, the mace-wielding figure gradually faded from sight. Before his body could completely vanish, thud, the heavy mace struck the bandit's head once more. Despite our adversarial positions, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for this wretched soul. To be toyed with as a target by one's foes, perpetually in a dazed state, likely not even comprehending the manner of his demise. Such must surely be one of the most humiliating experiences for a warrior. All of this transpired merely because he had stood too close to the door. Oh yes, the experiment was a success. Fane clapped her hands in jubilation, leaping up. As she playfully tapped the unconscious bandit on the forehead, she proclaimed, "With this much time, 2 bandits could easily be dispatched." Clang. Noticing the saber-toothed bandit stirring again, I raised my shield and delivered another strike to his face, then glanced at my energy reserves, saying, "I can manage only 2 more shield strikes. My energy is nearly depleted." "That is sufficient." Longbow nodded in satisfaction, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he gazed eagerly at the still unconscious unfortunate. "Shall we finish him off now?" The one to initiate the assault was none other than our half-orc rogue, Chong Sanjiao. This time, he navigated the surroundings with practiced ease, stealthily making his way toward the formidable leader of the saber-toothed bandits, Redathus. We stood at the entrance, breath held, our gazes fixed upon his figure. The success of his initial strike was crucial to the entire strategy we had devised. Should he be discovered before reaching the bandit leader, not only would our mission be thwarted, but it was likely that all 5 of us would meet our demise. Thus far, his infiltration had been remarkably successful. This underhanded half-orc glided through the room like a specter, ethereal and elusive. He maneuvered around the desk, circled the pillar, and slipped past the last remaining saber-toothed bandit, making a wide arc to approach Redathus from behind. As he took his position and raised his warhammer, the bandit leader seemed to sense an impending threat, abruptly turning to face the direction of Chong Sanjiao. The two stood so closely that their noses almost brushed against one another. This unexpected turn of events left Chong Sanjiao momentarily stunned and sent a chill of dread through us. Fane instinctively gasped, her grip on my arm tightening with urgency. In that critical moment when his cover was on the verge of being blown, Chong Sanjiao decisively stepped to the right, positioning himself beside the bandit leader, and brought his warhammer crashing down upon the back of Redathus' skull. "Now," he shouted, his voice echoing as the ambush took effect. At that instant, he became conspicuous, and the bandits in the room quickly realized that an intruder was attacking their leader, erupting into chaos. In addition to the fierce-looking saber-toothed bandit, 2 agile assassins, clad in tight black garb and wielding daggers, emerged from the shadows, swiftly converging upon us. "We charge!" Almost simultaneously, the sorceress Fane bellowed, displaying a valorous demeanor as she charged through the door. Following the prearranged plan, I was right behind her, while Xian Guyai was closely tethered to the ranger. Xie Gong Shiri, lest the nearsighted elf be ensnared by the disarray of the room's furnishings before he could make his mark. As we burst into the chamber, Chong Sanjiao instantly utilized his refractive potion, vanishing from sight amidst the astonished onlookers. The bandits, having lost their target, quickly redirected their attention, aiming to obstruct our path. This was precisely my fear. If I became entangled with them and failed to reach the bandit leader in time, our nightmare would soon unfold. Fane asserted that this predicament was not insurmountable. I could not fathom the source of her confidence. Regardless of her hidden strategies, it was imperative that she revealed them forthwith, or we might find ourselves out of time. At that moment, Fane suddenly crouched down, her palms pressed flat against the ground. A bluish flame erupted from her hands, spreading rapidly in a fan-like manner. Wherever the radiant aura reached, the ground was instantly enveloped in a chilling frost, the soft, thick soil transforming into a shimmering, frost-laden expanse. The chilling aura spread swiftly to the feet of the approaching bandits, instantly freezing their legs in a crystalline grip. The suddenness of this occurrence left them momentarily bewildered. Their upper bodies continued to lunge forward, yet their feet remained immovable. This spell arrived at a most opportune moment, with impeccable timing and distance, catching me unprepared and rendering me at a loss. I gazed in astonishment at Fane and stammered, You can't possibly believe I am limited to merely ice arrows, can you? Hurry up. My magical potions are not without cost." I had never witnessed anyone exude such an irresistible force as this fierce woman before me, her overwhelming leadership aura emanating from her slender frame, profoundly affecting my spirit. Under her commanding presence, I scarcely had time to think, instinctively acquiescing to her orders. My intuition warned me that failing to comply would lead to a dire fate lurking not far ahead of me. My experiences with the elegant strings of fate and the sun-piercing longbow suggested that a swift death by the bandit leader's axe might not be as terrifying as the punishment devised by our human sorceress. Fane's freezing spell, while effective, had a shorter duration. By the time I reached Rydas, the bandits had broken free from their icy confinement and were pursuing us. Longbow, hold them off, and make sure to heal yourself. String Song, take out the mage first. Fane's clear voice rang out, assigning roles amidst the chaos. Her commands were undoubtedly rational. Given that I, clad in armor, was unable to engage immediately, our formidable dwarf companion was the sole viable shield. His unique spell, a form of interceptive martial arts, provided him with considerable defense and offense. Moreover, despite his misguided life choices, this dwarf berserker-turned-priest possessed some spells to restore his vitality. Targeting the saber-toothed mage first was a wise choice. Among the 4 bandit henchmen, this spellcaster had the weakest defenses, yet, if granted sufficient time to unleash powerful magic, his destructive potential was the greatest. Throughout the encounter, this high-intellect criminal, relying on ranged magic, never strayed far from the bandit leader, allowing me to join the fray immediately after incapacitating Rydas. As I approached the saber-toothed mage, String Song did not hesitate to unleash his rapid-fire skill. No one considered using such a potent ability against a single adversary a waste. Although everything proceeded according to plan, we were, in reality, at a disadvantage. Under the relentless barrage of arrows, the formidable spells of the saber-toothed mage were rendered utterly ineffective. It is well known that magicians must often recite incantations to unleash their spells, with the length of these incantations correlating to the potency of the magic. This issue had never manifested as glaringly as it did now. The saber-toothed mage had scarcely uttered a single syllable before being struck breathless by 2 or 3 piercing arrows. Such a disjointed and rhythmically incoherent incantation clearly could not earn the favor of the god of magic. Thus, the defiant saber-toothed mage could only resort to casting the most rudimentary fireball spell, one that required no lengthy recitation, but the damage inflicted was woefully limited. Meanwhile, on the other side, apart from the arrows, the powerful single-target spells of the sorceress Fian, including Ice Spike and Ice Shard, rained down upon him incessantly. Before long, the bandit leader Rydas gradually recovered from his dazed state. Sensing the opportune moment, I swung my shield with vigor, striking him hard across the cheek. As anticipated, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more, and after completing this task, I immediately joined the fray. My timing was impeccable. The saber-toothed mage's life force had already dwindled to a mere shadow. I charged forward, delivering a swift strike with my sword, and he crumpled to the ground. Without waiting for Fian's command, I lunged at the 3 enemies besieging our companion, the longbowman. Our dwarf ally exhibited remarkable resilience, even at this moment. He retained approximately half of his life force, although his magical energy was nearly depleted. I raised my metal shield, positioning it to protect myself from the frenzied warrior behind me, who was emitting guttural sounds. A sudden gust of wind heralded the swing of a warhammer from behind, striking a saber-toothed marauder and sending blood spraying. It was Chang Sanjiao. Our orc marauder had also delivered a second blow to the bandit leader, joining our battle. Now, it was merely a race against time, striving to inflict as much damage as possible before he regained consciousness. This was our sole objective. Standing at the forefront, I shielded my head and vital areas with my shield as best as I could. Enemy daggers and knives occasionally grazed my body, the sharp pangs becoming so frequent that I felt numb to them. I wielded my longsword, retaliating against the harm I endured, creating opportunities for my comrades behind me. I could have performed even better had I unleashed my skills liberally, but I refrained. I conserved the remaining half of my combat energy, believing it might prove useful. When the saber-toothed marauder fell, bandit leader Rydas finally roused from his stupor. He seized the massive battle axe at his feet, bellowing, "Cherish your last breaths, for I shall annihilate you all." As he charged towards us, "Longbowman," I thought, "how peculiar that your lines echo one another." With a swift arrow, Xian Guyai felled a saber-toothed assassin, laughing heartily as he mocked. Could they be your relatives? Perhaps a cousin or a younger brother? Chang Sanjiao, with a sinister twist of his left hand, sent a gushing fountain of blood erupting from the throat of the last assassin, their soul instantly transforming into a wisp of white light. After executing this deed, he could not resist the urge to jest, exclaiming, "Stealing my lines." The longbowman, filled with indignation, muttered resentfully, "My cousin? I am his second uncle. Damn it, annihilate them." Alas, the situation took a dire turn as the awakened bandit leader, ignoring everyone, lunged at the boastful dwarf priest with a massive axe. At that moment, the longbowman's magic had yet to recover, and his life force was reduced to merely half. Furthermore, he was only at level 7, the lowest among us, lacking magical protection and utterly incapable of withstanding the full onslaught of a level 12 warrior. "Do not fear. I shall intercept him," I proclaimed, brandishing my shield and positioning myself before Letus. Presently, my life had diminished by less than a third, and my armor remained sturdy. I did not harbor the arrogance to believe I could defeat this frenzied bandit leader in a one-on-one confrontation. However, I deemed myself the most suitable candidate to delay him and provide our dwarf priest with the precious time needed to recover. Moreover, my fighting spirit was still robust, and I possessed a remarkable opportunity to wield a skill capable of turning the tide. As Letus charged forward, I took a moment to scrutinize him closely for the first time. Bald, scarred, and with a gaze reminiscent of a predatory bird, he exuded an aura of menace that underscored the formidable nature of this bandit leader. Just gazing at him made my palms sweat. In his eyes, I was a mere shadow. The longbowman was his primary target. Yet, I vowed that his reign of terror would meet its end. As long as I stood firm, he could accomplish nothing. I tightened my grip on my left hand, awaiting the opportune moment. When he drew near and took that critical step, I swung my left arm, aiming for his cheek. Shield bash. Just as my shield was about to collide with his face, he suddenly erupted into a furious roar. The sheer volume of his bellow was raw and untamed, reverberating with tremendous force that struck at the very core of my soul. In that instant, I was overcome by an inexplicable panic. My heart felt vacant, as if a bitter and piercing sensation had coalesced in my chest, rendering me immobile, even breathless. It was an overwhelming, oppressive force. Facing it was arduous, yet what was even more challenging was acknowledging it. Yes, I was gripped by fear. In that moment when he unleashed his thunderous howl, his grand and resonant voice, his cruel gaze, the mottled rust and blood upon his axe, all of it instilled dread within me. My mind became a void, curling up like a hamster evading a wild cat, unable even to move a finger. It was the most humiliating moment of my life, a moment where I was paralyzed by terror from my adversary. Letus strode over me, effortlessly closing the distance to the longbowman. Bereft of magic and protection, the dwarf priest could rely solely on his indomitable will and 2 comically inadequate wooden sticks. In the face of the axe-wielding bandit, such defenses were woefully insufficient. Thus, he met his demise. Since my ascent to the Swordtooth Mountain, I have encountered countless corpses, many of which fell by my own hand. Even within the confines of Camp Navia, I have witnessed numerous souls perish at the jaws of beasts, succumb to internecine strife, or plummet from the city walls. Yet, this is the first time I have beheld a companion, a fellow adventurer, perish before my very eyes. His head tilted to one side, devoid of any spark of life, a ghastly wound nearly severing his neck. His once sturdy and compact form now lay cold, and his lips, once vibrant with robust laughter and fervent declarations of vanquishing our foes, had turned a ghastly shade of blue. I could have saved him. Fian, Chong Sanjiao, and Xian Guya exerted every ounce of their strength, yet failed to divert Ledathus' attention, even though the odds were 3-1. And despite our adversary being a formidable 12th-level warrior, my companions demonstrated remarkable prowess, swiftly diminishing Ledathus' life to a mere quarter. However, their triumph came at a grievous cost. At the moment I was rendered immobile, Chong Sanjiao struggled valiantly, gulping down life potions while braving the onslaught. Yet, the bandit leader's ferocity was overwhelming, surpassing even the efficacy of the potions. It was all over. The blood vials were depleted. At last, the half-orc wanderer's efforts reached their limit. His vitality had waned to a critical point, and with the potions exhausted, he could only emit a despairing cry. Abandoning the bandit leader to flee, hoping the potion he had just consumed would work swiftly to preserve his fleeting life. This was a daunting task. Perhaps his rotund form rendered him an easy target, for the bandit leader was relentless in his pursuit. As before, no matter how fervently our mage attacked, we could not divert Ledathus from his target. Once he commenced his chase, Xian Guyayi's arrows became futile. Despite his earnest attempts, those efforts seemed negligible. Watching Chong Sanjiao teeter on the brink of death, I suddenly realized I could move freely once more. A powerful resolve surged within me. I could not bear to witness my companions perish before me, especially when their fates were intertwined with my own. Ledathus raised his battle axe one final time. Chong Sanjiao's life could not withstand another blow. I was still at least 5 paces away from them. I sprang into action. In an instant, I was propelled by an unknown force. My mind ignited, as if channeling all my strength into my right arm. I hurled my long sword at the bandit leader with all my might. The sword spun through the air, targeting the neck of the villain whose axe was poised to descend. In that fateful moment, it grazed his throat. The crimson hue splattered forth, and the brutish figure collapsed, lifeless, his spirit transmuting into a white light that nourished those still living. A green luminescence flickered, flowing new vigor through my veins. Reminiscent of the first time I wielded a shield strike. The long sword plummeted, crashing against the wall, shattering into 2 fragments. The Yangtze River Delta still breathes, its visage one of astonishment. With all my might, I cast the weapon in my grasp towards the adversary, inflicting a staggering 4-fold maximum damage of 100, along with a 20% chance of inflicting a grievous wound, resulting in the permanent loss of the thrown weapon. This endeavor consumes 70 of my fighting spirit. Chapter 16. What happens upon death? No one can elucidate the essence of death. At first glance, it appears to be a straightforward matter. A living being, upon losing life, ceases to grow, act, think, and no longer receives the watchful gaze and blessings of the supreme deity, Deramos. In that moment, death is bestowed. Yet, upon deeper reflection, one discovers that the reality is far more intricate than it seems. When a person dies, their corporeal form remains intact. Their hair, skin, blood, and bones remain unchanged. They are still themselves. On a fundamental material level, there is no distinction between the living and the departed. But why is this so? They lie in serene silence, as if all the joys and sorrows experienced in life have become irrelevant. Regarding death, countless questions arise, seemingly childish or absurd. Yet, upon contemplation, one realizes they plunge into the depths of an unfathomable abyss. What is death? What does it feel like to die? Does death possess color? Does it have a shape? If I were to perish, what would I become? Does the deceased self still embody my essence? If the departed self is no longer me, then what is the living self? During my life, did I truly exist? Will I continue to exist after death? If my life is indisputable, and death signifies my non-existence, why does a mere alteration in the state of being utterly upend my philosophical notion of absolute existence? Death, it seems, transcends the physical. It pertains to the soul. Every creature possesses a soul, as we know, because the essence emitted upon their demise is visible to us. Yet, does death signify the dissolution of the soul? Or does it imply the soul's transition to another realm? The body of the archer lies before my feet, inciting an uncontrollable wave of guilt within me. My mind wanders. If slaying an opponent grants access to their soul, then did the bandit leader, Radathis, seize the soul of our dwarven companion? Yet, we have vanquished him. Does this mean his soul now resides within us? The thought of his presence alongside us brings a modicum of solace to my heart. But why? Deep within my soul, I feel none of the raw, untamed essence of that rugged dwarf. In my moment of melancholy, the Yangtze River Delta approached and placed a hand upon my shoulder. Thank you. Had it not been for you, I surely would have met my end. I understood his gratitude was genuine, yet his words struck me as somewhat jarring. In truth, we all recognize that circumstances need not have unfolded in such a manner. If only I had the capacity, I ought to have been able to thwart him, I responded somewhat haltingly. Don't be foolish, Sien Guya interjected, attempting to counsel me. Who could have foreseen that this fellow would roar in terror? Moreover, that Longbow fellow seems to have lost his wits. Despite possessing an abundance of potions, he failed to administer even a couple more. His execution was utterly dreadful. Indeed, Long Sanjiao concurred, echoing Sien Guyayi's sentiment, as he spun the shoulder of the elven ranger. Furthermore, do not direct these words at me. I am Long Sanjiao, the warrior standing behind you. Although I was already well aware of the indifferent attitude the Skywalkers held towards death, I still found it difficult to adjust to their nonchalant demeanor in the face of a fallen comrade. How can you simply say that Longbow is dead? Why must it be you, the priest, who has perished? How can I bear it? What took me by surprise was that, among us, it was the sorceress Fei Yin who mourned the dwarf priest's demise the most profoundly. She collapsed over the lifeless form of Longbow, vigorously shaking his collar, appearing utterly despondent, as though she could not fathom the reality of his passing. This shifted my perception of her significantly. Perhaps beneath her seemingly cold, hardened exterior, driven by greed and elitism, lay a heart that was gentle and kind. My bat wings and hyena hide are still in your backpack. They could fetch a considerable sum. Could you not have returned my belongings before departing this world? I mused, pondering the implications of Fei Yin's inherent tenderness. Just as I was engulfed in profound sorrow over Longbow's death, a familiar groan suddenly pierced my ears. Oh dear, Lady Fei Yin. If you continue to shake me so, my bones shall shatter. Even if you intend to murder me, Could it not wait until I return your possessions? How is that possible? I exclaimed in astonishment, turning to find the dwarf priest's corpse, which Fei-Yin held like a doll, suddenly opening its eyes. The fatal wound on his neck had vanished, and not only that, but all other injuries upon his body had also disappeared. He now appeared vibrant, his complexion rosy, exuding the essence of life, a stark contrast to his earlier lifeless state. What is happening? Before I could voice my question, Long Sanjiao had already exclaimed in bewilderment. However, it seemed that his inquiry diverged from my own. How did you revive so quickly? In response to Long Bao's resurrection, the half-orc ranger exhibited little joy or astonishment. He appeared familiar with the concept of returning from the dead, merely perplexed by the swiftness of this particular revival. Indeed, Xian Guyi noted. Equally surprised, yet only slightly so. Isn't the resurrection point located in the city? With your short legs? How could you possibly have bounced over here in less than 10 minutes? We were all preparing to make our escape. Should the creatures here respawn, we would be ill-equipped to contend with them. With a sense of pride, Longbow-san raised his head, seemingly regarding his two questioning companions with a hint of disdain. Lacking experience, I see. It's evident that you have not faced death on numerous occasions. He continued. There's a graveyard halfway up the mountain. I transformed into a spectral state right there. He appeared to be in fair spirits, his mind relatively clear, which temporarily alleviated my judgment regarding his resurrection. Bah, what is so commendable about dying frequently? Chong Sanjiao and Xian Guyi, in unison, extended their hands, their thumbs and index fingers forming a gesture directed at Longbow Sunday. This action perhaps contained profound implications, of which I was unaware. Longbow Sun disregarded their attitude, ungracefully swallowing a mouthful of saliva before stating, I discovered that the Grim Reaper in the graveyard is quite lovely. Had I not lingered a moment longer, I might have resurrected even faster. You seek death for that reason? Truly perverse. Chong Sanjiao scoffed. Necrophilia, Xian Guyi succinctly defined. Through their dialogue, I gleaned some insights regarding death. It seemed that upon a person's demise, their spirit would manifest in the nearby graveyard. When their soul encounters its corporeal form again, that individual may rise anew. Perhaps this is why these wanderers treat death with indifference, even mocking the deceased, for death is merely a temporary state, while life is eternal. This conception of death starkly contrasts with my own understanding. I had always believed death to be singular, absolute, and irreversible. I am uncertain who instilled such notions in my mind, as I have yet to experience death myself, nor do I intend to. However, witnessing Longbow Sun's revival suggests that my understanding may indeed be flawed. Another revelation was that the Grim Reaper is, astonishingly, a young and beautiful woman. For those who dread death, this might be a rather uplifting piece of news. Stop rambling and quickly search the bodies for any belongings. The conversation among the men held no interest for the sorceress Fei-Yin. The fervor for collecting spoils uncontrollably seized our enchanting spellcaster, and under her influence, we diligently searched through every pocket of the saber-toothed bandits. Even so, the sorceress was not entirely satisfied. With a hint of regret, she remarked, if only human skin could be peeled off and sold. As I had previously marveled, each of us retrieved a severed head from the corpse of the saber-toothed bandit leader. Datus, I was perplexed as to why this brutal outlaw carried a collection of heads resembling his own, yet this peculiar habit proved immensely helpful, allowing us to fulfill our quest against the bandits. Shortly thereafter, I learned that many others shared this strange penchant. Ultimately, we found ourselves gathered at the side of a large chest in the corner of the wall. In the southwest corner of the room stood a meticulously crafted camphor-wood chest, previously obscured by the imposing figure of the bandit leader, Letus. However, it now commanded attention as the most striking object in the chamber. Long Sanjiao carefully tapped the four walls of the chest, ensuring it contained no hidden traps, before gently opening the wooden lid. Inside, the contents were sparse: a few gold coins, 2 or 3 vials of potions, a small stack of fabric, several pieces of dry bread, and a sword. This weapon boasted an unusual design. Compared to the long sword I had just lost, its blade was narrower and sharper, glinting ominously with a cold light. Intricate yet simple patterns were etched into the blood groove along the center of the blade. Its most distinctive feature was the serrated edges at both ends, which, unlike the smooth edges of a typical longsword, were lined with small teeth angled toward the hilt. This malevolent design ensured that when it pierced an opponent's body, it would encounter no hindrance, yet when withdrawn, it would cruelly tear and rip the wound, causing greater damage. The sword bore a fearsome name, the Fang of the Ripper, with an attack power of 15, agility of 3, and a 30% chance to inflict a tearing effect, dealing 1,015 points of life damage per second for 9 seconds. "Ah, what a beautiful sword!" exclaimed Fei Yin, her eyes instantly sparkling upon sighting it. She eagerly grasped the weapon, inspecting it from various angles. After examining the sword's attributes, which were commendable, she admired the patterns on the blade and hilt, finding them quite lovely. Clumsily, she twirled the sword with her pale, slender hands, envisioning how impressive it would look in her grasp. Ultimately, with a tone of unwavering certainty, she made a succinct and insightful remark about the sword. "It will definitely fetch a good price." Xian Gu and Yi exchanged awkward glances, and the rotund half-orc wanderer, Long Sanjiao, blushed intensely. He glanced at me nervously and cleared his throat. "Ahem, what is the matter, Fei Yin?" The sorceress remained engrossed in her examination of the long sword, her eyes radiating a golden gleam. "This sword should be given to Jeff. He is our only warrior, after all, an adept with a sword," Long Sanjiao stated, casting a grateful glance in my direction, recalling how he had sacrificed his own weapon to save me. It seemed only right that I should compensate him with a weapon. Fei Yin rolled her eyes at him, a hint of indignation in her demeanor, as if she felt underestimated. "I was going to give it to him anyway. Do you think I am that greedy? You underestimate me." "Well, that's wonderful," Long Sanjiao sighed in relief, extending his hand to take the long sword. "Didn't you say you wanted to give it to Jeff? Why are you holding on so tightly?" "I'm not holding on tightly. I merely wish to admire it a little longer." "All right, you've had enough of a look. Just let go. Just one more glance, please." With Fei Yin's exclamation, the tug-of-war over the sword's control ultimately concluded with Long Sanjiao's victory. He disregarded the sulking of the princess behind him, forcefully thrusting the sword into my hand. "Take it. You were due for a weapon upgrade," he remarked, glancing back warily before hastily advising, "If that girl asks to borrow it, do not lend it to her." "How annoying." "You oaf. I am not that desperate," the sorceress protested, her hopes of reclaiming the sword dwindling. Nevertheless, after her seemingly magnanimous statement, she could not suppress her longing gaze upon the long sword in my possession, her expression of regret adorably contrasting with her earlier fierce tirade. "This sword was a gift from me, not from that oaf," she insisted. Hearing her words, the long triangle sighed with a wry smile, choosing not to counter her. "Moreover, you must cherish it, care for it, and frequently maintain it. You cannot allow it to be damaged, nor can you throw it aside as you did earlier." Although her admonitions seemed excessive, I nodded in agreement. For a warrior, a fine weapon is invaluable. I am not the sort to recklessly discard expensive arms. And when you ascend in level and require a new weapon, may I ask you to sell this sword and send me the proceeds? "Fei Yin," the long triangle exclaimed in exasperation. "Even if you fall into a pit of wealth, moderation is key." We presented the head of the bandit leader to Sheriff Gerald, and each of us received 30 silver coins and a vitality ring that hastened recovery. Upon receiving her reward, Fei Yin exclaimed that he was too stingy, even contemplating snatching the pendant from Gerald's neck. Fortunately, the long triangle and Xian Guya restrained her in time. At a nearby general store, Fei Yin sold most of the spoils we had gathered along our journey, retaining only some potions and items necessary for honing our professional skills. Although items like bat wings and wild dog eyeballs were not particularly valuable, their accumulation surprisingly amounted to a considerable fortune. We sold these for over 3 gold coins. And combined with what we scavenged from the bandits and the treasure chest of their leader, we had nearly 10 coins in total. To my astonishment, Fei Yin fairly distributed the money among us, taking not even a copper more. Xian Guya, finding it troublesome, suggested leaving the odd change to Fei Yin, only to be resolutely rejected and soundly admonished, subsequently extorted for a staff that I wondered when would be redeemed. When the long triangle informed me that Xian Guya had accrued over 100 debts to Fei Yin, including legendary artifacts, I began to understand the meaning of the more lice, the less itch, the more debts, the less worry, as I recalled the elf ranger's unhesitating agreement. Despite her fervent pursuit of wealth along our journey, I sensed that she was not truly a greedy girl. At times, in certain details, her demeanor and decisions starkly contrast with her character, revealing a more authentic and natural side of her. Yet, she appears more inclined to embrace such a role, engaging with her friends in this manner. This inclination brings her a sense of ease and elicits joy in those who interact with her. This peculiar sentiment extends to others as well. The archer may not be a bloodthirsty individual, the melodious bard might not be as feeble as he appears, and the figure from the Yangtze River Delta is certainly not a lurking assassin. Their behaviors stem merely from their willingness. They relish in communicating in this way, dissolving barriers through mutual jibes and banter. Some assert that everyone wears a mask of hypocrisy in life. However, I believe donning a mask as amiable and witty as theirs is not inherently a negative trait. After fulfilling their task and concluding their share of the spoils. They planned an outing to hunt and level up. I pondered for a moment, but ultimately declined their invitation. Just days prior, I had been troubled by my inability to gather the tuition for alchemy, yet within half a day, I had transformed into a wealthy individual, clutching 2 gold coins and 37 silver pieces. Seizing this opportunity, I resolved to embark on the journey of acquiring this life skill first. I returned once more to the abode of the alchemist, Edgewill, to express my desire to learn the art of alchemy. A single gold coin was priced at 90 silver coins. He rigidly adhered to this baseline tuition fee. As I placed the coins in his hand, the crisp clink of the currency exchanging felt akin to the sound of my heart shattering. This was indeed a substantial sum. After the fee was settled, a destitute soul, left with merely 47 silver coins, commenced his first lesson in alchemy. Chapter 17. The making of an atomic bomb. The world is composed of elements. Edgewill cleared his throat and began his lecture, stating that the essence of all things lies in various elements. There are a total of 109 known elements. Elements are not merely concepts. They consist of minuscule particles, so tiny that they are invisible to the naked eye. These particles are referred to as atoms. Atoms are comprised of protons and electrons. I was aware that alchemy is a profound and wondrous discipline, yet I never anticipated it to be so intricately profound. As time passed, Edgewill's teachings showed no signs of ceasing. Instead, they unfolded into a realm of astonishing complexity. I describe it as complex because he spoke in the simplest of common language. I recognized every word individually, yet when strung together in such a configuration, I found myself utterly bewildered. 2 types of atoms form charge conservation, resulting in chemical reactions, requiring the balancing of positive and negative charges. The discovery of catalysts leads to isotopic behavior, decay, radioactivity, transformations, fusion, and fission, critical mass, chain reactions, exemplifying the isotopic uranium-235, the protons and neutrons post-explosion, the indestructibility of matter, and the conservation of energy. I surmise I was the first willing to listen to him expound upon such a multitude of topics. It is not that I am unwilling to interrupt him. Rather, I find myself bereft of any opportunity to do so. When the scholarly madman extols the magnificent intricacies of alchemy, he becomes animated, gesticulating fervently, and spitting words with unbridled enthusiasm. As I wallow in regret for having squandered a significant amount of money and time on his incessant ramblings, he concludes his discourse with a question so disheartening that it brings tears to my eyes. Do you understand all of this? From his words, I can glean but 2 truths. First, he is indeed mad, for only a lunatic would consider such profound and esoteric nonsense as universally acknowledged truths, believing that others, like him, could grasp it completely after a single hearing. Second, I am a fool for willingly investing such a hefty sum to subject myself to this painful education. What I intended to articulate was my desire to withdraw from this endeavor. Suddenly, the thought of pursuing cooking or fishing seems a splendid alternative, and perhaps I possess untapped potential in those fields. One certainty remains. I have yet to discover any aptitude for alchemy. As long as you understand, the doors of truth and science shall always be open to you, he proclaimed, presuming, without justification, my fervor for truth and science. As his words faded, a purple halo enveloped me. Upon glancing at my personal attributes, I noticed the designation alchemist, level 1 appended to my name. At that moment, a myriad of emotions surged within me, leaving me on the verge of tears. Countless thoughts spiraled in my mind, with the clearest and most poignant being, I fear he will not refund my tuition. After employing every form of coercion, extortion, and deceit to draw me into the ranks of alchemists, Eichwell finally decided to keep me around. He rummaged through his belongings and tossed a few tattered scraps of paper before me. Here are some formulas. You may attempt to complete them. Once your skills have improved, you may return to me, and I shall impart further knowledge. Some of the ingredients listed in the formulas could be purchased from me or experimented with using my equipment. Nervously, I inquired about the prices of various experimental materials, only to receive answers that nearly caused me to faint. Charcoal, ores, spider webs, and bad eyes. Items we once sold to the grocer for mere handfuls of coppers, now commanded several silver coins each, with even rat droppings priced at 3 silver coins. Purportedly essential as a catalyst for certain alchemical processes, I had thought that the exorbitant tuition fee, approaching 2 gold coins, would sufficiently satiate this alchemical instructor's greed for money. Now, it appears I have merely taken the first step into a realm of financial ruin. The days ahead are long, and I fear that even if I were to guard a mountain of gold, I could not satisfy the ongoing financial demands of this life skill. Those who speak of education as a highly lucrative enterprise are undoubtedly correct. I meticulously searched through the formulas in my hands, scrutinizing their ingredient lists against the meager funds I had left. At that moment, one realizes that money is an ever-elusive resource. After sifting through all the recipes, I discovered that I could only afford the ingredients for one of them: a portion of sulfur, 2 portions of saltpeter, and 3 portions of charcoal. Acquiring these essentials cost me a hefty 30 silver coins, plunging me into a state of near destitution. Following the instructions of the recipe, I ground these components into a fine powder, meticulously filtering out the impurities before placing them in a large container atop the peculiar magic furnace of Etchewell. With great anticipation, I awaited the fruits of my first alchemical endeavor, fervently hoping that this steep tuition fee would yield worthwhile results. It was only at that moment that I suddenly recalled having been so preoccupied with the cost of the ingredients and the weight of my purse that I had neglected to consider what I was actually attempting to concoct. I retrieved the recipe once more and noted, inscribed in elegant handwriting at the top, a line that read, "Fire, under high temperature, burns rapidly and systematically, producing a violent explosion, an essential component of firearm ammunition." Wait, had I forgotten something? High temperature? Explosion? The fire on the furnace. With a resounding boom, an immense explosion erupted from the container before me. A blinding red light and searing flames surged upwards, engulfing me in a cacophonous blaze of radiance. I felt as though I had been enveloped by some unseen force, rendering me both sightless and voiceless, even my breath constricted. As I found myself in a state of disarray, my magical diary seized the moment to convey a message: Fire alchemy successful, skill proficiency level 10. Concurrently, a familiar wave of warmth coursed through me from within. Due to this unforeseen success in alchemy, I gained 200 experience points, propelling me to level 10. This unexpected gain left me both amused and exasperated. As the smoke cleared, I realized that I was miraculously unscathed. However, to describe myself accurately, I bore a resemblance to my alchemical instructor, who had a penchant for causing explosions. My visage was charred, my hair stood on end, and I appeared as if I had narrowly escaped a disaster. At that moment, Etchewell turned around, and with his characteristic nonchalance, he remarked, almost mockingly, his usual phrase, "Don't worry, it's just a minor mishap." I hardly perceived it as a minor incident. I had taken a monumental risk with my life, having taken only the first step towards becoming an alchemist, but my resources were insufficient to support a second experiment. Fortunately, I was aware that many alchemical ingredients could be gathered in the wild, which meant I would not have to remain under the exploitative thumb of unscrupulous alchemical instructors. Often, I find myself discovering various alchemical consumables in the bodies of beasts. Previously, I was perplexed as to why a goat would carry a lump of ointment or why a wild hare would traipse about with a handful of charcoal. It was only after meticulously perusing the alchemical recipes at my disposal that I comprehended these cleanliness-loving herbivores were likely attempting to concoct their own bars of soap. I recalled the abandoned mine in the western part of the city, teeming with large bats. These bats seemed to possess a peculiar penchant for collecting ores, many of which were indeed useful for alchemy. Furthermore, I remembered my last solitary expedition to gather quartz and jade, during which I had not fully explored that cavern. I surmised that I could now venture deeper into its recesses. Embarking alone into perilous underground caves is hardly a prudent decision. Thus, I deemed it essential to seek a companion for my journey. Flipping open my magical adventure journal, I discovered that my friend, the Minotaur, ominously named Bull Million, had arrived in this realm. His name consumed nearly an entire page. After a moment's contemplation, I sent him a magical message. "Are you free? I know of an underground mine. Would you care to join me?" Before long, I received his prompt reply, "Wait for me at the city gate." I shall be there shortly. Standing at the city gate, I spotted my Minotaur friend from afar. His towering stature rendered him conspicuous amidst the bustling crowd outside Camp Navia. Initially, I believed he was alone, but as he approached within 10 paces, I discerned a diminutive companion by his side. This individual was small of stature. To provide a clearer perspective, if we were to liken Bull Million's height to that of a long sword, this person would be akin to a diminutive dagger. He barely reached the height of Bull Million's knees, and had it not been for the vibrant grass-green soul insignia hovering above his head, I might not have noticed him until he was upon us. Walking alongside the clumsy Bull Million made it difficult not to worry that he might inadvertently step on his diminutive companion's head. You may have gathered that this small, cherubic-faced fellow is a gnome. Compared to their distant relatives, the dwarves, gnomes are even shorter. Most of them inhabit subterranean caves in elevated mountainous regions. Generally, they are gentle and kind-hearted beings, endowed with remarkably dexterous hands capable of crafting intricate mechanisms that defy the imagination. However, to underestimate them as weak and unworthy of respect would be a grave error. Astute gnomes possess an innate affinity for magic, allowing them to grasp profound magical concepts that would typically require years of arduous study for ordinary folk. Their diminutive stature and agile athleticism enable them to effortlessly evade your most fervent assaults. A gnome rogue, armed with a dagger and skilled in stealth, is undoubtedly one of the most formidable adversaries you have ever encountered. However, this particular gnome is neither a sorcerer nor a mere wanderer. He is clad in a somewhat ill-fitting, earth-toned bodysuit, draped in a conspicuously long gray cloak, and adorned with a towering pointed hat that nearly surpasses his entire height. At his waist hangs a short sword, scarcely larger than his dagger. The most striking feature about him is the delicate three-string lute slung across his back, which reveals his true identity. He is a bard. Even without observing his attire, one could discern his passion for music and art simply from his name, D minor nocturne. "Ah, my friend, I thought I wouldn't see you today." Upon spotting me, a jovial figure named Nyo Baiwan exclaimed, his wide grin illuminating his face. He gestured towards his gnome companion, saying, "This is a friend I just met. We were leveling up on the mountain together. When you called out, I invited him along." "Greetings," the bard warmly acknowledged me, his interest piqued by my name. After scrutinizing me for a moment, he remarked, "Jeffrey Skid, your name is rather peculiar. I never imagined someone would bear such a moniker." "My name? What is wrong with it?" His words left me somewhat perplexed. While he was the first to comment on my name in such a manner, I suspected that many shared his sentiment. Those I knew, including Nyo Baiwan, seemed hesitant to call me by name, often opting for terms like buddy, mate, or bro, as if my name were quite a mouthful. This perplexed me greatly. In the days I had spent among an array of eccentric names, none of the titles held by the aerialists seemed to raise eyebrows, despite their stark divergence from familiar naming conventions. Even Nyo Baiwan's rather fearsome name only garnered fleeting glances, whereas mine stood out conspicuously amidst this assembly of intrepid adventurers and wanderers. Why was that? Oh, it's probably because it resembles an actual person's name, thus rendering it somewhat unusual. The gnome bard playfully responded, winking at Nyo Baiwan, which elicited a shared smile between them. Despite their contrasting appearances, their smiles bore a striking resemblance, hinting at an unspoken camaraderie I could not quite grasp. This made me feel somewhat awkward. "Just a jest. Don't take it to heart," he added, seemingly aware of my discomfort. He gave me a friendly pat on the backside, an action I presumed was intended for my shoulder, though the execution proved challenging. Glancing around at the throng of people, he inquired, "Where is that mine located? Let's set off now." Chapter 18, Do Not Call Me Little Queer. Compared to my previous visit to the mine for quartzite jade, this time the cavern has become remarkably lively. From the moment we entered the mouth of the mine, both sides of the cave were filled with diligent miners toiling away. Whether men or women, humans or dwarves, warriors or mages, each precious or was attended by a dedicated figure wielding a pickaxe. The rhythmic clanging of pickaxes striking stone created a proud melody of laborers, painting a scene of collective production and fervent steelmaking within the mine. The large bats and wild dogs that had previously harassed me at the cave entrance had mostly vanished. Occasionally, a famished bat would emerge from the depths, but before they could launch an assault, they were impatiently struck down by miners searching for or in the temporarily barren areas. "Didn't you say there weren't many people here?" Neo Million asked, glancing around, a hint of despondency in his voice. "I don't know. The last time I came, there was truly no one around. This bustling scene takes me by surprise. Since we are here, let us venture deeper. Perhaps there will be fewer people inside," suggested a gnome bard named Minor Key Nocturne. Though he appeared somewhat disappointed, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, encouraging Neo Million that such crowds were commonplace everywhere at this time. As we ventured further, just as Minor Key Nocturne had anticipated, the ores began to transform. The dull-colored common stones diminished in number, replaced by precious minerals that gleamed with an extraordinary luster, radiating brilliance. Not only was the quality of the ores increasing, but the blood-sucking bats lurking within the cave also grew larger and more ferocious. The number of individuals capable of mining in the depths of the cave dwindled significantly. Upon navigating the ninth bend in the cavern, we found that miners had virtually vanished, replaced by formidable vampire bats of levels 8 and 9 blocking our path. These winged creatures were no trifling adversaries. Their size was far more imposing, their fur tinged with a faint red hue from feasting on the blood of countless beasts. In contrast to the bats near the entrance, these vampire bats possessed greater strength and speed. Not only could they drain the life force of their opponents, but they could also emit a piercing, dissonant shriek that left one dizzy and weak, rendering it difficult to unleash one's full potential in combat. Ah, help! I'm surrounded again. Neo-Million's performance remained consistently poor. The grotesque appearance of the vampire bats terrified him, causing him to scream like a hysterical woman whenever these monstrous beasts appeared. However, despite his words failing to convey any semblance of bravery, his actions told a different tale. The hefty tree stump in his hand swung valiantly, as if summoning an unstoppable tempest from the ground. The struck vampire bat shrieked in agony as it was sent flying through the air, splattering blood in large arcs. The tree stump loomed like a colossal millstone, grinding the opponents that obstructed its path into mere pulp. For these bloodthirsty beasts, the gruesome fate of their comrades did not instill fear or hesitation. They continued to screech and swoop down, using their sharp teeth to tear and their massive wings to batter, employing the most savage and brutal methods to impede the advance of the Minotaur. Yet, it was all in vain. The Minotaur, once the clumsy and awkward figure I had known, now exhibited an astounding prowess that left me utterly speechless. Rescue? What a jest! A warrior of such formidable strength, I could hardly believe he could single-handedly cleanse the cave of all vampire bats. It should be his opponents who were calling for help. How have you become so powerful, Bull Million? I marveled after witnessing him violently hurl a bat away. Thanks to you, Bull Million replied, turning to me after he crushed a bat that had lunged at him. Ever since I donned that magic crystal, my attack speed has increased significantly, and my accuracy has greatly improved. If you hadn't gifted me this item, I might still be struggling against low-level monsters. Just as he spoke, a ghost bat darted out from the side, and though he cried out in alarm, he effortlessly toppled it to the ground. They say there is no ultimate equipment, only suitable equipment, and this wisdom was perfectly exemplified in Bull Million. Although the same agility-enhancing crystal might not have had the same pronounced effect on me, it would surely have yielded negligible results for the Elven Ranger, Qianguya, given his lightning-fast shooting speed coupled with his abysmal accuracy. However, for Bull Million, it brought about a remarkable transformation. His previously sluggish speed had severely hampered his combat effectiveness, preventing his formidable strength from being unleashed. Now, however, his power found its target, and his movements were no longer clumsy. Often, the distinction between strength and weakness lies in the minutiae. Just like now, a mere 10% increase in attack speed transformed Bull Million from a second-rate warrior fleeing in disarray into a formidable force capable of confronting a pack of ferocious beasts. Had I known the crystal's impact would be so significant, I should never have given it to you, I remarked, striking a bat's wing with my sword, adopting a somewhat sarcastic tone as I spoke to Bull Million. You can forget about me returning it to you. Bull Million immediately retreated, clutching the crystal against his chest with his left hand, putting on a pitiful expression. Don't make that long face at me. And look at that matted fur of yours. I have no interest in anything that is brushed against it. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos of battle, I kicked him playfully. What if my fur is long? What of it? It was rather alluring to hear my assessment of his physical attributes, prompting Neo-Million to glare with wide eyes and retort with righteous indignation. Have you not heard? A handsome man possesses a full coat of hair, while a beautiful woman boasts ample curves. I was rendered speechless, and an image of a robust, voluptuous beauty with a figure reminiscent of a dairy cow, complete with black and white patches, surfaced in my mind. This must surely be the unique aesthetic standard of the Minotaur. Although the onslaught of the vampire bats was fierce, they posed little real threat to us. The battle unfolded with a sense of excitement, yet remained relatively safe. Neo-Million's remarkable performance undoubtedly eased our struggle, yet concurrently, the new weapon I acquired from the saber-toothed bandits was steeped in the blood of the slain. This marked my inaugural engagement with the saber-toothed Ripper, which was lighter, sharper, and more resilient than the standard longsword I had previously wielded. It effortlessly tore through the coarse flesh of the vampire bats, piercing deeply into their tender interiors, maneuvering between bones and muscles, inflicting tremendous harm. What I relished most was the sensation of extracting it from the bodies of my foes. The razor-sharp serrations of the blade grated against flesh and blood, sending a thrilling, delicate pulse into my palm, akin to strolling along a sun-kissed beach, caressing the sand with my hands, utterly intoxicating. It was a dangerously seductive feeling, one that could easily lead one to fall in love with the act of slaughter. The presence of the saber-toothed Ripper rendered my combat significantly more manageable. As the serrations and flesh were torn apart, wounds that were initially minor transformed into grotesque gashes. Vivid crimson blood flowed profusely from the grievous injuries, and at that moment, even if I ceased my assaults, the afflicted bats continued to lose their lives. The ongoing damage from the torn wounds often exceeded that of my direct thrusts. And on numerous occasions, before I could strike again, these seemingly savage yet inherently fragile creatures succumbed to their incessant bleeding. At some point, we seemed to have crossed an invisible threshold, delving deeper into the mine. Although we were still besieged by vampire bats, their levels had predominantly risen above 10, and they gathered in greater numbers, their bites and shrieks considerably more potent. The change in adversaries rendered our combat increasingly arduous. I resorted more to my shield, rather than recklessly hacking as I had before. The frenzied assaults of the vampire bats began to impose unprecedented pressure upon me, and Neo-Million started to frequently consume his abundant supply of life potions. Little Toon, don't just stand there, come lend us a hand. Amidst the chaos, a bat swiftly lunged from the left, sinking its fangs into Neo-Million's arm. He cried out in pain, finally managing to shake off the cunning beast, and turned to the gnome bard, shouting in a minor key, "Don't call me Little Toon." The bard seemed quite perturbed by Neo-Million's flippant appellation, promptly protesting with a piercing voice, "Whose fault is it for having such an unwieldy name?" With indignation, Neo-Baiwan retorted, "How am I to address you? Shall I simply call you Little? Or perhaps Little Chewer would suffice?" After a moment of hesitation, the bard, known as Diminutive Nocturne, reluctantly acquiesced to the abbreviated form of his name. Bards constitute a unique cohort, an irredeemable assembly of romantic idealists, elegant warriors who engage in battle alongside music, and minstrels whose melodies resonate upon the battlefield. While they are often skilled in the arts of wielding short swords and daggers, their most formidable asset lies in their ability to inspire the souls of others through their battle songs and dances, fortifying allies or enfeebling adversaries. Just as a warrior channels his fighting spirit and a mage expends magical energy, the bard draws upon a singular source of power, his musicality. This musicality springs from a profound understanding and sensitivity to art within him, determining the efficacy and duration of his battle anthems. Despite their banter, Diminutive Nocturne recognized the gravity of the situation. The assistance offered by mere short swords was woefully insufficient. Thus, while he continued to wield his blade against the foes, he began to sing a stirring battle hymn. Inspired by his song, a wave of fervent passion surged within me. I could distinctly feel a force filling my arms and body, dispelling fatigue and igniting a spirit of valor. With each rhythmic beat of my heart, I sensed that what surged from my heart was not blood, but pure power and courage, a fierce longing to vanquish my opponents. It is indeed a curious phenomenon. A magnificent song can directly influence one's soul, fostering strength and igniting the will to fight. This is perhaps the essence of artistic power, whose value transcends the mere composition of a song and plants seeds of spirit deep within the human soul. To this day, I vividly recall that invigorating melody, its solemn and majestic strains filled with an indescribable grandeur. Oh, the little cabbage, its leaves turned yellow, at the tender age of 2 or 3, bereft of a mother. Upon hearing this battle song, Neo-Baiwan immediately spewed half a bottle of life potion he had just ingested, nearly choking in the process. As he clutched his chest, coughing violently, he gesticulated frantically at the bard, exclaiming, "You truly are a man of exceedingly poor taste to unleash such a tune for a powerful battle song." In response, he was met with a devilish grin. Amidst the ethereal strains of Diminutive Nocturne's bizarre yet melodious battle song, the negative effects wrought by the piercing shrieks of the vampire bats were diminished to a barely perceptible level, their cries transforming into mere background noise, sharp yet inconsequential. "Strike!" I swung my sword with a steady hand, and to my astonishment, a vivid crimson aura inscribed with the number 55 erupted from the head of a bat. Ordinarily, even when employing skills, I had never dealt such devastating damage with a single strike. The unfortunate bat had no time to utter a sound before it dissolved into a burst of white light, merging with my being. Not only did I witness an increase in lethality, but I also discovered a corresponding enhancement in my attack speed. The long sword in my grasp danced through the air, creating a brilliant crimson arc. The blade sliced through the atmosphere, producing a sharp wind that echoed like the call of death, sending the vampire bats before me spiraling into the depths of hell, one after another. The same could be said for Neo-Baiwan. The massive wooden stakes struck the ground with a relentless series of booming sounds, akin to a war drum echoing through the chaos. Under his swift and powerful strikes, no bat could withstand his onslaught for more than 5 seconds. Even the bard, while uplifting our spirits with song, wielded his dagger with lethal precision. Due to his diminutive stature, he often targeted the bats from below as they swooped down, and with Neo-Baiwan and myself shielding him, scarcely a bat could descend low enough to pose a threat to him. We pressed forward, swiftly traversing the entirety of the tunnel within the mine. and soon emerged into a spacious hall. This chamber spanned a remarkable 30 paces in width. I could scarcely fathom the monumental effort required to excavate such a vast space, so deep underground. Even more astonishing was the large pit at the center, nearly half the diameter of the hall, plunging vertically downward. Its walls were constructed of wood, forming a spiraling walkway suspended in midair for passage. Peering down into the abyss, I was met with an impenetrable darkness, as if a cloud of black mist were billowing forth from the depths. I could not discern whether this phenomenon was genuine or merely an illusion conjured by the profound shadows within the chasm. Where might this pit lead? Could it be the fabled entrance to hell itself? Chapter 19. From the internet to telecommunications, where are we? Night Melody inquired, approaching as I stood at the edge of the pit, lost in thought. He glanced downward, exclaiming, "Wow, it's truly dark. This is my first time here as well. I know not what lies below. Should we venture down to investigate?" he asked, his eyes reflecting the flickering flame of the torch, shimmering with curiosity. I pondered his suggestion, weighing the possibilities. Thus far, we had yet to encounter a formidable opponent. Though the bats in the tunnel had proven troublesome, the three of us could navigate through unscathed. Logically, even if something fearsome lurked within the pit, it likely wouldn't surpass the threat posed by those bats. The prospect of advancing together remained viable, until, at that moment of hesitation, a piercing scream erupted from behind us, belonging to Nyo Baiwan. The sheer volume of his frantic yell, brimming with raw energy, startled both Night Melody and me, causing us to stumble, nearly plunging into the bottomless abyss. Simultaneously, a sharper, more jarring scream resonated, its impact and penetrating quality likely surpassing even that of Nyo Baiwan's. It struck like a thunderclap, deafening and disorienting. An ambush? This was the immediate thought that surged through my mind. I immediately seized my sword, turning around to prepare for the impending confrontation of a second battle. Before my eyes lay an extraordinarily bizarre scene. The formidable Nyo Baiwan had cast aside a massive wooden stump, clutching his head with both hands as he attempted to wedge himself into the crevice of the cave wall, oblivious to the colossal horns that protruded dramatically from the fissure above. In the midst of his frantic endeavor, he emitted heart-wrenching, incessant wails. On the opposite side, a gigantic black bear, exuding an aura of intimidation, sat with its arms crossed, eyes tightly shut, crouched helplessly on the ground, releasing a terrifying shriek that could shatter porcelain. What a sight! When had this bear learned to produce such ultrasonic vibrations akin to a vampire bat? Moreover, the bear bore a distinctive title upon its head. Fallen fairy face down. What on earth was happening? This surreal tableau left me utterly perplexed. Astonished, I watched as these two evidently frightened beings continued their relentless screaming. Stop! 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 I could no longer restrain myself and shouted, my voice echoing throughout the hall. Both the bull and the bear were startled into silence. Nyo Baiwan remained frozen in the act of striving to squeeze into the crevice, his rear grotesquely protruding, his tail twitching sporadically. Meanwhile, the bear maintained its crouched position, peering at me with a stretched neck. They appeared as two sculptures, evoking a postmodern magical realism aesthetic. What in the world? I cleared my throat softly, approached, and gave Nyo Baiwan a gentle kick in the backside, signaling him to turn around, and inquired, "What just transpired here?" "I was just over there." He pointed towards the tunnel entrance leading into the hall. "You both passed by. I was about to head your way when suddenly someone tapped my shoulder. I turned around and was met with this creature, which nearly gave me a heart attack." "I am not a creature," the black bear suddenly interjected, its voice clear and melodious, akin to the sound of natural crystal glimmering in sunlight, pure, bright, and imbued with a touch of warmth. Just as it finished speaking, a cerulean halo spiraled up from beneath the bear's feet, enveloping its entire form in an instant. As the aura dissipated, a young elven maiden appeared before us, clad in a leather robe, adorned with a headband bearing feathers, and wielding a short wooden staff. I heard a commotion from over there and came to investigate. I intended to greet you, but when I tapped his shoulder, he let out a tremendous scream. He was so loud and appeared so fearsome that I couldn't help but scream in response. The elven girl, known as Fallen Fairy Face Down, murmured, her face still flushed from the earlier fright, presenting a blend of pity and charm. Is that truly how one greets others? Silently approaching and transforming into this ghastly visage, one could frighten even the most divine beings. With a shift in tone, Nyo Million shamelessly began to boast once more, expressing that it was fortunate he possessed such audacity. Otherwise, if it were someone else, what calamity might have ensued from your frightful appearance? He murmured, "You criticize others for their terrifying looks, yet do you consider yourself beautiful?" Despite his feigned bravado, He could not refrain from stealing furtive glances at the elven girl from the corners of his eyes. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. The girl repeatedly apologized. It's just so frightening here, and occasionally, terrifying large bats appear. That is why I've been maintaining my black bear form. I was so excited to see you that I forgot to revert. How did you come here? The nocturne in a minor key inquired with curiosity. Surely you did not arrive alone. I was brought here by someone. My friend over there has encountered some trouble. When I saw others arriving, I thought to seek your assistance. At this, the elven maiden shyly lowered her head, daring only to cast hopeful glances at us from the corners of her eyes, as if fearing rejection. What has happened to your friend? Observing her troubled demeanor, I surmised that her companion was in considerable distress. The ability to aid those in need is a commendable trait of a worthy adventurer, so I addressed her. Where is he? Lead us to him. Surrounding this underground hall. The walls were not smooth stone. The edges of the hall were composed of twisted and rugged lines, forming corners in certain places where 2 or 3 individuals could find refuge. The fairy, having descended to the earth, had just hidden with her companion in such a nook. This delicate and easily flustered elven maiden was a follower of the druidic faith. Druids are champions of nature and neutrality, cherished by the nature goddess, Nachia. They regard mountains, dense forests, and open fields as their spiritual homesteads, embodying a group of hermits who wander freely with the wind. Druids are both beneficiaries and protectors of the natural world. Favored by the goddess, they possess a unique power that maintains the balance of the world. They seldom employ traditional elemental magic, instead merging with nature in their own ways to acquire distinct magical abilities. This grants them the capacity to harness the wondrous forces of nature, even transforming into animals such as wolves, leopards, or bears, embodying a more primal essence to unite with the wild. The marvel of the druids lies not only in their special magical prowess, but also in their remarkable healing abilities. Unlike priests blessed by the supreme deity who can directly heal souls, these favored children of nature use the power of the goddess to mend bodies, alleviate pain and illness, and hasten the healing of wounds. Each druid is a cherished companion, kind-hearted and willing to assist, providing necessary aid wherever they go, as long as one can tolerate their slight eccentricities in belief. The doctrines of the druids bear a striking resemblance to the traditions upheld by the elven race. However, not all druids are elves, nor do all elves adhere to the druidic faith. To many haughty elves, the druidic belief is merely a mundane aspect of their existence, a mere brush with the truth without full attainment. Conversely, many druids perceive elves as mere products of natural evolution, believing they do not receive any greater favor from the goddess of nature than other forms of life. I find myself uncertain of the druidess's stance regarding her lineage and faith. It seems prudent to refrain from discussing matters of race and belief in the presence of an outsider. What surprises me, however, is that the druid maiden's companion is a half-orc warlock. Among the myriad practitioners of magic in this world, warlocks often appear in an unwelcoming light. They are a cadre of mystics, agnostics, believers in mysticism, and pessimists. They hold the conviction that within the countless universes and myriad planes, anything and everything is possible, with all occurrences rooted in sheer chance, and our existence, the existence of the continent of Farlwy, and even the existence of the divine, are but fragments of this vast tapestry of randomness. They propose a theory. Since the existence of deities is a validated possibility, perhaps within these myriad planes, there exist powerful beings akin to gods. While deities can bestow strength upon their faithful followers, warlocks may procure power through alternative channels, such as seeking out formidable entities from other planes, offering their souls in exchange for strength. They believe their actions are no different from those of adherents to various faiths, a sacrifice in exchange for power. The only distinction lies in the offerings made by those who revere deities, which are their beliefs adorned with a facade of sanctity and a veneer of lofty ideals, while the warlocks barter the souls of other beings, reducing the entire process to a mere transaction, money exchanged for goods. Only the most audacious, the most deranged souls would dare to entertain such a mad hypothesis, and in an astonishing turn of fate, this hypothesis has, to some extent, been validated. Many brilliant, yet radical spellcasters have indeed forged connections with powerful beings from other planes and struck agreements with them. These entities from unknown realms dispatch their avatars to assist their trading partners, commonly referred to as familiars. Familiars aid warlocks in combat and share in the souls they harvest. This partnership is fraught with peril. Should a familiar deem a warlock too weak to fulfill the terms of their agreement, it may turn upon the warlock, claiming their soul. Consequently, most warlocks are bloodthirsty individuals who exhibit a profound disrespect for life, as well as for all that exists in this realm, including the divine. Many of their actions are intolerable to the tenets of druidic belief. It is not necessary to delve into how the half-orc warlock known as Ding Ding Xiao Gu found himself in the company of a gentle druid acolyte. Merely observing his current predicament reveals no signs of distress. He sits alone in a corner, idly scratching at an itch, seemingly lost in ennui. Hello. Upon encountering Ding Ding Xiao Gu, the bard Nocturne approached him with a friendly greeting. To his surprise, the half-orc warlock disregarded him entirely, remaining in his state of oblivion as if we were invisible. What could be the reason for this? Slightly miffed by the cold reception, Nocturne furrowed his brow and inquired of the elven druid maiden. He seems a bit shy, she replied bashfully, then uttered a phrase I did not comprehend. Uttering words in a dialect known as Wangtong, Nocturne and Niu Baiwan suddenly grasped the meaning, while I remained perplexed. Hello. It was only at this moment that Ding Ding Xiao Gu spoke his first words in a slow, dreamlike tone. This was evidently a response to Nocturne's initial greeting. Yet when he turned his gaze towards Nocturne's former position, the gnome bard had already departed. My brother, I sympathize with you, Niu Baiwan said sincerely, patting the half-orc warlock on the shoulder. After an interminable pause, Ding Ding Xiao Ji's voice echoed once more. Wangtong. Telecom. What are those? In this cavern, teeming with bats. I could only conjecture that they were names for two new, ferocious breeds of blood-sucking bats. Just the two of you? He exclaimed incredulously. How did you manage to come here? What bravery it must take. How many corpses must you drag to gain entry? Actually, it wasn't just the two of us. There were 3 others who entered with us. Individuals he enlisted to assist with his quest. Yet now, they have all departed. Thus, through Ding Ding Xiao Gu's frequent and belated responses, we gleaned snippets of their journey to this place. Beyond being a warlock, Ding Ding Xiao Gu harbored lofty aspirations as a miner. His passion for metallurgy surpassed even his interest in magic. The majority of his experience points, which elevated him to his current 9th level, stemmed from his proficiency in mining skills. Due to his exceptional mining abilities, he undertook a miner-esque quest to venture into the depths of an abandoned mine and locate the lost hammer of the dwarven metallurgist, Robert Weilenst, the original excavator of this mine. Including the druid maiden, for those lengthy and unwieldy names, I prefer their abbreviations. For individuals accepted his request and accompanied him here to aid in fulfilling his task. They not only reached the subterranean hall, but traversed the pathways of the vast cavern. There, they encountered a cadre of enigmatic skeletal warriors. The 4 valiant adventurers, unperturbed by the sluggishness of Ding Ding Xiao Gu, successfully held off the undead and discovered the formidable iron hammer of Robert Weilenster at the cavern's depths. Just as they reveled in the triumph of their quest, an unforeseen event transpired. Standing before the hammer, as Ding Ding Xiao Gu leaned down, his fingers nearly grazing the handle, he suddenly disconnected. The words of the elven druidess echoed in my mind, laden with an enigmatic significance that eluded comprehension. It suggested a haunting implication of being unable to remain in this realm for some inscrutable reason. Was it possible that the dimensional travelers navigated the chaotic currents of time and space on a precarious tightrope? Amidst the relentless onslaught of skeletal warriors, the 4 of them scarcely managed to drag the rigid form of Ding Ding Xiao Gu back to the Grand Hall, resulting in the inevitable failure of their mission. The other 3 seemed to have lost faith in the task, departing the mine shortly after Ding Ding Xiao Ji's return. Although I found myself struggling to grasp the full meaning of the druidess's words, I gleaned a fundamental understanding that the dimensional travelers were not boundless in their movements within this world. They appeared to be perpetually constrained by an unseen web. At times, their souls would encounter obstructions, hindering their timely reintegration with their corporeal forms, leading to instances of sluggishness akin to that of Ding Ding Xiao Gu. You truly possess a kind heart, remaining here to protect him, remarked Niu Baiwan, genuinely impressed after hearing the druidess's account, a sentiment I shared deeply. In a situation where a companion had evidently become a liability, lacking even basic self-preservation skills, it was remarkable that this elven maiden chose to stand vigil by his side, facing a horde of ravenous beasts to safeguard his life. Such courage and resilience were indeed commendable. The elven druidess, her cheeks flushed crimson, lowered her gaze shyly, seemingly flustered by Niu Baiwan's candid praise. Her bashfulness rendered her exquisite countenance even more radiant, reminiscent of a blue-flame specter blossom thriving underground, capable of igniting the magical fire within a person's soul. Witnessing her in this state left us at a loss for words. Praise lodged in my throat. I found myself unable to articulate my admiration. Instead, I, along with my companions, could only gaze in awe at the enchanting elven girl. It was not merely out of kindness that she stayed. Just as we regained our composure, the ever-late ding-ding Xiaogu finally revealed the truth. She was on the verge of leveling up and wished to achieve it before departing. However, only after leveling up did she realize that she could not possibly venture out alone with me. I was deeply moved at that moment, urging her to go on her own and not worry about me. Yet, the truth was that she was too afraid to walk alone in the dark. She refused to let me log off, insisting that I stay online to keep her company, lest she succumb to her fears. She had clung to me for over 2 hours, not allowing me even a moment's respite. If not for your arrival, I would have been on the brink of collapse. This was akin to unlawful detention. Even the harshest interrogation methods used by the Chongqing Sino-American Cooperative would pale in comparison. O noble warriors, I implore you, please rescue me from her grasp. The half-orc warlock pleaded, his face a mask of despair. The elven maiden lowered her head even further. Chapter 20. The Minotaur's maneuver. Upon learning that we were willing to assist him once more in the quest to locate the hammer, Ding-Ding Xiaogu immediately perked up, no longer lamenting his weariness. According to the introduction provided by the elven druid girl, we would need to traverse the winding paths of this vast cavern several times to reach its depths. Along the way, we would encounter numerous skeletal warriors. At the very bottom of the chasm, in addition to the common skeletal foes, there resided a leader-level skeletal creature. The greatest fear of humanity does not stem from these dreadful entities, but rather from the enigmatic unknown. Just moments ago, standing before the unfathomable abyss, we were engulfed in trepidation and unease. Yet now, we found ourselves eager to embark, even if it meant confronting a host of spectral assassins previously unseen. The pathway, though not particularly spacious, was ample enough for 2 individuals to walk side by side comfortably. I walked alongside Neomillion at the forefront, confident that our sturdy armor and robust physiques could withstand any unforeseen events. The gnome bard, with his melancholic nocturne, and the elven druid girl followed closely behind, ever ready to provide support. As for the orc warlock, Ding-Ding Xiaogu, he lingered further behind to avoid distracting us during combat. Upon completing the second circuit of the path, 3 emaciated figures emerged from the shadows, draped in tattered rags and wielding hefty pickaxes and hammers. Each step they took resonated with a cacophony of clattering bones. Though they maintained an upright posture, their movements were unnaturally rigid, reminiscent of a contraption operated by levers and bearings, devoid of the fluidity and elasticity inherent to living beings. We approached cautiously, and as we drew within 10 paces, the torchlight flickered, revealing their forms. As the druid girl had forewarned, they were grotesque humanoid shapes assembled from a mass of white bones. 2 gaping black voids occupied what should have been their eye sockets, containing only an abyss of darkness. As you are swept by this soulless darkness, an unsettling sensation inevitably arises, as though some malevolent entity were observing you from a distant realm. Upon sighting them, the druid maiden gasped softly, grasping tightly onto the arm of the Minotaur, her eyes shut tight, her entire form nearly collapsing into the embrace of the bull-headed warrior. These creatures again, how terrifying. The fragility of women has forever been a wellspring of male courage. Despite having been rendered pale by the fear instilled by these decaying beings that reject the call of death, the Minotaur gently patted the shoulder of the celestial maiden, soothing her in a trembling voice. What is there to fear? Are they not merely a handful of level 12 skeletons? Rest assured, dear. Oh dear, it hurts. Please do not grip so tightly. You are drawing blood. Reassured by the Minotaur's words, the elven druid appeared less frightened than before. I wondered if she would still feel secure upon opening her eyes to witness the Minotaur's legs quaking uncontrollably. Though devoid of eyeballs, the 3 skeletons nonetheless detected our presence. Clutching their cumbersome weapons, they staggered towards us, their jaws clashing violently, producing a cacophony akin to a battle cry. As they approached, fragments of bone scattered due to their frantic movements. One skeleton had remnants of flesh on its arm that had not fully decomposed, the remaining skin marred by yellowish-brown patches oozing pus. With a resounding thud, I met a heavy mace aimed at my head with my shield, swiftly countering with a fluid thrust of my sword towards its chest. This strike, born from numerous battles, was a combat technique I had gradually refined. While it lacked the devastating power of a skillful attack, it excelled in its practicality and effectiveness, targeting the heart's vulnerable spot, whether facing ferocious beasts or ruthless brigands. This simple maneuver, deflecting and thrusting, had yielded commendable results. However, this time, I had miscalculated. Suddenly, my hand felt weightless. The anticipated sensation of the blade piercing flesh did not manifest as I had envisioned. The sword had passed cleanly through the ribs of the skeleton, leaving me with nothing but empty air. Do not use thrusts. The nocturne reminded me from behind. This is a skeletal creature. Thrusting hits are reduced by 30%, and damage is diminished by 70%. Hack at them. Strike with your sword. The nocturne's words jolted me into action. Rather than retracting my long sword, I swept it horizontally. The razor-sharp blade swiftly severing one of its ribs, a clear 18 materializing above its head. Once the technique was grasped, these seemingly fearsome undead were not as formidable as they appeared. The serrated blade of my sword savagely gnawed at their seemingly tough bones, emitting a grinding sound akin to lumber being sawed, reducing the hard bones to dust with a delicate and satisfying touch. Despite their classification as level 12 monsters, these skeletons could hardly be described as powerful. In stark contrast to the flurrying great bats, they moved with sluggishness and clumsiness. Although their offensive power and resilience were considerably greater, it was merely a matter of time before they would be vanquished. Compared to my longsword, the immense wooden stake wielded by Neo proved far more effective against these skeletal monstrosities. In the face of his powerful, crushing strikes, the distinction between flesh and a pile of bones became negligible. When confronting skeletal foes, bludgeoning weapons like clubs and hammers inherently inflict 20% more damage. With each resounding swing, the skeletons standing before him suffered further losses. At the very least, I witnessed the skeletal figure wielding a pickaxe lose its left arm, while the bones of its right toes were reduced to splinters. Before long, Neo hurled the last skeleton from the walkway into the abyss below and then leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. His heavy breaths were quite unnerving, nearly sending me into a panic. After exhaling, he gently patted his chest in relief. However, his eyes suddenly shifted, catching sight of the elven girl standing behind him. Observing him intently, the druid maiden gazed at him with wide, glistening eyes, her expression tinged with admiration. Instantly, the Minotaur warrior transformed his demeanor. Leaning against the wall with his right hand, his left thumb lazily hooked onto his belt, and with a casual stance, left hoof on the ground, right hoof crossed in front, he presented an air of relaxed nonchalance. With a slight pause, his voice became rich and resonant, imbued with a poetic cadence as he proclaimed, "Regardless of their levels or how fearsome they may appear, under the weight of my relentless blows, they shall all be reduced to naught." As he spoke, he turned his head, casting a concerned gaze upon the elven girl. "Are you frightened? Are you hurt?" The elven maiden stared at him, seemingly entranced, and unconsciously shook her head. The robust Minotaur warrior smiled gently, effortlessly lifting the nearby massive wooden stake and resting it upon his sturdy shoulder, revealing the sinewy contours of his muscular arm. His right hand roughly caressed the sharp horns atop his head. A gust of murky air surged from the depths of the cavern, tousling his sideburns and mane, instantly bestowing upon this rugged figure an aura of untamed charisma. "The battles ahead will be even more perilous. Remember to stay behind me. You need not fear anything," he assured the elven girl, then raised his right hand in a grand yet meaningless gesture, exuding a leader-esque fervor as he declared, "We shall press on." Without waiting for us, he strode confidently into the swirling darkness of the path, leaving us with a magnificent silhouette. The elven girl followed him, oblivious to our presence. "Relentless blows? Reduced to naught. I had no idea this fellow was also a poet," I remarked, turning to T's night tune beside me. "The antiquated methods of wooing women are utterly past. Having lost their relevance since the mid-20th century, the market for muscular men has long vanished." The character Knight Melody cast a scornful glance at the retreating figure of Bull Million, contempt evident in his expression, akin to a bitter spit. "You must lack muscles to utter such words," he seemed to imply. After a moment's pause, the incisive comment from Ding Ding Xiao Good drifted lazily from behind us. I found that observation strikingly objective. As we leisurely strolled and conversed, a voice cried out ahead, "Are you all just going to watch me meet my demise? Come help me. I can't hold on any longer." Once more, the lamentations of Bull Million echoed through the air. After circling the walkway numerous times and dispatching over 30 skeletal warriors, we finally approached the ground level, revealing the scene at the bottom of the cavern. Before us lay an expanse of artificially hewn flat land, with several caverns carved into the surrounding walls. A multitude of grotesque skeletons wandered aimlessly within, and upon rough estimation, there were at least 30 of them. A particularly short yet stout skeleton stood at the entrance of one cavern, wielding a massive long-handled battle axe. Unlike its counterparts, it donned a weathered yet distinct metallic armor, crowned with the vivid name, Undead Robert Wilenst. "There lies the hammer," remarked the elf druid girl, pointing towards an area of the cavern with fewer skeletons. Following her gesture, we spotted a colossal iron hammer lying askew on the ground, half its head buried in the earth. The hammer was sizable, nearly the dimensions of a standard anvil, adorned with intricately beautiful engravings. A fiery red glow emanated from the crevices of the designs, hinting at an extraordinary magical force, underscoring the hammer's uniqueness. With so many skeletons below, can we possibly make it through? Perhaps it would be wiser to retreat, Bull Million mused, peering downwards. Upon observing the enemy's numbers, his characteristic pessimism surfaced, prompting a stream of complaints. Not necessarily. Night Melody observed the positions of the skeletons closely and stated, while their numbers are considerable, their formation is not tightly knit. If we can lure them in and take them on gradually, we stand a chance of defeating them one by one. Bull Million, unconvinced, shrank back, muttering under his breath. My instincts tell me this is perilous. Let us hope we don't end up annihilated. In response to Bull Million's apprehensions, the elf druid girl immediately expressed her agreement. There are far too many below. It's far too dangerous. Perhaps we should withdraw for now. To my surprise, her words seemed to invigorate Bull Million immensely. His previous despondency vanished in an instant, replaced by an unexpected confidence as he declared, "Actually, there's no need to retreat. As long as we proceed steadily and cautiously, we can annihilate this entire horde of skeletons without much trouble." That aligns perfectly with my own sentiments. The gnome bard was quite indignant about the hypocritical bravery of the Minotaur warrior, murmuring softly to us. However, during our last visit, those individuals were of a higher level than you. Is it not perilous to utter such words? The fairy, observing the Minotaur's hesitation, remarked. Undoubtedly. The fairy's counsel had an immediate effect, albeit one that contradicted her original intent. What if they are merely a few levels above me? What significance does that hold? Level is not the sole determinant of victory. Adept skill can certainly compensate for any disparities in rank. I refuse to believe there exists anything in this humble cavern that could hinder me. Ha. The Minotaur's demeanor instantly transformed, becoming even more resolute and defiant, as if he yearned to seize his massive tree stump and valiantly charge into the fray. Nevertheless, his laughter was dry and hollow, trembling slightly as though it were being forcibly extracted from his throat, starkly contrasting with his grandiose proclamations. Skill. I fail to discern what merits this fellow possesses, remarked the bard, unable to restrain himself from delivering a scathing retort as he stood beside us, observing the Minotaur's shameless bravado before the elven maiden. After a while, the classic response from the half-orc warlock Ding Ding Xiaogu echoed in our ears. His proficiency in drinking blood potions is remarkably fluid. None among us can rival him. Chapter 21. A cry for help due to the diverse types of powerful beings from other realms with whom they forged pacts. The warlocks were able to summon various familiars. Each familiar inherently possessed unique traits and abilities. Some excelled in melee combat, while others assisted warlocks in casting spells. The familiar of the half-orc warlock Ding Ding Xiaogu was an ice sorceress, a relatively common type, likely originating from a realm perpetually shrouded in snow and ice. The demon was entirely azure, adorned with bluish marks, sporting goat-like hooves and a pair of diminutive fleshy wings. Her curvaceous figure was largely exposed, covered only in certain crucial areas by thin crystalline plates, exuding a particularly malevolent allure. Upon sighting the ice sorceress, the bard immediately whistled frivolously. I must say, you are rather ungrateful. We assisted you in completing your task. With such a fine asset, why did you not reveal her sooner? The more, the merrier. Every additional ally is a boon, Ding Ding Xiaogu replied leisurely after a moment. The ice sorceress possessed an innate ability to wield ice-based spells. She typically employed ice spear techniques to strike foes from a distance. This advanced skill, an enhancement of the basic ice arrow spell, not only inflicted greater damage but could also encase the wounded areas of enemies in a layer of hard frost, significantly impairing their mobility. This was precisely the reason for our summoning her. Among us, only Ding Ding Xiaogu's familiar had the capability for ranged attacks. Our strategy was to utilize the ice sorceress's ice spear to engage targets from afar, drawing them and their nearby skeletal warriors towards us, where we could then encircle and eliminate them. Should a genuine engagement in battle occur, the half-orc sorcerer's reflexes would likely result in him being dismembered by enemy blades within 2 rounds. Half would meet their demise before he could even react, while the other half would be reduced to mere pulp. Nevertheless, the execution of this strategy finally granted him the opportunity to confront his foes. With great enthusiasm, he accepted the task and immediately summoned his familiar. Ding Ding Xiaogu was a ponderous and introspective individual, seemingly perceiving time in a manner entirely distinct from ours. Bound by an invisible web, he resembled a leaf inadvertently caught in a temporal current, meandering slowly along the flowing waters of time, unhurried and leisurely. As a singular traveler through the fabric of time and space, his familiar had imbibed a hint of this philosophical concept of temporality, evident in the manner it cast spells. A chilling blue luminescence gathered in the hands of the ice sorceress, and we could sense the accumulation of numerous stark and penetrating magical elements within her grasp. Suddenly, a skeletal warrior ahead radiated an eerie blue hue, evidently under attack. A resilient layer of azure crystal enveloped its form, rendering its movements sluggish. Shortly thereafter, a blue ice spear, imbued with a palpable chill, shot forth from the ice sorceress's hands, hurtling toward the already assailed skeletal warrior. What transpired next was utterly bewildering. Just as the ice spear was poised to strike its target, it inexplicably vanished into thin air. You may think me mad, but such was the reality. Ding Ding Xiaogu's ice sorceress first struck the target and then unleashed her magic. An attack so disordered that it left me in a state of astonishment. In my estimation, one capable of wielding magic with such a posthumous preeminence, enigmatic and profound, must possess an understanding of the secrets of time and the power to alter its flow, a being of godlike strength. What perplexed me further was Ding Ding Xiaogu's willingness to expend such considerable energy to distort the flow of time while hesitating to enhance the potency of the ice spear or increase its lethality. Perhaps, for true sages, the art of slaughter in this world is but a base and trivial concern, far overshadowed by the significance of contemplating the very essence of time and space. I found myself suddenly filled with a profound respect for this seemingly foolish half-orc sorcerer. However, this admiration swiftly dissipated, replaced by a surge of irritation. Fool, you have struck the wrong target. Ahead of us, 5 or 6 skeletons were congregating, while another group lingered not far to their left. Originally, our intent was to attack the nearest skeleton, which would attract at most 6 enemies. Given our current combat capabilities, vanquishing these sluggish undead posed little challenge. Yet, unexpectedly, Ding Ding Xiaogu chose to assault another skeleton that was meandering between the two groups. Now, we were in deep trouble. As soon as he was attacked, the two groups of skeletal warriors nearby simultaneously detected our presence. They seemed unusually excited, grinding their exposed tooth sockets and emitting a series of chilling clattering sounds, before immediately brandishing their crude and heavy weapons and charging towards us. This was dire. We had attracted far too many. Witnessing this scene, the Nocturne in D minor exclaimed in alarm, drawing her short sword while commanding loudly, "Retreat. Fall back to the pier." The sorcerer left his summoned minion behind and ordered it to launch an automatic attack. Even the bull-headed Million, who typically exuded bravado in front of the elven druid, cast aside his dignity in front of the lady, screaming and turning to flee. In fact, I suspected he was so terrified that he had completely forgotten about maintaining his composure before the girl. At that moment, I caught a fleeting glimpse of our half-orc sorcerer, Ding Ding Xiaogu. His behavior was peculiar. He stood against the wall of the pit, wildly banging his head against it, his wild braids flailing. I could not ascertain whether he was panicking or if something else was amiss. Although his legs mimicked a frantic run, he remained rooted in place, not moving an inch. The most absurd part was that he seemed oblivious to his own embarrassing predicament, continuing to butt against the wall with fervor. Ding Ding Xiaogu. What on earth are you doing? Hurry over here. Despite the fact that our current plight was closely related to him, I did not wish to witness him being torn apart by the skeletons pursuing us from behind. Just as I gritted my teeth and steeled myself to pull him back, something extraordinary occurred. The half-orc sorcerer suddenly vanished into thin air, as if a phantom had abruptly dissipated, leaving no trace behind. I had witnessed the scene of the Voidwalkers traversing time and space, while they too disappeared from sight. It was akin to a wisp of mist gradually fading into the air. This sudden disappearance was a first for me. The skeleton I had struck was the closest one. Who knew that my delay would be so prolonged? Just as I anxiously scanned my surroundings, Ding Ding Xiaogu's figure reappeared beside me, a mournful expression on his face as he slowly spoke. He seemed to have a peculiar fondness for his peculiar stutter step, as described by the Nocturne in D minor. And after uttering that sentence, he froze again, only to instantaneously shift to my side once more, and so it went. It appeared that I need not worry about this erratic, elusive fellow. Ding Ding Xiaogu's summoned minion had bought us some precious time. As the throng of skeletal warriors surged forth, mercilessly tearing the voluptuous ice sorceress to shreds, we finally retreated to the entrance of the pier. In her final moments, the ice sorceress unleashed 2 ice spikes, reducing one of the skeletal warriors to half its remaining life. Warriors, block the entrance. Sorcerers, stay back and continue summoning. Druids, prepare to heal. Million, use any magical potions on the ferry. The nocturne in D minor continued to command loudly. Without needing further instruction, we all complied. The wooden aerial corridor can accommodate no more than 3 individuals side by side, which implies that Bull Million and I will face only 3 skeletal monsters at a time. This geographical advantage renders it impossible for the enemy to besiege us with sheer numbers, bringing a sense of reassurance to my heart. However, this is far from a pleasant battle. Though the movements of the skeletal creatures are clumsy and slow, their attack patterns are exceedingly simple, merely consisting of wild swings with heavy iron picks. Were we on open ground, I would have confidence in easily vanquishing 2 such foes of a higher level simultaneously. Yet this is merely a hypothetical scenario. We are not confronted by 1 or 2 adversaries, but rather a horde, and we find ourselves not on expansive terrain, but in a narrow passageway. The constricted environment, while preventing us from facing multiple attacks at once, also restricts our ability to evade, compelling us to absorb their formidable onslaught with our flesh and blood. We are left with no choice but to dodge vital strikes within the limited confines. Although their accuracy is not particularly high, the merciless blows they deliver carry a terrifying strength that, upon contact, inflicts significant damage. This is not the entirety of our plight. In addition to their heavy weaponry, we must endure the noxious stench emanating from the decaying bones and rotting flesh. This suffocating miasma seems to harbor a corrosive toxin that rapidly deteriorates our armor. At such a moment, any contemplation becomes superfluous. The only viable path is to bravely engage in combat, overwhelming these mindless creatures with our audacity and fervor, slaying their already deceased forms once more. I am resolute in this endeavor. I steadied my stance, my muscles aching from tension. Thoughts of conserving my combat energy faded from my mind. For this is the most perilous moment. I wielded my energy with reckless abandon, deploying my cleaving skills without regard for the consequences. Once my energy was depleted, I resorted to sheer physical strength to continue the onslaught, awaiting the gradual revival of my warrior spirit until I could harness it again. Beside me, the Minotaur warrior mirrored my actions. Although he appeared fearful and devoid of valor in his gaze, the hefty log in his hands was already stained with the shattered bones of the skeletal foes. We exchanged blows with the skeletal monsters, our weapons clashing fiercely. Their weapons struck heavily against our shoulders and chests. At times, the intense pain made me feel as if my arm had shattered. Yet, we had no time to dwell on pain or fear. Our eyes reddened as we sought to inflict even greater harm upon one another. The symbols of our diminishing lives circled above us like vultures awaiting their carrion. When one of those symbols vanishes from ahead, it signifies that yet another robust body has lost its soul, despite our frenzied efforts to vanquish our foes, causing them considerable distress. It was not long before 2 skeletons were reduced to mere fragments of bone, while a third teetered precariously under the might of our relentless assaults. However, such a battle was a Pyrrhic victory for us. Just as we managed to fell one adversary, another grotesque creature would surge forth to fill the void, attacking us with the same brutish fervor. With only 2 of us standing firm, there was no retreat to be found. Were it not for the life potions hoarded by our comrade, Bull Million, we would not have endured this long. The issue lay not in the scarcity of his reserves, but in our inability to consume the potions at a pace that could match the rapid depletion of our vitality. The reason we remained standing was the elven maiden, known as the Celestial Fairy, who lay prostrate behind us, tirelessly employing her magic to restore our life force. During my battles alongside the Longbow Sunstrider, I had once received healing from this devotee of the supreme deity. Her magic, which directly infused life energy into the soul, proved remarkably effective, granting hundreds of points of vitality in a single application. The healing spells of the elven druid were blessed by the nature goddess, Nachinia. While they could not directly mend the soul, they expedited the physical healing process, allowing injuries to mend more swiftly. Although this method lacked the immediate efficacy of a priest's divine healing, it offered prolonged restoration, enabling our vitality to recover more rapidly from the blows we had sustained. We should count ourselves fortunate that among this terrifying throng of the deceased, none were skilled in ranged attacks. They were compelled to engage us in close combat. I am convinced that had there been even a single archer or spellcaster among them, augmenting their ranks beyond the 3 of us, we would have long since been driven to despair. Nevertheless, we faced numerous perils throughout the conflict. On several occasions, my life force dwindled perilously close to 5%. It was solely due to the indomitable resilience inherent to humanity that I survived these near-death encounters until the restorative effects of the potions took hold. A foreboding sense gnawed at me, whispering that if this continued, our fate would be sealed. Bull Million, in a state of sheer terror, cried out while mercilessly shattering yet another skeleton into dust. I refuse to heed your incessant premonitions. Each time you mention them, calamity befalls us. I retorted in frustration, hastily downing a potion that resembled mucus, a concoction that only the faint-hearted would trust. We are not weaklings. We are women. Hearing my words, the druid girl behind me stomped her foot in indignation, yet she continued to cast waves of verdant healing magic upon Bull Million without pause. As we were on the brink of collapse, a resounding and heart-stirring melody suddenly emerged from the lips of the nocturne in D minor, piercing our eardrums. 1 touch. 2 touches, touching my sister's hair. Upon hearing his voice, the fairy was momentarily taken aback, almost casting a healing spell upon the skeletal monster before me. Soon, we discovered the potency of this battle song. While within the bard's enchanting range, our muscles felt remarkably fortified, as if enveloped by an ethereal membrane that shielded our bodies. When the skeletal creature's weapon struck me, the pain was no longer as excruciating as before. I could even sense that my skin had solidified like a rock, providing protection comparable to that of armor. If you had used the Iron Wall battle song sooner, we wouldn't have been in such peril. Neo Baiwan roared at the nocturne. Feeling tricked, I had merely been tinkering with the source file of the battle song, adjusting it slightly. The system's default melody was far too kitsch. Hearing Neo Baiwan's outburst, the nocturne paused his song, responding with a cheeky grin, and resumed singing in a rather lewd tone. 3 touches, for touches, touching my sister's cheeks. The fairy blushed deeply upon hearing the nocturne's tune. She stomped her feet and reproached him. Where did you acquire such a song? The gnome bard, with a proud expression, boasted, it wasn't easy to find this piece. I couldn't even download it. I painstakingly uncovered it from the old record market. It's a rare gem. 5 touches, 6 touches. Stop singing. The elven druid exclaimed in embarrassment, rushing to cover the bard's mouth to silence him. No, let him finish. Neo Baiwan shouted urgently. Without his battle song, we cannot withstand this onslaught. Chapter 22. Are you dead? The Iron Wall battle song from the Nocturne guided us through our most significant crisis, enhancing our defensive capabilities just as our armor began to erode. Under the song's influence, our rate of healing slightly surpassed the depletion of our health, achieving a favorable equilibrium that transformed our arduous battle into one of relative ease. Meanwhile, on the other side, the half-orc warlock Ding Ding Xiao Gu remained in an awkwardly superfluous state. As we know, a warlock-summoned demon is not a living being. It is merely a magical projection of powerful otherworldly entities within our realm. It can be temporarily vanquished, but cannot truly be killed. Once Ding Ding Xiao Ji's summoning spell cooled down, he promptly called forth the Ice Sorceress again, deploying ice spikes to support us from behind, targeting the skeletal foes. Although the ice spikes were formidable, their firing rate was regrettably slow. In truth, the Ice Sorceress could not offer us significant assistance. Beyond the inherent offensive spells possessed by the summoned minions, the Warlock himself, as a practitioner of the arcane, wields a few distinctive magical assault techniques. These adventurers, who engage in dealings with formidable otherworldly sovereigns, seem to harbor a particular affinity for the shadows. Their most adept trick involves unleashing their own shadows to inflict immense harm upon their foes. This spell, known as Shadow Arrow, is both potent and elusive, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Throughout the ordeal, Ding Ding Xiao Gu incessantly chanted incantations, striving to gather the arcane energy from the shadows into his hands, only to crush it within his palm. Indeed, he persistently attempted to cast the Shadow Arrow spell, yet had never succeeded in releasing it. Stop standing there like a fool. Strike! Boomed Neo Baiwan, his frustration palpable as he glared at the bewildered half-orc warlock. Your little specter is far more effective than you. After shattering 2 orbs of shadowy magic, Ding Ding Xiao Ji's dreamlike, elongated voice finally reached our ears. I don't wish to, but there is a significant delay here. The skeleton I aimed at has already been slain by you. I have no target. Then employ a different skill. Quit floundering about. Neo Baiwan shouted, his eyes aflame with exasperation, as if he yearned to swallow Ding Ding Xiao Gu whole and regurgitate him repeatedly. My conjecture stemmed from the fact that the minotaurs possess 4 stomachs, and, much like their unintelligent relatives, have a penchant for rumination. Neo Baiwan's furious outcry served as a reminder to Ding Ding Xiao Gu. After a habitual moment of hesitation, he ceased his futile endeavor to cast the Shadow Arrow and instead began to softly murmur another unfamiliar incantation. Due to the peculiar effects of the delay spell, his voice was drawn out, adopting a comical pitch. Clearly, this was a more intricate and lengthy spell. Although I could not comprehend the arcane language used to summon otherworldly powers, the sounds resonated with a sinister malevolence, far from benevolent. Upon concluding this spell with a sound reminiscent of a bleating sheep, a swirling, pale green mist suddenly descended upon us, enveloping our surroundings. He pointed his right hand above us, which evidently signified the completion of the incantation, although such delayed magic was not novel for him. If the Bard's battle hymn marked a turning point in this confrontation, then Ding Ding Xiao Guo's spell introduced a decisive influence. This incantation, known as Cloud of Diminution, would diminish the vitality and defenses of enemies affected by its duration. Though a mere elementary spell, its weakening effect was not immediately apparent against the skeletal foes. However, as our battle reached a stalemate, it became the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. The sensation of the long sword slicing through bone became delightfully pliable, as if the formidable bony exoskeletons of these creatures had swiftly lost a significant amount of calcium, succumbing to a dreadful case of osteomalacia. When my sword, the Tooth Ripper, clashed against the now brittle bones, I could hear the unsatisfied shriek of the long sword from the gratifying friction. Before these feeble adversaries, this sharp instrument had lost its intimidating significance, reduced merely to a crude tool of slaughter. Most remarkably, this Cloud of Decay is a widespread spell, its detrimental effects capable of impacting every enemy within its range, rather than merely affecting a single opponent. This made the repercussions on Ding Ding Xiao Gu, due to timing issues, less pronounced. It is a wondrous phenomenon that such a simple, low-level incantation could amplify our previously tenuous advantage to an immeasurable extent, allowing us five to maintain absolute control in the face of foes that outnumbered us manifold. Before our weapons and magic, those fearsome and savage skeletal monsters faltered increasingly, crumbling before us like a dilapidated earthen wall. Severed bones cascaded to the ground, creating a discordant clatter, only to be ruthlessly crushed beneath our feet. Combat is the essence of an adventurer, the fervent passion that courses through their veins, stemming from the very source of life, regardless of their strength. I believe that before these brave and astute individuals, any peril can be surmounted. As long as these warriors continue to fight, extraordinary occurrences are bound to unfold, and failure is never a foregone conclusion. If this battle were to affirm anything deemed inevitable, it is only this: 5 is always stronger than 4. With the experience of this triumph, subsequent tasks became simpler. After a brief respite, we lured the remaining groups of skeletal monsters in batches, dispatching them one by one in the narrow corridor with the same method. For a moment, the gnome bard's minor key nocturne, a battle hymn titled The Call of the Brave, soared solemnly and sacredly above the cavern, occasionally accompanied by the heartfelt exclamations of the elven druid maiden. Could you not choose another tune? Before long, we vanquished all the brutish, combative skeletal foes in the cavern, clearing the path for our half-orc sorcerer to retrieve Robert Wylant's lost hammer. Ding Ding Xiao Gu finally stood safely before the hammer, glowing with a crimson light. As he bent to pick it up, he suddenly froze without warning, as if time itself had ceased to flow. I instinctively extended my finger to inspect my palm, to confirm that this was not the effect of some powerful magic akin to time stasis. Surely not. Have we encountered another glitch here? Neo Million lamented in despair, his voice echoing through the chamber. He rushed in a few quick steps to stand before Ding Ding Xiao Gu, anxiously reaching out to pinch his face. Brother, we have risked our lives, traversed such a long detour, and vanquished countless skeletons, causing chaos all around, all to assist you in completing your quest. As the task nears its conclusion, you cannot simply disconnect at this critical moment. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Noticing Ding Ding Xiao Ji's lack of response, Niu Baiwan, in his urgency, raised his large palm and delivered several measured slaps to the half-orc sorcerer, seemingly attempting to rouse him from his stupor. The Minotaur's method evidently bore fruit, for just as he was enjoying his endeavor, a sudden flash of red light flickered before our eyes, and the hammer on the ground vanished without a trace. Subsequently, Ding Ding Xiao Ji's right hand emerged slowly, groping the barren ground. Stop hitting me. I'm not disconnected, but my face is about to swell from your slaps. Ding Ding Xiao Ji's voice suddenly rang out. Niu Baiwan, taken aback, hastily apologized. I'm so sorry. I thought you had already disconnected. It was an impulsive reaction. Next time, if anyone else slaps my face while I'm in delay, I will confront them head-on. His cheek, perhaps flushed from the slapping, bore a tone tinged with an odd intonation, seemingly trying to convey his inner fury, yet the slow cadence rendered his words helpless and gentle. After Ding Ding Xiao Gu successfully acquired his quest item, we collectively turned our gazes toward the solitary skeleton remaining in the pit, standing quietly at the entrance of a cavern, Robert Wylant's, the undead. If these soulless, decaying beings could possess any semblance of personality, this stout, diminutive skeleton might embody a proud and reserved demeanor. Throughout, he refrained from engaging in our battle, even ignoring the fray occurring mere inches away, merely observing as we dismantled and shattered his companions. During the skirmish, I inadvertently drew near him while fending off another skeleton. I was prepared to endure his attack, yet he paid me no heed. He appeared distinct from the other skeletons, not merely in his short and stocky stature, but more so in his eye sockets. Unlike those other bloodthirsty and brutal creatures, his eye sockets were devoid of anything but a profound darkness. Yet, this darkness seemed extraordinarily deep and enigmatic, as though it harbored some ineffable essence. Was it a form of some emotion? Can you imagine? He was merely a skeleton. Ah, yes, for reasons unbeknownst to us, perhaps he could move. Or perhaps he did not resemble a skeleton as much as he seemed to, yet he was indeed one. And I found myself perceiving within his vacant eye sockets emotions that ought to belong only to the living. It is a complex emotion: compassion, sorrow, self-reproach, and regret. All these painful feelings converge within the hollow darkness of his eyes. I find it absurd, yet I am convinced I truly witnessed this. It appears there is a task at hand. The nocturne in a minor key gestured towards the spirit, speaking boldly. Who will converse with him? Not I, replied the fairy, recoiling in distaste behind the imposing figure of Bull Million, both terrified and slightly curious as she peered out from behind him. Unable to resist glancing at the spirit Robert Willenster. Fear not, for I shall stand here to protect you, Bull Million proclaimed fervently, stepping forward to address the druid maiden. However, it seemed that beyond his pledge to shield the fairy, a more significant implication of his declaration was his firm resolve to remain in place. As for why he refrained from approaching the skeletal figure, we could glean some evident answers from the tremor in his somewhat hollow voice. Very well. I shall take my leave, I announced to them. As a warrior clad in heavy armor, should any unforeseen event arise, I could endure longer than the defenseless gnome bard. Upon approaching the diminutive skeleton, an inexplicable awkwardness washed over me. Just moments ago, I had been engaged in a fierce battle with this grotesque and terrifying being. Now, faced with him in such proximity, I found myself at a loss for words. Good sir, are you deceased? I knew it was foolish to inquire whether a hollow skeleton had died, yet once the words escaped my lips, they seemed even more preposterous. The four companions, who had been poised with weapons at my back, could not contain their laughter upon hearing my question. Damn it, if you knew what to say. Why did you push me forward? I grumbled inwardly as I struggled with my own discomfort. Suddenly, the skeleton emitted a series of light clicks as it turned its neck towards me. At last, you have arrived, warriors from the surface. I have awaited your presence. Thank the heavens, the supreme God has heard my prayers. He spoke. He truly spoke. His voice was eerie and monotone, each syllable delivered with a uniform rhythm, devoid of the inflections typical of our conversations. This cold, mechanical sound sent a chill down my spine. I could not fathom how he produced such a voice. It clearly did not emanate from his long-decayed vocal apparatus, but seemed to arise from within his very being. Yet in his current state, it appeared he had long since lost any semblance of interiority. Chapter 23. Is it salvation or death? In the dim depths of an underground cavern, a group of young adventurers listened intently to a skeletal creature expounding its thoughts, a scene that struck one as rather peculiar. I am Robert Willenster, once a dwarf. My friends called me the Quencher. The skeleton intoned mournfully. The words he spoke carried an air of ominous familiarity, particularly due to his name, stature, and the striking resemblance to the fabled dwarf blacksmith. A year prior, I had stumbled upon this vein of ore and commenced the excavation of tunnels. At that time, I remained blissfully ignorant of the horrific secrets buried beneath, unaware that I was, in fact, digging my own grave, along with that of others. Everything progressed smoothly, and we extracted vast quantities of precious metals, ushering in an unceasing flow of immense wealth. Convinced we had unearthed a treasure, we labored with renewed fervor, hastening the release of a malevolent force. In our digging, we shattered a stone wall, unveiling a vast subterranean cavern. Foolishness, greed, and insatiable curiosity led me to make a choice I would eternally regret, to construct a passageway to this cavern and continue our excavations. As we delved deeper, the wretched Robert Willenst pointed to several caverns at the bottom of the pit, revealing sealed chests. Like all fools who succumb to greed's retribution, we tore away the seals, unleashing a colossal demon. No creature could be more terrifying than he, for he was the Lord of the Undying, the Master of Decay, and the most loyal and ruthless minion of the King of the End Times, the dread Lich, Mackinskull. He drained the life from every soul present, none were spared. He siphoned our very essence, transforming the deceased into grotesque abominations, caught in the liminal space between life and death, serving as his most wretched slaves. He ravaged the entire mine, entombing all secrets within. Fortunately, I bore a talisman protected by the supreme deity, which could not shield me from death, but safeguarded my soul from the lich's torment. Yet, the talisman could not offer eternal protection. I sensed my spirit waning. I prayed to the supreme deity, beseeching him to send forth a champion, granting me the chance to unveil this dreadful secret. My soul was already feeble. My strength would not endure much longer. However, I was relieved that you had arrived. Travel to Valen Fortress and report the Lich Mackinskull's escape to Marquis Menival. Time is of the essence. The Lich seems to possess a means to guide the blighted lands back to the continent of Farlwy. The armies of the King of the End Times will soon pour across the land, and we must prepare without delay. Moreover, I must ask for your assistance in a small matter. Just when I thought the Dwarf of Decay had concluded his tale, he presented us with another request. Should my soul dissipate, my body shall inevitably transform into a monster, akin to my fallen companions. While the dwarf feared not death, he yearned for a dignified end. I could not allow my body to become the enemy of my own soul. At this juncture, his voice faltered momentarily. Despite being a decaying wretch, devoid of the ability to alter his expressions or tone, I sensed he was making a momentous decision. In my life before I become a monster, he declared, I shall forsake my soul and relinquish my hold on life. I implore you to end my suffering, to strike down my already lifeless body once more, allowing me to slip away quietly like a dwarf. I have lingered far too long. Would you be willing to assist me? The decaying dwarf lifted his robust and sturdy head, gazing at me with his empty yet pleading black eye sockets. I found myself at a loss for words. Should I not comply? To prevent the birth of a monster and grant a good soul the peace it deserves. Reason dictated that I accept his request, liberating him from his protracted agony with my sword. No one should deny such a plea, for it pertains to the fate of a virtuous soul. Yet, the task weighed heavily upon me. This decaying being possessed a complete soul, capable of feeling pain and despair. I could not convince myself that he was truly dead. If a person's body is maimed while their soul remains intact, can we declare them dead? What of those with severed limbs, those with but a single eye? Can we say they are all dead? Compared to them, this specter before me has merely lost more of his corporeal form. He remains a person, alive, wise, and undeniably noble. Could one stand idly by as such a being takes their own life, and then unhesitatingly destroy their remains? Accept the quest. A voice boomed from behind me. I turned to see Nyobai, who seemed to be growing impatient. Fear not. Once you accept the quest, we shall retreat. A level 15 monster is within our capability. The Nocturne in D minor chimed in eagerly. Even the slow-witted Ding-Ding Xiao Gu could not help but urge me onward. Observing their eager anticipation, I found it difficult to comprehend. Is it truly so exhilarating to slay a creature that was once human? Perhaps so. My companions, the Void Walkers, possess an optimistic understanding of death. According to their descriptions, when one dies, they do not simply vanish. There exists a chance for resurrection. Perhaps this dwarf, Robert Wellenster, the master metallurgist, might share such a fate. Yet, I still found this sensation unsettling. Very well, I shall help you. I gritted my teeth and nodded in acceptance of his request. I cannot express my gratitude enough, brave adventurer, the spirit of Robert Wellenster said, his pale jaw gently creasing into a peculiar yet serene smile. He extended his hands, cradling the amulet that hung at his chest, softly murmuring as he knelt, reverently bowing his head. As his hollow, mechanical voice diminished, I perceived a faint glimmer emanating from him, gradually dispersing into the air, softly fading until it was entirely lost to sight. This light was unlike any I had encountered before. It was not the so-called will-o'-the-wisps, but something truly magical, sustained by the very essence of life itself. As all light faded, I sensed a perilous aroma emanating from the diminutive skeleton before me. It was a chilling scent of slaughter, and I recognized that the kneeling skeleton had transformed into a relentless machine of death, devoid of any semblance of life. This was a battle I wished to forget, yet rather than striving to erase the feelings of that moment, it felt as though I had never truly registered its essence. The dwarf metallurgist, Robert Wellenster, now fully metamorphosed into a monstrosity, swung his battle axe towards me without hesitation. His once knowledgeable mind, rich in mineralogy and metallurgy, had been entirely consumed by the frenzy of murder. The axe clashed against my shield, producing a resounding clang that reverberated through my arm, leaving it numb. Throughout the encounter, I refrained from striking back, instinctively raising my shield to protect my head and face. I felt that my actions were not born from fear of his axe, but rather from an unwillingness to confront the skeletal visage with its dark, hollow eye sockets. There was a time when I contemplated casting aside all notions of vulnerability and facing the decayed creature like a true warrior, striking mercilessly with my sword. Yet, each time I beheld his rigid, apathetic countenance, I was inexorably reminded of his earnest plea for me to end his suffering. He yearned for redemption. Having paid a steep price for his past transgressions, he implored me to obliterate his corpse. I acquiesced, yet in truth, I possessed no right to do so. There was no part of him in need of salvation. Thus, I could only cower weakly behind my shield, betraying both his desire and my promise, allowing the malevolent force to govern his body and commit acts of violence that were inherently against his nature. Fortunately, my comrades were not burdened by the same melancholic sentiments and indecision. Destroying a level 15 decayed creature posed no challenge for them. Before long, the robust dwarf skeleton was encased in ice by Ding Ding Xiaoji's frost witch, subsequently shattered into fragments. The splintered bones and icy shards scattered across the ground, mingling with the remnants of the other skeletal monstrosities. The battle concluded. Having fulfilled Robert Wylant's final request, my companions appeared elated. I had no grounds to chastise them. They had rescued a soul, honored a dwarf's last wish, and granted him a dignified death. They had every right to rejoice. However, I found no joy in this outcome. Had he been slain or saved? This question remained one I was reluctant to ponder. Within the cave behind Robert Wylant's, we discovered a master miner's handbook and an iron pickaxe, the metal gatherer, which augmented mining skills by 30 points. These treasures left Ding Ding Xiaogo, our sole miner, envious. Yet, his inner excitement was entirely masked by his sluggish voice, betraying not a trace of elation. Although these two items were the most valuable possessions in this adventure, they held no significance for others, and no one opposed handing them over to Ding Ding Xiaogo. Thus, our half-orc sorcerer not only accomplished the task, but also significantly enhanced his mining abilities, emerging as the most fortunate beneficiary of this expedition. In his elation, Ding Ding Xiaogo generously offered to bestow upon us some metals and ores, precisely what I required for my studies in alchemy. Aside from myself, the Nocturne and D-Miner also benefited from the half-orc sorcerer's magnanimous decision, as he had acquired the life skill of armor crafting. The elven druid girl, Fairy Descending, fortuitously obtained the faith talisman from Robert Wylanster's neck, a talisman that should have been worn by the most devout followers of the supreme deity Deramos. This talisman, imbued with the power of faith, could enhance its bearer's mana by 30 points and bolster their resistance against soul magic. What perplexed me was that the druid girl, a devoted follower of the nature goddess Nechinia, seemed unperturbed by wearing a talisman belonging to a supremely divine follower. However, observing her excitement, I surmised that she might be entirely unaware of the talisman's implications, merely seeking a beautiful adornment to hang around her neck. It is well known that women of any race possess an insatiable desire for embellishments. I would wager that if given a single option, even a female priest of the supreme deity, who is staunchly devoted to order and light, would prefer to wear a pendant symbolizing despair and death rather than leave her neck bare. Aside from some herbs or food, the skeletal creatures within the mine also dropped a few coins, which they must have carried during their lifetimes, when the soul Lich Mackenscar transformed them into decay-ridden beings. These unfortunate miners evidently had no time to change their attire. Now, they likely had no further use for such possessions. Other than the miscellaneous items and coins that everyone had acquired, Neo-Million did not obtain anything else. However, it seemed to me that he was not the least bit disappointed. Quite the contrary, he might even feel like the most fortunate individual at that moment. What's so impressive? I ran all the way from Steadhoof Valley to here when I was just level 1, encountering numerous high-level monsters along the way. These skeletons hardly pose a challenge. I imagined he would not disclose to the druid girl that he had wandered into Camp Navia City due to being lost. I've also seen a dragon, a green dragon. Once you level up, I'll take you to slay it. Neo-Million continued to boast without missing a beat. While men in the presence of women are often quite formidable, when a level 12 Tauren warrior brazenly brags about dragon slaying, it crosses the line from bravado to shameless boasting. Neo-Million walked ahead with Fairy Descending, seemingly intent on quickening his pace, thereby widening the gap between us. The elven druid appeared to have forgotten our existence, closely following him and occasionally bursting into laughter at his antics. Soon, their figures vanished into the darkness, leaving only the faintest outline of their names above. Bull Million bore his lengthy name prominently, resembling a walking signpost, which looked rather comical. After a while, even their names faded from view. Flattery often harbors malice, muttered D-Miner Nocturne, his teeth clenched in indignation as he observed their receding silhouettes. Such sentiments are typically expressed by those who wish to ingratiate themselves, but fail to do so. I had grown accustomed to Ding Ding Xiaogu seizing such moments to voice his brilliant opinions. The gnome bard rolled his eyes, glaring at the half-orc sorcerer with a face full of resentment. Ding Ding Xiaogu. It wasn't until I met you that I realized I had been mistaken about two things throughout my life. What are they? First, sometimes those who speak the truth can be quite unpleasant. Second, he lowered his voice and leaned closer to Ding Ding Xiaogu. What's the second? After a brief pause, Ding Ding Xiaogu asked with a hint of confusion. The second point is that when you lean in to speak to someone, you can easily step on their toes. With that, D Minor Nocturne stomped down hard on the half-orc sorcerer's foot and stormed off in a huff. Given Ding Ding Xiaogu's notably slow reaction time, he did not respond to the kick until the bard had walked a considerable distance away. The half-orc expressed his suffering with his characteristic slow and drawn-out voice. That was a petty act of deliberate revenge. Just as the gnome bard and the half-orc sorcerer were bickering behind, a sharp scream pierced the air, accompanied by Bull Million's panicked cries for help. Help! We immediately surmised that the Minotaur warrior and the elven druid had once again encountered an ambush. Despite his continuous complaints about not being able to capture the attention of the elven maiden, upon hearing the call for help, D Minor Nocturne and I sprang into action, rushing toward the source of the sound. Ding Ding Xiaogu once again showcased his erratic teleportation, appearing ahead of us at times and lagging behind at others, moving like a fleeting shadow. You foolish oaf! I've told you repeatedly not to run so fast and to maintain a safe distance from us. If something happens, how can we come to your aid? D Minor Nocturne exclaimed, bouncing along while venting his frustrations at Bull Million. However, when Bull Million and the fairy landed face down before him once more, his complaints were abruptly silenced. The unexpected sight left the bard utterly speechless, rendering this loquacious character incapable of uttering a single word. Surprise was not solely his domain. I too stood there, bewildered, my eyes wide open in disbelief at the unfolding events. The two individuals who had ventured ahead encountered no peril. Indeed, our Minotaur warrior remained unscathed, mirroring our astonishment with his mouth agape, utterly unaware that his languid tongue had unconsciously extended, nearly reaching his neck. Only one among us was engaged in combat, our elven druid. A maiden transformed into a bear, now prone upon the ground. It is challenging to articulate her demeanor at this moment. She shut her eyes in horror, her hands frantically clawing the air before her. Though she had assumed the formidable form of a massive bear, she still exuded the essence of a frightened girl, struggling helplessly. The feeble thrashing of a small girl might elicit amusement, yet the instinctual reaction of a great bear, frightened, is far more fearsome. Before her stood two skeletal creatures wielding pickaxes and shovels. Rather than evoking terror as undead beings should, they resembled pitiable wretches suffering from relentless torment. Each swipe of the bear's claws resulted in the shedding of splintered bone fragments from their bodies, while the blunt instruments they wielded posed negligible threat to the druid in her bear form. At that moment, the druid bear had only sustained a loss of less than 1/3 of her vitality, yet the ground was already littered with shattered bones and remnants of the skeletal foes. What transpired? I inquired of the shaken Minotaur. We were merely walking when this band of skeletons, there were perhaps 5, suddenly emerged from the corner, catching us off guard. One of the skeletons came face to face with her, and she screamed, nearly sending me into a panic. Before I could even react, it escalated to this. Minotaur gestured forward, indicating the current scene. Ah, save me. How terrifying. The druid maiden cried in a piercing soprano, as she struck the last skeleton into a pile of bone dust. It seemed she was oblivious to her own actions, for even after vanquishing the final foe, her hands, no, her claws, continued to flail in front of her chest, as if she would persist indefinitely unless restrained. It has been said that fear can sometimes awaken the latent potential within a person, unleashing unforeseen strength. I had previously deemed such notions absurd. A coward could never transform into a warrior. Yet now, I found myself contemplating the possibility that the power of fear might be far greater than one could ever imagine. Witnessing this spectacle, we all let out a resigned sigh. Neo Million's complexion was slightly flushed as he approached, gently patting the shoulder of the druid maiden from behind. It's all right now, those skeletons are gone. The elven druid, seemingly having heard his words, hesitated in her frantic gestures, her tightly shut eyes barely parting to reveal a thin slit. Only after confirming the safety of her surroundings did she fully open her eyes. Oh dear, I apologize. They appeared so suddenly and startled me terribly. I am quite timid, both afraid of the dark and of ghosts. I must have embarrassed you all. She transformed back into her elven form, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment. Our own faces seemed even redder than hers. What? How did they perish? The elven maiden inquired, glancing around in mild astonishment. She scrutinized us before finally fixing her gaze on Neomillion. Could it be that you vanquished them all? At that moment, Neomillion appeared to be in a state of shock, overwhelmed by the astonishing feats of the celestial maiden, utterly oblivious to the exchange. Only managing a hesitant murmur. Regrettably, the elven maiden seemed to interpret his hesitation as an affirmation. I knew it was you. You're truly remarkable. Her gaze brimmed with admiration, leaving Neomillion at a loss, his cheeks ablaze with heat. I could not fathom why she consistently believed Neomillion to be the strongest among us. There existed a considerable disparity between her perception and reality. Perhaps, for those gentle-hearted maidens, a rugged demeanor could indeed evoke a sense of security. I must admit, this was a beautiful misconception. Before long, we returned to the underground hall. Preparing to ascend from the mine to the surface, Neomillion and the elven maiden walked side by side, the bats within the cavern no longer posing any threat to them. The three of us trailed behind at a distance, ensuring their figures remained within our line of sight. At this juncture, after a prolonged silence, the half-orc sorcerer Ding Ding Xiao Go finally spoke. I believe that even the druid maiden could cleanse the underground caves on her own. It must be acknowledged that he had articulated a rather uncomfortable and disconcerting truth for us men. Chapter 24. Embracing the present. No one knows precisely when the Valen fortress was established. Its age appears to rival that of the towering Uzig mountains it guards. The walls, constructed from massive stones, are rough and formidable, bearing the marks of countless years of erosion. Judging by its name, Valen Fortress was once purely a military bastion for garrisoning troops, yet that was evidently a long time ago. Today, Valen Fortress resembles an ordinary small town, with shops offering a variety of goods lining the streets and idle pedestrians wandering along its pathways. The grand entrance, crafted from robust beech wood, stands wide open, never closing, allowing the ebb and flow of people to come and go freely. I have been in Valen Fortress for 2 or 3 days now. This marks my first venture beyond the jurisdiction of Camp Navia. For someone like me, lacking in travel experience, this was far from being an enjoyable long journey. The Fortress of Valen is nestled in the mountainous region southeast of Uzig, and having never visited this place before, my magical map bore no markings. I could only stumble forward like a headless fly, heading vaguely in the general direction. The rugged and narrow mountain paths presented a considerable challenge. The winding trails often vanished into thick underbrush and brambles, leading me astray until I found myself utterly lost. To make matters worse, wherever one finds themselves adrift, one is invariably met by a voracious horde of ravenous wolves, venomous spiders, wild boars, or other ferocious beasts, all fervently eager to invite you to dine with them. Of course, should luck not be on your side, you might just become the evening's meal. Upon arriving at the Fortress of Valen, I first fulfilled Mr. Gerard's commission by delivering the analysis report of the rabid Kaplan blood to Colonel Pekla, the commanding officer of the garrison. Colonel Pekla, in his 50s, had little to commend him apart from his mane of gray hair. He hardly resembled a soldier, but rather an antiquated scholar or something of the sort. The report seemed to fail in capturing his attention sufficiently. Ah, the Blighted Lands. A name I had not heard since I was 10, nearly forgotten. Gerard always exhibited a touch of nervousness. Nonetheless, I am grateful for the news he provided. Regardless, I shall send someone to investigate this matter, if I still have anyone to dispatch, Pekla said languidly, tossing me a small pouch of silver coins. I felt compelled to inform him of the events occurring at the abandoned mine, where the Archlich Maconscarl had broken free from a 2-century seal. My intuition suggested this might be connected to the mutations of the rabid Kaplan. Yet, no matter what I said, Colonel Pekla impatiently shook his head, insisting he needed to consult his schedule. At my age, one realizes that there is truly nothing that can be forgotten. Wait, did I just say that? I had no choice but to bid farewell to the forgetful officer. As I passed by his office, a fellow traveler, equally weary, was entering just then. By chance, I caught sight of what he held. A letter, its dark yellow envelope sealed with a vivid crimson wax stamp, strikingly familiar. Indeed, it resembled the report I had just handed to the colonel. What could this mean? Had Mr. Gerard dispatched a messenger, fearing I would be unable to deliver the report to the fortress? Are you also from Camp Navia? I could not help but inquire. Caught off guard by my sudden question, he hesitated for a moment before instinctively nodding. Yes. Are you delivering the blood report? Indeed, and you? Yes. You need not submit the report to him any longer. I have already done so, and it proves to be futile, I remarked. What I meant was that I had delivered the report to the colonel, who, in fact, seemed rather indifferent to the matter. There was no necessity for him to revisit this issue. Oh, really? He responded in astonishment. I have inquired of several individuals, and they all advised me to present it to him. With a hint of frustration, I turned my gaze back towards the colonel, who remained ensconced in his expansive, comfortable chair, blissfully dozing. Do you see now? Even if it were handed to him, it would yield no results, I expressed with mild exasperation. It appeared that this individual, seemingly lost in thought, grasped a fragment of understanding, yet his confusion seemed to deepen. He uttered a few acknowledgments, glanced between me and the colonel, and then, with a foolish grin, nodded in my direction and thanked me before turning to exit. Subsequently, I encountered this person a few more times on the street. Perhaps due to my change of armor, he failed to recognize me. Each time I saw him, he was desperately accosting passers-by with inquiries about whom to approach regarding report submissions and task assignments, exhibiting a palpable sense of urgency. I did not pay him much heed. Eventually, I ceased to see him altogether. However, I later heard tales of a malicious character within the Valen fortress, who intentionally obstructed others from submitting tasks and misled them with erroneous directions, causing an unsuspecting soul to traverse the city multiple times in pursuit of completion. Had I crossed paths with such a tedious and shameless individual, I would have certainly given him a stern lesson. Fortunately, not everyone possesses the lethargic and dim-witted demeanor of Colonel Peckler. The Marquis Manival, a prominent official of the Valen fortress, graciously welcomed my presence. He is a patron and supporter of the forger Robert Wylanst, and upon hearing of the unfortunate fate of the dwarven metallurgy master, the Marquis expressed his heartfelt sorrow. Oh, my dear friend, he was ever so fond of unearthing the secrets buried deep within the earth, yet some secrets ought to remain undiscovered. May Daramos have mercy upon him, and may his missteps not bring us irreparable losses. The Marquis, a pallid elder with pronounced cheekbones and sunken eyes, displayed a somber and composed demeanor, though perhaps the news of Wyland's demise had unsettled him, as he appeared somewhat agitated, a peculiar flush coloring his otherwise pale skin, eliciting concern for his health. The Marquis assured me that he would promptly inform His Majesty of the escape of the great Lich Mackenscar and would rally the full might of the Farlwy Continent to confront the impending calamity. As a token of gratitude for my diligent efforts, the Marquis presented me with a finely crafted chainmail. This armor, composed of numerous metal rings, was not excessively heavy and offered enhanced resistance against blade and axe strikes. Furthermore, it evidently bore some arcane enchantment, augmenting my defense by 10 points and bestowing an additional 100 points to my vitality. Upon departing the Marquis's estate, I felt an overwhelming sense of elation, a surge of uncontrollable pride swelling within my heart. I perceive that I have accomplished something quite remarkable. Perhaps it is precisely because I timely conveyed this message to a devoted noble that the very future of the continent shall be transformed. All the intelligent races dwelling beneath this cerulean sky will thus be granted an opportunity to unite, standing resolutely against the impending malevolent onslaught. Lives and liberties shall be preserved, and the scourge of slaughter and tyranny shall be curtailed, all owing to my prompt delivery of a message to the right hands. It was only later that I came to realize that, prior to the unveiling of the true facts, all that is deemed correct is merely a fleeting and beautiful illusion. Often, the harshness of reality has a way of shattering this illusion before your very eyes, using the painful needle of truth to awaken you from your reverie. Confronting reality seems to be synonymous with enduring suffering and bearing the weight of regret. Much later, I discerned that many occurrences in this world are, in fact, preordained. You cannot forestall their happening, alter their course, or dictate their conclusion, no matter how fervently you strive. If there remains anything you can change, it is solely yourself. Your life resembles a small boat tossed upon the furious waves, destined to sway amidst the tides that drown time. The singular action within your grasp is to reinforce your vessel, steer your sails, and then beseech the deities you hold dear for fortune, imploring that you not be engulfed by the inexorable tide. Such is the reality. At that moment, I was still oblivious to the future. The ignorant are blissful, alas. For many, such happiness proves ephemeral. Just as I departed from the Marquis's estate, my magical adventure journal unexpectedly alerted me to a message, informing me that someone had dispatched a parcel to me. I remain unaware of who conceived the remarkable idea of a postal system and initially brought it into fruition. I firmly believe it to be one of the greatest inventions in history, regardless of who you are or where you may be. As long as you provide the name of the recipient and the goods to any postal worker in a city or village, you can send anything to anyone you know. They may retrieve their package from the postal worker at any time. This is indeed a wildly audacious idea. And what is most astonishing is that it has truly been realized. Whether human, elf, dwarf, gnome, half-orc, or taurine, All intelligent races traversing the land of Falvy have actively engaged in this grand undertaking. Each village, even those comprising only a handful of individuals, has someone dedicated to the postal profession. Beyond this, the intelligent beings of Falvy have never achieved such a consensus on any other matter, breaking down the barriers between them. From this perspective, the postal system may well possess far greater power than any religious belief or cultural dissemination, for it has successfully united the diverse races of this world for the first time. The cost of this postal service is similarly not insignificant. One must part with 5% of the value of the items being sent as a fee. Should one take the time to calculate the number of individuals across the continent receiving gifts from friends and family each day, the astonishing sum of money involved would become evident. Perhaps this is the true force that allows the boorish minotaurs and the proud elves to collaborate. With a heart full of skepticism, I approached the mail carrier at Fort Valen and discovered that the sender of my parcel was the slow-witted yet generous half-orc miner, Ding Ding Xiaogu. This loyal soul had faithfully upheld his promise, dispatching an abundance of metals and various minerals my way. His generosity far exceeded my expectations, leaving me at a loss for how to express my gratitude. It was an act of kindness I could not refuse, as the total of my funds was insufficient to cover the postage for returning these items. Thus, I reluctantly yet secretly delightedly stowed these heavy and precious gifts into my enchanted satchel. My experiences at Fort Valen can be seen as an extension of my life in Camp Navia, as I devoted nearly half my days to assisting the townsfolk with their tasks, earning my keep in return. Occasionally, I encountered perilous jobs that compelled me to set them aside temporarily, preferring to engage in other endeavors until I found suitable companions or elevated my skills to a level where I could confidently tackle them. In the absence of appropriate tasks, I chose to venture into the forests outside the fortress to hunt fearsome beasts or magical creatures. To the northwest of the fort lies a treacherous swamp, often home to mutated giant mosquitoes and serpents, which became my primary hunting ground. Here, one can also encounter a creature known as the clay fiend. These clumsy beings appear to be composed entirely of clay and sludge, moving as though a sack of water were rolling across the ground, making it difficult to discern their true form. One should not be misled by their seemingly delicate exterior. These bizarre creatures will actively attack any living beings that approach, enveloping them within their bodies until they are wholly digested. A careful observer would note that nearly every clay fiend harbors within its form one or more bones, the remnants of unfortunate creatures it has consumed. By vanquishing these monsters, one can retrieve a viscous substance known as corrosive waters from their remains, an essential ingredient for various alchemical experiments. This is the reason behind my focus on hunting this particular creature. In my remaining hours, I constantly traversed between Fort Valen and Camp Navia. Fort Valen, while not a city of abundant wealth, lacked, at least for me, a mentor in alchemy, one skilled in creating explosions, who could provide guidance. Traversing between these two cities is not a laborious endeavor. In fact, the way stations within these cities offer transportation services. By merely paying a fee, one can rent a carriage to reach the other city, and the time spent on the journey is surprisingly brief. To be honest, I often find myself arriving at my destination almost before I have settled into my seat, leading me to question whether the journey ever truly commenced. Thanks to the provision of materials from Ding Ding Xiaogu, I have been spared the substantial costs associated with procuring raw ingredients, which has been an immense boon. After 4 or 5 trips, I have acquired considerable knowledge regarding the methods of alloy production, as well as techniques such as extracting glass from ore. Most gratifyingly, the time and money I have invested in alchemy are finally beginning to yield returns, as many individuals are willing to pay for the metals I have synthesized and the purified substances I have created. This income not only offsets all my expenditures on alchemical materials, but also leaves me with a modest surplus. There is no greater motivation to pursue the study of alchemy than this. Before long, my alchemical proficiency has ascended to level 5. Simple material synthesis no longer provides me with any experience, and HWeir can no longer furnish me with additional alchemical recipes. I find myself encountering a bottleneck in my alchemical studies, struggling to make further advancements unless I can acquire new formulas and blueprints to create novel concoctions. Completing quests, vanquishing monsters, learning combat skills, studying alchemy, and selling alchemical products constitute the entirety of my daily existence. To be candid, there are moments when I ponder the nature of my life. Does leveling up bear any intrinsic significance for my existence? Is acquiring skills truly an essential exercise for my soul? The effort I invest in earning money, is it driven by necessity or avarice? I often experience the sensation that even without engaging in these pursuits, I could sustain my life and lead a tranquil, ordinary existence without any issues. Gradually, I have come to realize that my actions are not dictated by necessity, but rather by the fact that everyone else is doing the same. All those who traverse the void, those individuals brimming with adventurous zeal and delightful imagination, are the ones I find surprising and uplifting. Compared to the dreary and monotonous naturals, I much prefer the company of such individuals and engaging in conversation with them. I have chosen my friends, and they all lead lives akin to this. Therefore, I feel compelled to embrace a similar way of living. This presents a rather absurd phenomenon. Often, we engage in certain activities not because we genuinely desire to, but because others do so. We fear solitude, we dread being different from those around us, and we worry that our uniqueness may invite suspicion and disdain. Consequently, we find ourselves compelled to follow the majority, becoming reluctant yet self-satisfied conformists. In truth, there are certain things we need not pursue, while there are also endeavors that only we are capable of undertaking. If given another opportunity to choose, I might very well arrive at a decision entirely distinct from the one I made then. At times, I find myself reminiscing about the immortal decayer, the escaped soul lich, and the impending invasion of the Farlwy Continent by the apocalyptic king, Darlindel. The Marquis of Menival had assured me that he would expedite the preparations to resist the invasion. However, I have yet to perceive any signs that the Valen fortress is ready to face the oncoming war. Perhaps all the necessary arrangements are being made discreetly and meticulously behind the scenes, I tell myself. In truth, I have gradually allowed my vigilance to wane, casting doubt upon my own judgments. Colonel Peclara is correct. We have been remiss in hearing news from the Withering Lands for far too long. Any slight rustle could set our nerves on edge, and such hypersensitive terror is often unwarranted. For us, many matters have been forgotten. And for the beings of the Withering Lands, numerous past events may also be lost to memory, or may not necessarily ensue. And all that we dread might simply be a futile exercise in self-induced fear. Thus, amid a life woven with both substance and emptiness, I unknowingly surpassed the threshold of level 30. Chapter 25. The Fist Thief and the Fist Shepherd. Perhaps in every individual's life, there exist such awkward phases. In those moments, one suddenly realizes that they have completed all the tasks within their capability, yet the endeavors they aspire to undertake seem insurmountably challenging, rendering them utterly at a loss. In such circumstances, one may feel weary, disenchanted, and adrift. The recent goals that once animated one's spirit have vanished, leading to a state of uncertainty regarding one's abilities and rightful pursuits, leaving them to drift through a languid and tedious existence dictated by habit. Level 30 embodies precisely such a stage. At Valen Fortress, I have accomplished all that I am capable of, including assisting merchants in retrieving stolen goods from a small band of goblins residing outside the city, vanquishing a ferocious black bear known for its bloody rampages, and aiding an elderly woman from the dye shop in gathering rare iris flowers from a camp of wild boar men, among various other tasks. I even intervened to bring a housewife's drunken husband back from the tavern. Of course, one cannot expect an inebriate to comprehend the notions of courtesy and obedience, and thus, during this process, I exercised a modicum of restraint, ensuring he endured a bit of discomfort. Well, I concede that I may not have exercised as much restraint as I ought to have, but he merely suffered a dislocated shoulder and a fractured leg, with no imminent threat to his life. I swear I did not intend to resort to such measures. Yet when a drunken man brandishes an iron rod and lunges at you, one is unlikely to have alternative options. I believe anyone in such a predicament would make a decision akin to mine. What vexes me most is that the poor housewife, upon witnessing her spouse being enlightened by my intervention, instantly reversed her stance, now expressing sympathy for her alcoholic husband, completely oblivious to her earlier plea filled with resentment for my assistance in helping him overcome his addiction. The treacherous woman, resolutely brandishing a broom, expelled me from my abode. Fortunately, she did not forget to hurl my reward, a silver ring capable of augmenting life by 20 points, before me. After completing these actions, my task log retained the following entries. 1. The soldier's discovery. A loyal soldier of Colonel Peclara has gone missing during a reconnaissance mission. His last transmission indicated his intention to infiltrate an abandoned woodland tomb at the foot of Mount Usage, and the colonel speculates he may have uncovered a secret, hoping someone might find him. 2. The missing only son, young Philly, the sole offspring of prosecutor Mr. Fazil of Valen Fortress, has vanished during an excursion to Mount Usage. This marks the 9th case of tourist disappearance in the region over recent months. The grief-stricken father implores my assistance in locating his son, who has been missing for 2 days. 3. The Fangs of the Bloodline. A clandestine stronghold has been established by some bloodline creatures in the woodland tomb at the foot of Mount Usage. These fallen beings, who should have perished alongside the desolation of the land, have been absent from this continent for nearly 2 centuries. No one knows how these abominations re-emerged. I must locate them and deliver 20 bloodline fangs to Sir Montala, the city defense patrol officer. 4. The lost chapter of the sacred text. During the battle against the apocalypse monarch 2 centuries ago, the sacred text that recorded the oracles in the Temple of Valen Fortress was destroyed and lost on the battlefield of Mount Usage. For the past 200 years, the monks within the temple have tirelessly sought to restore the lost chapters, believing they might be discovered within the tombs of the woodland. Moreover, in that brutal conflict 2 centuries ago, countless valiant warriors who fought against the apocalypse monarch met their heroic demise on Mount Usage. Though their bodies lie interred within the woodland tomb, their souls are cursed by the heartless Durinthal and his minions, unable to find solace in death, doomed to wander the forest as malevolent spirits. I must vanquish at least 9 of these cursed souls to prove my possession of a truly courageous heart, thus earning the right to learn more advanced combat techniques from my warrior trainer. Clearly, all these quests converge upon a singular objective, the woodland tomb at the foot of Mount Usage. This presents my dilemma. I once attempted to infiltrate the woodland tomb alone, but this proved to be an act of foolish bravery. The rumors of the bloodline establishing a stronghold here are indeed credible, for just outside the tomb, numerous pallid, gray-eyed descendants of the bloodline linger. These humanoid creatures, of approximately level 30, berserk, possess strength and speed unparalleled by ordinary humans. Though they are unarmed, their robust physiques, sharp claws, and bloodthirsty fangs render them formidable adversaries. Like all shameless brutes devoid of chivalry, these utterly dehumanized creatures prefer to swarm their foes, making them exceedingly difficult to confront. While it is true that a true warrior would never lose heart merely due to an increase in adversaries, if one knowingly ventures down a path leading only to demise, recklessly engaging in conflict, the loss at stake transcends mere courage. Thus, a tense and fervent chase unfolded amidst the verdant tranquility of the forest. A disheveled 30-level human warrior fled desperately through the thickets, his sword sheath, torn from his belt, trailed behind him, clattering against roots and stones, producing a harried sound. Behind him, a relentless pursuit was mounted by a cadre of 20 or 30 men clad in black, their faces grim, marching in disciplined formation, stirring up clouds of dust in their wake, creating a spectacle of sorts. In truth, such a humiliating flight has not been an isolated incident for me. I have endeavored myriad approaches to infiltrate the tomb, only to meet with failure each time. The relentless, undead assailants were as astute as hounds with keen noses, leaving me with nothing but scars and tattered armor. Fortunately, these abominable beings, controlled by the bloodthirsty, harbored a particular dread of sunlight, unable to breach the shadows of the forest. Otherwise, this life-and-death marathon might have persisted indefinitely. It is easy to imagine the depth of my frustration and despondence in that moment. To fulfill these tasks, I had expended nearly a gold coin on repairing my gear. Yet I had made no progress, uncertain of how to commence. This was my first encounter with such setbacks in my endeavors, and the profound sense of defeat enveloped my heart, breeding an unbearable irritation within my chest. I longed to cast aside these burdensome tasks and forget them entirely. However, surrendering felt akin to being vanquished by some vile trickery, leaving me with a sense of deep humiliation and defiance. Moreover, the generous rewards for completing these tasks ignited a flicker of greed within me, providing yet another reason to persevere. I reopened my task notes, fixating on the rewards column for an extended period, hoping to uncover some courage to confront the bleakness of existence. You fool! When will you learn to think like a rational being? If you wish to perish, then do so without dragging me into your demise. Just as I was stewing in my thoughts, preparing to confront the daunting reality of the tomb once more, a familiar, gruff voice suddenly resonated from not far behind me. All right, don't be so agitated. After all the killing, it wouldn't hurt to admire the lovely death goddess. Balance is key. Almost immediately, another voice chimed in from the same direction, evoking a sense of warmth and familiarity. What a ridiculous notion. We've already perished 5 times. After over 2 hours of running as corpses, who needs any more trouble? We're nearly exhausted to death ourselves. Let your Reaper sister meet her demise. After all, she is but a specter. No matter how exquisite her visage may be, it cannot serve as currency. Presently, we find ourselves bereft of even a single coin. And I ask you, how are we to repair our equipment? So, you contend that our current predicament is my fault? Shall I remind you of who squandered our funds? If it were not for your inept thievery, would we truly be unable to gather enough for repairs? I turned to behold the 2 figures embroiled in a fierce dispute. One was a rotund, green-skinned half-orc with tusks, bellowing at a diminutive, red-bearded dwarf. He strained to bend at the waist, his belly resembling a swollen gourd. It was unmistakably the half-orc wanderer I had once fought alongside against the saber-toothed bandits. His unusual girth made him a memorable sight wherever he roamed. Engaging in the quarrel was none other than the valiant dwarf, a fierce cleric known as Longbow Sunstrike, who had also stood by my side in battle. Geoffrey Zekid. Upon hearing my call, he joyfully acknowledged my presence, halting his argument to greet me with enthusiasm. What a coincidence. You are here as well. Just yesterday, Fane mentioned you. Indeed, it has been several days since our last encounter. I was just saying how fortunate it would be to find a dedicated warrior like you, so I wouldn't have to exert myself so much. Longbow Sunstrike expressed his delight at seeing me. Hey, what do you mean by that? What does it mean to be like him in dedication? Is it being oblivious and stubborn, collapsing on the ground when your magic runs out? What duty have you fulfilled? That is far better than the useless melee fighters who, at the first sign of danger, flee, leaving me, a cloth-armored spellcaster, to face the foes alone, utterly disgraceful. That was strategy, do you comprehend? We are civilized beings, not savage brutes. Although I do not possess a strong sense of racial pride, I must admit that witnessing a boorish, unruly half-orc declare himself a civilized individual while throttling a dwarf is indeed peculiar. Civilized my foot, coward. Even a lowly rat in the sewers exhibits more bravery than you. What did you say? You psychopathic killer. You are the cowardly pervert in action. Fool with hair on his chin. Dimwit covered in shingles. Cowardly scoundrel. Necrophile. Brute. Deserter. Shorty. Obese. Their exchange grew increasingly heated, teeth clenched as they glared at one another. Suddenly, as if they both recalled my presence, the half-orc turned to me. Hey, Jeff, we have some personal matters to attend to. Please wait a moment while I bury this fool alive before we resume our conversation. Indeed, it is of little consequence, merely requiring a few minutes. Before we engage in conversation, allow me to first dismiss the rabble who revel in rap. Longbow Sunshine offered me a congenial smile. At that moment, the expressions of the two individuals radiated warmth, their faces adorned with genuine, heartfelt smiles. Yet, in the next instant, the two stubborn adversaries had rolled up their sleeves, brimming with animosity and engaged in a brawl. This was a purely artless skirmish. The portly half-orc clutched the dwarf's beard with unwavering ferocity, stretching Longbow Sunshine's stern countenance into a grimace one moment, and contorting it into a grotesque mask the next. The dwarf cleric, shedding any pretense of being a spellcaster, exhibited the fierce bravery characteristic of his kin, delivering powerful blows to Longbow Sunshine's lower regions, employing unspeakably vile tactics which I cannot detail here. Oh, how insidiously brutal hand-to-hand combat can be. Longbow Sunshine, clutching his groin, leapt in agony. I could only surmise that he was in considerable pain. With a shiver of trepidation, I glanced at my own trousers, feeling a chill in my nether regions, thankful that it was not I who was embroiled in this fray with Longbow Sunshine. It was only then that I recognized the disheveled state of their attire. Longbow Sunshine's hardened leather armor was in tatters, its belt having snapped in two, languidly dangling at his sides, no longer capable of fastening his garments. Fortunately, his ample belly was sufficiently robust to keep his trousers from falling. A one-handed warhammer, its handle broken, hung heavily at his waist, alongside a dagger that resembled nothing more than a hunk of scrap metal. I had witnessed this weapon's former prowess in the hands of others, yet now it seemed scarcely fit for slicing bread. Longbow Sunshine fared even worse. While his left shoe remained intact, the right bore a significant gash at the front, with the sole dejectedly dragging on the ground. His peculiar staff, known as the nunchaku, had shattered into two pieces, which he clutched in his hands, presenting an image far removed from that of a devoted follower of the deity Deramos, resembling instead a wild and untamed drummer. It was no wonder they resorted to such a base method to resolve their dispute, bereft of suitable weapons. One could hardly expect them to defeat each other with their usual flamboyant techniques. I watched helplessly as these two distinguished adventurers engaged in a disgraceful exchange of blows, each strike merely siphoning a point or two from their opponent's vitality, their life force dwindling at a pace outstripped by the natural regeneration. I feared that if they continued this grotesque melee, a victor would remain undetermined until the gods themselves descended. Meanwhile, onlookers expressed their amusement. Ah, the fist thief and the fist cleric. Is this a novel fighting style? Enough. Just as they prepared to collide yet again, I hastily intervened, positioning myself between them. And with one hand on each, I separated the two. The attributes of my gear were sufficient to restrain these nearly bare combatants with my bare hands. Who can enlighten me on what truly transpired? I exclaimed at the two of them. You both appear as though you have just crawled out from a grave. Long Triangle, with a hint of frustration, waved his hand and admitted, Indeed, we have just been resurrected. Just before the revival, Long Bao Sun added. We were also wandering near the burial site, having paid a visit to the forest mausoleum. I believe I comprehend the situation now. Chapter 26. From Death to Life. I never imagined that during the completion of the forest mausoleum series of tasks, there would be individuals more disheveled than I. And to make matters more intriguing, they were two in number. It seems that Long Bao Sun and Long Triangle arrived at the Valen Fortress almost concurrently with me. Like myself, they had accomplished nearly every task available and ultimately decided to traverse the forest mausoleum together. The combined strength of two is indeed superior to that of one, and they successfully breached the outer defenses, entering the mausoleum's inner sanctum. However, their adventurous journey came to a halt upon crossing the mausoleum's threshold, where they were besieged by a horde of vampires, leading to their immediate expulsion of souls. Unwilling to concede so easily, the duo undertook a long journey to locate their own corpses and revive themselves once more. Yet, just as they began to fully embrace the first breath of life, the specter of death loomed over them again. At this juncture, I must pay homage to the tenacity of these two friends. Their experiences of dying and reviving were not merely once or twice, but a staggering 5 times, which clearly illustrates their unwavering fortitude and courage in the face of the inexorable tribulations of existence, far surpassing my own resolve. I even ponder whether they have gleaned some profound truth about life amidst the fleeting light of resurrection and the encroaching shadows of death, compelling them to embark on this extraordinary journey between the realms of life and death. Among these 5 deaths, the last one is particularly noteworthy. This time, the half-orc wanderer Long Triangle managed to glean some experience. At the moment of resurrection, he swiftly employed his stealth skill, vanishing amidst the throng of vampires. Just as he was on the verge of a successful escape, unexpectedly, the dwarf priest Long Bao Sun inexplicably cast a divine summoning spell of restoration upon him. The brilliance of the spell immediately revealed his presence. Amidst the unabated gnashing and tearing of the vampires, Long Triangle profoundly experienced what it truly means to be summoned by a supreme deity. Of course, accompanying him in this divine summoning was his closest comrade, Long Bao Sunday. Their bond was indeed one forged in the flames of life and death. As the halo enveloped me and my vitality surged, I even contemplated the notion of death. At this moment, Long Triangle shot a fierce glare at Long Bao Sunday. I fully understood his fury. However, his assertion was not entirely accurate, regardless of his thoughts. He was doomed at that moment. My intention had been to heal myself, yet I mistakenly targeted the wrong individual. In light of this lamentable error, the dwarf priest offered an explanation. The incessant cycle of resurrection and death had rendered their equipment nearly irreparable, making further resurrections utterly futile. Ultimately, they wisely opted to revive at the city's resurrection point. Its location remains a mystery to me, said to be visible only to those who have perished and transformed into specters. There, one encounters a rather enchanting Reaper Maiden, which has led many to seek ways to end their lives, merely to bask in her ethereal presence. This elucidates why I saw them adorned in ragged garments reminiscent of beggars upon their arrival in the city. Curiosity piqued, I inquired, why not repair your equipment? Of course, if you find this attire aligns well with the contemporary trend of nihilistic fashion, that is a different matter altogether. Responding to my question, the long bowman, with newfound conviction, straightened his posture and shot a fierce glare at the half-orc rogue, exclaiming, You must ask him. Hey, Jeff, is this sword still functional? What is its lethality? I noticed a long sword in the local weapon shop, boasting commendable attributes, quite suitable for you. Have you ever contemplated acquiring a new blade? The longbowman seemed suddenly intrigued by my weapon, pulling me toward the opposite side of the street. Touched by his enthusiasm, I replied, There is no need for a change. I find this sword quite satisfactory. Let us not digress. Jeff wishes to understand why we do not repair our gear. The longbowman interjected, exasperatedly grasping the arm of the long-armed rogue. Well, that is merely a trivial matter. The long-armed rogue instinctively placed a hand on his ample belly, shaking his head in embarrassment. It turned out that prior to our expedition to the forest tomb, the long-armed rogue had recently acquired a new skill in thievery from the rogue trainer. Utilizing this skill, he had the potential to pilfer items from others. The higher the skill level, the greater the probability of success, and the more valuable the stolen goods. Eager to practice, the long-armed rogue had eagerly enlisted the longbowman to hone his thieving abilities. Each time he successfully stole an item, the half-orc rogue would return it to the dwarf priest and continue to refine his craft. At last, he managed to pilfer the longbowman's coin pouch. Suddenly, a patrol of guards surged forth, accusing the long-armed rogue of thievery within the fortress, thus breaching the law. They swiftly subdued him, confiscating all his money as a fine, which, of course, included the dwarf priest's coin pouch. This meant that the two individuals standing before me were now utterly destitute, devoid of any possessions. Apart from their audacious courage in facing death and their tattered rags riddled with flaws, they had nothing left to their names. On the wall across the street, a stark message painted in white read, "Do not extend your hand. Those who do shall be caught. Valen Fortress Law Enforcement Coalition. Is there no one to assist us?" I inquired about Sien Guya E and Fei Yin. Could they not send a few coins for our urgent needs? Both of them had taken on another task and ventured to the Gemflower Plain together, with Fei Yin accompanying him. Do you think Sien Guya E would possess any funds? Chang Sanjiao rolled his eyes at me, relying solely on his ability to slay monsters. And the earnings might not even suffice to purchase a bow. Moreover, if Fei Yin were to discover that we had squandered the money, Chang Gongshi Ri would shrink back in fear. I would much prefer to remain in this state of nakedness. Upon reflection, I found their concerns to be quite reasonable. Very well, I shall finance the repairs of your equipment, and then we shall venture to the forest tomb together. My own task conveniently reaches a standstill here. Upon hearing my words, the two rough men who had just been at odds immediately rejoiced and congratulated one another. Hooray! I knew you would not abandon us. You truly are the benevolent Guanyin, saving the suffering. Guanyin? What is that? It sounds like a woman's name. Could it be that I resemble her? Just after repairing their equipment, I regretted my decision. As we exited the blacksmith's shop, an extraordinarily ugly half-orc female warrior with a wild hairdo and gnarled teeth, scarred and pockmarked, and nostrils that seemed to grow skyward, passed right before us, rudely spitting a greenish phlegm onto the ground. Above her head was emblazoned a garish green name. I am Guanyin. How could this hideous creature bear any resemblance to me? Had I known, I would have let these ungrateful rascals beg their way to the city of Fierce Main on the northern grasslands. Before long, the three of us embarked once more on our adventurous journey to the forest tomb. The numerous failures we had previously endured had endowed us with ample experience, transforming this treacherous path into a leisurely excursion. The once ferocious beasts that had caused me considerable trouble now behaved much more docilely under our combined assault. Chang Sanjiao and Chang Gongshi Ri, these two destitute souls, were now filled with a bloodlust, eager to scrape the very dirt from the mountains and forests to exchange for money upon returning to the shop. However, after traversing merely a third of the distance, they began to lament the inadequacy of their magical satchels, tossing out items in large handfuls. Observing their woeful expressions, it appeared as though they were not discarding belongings from their bags, but rather carving flesh from their hearts. Upon reaching the exterior of the forest tomb, we discovered that we were not the only ones desiring entry. A group of adventurers stood outside the tomb's entrance, gazing expectantly down the path. Scattered across the ground were numerous corpses of bloodline descendants, which I surmised to be the proud trophies of this group. Our arrival seemed to provoke a stir among the crowd, who eagerly greeted us from a distance, gesturing for us to approach with haste. One individual, fervently devoted to his dreams, rushed towards us with palpable excitement. "Greetings, friends. Are you also planning to enter the forest tomb?" Upon reaching us, he hurriedly inquired, his face alight with hopeful anticipation. He was a level 32 human warrior, wielding a heavy mace in his right hand, while his left was adorned with a shield known as the Iron Sanctuary. His other equipment boasted commendable enhancements, exuding an impressive aura. In contrast, my own attire as a warrior could only be described as rather meager. Indeed, I paused to respond affirmatively, propping my sword, the saber of the rending tooth, before me, perhaps my only noteworthy piece of gear, hoping he might take notice of my blade. "Does your party have any available slots? Are there any other companions en route?" Regrettably, he seemed entirely disinterested in my sword. "No, it is just the three of us," Long Sanjiao replied. "That is good to hear." Upon this revelation, the dream-driven individual appeared relieved and accompanied us as he spoke. "Could you assist me by allowing my two friends to join your group? This is a 5-person dungeon, and with our additional members, we cannot enter together." To me, the concept of a dungeon was entirely novel. It appeared to signify a specific area ensnared by some form of magic, permitting only a certain number of adventurers to enter at any given time. As he had mentioned, the forest tomb was indeed a 5-person dungeon. Should an adventuring party exceed that number, entry would be denied. It seemed this group was grappling with such a dilemma. Resolving this issue was not particularly difficult. Simply excluding 2 members would allow the remainder to proceed into the dungeon. However, it appeared they were unwilling to abandon their comrades. The dream-driven individual informed us that they had been waiting for quite some time, hoping to find a party with fewer members to ensure all companions could successfully complete their quest. We certainly had no reason to decline the addition of these two unexpected allies, and subsequent events revealed that it was challenging to ascertain who was truly aiding whom. The dream-driven individual appeared to be the organizer of this adventure. After securing our consent, he joyfully returned to his companions and quickly arranged for the addition of two members, one named Black Aurora, an elven mage specializing in fire magic, the other, Claudio, a rare minotaur shaman from the kingdom of Dalamea. As another spellcaster, the shaman's means of acquiring magical power differed significantly from that of mages, priests, and warlocks. The power of a mage emanates from their profound sensitivity to and mastery over the myriad magical elements of this world. They are the most direct and unadulterated manipulators of magic, relying solely on their innate abilities to wield arcane forces. In a somewhat parallel vein, priests and warlocks draw upon a connection with formidable entities hidden within the countless realms of existence, channeling their extraordinary powers to cast transcendent spells. However, while priests depend upon the myriad deities we revere, warlocks derive their strength from what we commonly refer to as demons. Conversely, shamans obtain their power through a fundamentally different approach. They believe that true strength does not stem from external sources, but rather arises from the very essence of life and the soul within. They may indeed be the few who genuinely comprehend the potency of the soul, as they harness magical energy through veneration of their ancestral spirits, using a diverse array of totemic pillars to symbolize the spiritual might of different lives. They engage in combat relying on this extraordinary force. Unlike their frail counterparts who immerse themselves in prayer and meditation, shamans are typically robust individuals. Even without relying on peculiar totemic rituals, their formidable combat prowess is not to be underestimated. Due to their unique faith, the shamanic profession is predominantly found among the tribal communities of Taurens and half-orcs, with whispers of their presence in the savage human tribes of the northern wastelands. Though sightings of them are rare, the two newly joined companions appear to be quiet and introverted. When we greeted them, they merely smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. I expressed my gratitude for their care of these two friends, assuring them that they need only to seek me out should they require assistance. I would gladly lend a hand. Seeing the Tauren shaman and the mage unite with us in our party, I felt a sense of camaraderie as a devoted dreamer, who had not forgotten to express his gratitude, radiated a warm and affable spirit that was truly endearing. "May your endeavors be fruitful," he proclaimed, waving farewell as he turned to push open the grand doors of the forest crypt, vanishing into the inky blackness of the sepulchre. Chapter 27. Linguistics of Alien Races. The forest crypt is a vast subterranean tomb, housing the remains of valiant warriors who fought against the apocalyptic sovereign Dalanthir and his formidable legion 2 centuries ago. Towering statues of sword-wielding knights, carved from resilient granite, stand opposite each other, their blades crossing in the air to form an imposing entrance to the mausoleum. Beyond this grand portal lies an abyss of unfathomable darkness, a hue so dim that it seems to warn all who dare to enter. Once you pass through this gateway, you step into the eternal night ruled by the Reaper Talfrimelin. Perhaps it is the profound darkness within the crypt that momentarily stuns my vision. As I stepped through the door, I felt as though I were traversing a colossal curtain capable of bending light. The scene outside and the obscurity within warped in an instant, as if space itself were being torn asunder by an immense force, only to be reassembled anew. Although I merely passed through a grand doorway, I felt as though I had traversed a lengthy tunnel, arriving at a place entirely unrelated to my previous surroundings. We, 5 steadfast dreamers, had entered the tomb, and just as we crossed the threshold, he was merely 2 paces ahead of me, close enough for me to reach out and grasp his cloak. Yet upon entering the tomb, we found ourselves alone. The presence of another adventurous party completely vanished. "Where are the others?" I inquired, astonished. "They are in another instance," Longbow replied. "Another instance?" My surprise deepened. Can you imagine? 2 groups, nearly simultaneously stepping through the same doorway, yet merely because they were a fraction swifter, they found themselves in an entirely different realm. Surely, you are not unfamiliar with the concept of an instance? Observing my look of ignorance, Long Triangle regarded me as one might view a rare creature. With humility and honesty, I shook my head. "I am truly astounded by you. You ventured here without even knowing this? At times, I question whether you are even from Earth." Earth? It appeared there was no such designation on my map. If categorized by nations, I undoubtedly identified as a Dealan man, rather than the earthling Long Triangle spoke of. Thus, I resolutely shook my head once more. Strangely enough, My perfectly normal reaction seemed to leave Long Triangle utterly exasperated, as he raised his hands in an exaggerated gesture of surrender. Very well, you have bested me. This jest is hardly amusing. Ultimately, it was Longbow who elucidated that each adventuring party enters numerous identical instances, with no interaction between groups until they exit. The dwarf priest explained it clearly, and I quickly comprehended that the so-called instances were merely a high-level, expansive spatial magic. The tomb was not as dark as it appeared from the outside. The walls were adorned with numerous, ever-burning magical lights. Though dim, the illumination was sufficient to reveal the interior. A vast mural depicting the war scenes from 2 centuries past loomed before the entrance. Due to the passage of time, much of the paint had flaked away, and various areas seemed to have been smeared with large swathes of congealed blood, exuding a layer of dried dark red, rendering the artwork mottled and somber, evoking an indescribable sense of eeriness. Flanking the mural were 2 side doors leading deeper into the tomb. In the hall between the mural and the entrance, 2 rows of sarcophagi were neatly arranged. It appeared that someone had disturbed them, as the moss and dust had been carelessly smeared into a mass, and spider webs were torn, fluttering loosely around the edges of the coffins. Be cautious. These coffins harbor vampires, and as soon as we approach, they will emerge, Long Triangle warned us, his past experiences with death lingering in his mind. You all wait here. I shall slowly lure them out. Jeff, prepare to charge in. Glado, first, set up the totem. At this juncture, he cast a deliberate glance at the Tauren shaman, signaling him to be ready. The Tauren hesitated, glancing at the sarcophagus beside him and then at the gesticulating Chong Sanjiao, as if he wished to voice something, yet ultimately withheld his words, nodding with a hint of uncertainty. Chong Sanjiao, interpreting this as understanding, soon found that this was merely a regrettable misapprehension. Just as Chong Sanjiao was stealthily maneuvering forward, the Tauren shaman, named Glado, suddenly erupted with fervor. As if invigorated by some unseen force, he seized his dual-handed battle axes from his back, roaring with abandon as he charged into the midst of the stone sarcophagi, delivering a devastating blow that shattered one into fragments. A vampire, clad in black armor, pale of skin, and wielding a long sword, immediately emerged from the wreckage, engaging Glado in combat. Surrounding him, more vampires climbed forth from their broken tombs, encircling the reckless Tauren shaman. Glado's valiant display affirmed his lineage as a true-bred Tauren, yet simultaneously revealed him as an unequivocal fool. The theatricality of his audacious act left us in stunned silence, unable even to conceive of interjecting. I could scarcely believe this scene was unfolding. The Tauren shaman possessed no valid reason for such bravado. Had it not been for the incredulous expressions on everyone's faces, I might have thought it some fevered hallucination. Only when the Tauren shaman's life was reduced to half did Chong Sanjiao manage to close his gaping mouth, now nearly dislocated. What on earth was this madman thinking? The half-orc wanderer, vexed, raised his warhammer and dagger, swiftly joining the fray while muttering complaints. Good heavens! I have finally witnessed someone fiercer than myself. Glado's wild combat stance left even our typically reckless and combative dwarven priest, Chong Sanjiao, feeling inferior. He could not help but exclaim in awe, promptly casting a healing wave to aid the Tauren. Despite their numbers and ferocity, the vampires posed little real threat to us. These creatures of the night possessed an inherently malevolent ability known as blood extraction, akin to the vampiric feeding of bats, capable of converting an opponent's vitality into their own. However, its potency was significantly greater. Should a host of vampires utilize this skill simultaneously on a single adversary, it could indeed create a grave threat in a fleeting moment. Nevertheless, aside from this ability, their melee attack and defense were disappointingly average, failing to align with their reputation as level 30 barbaric warriors. Furthermore, these fiends appeared to have an innate aversion to fire. Even the most rudimentary fire spells inflicted considerable damage upon them. A series of fire spells, exuding a searing aura, incessantly erupted from the hands of the Dark Aurora, illuminating the path to annihilation for this assembly of denizens of darkness. However, despite our methodical combat, it did not imply that Glado, ensnared amidst a throng of vampires, could leisurely navigate his dire predicament. The initial frenzied display by the Minotaur shaman drew the majority of the vampires towards him. I surmised that this robust, succulent beast was exceedingly appealing to the vampire's dietary inclinations. This pallid assembly of anemic creatures unanimously designated Glado as their prime target for sanguine extraction. Streams of red magical energy, voraciously siphoning life force, greedily cascaded upon Glado, and at the most breathtaking moment, the beams encircling him reached an astonishing 8 in number, rendering his life bar akin to a receding shoreline, vanishing at an alarming pace. The sole reason he had not yet been reduced to jerky was due to our timely interruptions of the vampire's incantations, coupled with his decisive self-preservation tactics, which secured him some precious moments of survival. It is well known that the most cherished magical artifact of a shaman is the totemic pillar they craft with their own hands. These intricately carved wooden pillars possess extraordinary power in the hands of shamans, providing invaluable assistance during combat. Claudio may not be a prudent adventurer, but he is undoubtedly a competent shaman. Witness him cleave a feeble vampire asunder with a mighty swing of his axe, then stampede with fervor, unleashing his ultimate survival technique. The war tread, sending his surrounding foes reeling. Seizing the opportunity, he forcefully plunged a totemic pillar into the ground. The floor of the tomb was constructed of massive bluestone slabs, remarkably sturdy, yet he managed to plant the totem with unwavering stability using just one hand. Had he chosen not to be a shaman and pursued a career in construction instead, I believe he would excel as a master foundation layer. The totem he planted, known as the life totem, has the capacity to restore vitality to the user and their allies within a certain radius. The beleaguered Minotaur shaman had relied on this very totem to survive numerous perilous situations. I speculate that, if circumstances permitted, he would proliferate these totems across the ground like crops. However, the cooldown time for totemic abilities rendered him resigned to the fate of safeguarding a solitary life totem in his desperate existence. It is noteworthy that the design of this totem evidently draws inspiration from certain reproductive worship narratives within shamanic doctrine. Its robust form standing tall as a symbol of the ceaseless transmission of life. Thus, to employ it as a totem for vitality restoration is nothing short of fitting. Truly, only the brawny minotaurs could rightfully embody such grandiose representations of totemic symbolism. Amidst the chaos of battle, an unwelcome twinge of inferiority unexpectedly arose within me. Nevertheless, even with the restorative power of the life totem at his disposal, Claudio's situation remained grim, perpetually fraught with peril under the relentless assault of the vampires. However, the reckless and belligerent nature of the Tauren emboldened the shaman, making him increasingly fervent in battle. He could hardly contain his excitement, raising his head, missing a horn, and bellowing loudly to express the robust fervor of his warrior spirit. "Hurry and teach me. I can't hold on much longer. Come save me. I'm at my limit." I surmised that such battle cries were unique to the Tauren culture, distinct from any common tongue I had previously encountered. The pronunciation bore a distinctive flat tongue and nasal resonance, allowing me to fully appreciate the Tauren shaman's generous and spirited valiance. In response to Claudio's bold exclamation, both Chang Sanjiao and Chang Gong Shiri exhibited an unexpectedly intense reaction. They paused, momentarily bewildered, exchanging puzzled glances. "Did you understand what he said?" Chang Gong Shiri inquired. "I think I discerned something." Chang Sanjiao hesitated. "It seems to be Cantonese." "Well, of course, I recognize it as Cantonese. But what I want to know is what he intends to convey," Chang Sanjiao replied, appearing somewhat dim-witted as he shrugged his shoulders. The two fell into a silence. And after a brief moment, it seemed they suddenly recalled something, turning in unison towards the sorcerer, Haijiguang, who was casting spells behind them, and hurriedly asked, "Hey, do you know what he is saying?" Our magical companion casually hurled a powerful fire spear and innocently shook his head. "Sorry, I don't comprehend what he is saying." Haijiguang's response was succinct and clear, employing what appeared to be an indigenous dialect unique to the elves. Despite the stark differences in pronunciation and grammatical structure, these two languages shared a prominent similarity. We understood neither. "Goodness." Chang Sanjiao looked as though he might faint. "Huffed, Shanghai people." Chang Gong Shiri seemed to entertain the inappropriate notion of testing the wall's sturdiness with his own head. "What are you all doing? Hurry up and come save me. I'm almost out of blood." At this critical moment, Claudio once again emitted his desperate cry. I began to suspect that the situation was not as I had imagined. Claudio's anguished call sounded less like a display of fervent bravery and more like an urgent plea for assistance. I kicked away a vampire lunging towards me, gasping as I expressed my thoughts. "He seems to be imploring us to rescue him swiftly." "Hey, Jeffords, do you understand Cantonese?" Chang Sanjiao asked me, his eyes gleaming with hope. This was the first time I learned that the Tauren's native tongue was called Cantonese, let alone that I would comprehend it. I shook my head, indicating my ignorance of Cantonese, and dismissed the conjectures from the Yangtze River Delta. Then, pointing towards Claudio's direction, I remarked, "However, it is evident that his situation appears quite dire." In the direction I indicated, Claudio's life gauge was nearly in a state of complete vacuum. I sensed that there was no need for these vampires to employ any ghastly blood extraction tricks. Even a mere mosquito's bite could suffice to claim his life. As I pointed at Clotto, a vampire, rather obligingly, thrust a sword into Clotto's rear. We heard an incomprehensible cry of anguish, followed by the imposing figure of the Tauren shaman collapsing to the ground. Chapter 28. Communication at the heart of humanity by the heavens. What madness has possessed you rascals? You merely stand there, eyes wide, watching me be slain, idly chatting instead of offering assistance, you scoundrels. Despite temporarily losing Clotto's formidable support, we managed to eliminate the remaining vampires with relative ease. Fortunately, although the longbow Sunstrider could hardly be deemed a competent priest, he had not entirely forsaken his vocational skills and had, in fact, managed to timely learn the advanced spell of Life Gift. Once the battle concluded, he promptly resurrected the fallen Tauren shaman. The revived Tauren appeared exceedingly agitated. As soon as he rose, he bellowed at us with great fervor. His speech was rapid and urgent, as if he were trying to expel a mouthful of beans in the shortest time possible. The nasal intonations and his infrequent use of retroflex sounds distinctly indicated that this was indeed the unique language of the Tauren. It is well known that the nasal cavities of Taurens are larger than those of any other sentient race, and their tongues are likely not very agile. Fairly speaking, although I could not comprehend his words at all, the rhythm of the language was compelling, reminiscent of a passionate percussion ensemble, offering a glimpse into the vibrant culture of the Tauren people, and it was quite melodious. What on earth is he babbling about? Longbow Sunstrider inquired, puzzled. I have no idea, replied the Yangtze Delta interface. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he provided a remarkably convincing answer. You just brought him back to life. He is likely expressing his gratitude towards you. We all found his reasoning quite sound. Oh, is that so? Longbow Sunstrider exclaimed in realization, quickly waving his hand towards Clotto. No need for thanks, it was my duty. Clotto was indeed a deeply emotional Tauren. His gratitude towards his savior flowed forth like an unending river. Despite the persistent and courteous refusals of the Longbow's son to accept his gratitude, he remained there, pounding his chest and shedding tears, likely vexed by his inability to find a suitable expression of his heartfelt thanks. What a stroke of misfortune. Engrossed in the dungeon run, I ended up mingling with a group of individuals who cannot speak Cantonese. Had I known, I would not have withdrawn from the team. While Kraldo and Longbow's son were entangled in their exchange, the elven sorcerer, Black Aurora, who had been standing by, could no longer restrain himself and approached Kraldo, gently tapping him on the shoulder. Have you just finished? The dawn has arrived prematurely. Shall we embark on our journey early? Enough with the idle chatter. It is getting late, and we should set off soon, he remarked, gesturing toward the depths of the mausoleum ahead. As for the discourse regarding the Black Aurora, Clotto appeared unprepared. He momentarily paused in bewilderment before inquiring with a tone of curiosity, what on earth are you talking about? Could you please speak a bit more slowly? I am from Guangdong, and I am not very proficient in understanding your Mandarin. I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Please speak more slowly. I am from Guangdong and do not understand your Mandarin. Do not be so harsh. I implore you to cease your discourse, for I comprehend not a single word you utter. Do you grasp my meaning? Utterly chaotic, remarked the elven sorcerer. What do you truly desire? If there is anything, speak plainly. Do not send me to my demise again, understood? What is it that you truly wish? Please articulate your concerns clearly. I implore you. Do not compel me to face peril any longer. The Tauren shaman spread his arms wide, seemingly conveying a certain intention. It would be one thing if he merely struggled with the common tongue, but to not even comprehend our speech. How could one dare to venture forth in such a manner? With that, Haijiguang shook his long ears in exasperation. How ridiculous. Your Mandarin is quite poor, even less intelligible than theirs, and I still cannot comprehend it. Clardo extended his right hand to his forehead, deeply furrowing his brow. This scene was indeed astonishing. Two beings of distinct races were engaging in dialogue using entirely different languages. Yet this communication surprisingly yielded some results. Their debate was fervent and vibrant, consistently adhering to a certain order of exchange. I am uncertain of the extent to which they could truly understand one another, but I believe that at the very least, their question and answer style of conversation was far superior to our complete silence. However, not everyone was captivated by their peculiar dialogue. It seemed to me that the Yangtze River Delta was on the verge of a mental breakdown due to this utterly nonsensical manner of communication. Observing these two beings incessantly chattering beside me, the half-orc wanderer could no longer endure it. At last, a rather boisterous and brutish shout, imbued with the rustic charm of the half-orc folk, shattered the peculiar dialogue. To my astonishment, this bizarre bellow from the Yangtze River Delta had an immediate and remarkable effect, halting the animated dispute between the two interlocutors, who then turned their attention towards the half-orc wanderer. Clardo's expression mirrored that of a dying man suddenly resurrected, filled with indescribable joy and excitement. He promptly abandoned his conversation with Black Aurora and, with exuberant leaps, rushed to embrace the Yangtze River Delta, exuberantly exclaiming in fluent half-orc dialect. The ensuing conversation was entirely dominated by Clardo and the Yangtze River Delta. They chattered in a language reminiscent of birdsong, murmuring softly, nodding vigorously at times, and bursting into laughter, leaving the remaining three of us to exchange glances of utter boredom. The dwarf priest, Longbow's son, as ever impatient, observed the two conversing for a while before he could no longer restrain himself and queried Black Aurora, that lad from Shanghai. Do you understand what they are saying? Receiving a bewildered shake of the head, he pressed on. Can you speak a little English? After a moment of hesitation, a timid finger was raised. What can you say? Black Aurora responded with unexpected fluency and clarity, leaving me puzzled as to why Longbow's son began to bang his head against the wall. Can you say a few words in Mandarin? After another brief hesitation, a finger was slowly raised again. How much? Cheaper. Black Aurora articulated with a less than standard accent. I worried whether the wall would withstand Longbow's son's onslaught. Surely you must know something else. Have you never spoken since coming here? Black Aurora glanced hesitantly at Longbow's son, paused momentarily, and then, with a more peculiar intonation, tentatively ventured, Is there anyone here who speaks Japanese? I can speak a little. Longbow's son blinked in surprise, responding in similarly awkward tones, his face contorting into an expression that mingled humor and frustration. We're all Chinese, and we still have to resort to a foreign language to communicate, grumbled the dwarf priest under his breath. In the course of our exploration, we found ourselves grappling with two adversaries. One, the multitude of vampires lurking within the tomb, and the other, the predicament of our linguistic disconnect. In my view, the latter posed an even greater challenge than the former. The Yangtze River Delta bellowed triumphantly and then stealthily approached a leading vampire baron. Just as we were pondering the meaning behind his words, the stout half-orc wanderer, with a significantly diminished health bar, came tumbling back in a panic. Pursued by the very baron he had just ambushed, who wielded a grotesque machete in pursuit, accompanied by a throng of vicious vampires. What are you all dawdling for? Cover me. The Yangtze River Delta shouted in exasperation. It would have been prudent to clarify earlier. Who could fathom the bizarre utterances you were making? Longbow's Sunshot promptly cast a restorative spell to regain vitality. Chapter 28. Communication is human-centric. It is indeed peculiar, and one must not delve into the ancient. At a bend in the path, the scout, Black Aurora, let out a series of frantic cries. His voice, strange and unsettling, prompted Longbow's Sunshot to remark, I shall investigate what has transpired. He swiftly vanished around the corner. After a prolonged absence, silence reigned. After enduring countless hardships and battling our way forward, we stumbled upon the lifeless forms of a wizard and a priest lying rigidly on the ground. Fortunately, as a practitioner of spells that directly communicate with souls, the Minotaur shaman was capable of employing the soul mark to resurrect the deceased. When inquiring about the earlier outcries of Black Aurora, Longbow's Sunshot awkwardly explained. He warned that this place is perilous and cautioned us against approaching. This is merely a simplistic illustration. One can only imagine the tribulations born from our linguistic barriers, which are far from trivial. For any adventuring party, the inability to communicate may be the most despairing predicament they can encounter. Yet, what exacerbates our plight is the emergence of another complication stemming from an unexpected surprise, as the half-orc rogue stealthily approached a vampire, ready to launch a surprise attack. An inexplicable impulse led him to employ a recently acquired thieving skill against the enemy. During the skirmish, I caught a glimpse of his shadowy form reaching for the vampire's satchel, where, with a deft flick of his fingers, he quickly pilfered 2 meager copper coins. His movements were so agile that even the most nimble of birds would feel ashamed. The unfortunate owner remained blissfully unaware of how this corpulent rogue had managed such a feat after successfully lifting the coins. The half-orc rogue unceremoniously struck the hapless vampire on the head, followed by 2 precise thrusts to his vital points, a seamless execution of theft followed by lethal intent. Akin to a seasoned criminal. Look, wealth. I have stolen money, he exclaimed, triumphantly brandishing the 2 coins, as if he had never encountered currency in his life, embodying the essence of a petty farmer lacking ambition. However, his elation was short-lived. His expression suddenly darkened, and he lamented, pounding his chest and exclaiming in despair. What a pity. I could have stolen from all those who perished. Just imagine how much I could have amassed. I completely empathized with his sentiments. With all their possessions confiscated by the city patrol, the half-orc rogue had been reduced to a destitute individual, devoid of wealth and dignity. In such a predicament, his heightened sensitivity to money was understandable. Yet, should this sensitivity morph into an extreme obsession that jeopardizes the safety of the group, it becomes a source of undeniable frustration. From the humanoid beings, one could pilfer additional coins, a revelation both magnificent and malevolent that utterly twisted the soul of the half-orc wanderer. Driven by the twin beasts of poverty and greed, the acts of theft in the Yangtze River Delta evolved from occasional misdemeanors to a commonplace occurrence, eventually becoming a habitual practice, as if a vampire's existence would be deemed incomplete without having committed theft at least once. In a moment of desperation, a vampire baron found himself cornered. At the brink of his life, he chose to retaliate. A vivid and enchanting red mist emanated from him, and as the mist dispersed, the already agile vampire accelerated, transforming into a crimson whirlwind imbued with a perilous aura that surged toward me. By the time I recognized the threat he posed, he had closed the distance to less than 2 steps, baring his elongated mouth, which bore 2 sharp, hollow fangs, and emitting a horrifying hiss, accompanied by an offensive stench. When a vampire discards their weapons and resorts to assaulting with their teeth, the most primal means of attack, it signifies their utter desperation and a resolute determination to fight to the death. At this moment, the vampire becomes the most formidable adversary. Instinctively, my training as a seasoned warrior prompted a decisive response to his assault. I raised my left hand, using my shield to deflect his fangs, retreating 3 or 4 steps under the force of his lunge, sacrificing 38 points of health to dissipate his fierce momentum. Then, as he staggered backward, I thrust my right hand forward, lifting my long sword high to pierce the vampire baron's chest. "Hold on, don't kill him yet," came a cry from the side, but it was too late for me to withdraw. A torrential spray of blood erupted from the vampire baron's chest. Regardless of the innocent blood coursing through his veins, he was now relinquishing it along with his own life. A large shadow darted past me, and before I could comprehend the situation, the Yangtze River Delta was already atop the vampire baron, unable to restrain his tears as he lamented, "Alas, I arrived a moment too late. How unjustly you die, having not yet been robbed by me. Such a waste, such a sin." Rising with a mix of genuine remorse and feigned accusation directed at me, he exclaimed, "Could you not have held back a little longer? Taking a bite or 2 wouldn't have killed you. You could have waited until I had finished robbing him before you struck. He a baron, after all. Perhaps I might have pilfered a couple more copper coins." Just the sight of the vampire baron's fangs made my neck prickle with discomfort. The thought of enduring a bite for a few copper coins did not seem prudent in the slightest. "Please, don't kill him," came the anguished voice of the Yangtze River Delta from a distance, sounding as though he would willingly sacrifice his own body to shield the vampire from my impending blow. Chapter 29. The soul of the spirit bone. As we traversed a narrow corridor adorned with sculptures of ferocious beasts, we entered an unfamiliar burial chamber. Unlike the tombs we had previously encountered, this chamber lacked the pungent, blood-soaked scent characteristic of the Blood Clan's lair. Instead, the air was permeated by a stale, musty aroma reminiscent of decay. This chamber was the epitome of a sepulchre, enveloped in a heavy silence that rendered even the act of breathing a chilling endeavor. It was a true sanctuary of death, devoid of anything but the finality of mortality. "Let us pause here. I must attend to a personal matter," suggested Longbao-san, his voice breaking the oppressive stillness. With a theatrical gesture, he placed his hands upon his head and shook it, mimicking the act of removing something invisible. In truth, he extracted nothing, yet he stood rigidly, as if possessed, utterly motionless. However, a series of urgent exclamations escaped his lips, curiously diminishing in intensity as they echoed, "I can't hold it. I can't hold it." "What has come over him?" I inquired, gesturing toward Longbao-san's stiffened form. "Perhaps he needs to relieve himself," replied Chang Sanjiao with a chuckle. He exchanged a few murmurs in that peculiar tongue with Claudio, and soon the 3 of them raised their hands in unison, mimicking the strange gesture, and subsequently stood in place, entranced like Longbao-san relieve himself. Yet another peculiar term unique to the Voidwalkers, I mused. Whenever they mentioned the need to use the restroom, they would stand listlessly to the side, entering a state akin to contemplation or meditation. I surmised that the restroom represented a sacred and exalted space for them, a realm where they immersed their souls entirely, engaging in pure spiritual reflection and communion, regardless of their physical location. It resembled a form of prayer, sacrifice, or akin rituals, where they devoted themselves wholly to spiritual inquiry, breaking free from corporeal constraints in pursuit of an ultimate liberation. Thus, it became evident how noble and sublime the act of relieving oneself was as a spiritual experience. However, just as my companions indulged in the exalted pleasure of this peculiar ritual, a crisis emerged. Three pallid figures suddenly materialized at another entrance of the burial chamber, advancing directly toward us. They donned tattered helmets, and their armor was riddled with an assortment of weapons, while their hands clutched similarly damaged arms. I had previously stated that they were three ghastly silhouettes, and this was no exaggeration. Despite their clearly defined attire, these figures appeared devoid of solid form, mere hollow phantoms. Upon closer inspection, one could even glimpse the surroundings through their translucent bodies. They existed like a gathering of mist, wavering and ethereal, exuding a faint, chilling luminosity. Strangely, the lower halves of their bodies were mere swirling masses of white vapor, devoid of feet, yet they moved forward with uncanny stability. Above their heads, their names were inscribed, Cursed Battle Souls. I recalled the task assigned to me by the training instructor at Valen Fortress. I had to vanquish 9 battle souls to prove my valorous heart befitting a warrior, thereby earning the right to pursue more advanced combat techniques. They were right here. The 3 cursed valiant specters quickly detected our presence, raising their weapons and advancing toward us with alarming swiftness. As they floated closer, they emitted terrifying shrieks. Their jaws gaped open like those of serpents, with cavernous mouths that seemed capable of swallowing my head whole. Chang Sanjiao, awaken. Longbow, are you alright? Plotto, Black Aurora, do not linger there. 3 level 30 battle souls are approaching simultaneously, and I am genuinely alarmed. I frantically patted my companions nearby, attempting to rouse them from their noble act of attending to nature's call. However, the situation appeared dire. This bodily necessity seemed not to be governed by human volition. The first battle soul, brandishing a spiked club, brought it crashing down towards Black Aurora's head. Our elven mage remained blissfully unaware, wearing a look of ecstatic contentment, as if his life were being released from some burden. I was filled with a mix of anger and urgency. Yet I could not bear to watch my adventurous companions suffer before my very eyes. Clenching my teeth in frustration, I brandished my sword, the Tooth Ripper, and charged forward. A resounding clang echoed as I felt my shoulder lurch downward, my body stumbling back several steps until I collided with Black Aurora, finally halting my retreat. At that moment, the spear of the second battle soul had already lunged toward me. I had lost my balance and could not evade it, helplessly watching as it inched closer to my shoulder. As I braced for this unavoidable strike, an unrealistic yet hopeful thought surged through my mind. These were 3 souls devoid of substance, their weapons appearing as thin, almost transparent phantoms. How could something without physical form inflict harm? Perhaps this was merely a deceptive illusion. They did not truly exist. If I simply believed they were non-existent, avoiding sight and sensation of them, they could not harm me. I tightly shut my eyes, repeatedly murmuring to myself, "You do not exist, you cannot wound me. You do not exist, you cannot wound me. You do not exist, you cannot wound me." Then, I felt a sharp object cruelly pierce my left shoulder. A wave of acute pain surging through me, coupled with an even stronger sense of frustration. These beings were indeed real. Immediately, I had no further time to ponder the nature of their existence. My reckless defiance had drawn the ire of the 3 disoriented battle souls, who quickly turned their spears upon me alone, leaving me no respite as I fell victim to their relentless assault. I am aware that they were once the most valiant and fearless warriors, having established remarkable feats in that great battle against merciless oppression. They were the champions among champions, the bravest among the brave. However, when their souls became tainted, losing their inherent goodness and loyalty, all their virtues transformed into my greatest misfortune. What troubles me most is that, despite their loss of reason, their indomitable fighting instincts remained undiminished. I am certain that the army of the apocalyptic King Darendel suffered greatly in battle 2 centuries ago, their plight as pitiable as mine. The soul wielding the spiked mace was the most imposing, delivering strikes imbued with a peculiar force that nearly unseated me with every third blow. The tall, lean figure with the spear was exceedingly fierce, rendering my armor utterly ineffective against his vicious thrusts, while the one with dual daggers inflicted wounds akin to mine, causing me to bleed profusely. Under their relentless assault, I found myself bereft of any defensive power, completely cowering behind my shield, relying solely on my nimble movements and healing potions to barely endure. Just as I was floundering in peril, a milky wave of healing light enveloped me, providing a welcome sense of reassurance. Shortly thereafter, I heard the astonished exclamations of the dwarven priest Longbow's son. "Ah, how did the battle begin so swiftly? And you alone at that? Since arriving in this cursed place, each of you has been recklessly brave. Make way, for when it comes to desperation, I must take the lead." With that, Longbow's son brandished his uniquely designed staff, skillfully weaving 2 arcs of shadow, plunging boldly into the midst of the three wraiths, and began to chant a rhythmically powerful incantation, wielding his nunchaku to conjure a circle of magical protection. With his timely intervention, the other three soon regained their senses and joined the fray. In no time, these three wraiths were shattered, reduced to piles of ash upon the ground. Amidst the ashes, we discovered scattered coins and various trinkets. Strangely, within one of the piles of ash, I unearthed a pair of battered military boots. How could these beings, lacking legs, have concealed such boots? It is truly a perplexing matter. Petrified bones, materials, what is the meaning of this? At that moment, the half-orc wanderer Chang Sanjiao inquired. His gaze lifted to reveal several pristine bones clutched in his hands. By their name, they appeared to be leg bones, elongated and adorned with notably robust joints at either end. Compared to ordinary bones, these were significantly heavier, feeling more akin to solid stone than hollow remnants. Yet, unlike typical stones, they possessed a resilience that conveyed a sense of unwavering strength. The surface of the bone is not smooth. Rather, it possesses a texture reminiscent of fine sandpaper, providing a delightful tactile experience and a comfortable grip. Where did you acquire this? I inquired, curiously weighing a bone in my hand as I addressed Chang Sanjiao. Moments earlier, during the battle, I had gleefully laughed at him, patting his ample belly after taking the bones from the fallen wraiths. I was momentarily taken aback. While I was exhaustively toiling, he was audaciously engaged in pilfering. Indeed, he had evidently been well tutored by the Queen of Wealth, Yin Yin. This material, as Long Bao Suanri surveyed the bones, he suddenly remarked, "Perhaps I can craft several weapons from them. However, there aren't enough bones at present. A few more would enable me to experiment." The two of them, in hushed tones, conferred with Claudio and Haijiguang, deciding to linger here a while longer to gather additional bones of this kind. Their curiosity regarding the utility of these bones was piqued, and they readily acquiesced. The one most pleased among us was undoubtedly I. I could simultaneously fulfill my professional quest. At this moment, the cursed wraiths truly experienced the meaning of being coveted by a thief. The once magnificent spirits of these warriors transformed into mere targets for Long Bao Suanri, who, upon sighting them, seemed to be overcome with fervor, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he pounced upon them, rummaging through their pockets as if he wished to uncover their very undergarments. If, indeed, they possessed any. We meticulously scoured the nearby tomb, successfully liberating no less than 20 cursed wraiths from death's grasp, while Long Bao Suanri's satchel burgeoned with nearly 30 petrified bones of varying lengths and shapes, including humeri, femurs, phalanges, and tibiae, among others. Chapter 29. The Wraith's Spiritual Bones Look. Is this sufficient? Chang Sanjiao exuberantly piled a handful of bones before Long Bao Suanri, eagerly awaiting his response. Long Bao Suanri nodded in satisfaction, commencing to select the most suitable bones. He weighed one, tapped another, and ultimately chose several elongated bones of similar length and thickness, primarily femurs and humeri. In my estimation, Long Bao Suanri was a masterful weaponsmith. He carried an array of tools and materials, his hands deftly maneuvering as he confidently polished, cut, shaped, and transformed the bones, ultimately assembling them into a slender bone staff. What is he attempting to create? I mused in admiration, quietly asking Chang Sanjiao as I observed his skilled craftsmanship. I'm not certain, but it appears he is fashioning a long-handled staff. Just then, with a sharp crack, a bone snapped in two, dramatically altering the form he had just begun to assemble. I initially feared an accident had occurred, but I soon observed Long Bao Suanri, unperturbed, grasping the broken bone and methodically refining the fractured edge. This must have been intentional. Well, it seems that we are still engaged in the crafting of nunchaku. Just as the long triangle was halfway through his explanation, another bone suddenly fractured in the hands of the longbow sun shooter. The dwarf priest remained unperturbed, meticulously gathering the two broken bones to continue his work. Perhaps he was fashioning a three-section staff, a weapon that magic-oriented professions are particularly adept at wielding, as evident from the eager expression on Long Triangle's face. With a series of crisp cracks, I must admit that the half-orc ranger spoke a tad prematurely. No sooner had his words escaped his lips than the bones in the hands of the longbow sun shooter snapped simultaneously, transforming into segments of relatively equal length, neatly arranged on the ground. Could it be that he was crafting a 9-section whip? Long Triangle's expression soured as he speculated uncertainly. Although I was unfamiliar with what a 9-section whip entailed, I would wager my very soul that he was mistaken once more. The fragments of bone suddenly split from their hollow centers, morphing from elongated tubes into jagged shards. Observing Long Triangle as he picked up the pieces and continued to refine them, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. I understand now. He must be crafting something akin to darts. Yet I questioned, but surely, darts need not be sharpened to a point as fine as a toothpick? With one final, resonant crack, even the bone toothpick in the hands of the longbow sun shooter shattered into two halves. We exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Apologies. It appears my experiment has met with failure, the longbow sun shooter remarked, scratching his head and rising to his feet, a hint of embarrassment evident in his demeanor. Have you truly lost your wits, or have they grown moldy? Do you realize how many bones you have squandered in this endeavor? 7. A full 7, he exclaimed. If sold, they could fetch a considerable sum. Do you not understand the virtue of frugality and the shame of extravagance? Good heavens, let me punish this profligate criminal. Suddenly, the despondent half-orc ranger lunged forward, gripping the dwarf priest by the neck and shaking him violently, as though he wished to strangle him. From the expressions of Clado and the Black Aurora, it appeared they offered no objections to this display. Wait, do not strangle me. I still have another plan. Let me give it another try. The longbow sun shooter gasped helplessly, his short, stout arms flailing in a futile struggle for release. After a prolonged moment of venting his ire and indulging his impulse, Long Triangle finally relinquished his grip, casting the half-alive dwarf priest onto the ground. Go on. There's hardly anything left of you anyway. Do as you please, the half-orc ranger muttered with frustration. Now, before the longbow sun shooter lay only 2 long bones. These remnants were the inferior products left over from the previous experiment, having been overlooked due to their peculiar shapes. They were stout and short. Yet their joints were unusually large, likely a consequence of their former owner's affliction with a condition such as bone hyperplasia. This time, our weaponsmith seems to have lost the desire to meticulously refine these 2 bones. He merely drilled a hole at the joint of each bone and carelessly linked them together with a short iron chain. As he grasped them and twirled them a few times, suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the hands of the longbow sun. The 2 interconnected bones appeared to undergo a subtle transformation. They looked more rounded and complete, seamlessly merging with the iron chain into an entirely new nunchaku staff. A layer of ethereal blue radiance faintly enveloped its surface, imparting a sense of the extraordinary magical power inherent in this distinctive staff. Many things unfold in this manner. When one pours all their strength into intricate craftsmanship, they often encounter disheartening failures. Yet, in moments of distraction, unexpected successes may occasionally arise. Clearly, this ominous bone nunchaku far surpasses the one currently wielded by Longbow Sunday. It enhances physical attack strength by 9 points and magical effects by 18 points, augments mana by 150, and boosts combat energy by 70, as warriors can also wield staff-type weapons. Moreover, it can activate a magical effect every 20 minutes, increasing life and mana regeneration by 50%. This newly forged weapon is truly a companion for slaying foes and a comrade for charging into battle, particularly for Longbow Sunday. It is noteworthy that the damage produced by the signature spell of the fervent dwarven priest, the Intercepting Fist, is derived from the sum of physical and magical attack power. This new weapon grants him a one-time boost of 27 points to his attack strength, which nearly elevates his lethality by 2/3. I can scarcely imagine how formidable such an enhancement would render our ferocious priest into a devastating force of nature. Upon discerning the attributes of this newfound weapon, the half-orc rogue was equally astonished, his mouth agape in speechlessness. After a moment, he regained his composure, awkwardly retracting a long strand of saliva that had dripped from his lips and collapsed before Longbow Sunday. Even when prostrate on the ground, his rounded midsection did little to diminish his height. Observing the half-orc kneeling with his rear end elevated higher than the standing dwarf, one might find the scene amusing. As I did, "Big brother, uncle, esteemed hero, could you also craft a weapon for me? I am still using the ordinary dagger I purchased at level 20. Have pity on me." His obsequious demeanor was hard to reconcile with the man who just moments ago had been choking Longbow Sun and hurling insults. Longbow Sun, with a sly grin and a touch of his beard, replied with feigned modesty, "We have been working together recently. My increased attack power benefits us all. For the future of our party, Longbow Envoy, could you lend a hand to your brother?" Seeing that his simple plea was ineffective, Longbow instantly adopted a serious demeanor, standing upright and declaring with righteous indignation. The dwarven priest remained unmoved, continuing to feign authority. "These are the fruits of my labor from the recent battle. The remarkable agility of the Yangtze River Delta, which compels one to admire sincerely." In the blink of an eye, he had a beaming smile on his face as he produced a handful of gold coins and thrust them into the hands of the Longbow Sun shooter. Our weaponsmith deposited the coins into his pouch, nodding with satisfaction before lamenting, "It is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but look at what remains. Only a handful of shattered bones, fit neither for crafting a war hammer nor sharpening into swords. Do you truly wish for me to fashion a pair of toothpicks? Indeed, the previous 2 experiments had consumed all usable materials, leaving only fragments that were either too brittle or oddly shaped, rendering them unsuitable for the creation of effective weaponry. The Yangtze River Delta surveyed the pile of bones, shaking his head in despair. Suddenly, he turned his face back to the longbow sunshooter, then returned my money. Oh, but you were the one who insisted on giving it to me, came the reply. That was meant for the weapon's creation, and since you cannot fulfill it, you must return it. Ah, you have lost my money. It is only right that you compensate my loss. Less talk. Return my money or face the consequences. No money. Then a life. Scoundrel. Robber. Just as they were about to come to blows over this trivial sum, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in my mind. Wait. Do not quarrel. I have something that may prove useful. Chapter 30. The venomous dagger. Hearing my words, the 2 who were on the verge of exchanging blows halted simultaneously, gazing in astonishment as I rummaged through my satchel. Found it, I exclaimed with joy as I extracted a long-preserved object. It was a massive tooth, its tip exceptionally sharp and sufficiently durable to leave deep scratches on a sturdy iron shield. Yes, this was a formidable thong I had once extracted from the mouth of the rabid Kaplan. At the time, I had taken it merely out of astonishment at its ferocity, intending to keep it as a memento. Only moments ago did I realize that, as a dagger, its size seemed just right. If this remarkably sharp beast's tooth could be fashioned into a weapon, it might indeed yield some unexpected special effects. Upon seeing this artifact, the Yangtze River Delta was both astonished and delighted, rushing forward to grasp it, turning it over in his hands with an unmistakable fondness. After a moment, he hesitantly inquired, Jeff, are you truly willing to part with this? It serves no purpose for me and merely occupies space in my satchel. The burly half-orc wanderer bit his lip. I cannot accept this without a price. Name your cost. I must admit, his current demeanor left me feeling somewhat disheartened. In truth, I envied the rapport between him and the longbow sunshooter, along with the playful banter and camaraderie they shared. They were perpetually engaged in witty exchanges, teasing, frolicking, and even amidst perilous battles, they never failed to exchange jests. Much like the Yangtze River Delta and the longbow sun, each has led the other to suffer a wrongful demise, one losing all his wealth, while the other endured a grave misfortune. Though they exchanged blows in jest, it was evident to all that their quarrels were devoid of seriousness. This exemplifies a genuine bond, unmarred by feelings of remorse, as such sentiments are deemed unnecessary. In their interactions, they are free to act as they please, indulging in playful banter and unrestrained expressions without concern for each other's feelings. This might be characterized as an innocent exuberance, reminiscent of childhood folly. However, the current earnest demeanor of the Yangtze River Delta indicates to me that I do not belong to this sphere of camaraderie. Oh well, even if you emptied your purse, it would only yield a few coins. There is no need to feign generosity. I masked my slight disappointment with humor, shaking the sword in my hand. I added, let us not forget, this very sword was a gift from you. The Yangtze River Delta regarded me with a complex expression, glancing at the thong in my grasp, and eventually reached out to take it from me. Upon receiving the thong, he uttered not a word, merely grinning foolishly as he patted his belly and made a silly face at me before joyfully rushing back to the longbow sun, exuberantly exclaiming, hey, take a look at this. Just so you know, if you break it, you owe me a meal of boiled fish tomorrow. Truth be told, I feared that upon receiving the beast's thong, he might shower me with thanks, which would undoubtedly lead to an awkward moment for me. His current demeanor, however, eased my spirit considerably, although we continued our verbal sparring. It was evident that the longbow son's meticulousness and caution exceeded those he exhibited when crafting his own staff for the first time. He diligently polished the thong, preserving its sharp tip while meticulously refining the inner curve into a smooth, lethal edge. As a dangerous glimmer danced along the blade, my instincts told me that this time, the weaponsmith's endeavor would achieve remarkable success. With the nunchaku successfully completed, both Claudio and Black Aurora's interest in weapon crafting intensified. They stood quietly to the side, observing the dwarf priest's design without a hint of impatience. To complement the razor-sharp thong with a handle, the longbow son dedicated considerable thought. He astoundingly selected an entire set of metacarpals and phalanges from the pile of bones, meticulously assembling them into the shape of an outstretched hand, even allowing the Yangtze River Delta to grip it for a fitting. Once the size was confirmed, he affixed the thong to the wrist bone of this skeletal hand. After a brilliant display of craftsmanship, the Yangtze River Delta's new weapon was finally complete. We all recognized that this would be an extraordinary weapon, yet upon witnessing its attributes, each of us could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Wow!" With an impressive 88-point damage bonus and an increase of 19 in agility. These two attributes alone would undoubtedly elevate the Yangtze River Delta to new heights, transforming him entirely, and this was merely the basic property of the dagger. The rabid Kaplan is a beast renowned for its remarkable speed. Its magical essence has transformed the sluggish bull Million into a formidable warrior. While the dagger fashioned from its teeth possesses an additional capability in terms of velocity, it boasts a 30% chance of inflicting double damage with a single strike, which effectively increases the damage output of the long triangle by nearly 1/3. Perhaps this enhancement is tied to the dagger's construction entirely from the bones of living beings, as it grants the long triangle an additional 99 points of vitality. For a wanderer whose defenses are not particularly robust, this boon can often prove to be a lifesaver. Beyond these attributes, the dagger is accompanied by a rather absurd skill. It has the opportunity to unleash a corpse poison every 15 minutes. Inflicting a minimum of 20 points of damage per second to enemies over a duration of 30 seconds. However, due to the poison's origin from the bone used to craft the hilt, the user is subjected to double the damage inflicted upon their foes. Calculating this, once the skill is activated, it would take merely 15 seconds for the long triangle to succumb to its own dagger's poison. Thus, the name of this poison dagger likely stems from this very attribute. This method of self-harm is arguably safer than directly consuming poison, alleviating concerns regarding its shelf life. The half-orc wanderer displays a distinctive optimism regarding this skill, viewing it as a more humane alternative to more drastic measures, allowing ample time for final words. The Longbow Sun tirelessly seeks the obscure advantages of this creation, asserting its aesthetic appeal over more gruesome acts. This dagger is expected to remain functional through level 50. Were it not for its relatively modest base attributes, the long triangle's estimations might have soared even higher. Nevertheless, even as it stands, his assessment remains quite conservative. Moreover, as the craftsman advances in skill, they can further upgrade their weapons, a fact that the Longbow Sun expresses with unabashed pride. According to the Longbow Sun, the myriad properties possessed by a weapon are intricately linked to the materials employed in its creation. The attributes of these materials significantly determine the ultimate qualities of the weapon. A weaponsmith can select materials according to their desires, yet the characteristics of the final product remain largely subject to chance, beyond their complete control. The two weapons recently forged exhibit exceptional quality, attributable to two critical factors: the selection of superior raw materials, and, perhaps more crucially, a stroke of fortuitous luck at the moment of creation. Soon, we bore witness to the weaponsmith's rather unreliable success rate. Following the crafting of the exquisite dagger, the Longbow Sun spent considerable time toiling over a pile of petrified bones. Perhaps the two successful creations had exhausted all his luck. After depleting all remaining materials, he managed to forge a staff so rudimentary that it could scarcely be called a weapon. The birth of this extraordinary instrument was shrouded in an unusual legend. The longbow, crafted merely from a shard of bone approximately the length of a finger, was hastily wiped with a rag, and after a single notch was carved into it, we witnessed a familiar glimmer. Thus, the staff was deemed complete. I must confess, this truly was a staff of utmost simplicity, possessing a singular attribute that enhanced physical attack strength by a mere 0.02 points. Indeed, this may well be the only occasion in my lifetime where I encounter an item whose attributes are described with 2 decimal places. In this regard, its collectible worth surpasses that of all world-shattering artifacts, earning its place as an unparalleled singularity, fully deserving of being recorded as a marvel in history. Regrettably, less than 3 seconds after the birth of this exceptional rarity, its creator unceremoniously cast it into a coffin, covering it with a heavy stone slab, as if fearing it might sprout legs and escape to be seen by the world. Chapter 30. The Poison Dagger. Subsequently, our exploration of the subterranean tomb proceeded without significant peril. The language barrier persisted, and the sporadic battle cries of my companions, phrases like Cessna and banana guava, often left others in a state of perplexity. However, as our time together increased, we gradually developed a subtle camaraderie. The unfortunate incidents of miscommunication leading to the untimely demise of teammates ceased to occur. In a corner deep within the tomb, we fortuitously encountered a soldier sent by Colonel Pekra to gather intelligence. This ordinary warrior, merely at level 27, had somehow evaded the vampires guarding the tomb and infiltrated this place alone. I found his feat particularly disheartening, for without the assistance of my companions, I would scarcely have made it to the entrance of the tomb. In contrast, his actions highlighted my own inadequacies, which was rather disheartening. Yet now, this valiant soldier was clearly unable to complete his mission. During his exploration of the tomb, he had been discovered by several vampires. Although he ultimately escaped their pursuit, he sustained severe injuries and could only hide here, awaiting rescue. He informed us that he had carried with him a pouch of magical powder that could teleport him back to the Valen fortress in a short time. However, during the fray, this pouch was seized by the vampires and was likely now in the possession of a count named Baxia. He implored us to retrieve the magical powder and return him to the city, revealing that Baxia frequently patrolled the tomb and that the hall ahead was his customary route. Following the soldier's guidance, we arrived at this hall. Before long, the figure of Count Baxia appeared in the corridor leading to the hall. In our minds, the name vampire often conjures an image of a tall, gaunt figure with a pallid complexion, slender fingers, and crimson eyes. Indeed, our journey thus far has corroborated this notion. However, the approaching Count of Berkshire has utterly subverted the conventional image of vampires, leaving us astounded. With a bald head, a rotund belly, a neck nearly retracted into his chest, arms thicker than those of an average person, and legs so stout they could serve as curtains for the gates of Valen Fortress. He is encased in an evening gown that dwarfs him, resembling a corset commonly worn by noble women. "Hey, Chong Sanjiao, is that you? When did you transform into a vampire?" quipped the dwarf priest, raising his arm and playfully slapping the thigh of the half-orc wanderer. His jest was not entirely absurd. In fact, I found the comparison remarkably apt. The distinctive vampire count was akin to our half-orc companion in a larger form. "Nonsense. My physique is far superior," retorted Chong Sanjiao, indignant. "Physique?" I feigned astonishment, widening my eyes and teasingly remarking, "I fail to see how that term applies to you." Chong Sanjiao shot me a fierce glare and pointed emphatically at the Count's belly, loudly reminding us, "Look closely, his abdomen boasts merely one muscle, while I possess two." He tightened the belt that was straining to its limit and, amidst our incredulous expressions, added with conviction, "One on top, one on the bottom." Our initial encounter with a Count-level vampire commenced amidst peals of laughter. As the Berkshire Count bellowed his intention to reduce the invaders to mere pulp, I was doubled over in laughter due to Chong Sanjiao's ribald quip about abs, leaving me utterly unprepared when he knocked me to the ground with a single slap, reducing my life bar to less than 3/4. My comrades finally recognized the formidable strength of this hefty adversary and commenced our counteroffensive. Claudio came to my aid when I found myself in peril. Upon witnessing my fall, he promptly planted an anger totem on the ground before me. This totem neither inflicted harm upon the foe nor granted any magical benefits to its wielder. Its sole purpose was to incite the enemy's fury, becoming their primary target and diverting their attention. Consequently, such totems are seldom favored by shamanic practitioners in combat. However, on this occasion, the totem proved invaluable. Just as the vampire Count prepared to advance for another strike, he abruptly became fixated on the anger totem, roaring as he charged toward it. The fragile totem could scarcely withstand his frenzied assault, shattering into fragments within moments. Yet it afforded me a precious window of time to recalibrate my combat stance and ready myself for the impending confrontation. Upon the shattering of the Wrath Totem, 3 additional totemic pillars emerged before Claudio: the Life Totem, which restores vitality; the Guardian Totem, enhancing our defensive capabilities; and the Binding Totem, which diminishes the enemy's speed of movement. I had never before encountered a shaman, and to me, this somewhat cultish title held little to commend. On the contrary, it readily evoked notions of tradition, primitivism, and ignorance, fostering an unavoidable bias within my heart. It was only at this moment that I truly recognized the fortune of having a shaman by one's side in battle. Under the enchanted influence of his totems, we each felt our muscles strengthen, the invigorating flow of life's essence coursing joyously through our veins, instilling within us a profound sense of vitality, while enhancing the combat prowess of companions. Both the mage and the priest typically could only bestow their blessings upon a single ally at a time, unable to provide robust support to the entire group in critical moments. The bard, too, could only augment one specific ability per instance, rendering it impossible to offer the multifaceted assistance we enjoyed now. Moreover, while the totemic pillars rendered formidable aid, our shaman was vigorously wielding his battle axe, relentlessly inflicting damage upon our colossal adversary, an achievement unattainable by any other profession. To become a mage, one must first master the manipulation of the magical elements surrounding them, commanding these forces to act according to one's will. A mage can only specialize in spells based on a singular element, the more frequently they engage with their chosen element, fostering a stronger affinity, the less attuned they become to other magical forces. Black Polar Light, a fire mage, found himself entirely insulated from all water-based magics, limited to utilizing only low-tier spells outside of his fiery repertoire. For instance, the introductory wind spell, Gale Force. This spell controls the surrounding air elements, coalescing them into a cyclone to assail foes, but its damage is minimal, proving nearly ineffective against robust opponents like the Count of Blood. However, Black Polar Light possessed a unique magical technique, allowing him to merge his proficiency in fire magic with Gale Force, creating a novel spell that yielded more formidable destructive effects. Now, he cradled a small orb of magical airflow in his left hand, simultaneously articulating a complex incantation. A bright flame gradually took shape in his right hand, ultimately coalescing into a spear of fiery light radiating tremendous heat. In an instant, he brought both hands together, the cyclone enveloping the flaming spear, spiraling through the air as it lunged toward the Count of Blood's ample belly. The high-speed rotation significantly augmented the spear's piercing power, resulting in a colossal eruption of bloodlight above Buckshire, draining nearly 200 points of life. The formidable power of the newly acquired weapons, the long triangle and the longbow of sun shooting, has been unequivocally validated. Under their relentless assault, the vibrant crimson light emanating from the head of Count Buckshire dissipated incessantly. At times, the strikes from the long triangle yielded critical hits, inflicting no less than 200 points of damage. Considering his astonishing frequency of attacks, such a level of lethality is indeed remarkable. Despite being a vampire of noble rank, the corpulent Buckshire stood no chance against us. Compared to other vampires we encountered, he merely boasted slightly higher defenses, augmented strength, greater longevity, and a more imposing physique. In fact, his cumbersome form was his greatest vulnerability. His substantial size provided each of us ample space to maneuver in battle, while he was compelled to fend off our collective onslaught. Before long, this foregone conclusion of a battle reached its inevitable conclusion. From Buckshire's lifeless body, we unearthed magical powder and discovered a ring that enhanced vitality and physical damage. As a token of gratitude for the assistance rendered during the skirmish, I willingly bestowed it upon the Tauren shaman, Claudio. The ring was diminutive, appearing so small that even my pinky finger would struggle to fit within it. Remarkably, Claudio effortlessly slid it onto his robust finger, leaving me to ponder whether it would cause him any discomfort. After presenting the magical powder to the wounded soldier, we successfully accomplished our task, earning a modest sum: 2 vials of potent healing potions and a measure of soul energy. As we prepared to depart, the soldier informed us that the staircase leading down to the 3rd burial chamber would lead us to the 2nd level of the tomb, where the altar of the Grim Reaper resided. This was the very headquarters of the vampire clan, and their leader lay concealed therein. Gazing at the dark, foreboding staircase, a flutter of anxiety and anticipation coursed through my heart. What awaited us at the end of this perilous adventure? Chapter 31. A glimmer of hope. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely have believed that the omnipresent majesty of the supreme deity, Deramos, would permit the existence of such an abominable place. In the subterranean level of the forest crypt lies the sanctuary dedicated to the ruler and guide of the underworld, the austere protector of the realm of eternal silence, the death goddess, Tefloriminus. The faithful hoped that this goddess, who manifested mercy through death and safeguarded souls in silence, would treat the valiant spirits she welcomed with kindness. Thus, at the lowest tier of this underground mausoleum, a shrine was erected in reverence. Yet now, this sanctified hall, which ought to have been solemn and hallowed, was pervaded by a nauseating stench of decay. In the corners of the walls, beneath the pillars of the sanctuary, and even beside the statue of the death goddess, an unfathomable number of corpses lay heaped together in a grotesquely brutal manner. These bodies, desiccated and rigid, expelled not a drop of moisture, their slack skin hanging loosely upon their bones, rendering their gender and identities unrecognizable. Yet, despite this, one can still discern an infinite array of fear and despair etched upon those parched faces. The agony endured in their final moments is indelibly inscribed on their desiccated bones, transforming them into grotesque sculptures that are both haunting and poignant. These corpses lie bare, devoid of any dignity in death. Rusted chains, mottled with decay, traverse their shoulder blades, linking them together in a grotesque chain. A murky, yellowish fluid oozes forth, exuding a noxious stench that permeates the air, while some bodies have begun to rot and decay, others reduced to mere dust. Scattered around this dreadful hall are a contingent of vampires, monstrous figures of noble rank, dukes and barons, dressed in opulent garments adorned with tassels and lace. Among them are also vampiric countesses, garbed in alluring attire, their gazes lascivious. These malevolent beings, who feast upon flesh and blood, congregate in a macabre display of intimacy, caressing, kissing, and sinking their sharp fangs into one another's necks to siphon the life-giving essence. Crimson liquid trickles down their lips, tracing seductive and sinister lines across their skin. These repugnant creatures seem to revel in their cruel displays of affection, occasionally erupting into shrill, maniacal laughter, their expressions one of ecstatic delight. In this moment, the mingling of bloodshed, death, and brutality births a grotesquely twisted atmosphere, nearly inducing nausea. A dismissive whistle pierced the air, and I now comprehend why minors are prohibited from registering accounts. Unlike my half-orc companion, who maintains a facade of calm and optimism, my heart swells with fury. A conflagration of anger scorching my chest, rendering my breaths fiery and labored. My hands grip my weapon tightly, my knuckles paling and numbing from the strain. Indeed, I cannot tolerate the existence of such cruelty and malevolence, nor can I permit these vile beings to persist in this world. For the first time, an insatiable thirst for slaughter surged within me. I must eradicate these humanoid fiends, leaving not a single one alive. I shall reclaim the blood and flesh they have consumed and avenge those who perished at their hands. If the deaths I caused en route to this place were merely a consequence of orders, of duties, of differing allegiances, then now, I pursue carnage entirely of my own volition. At this moment, a vampiric countess unearthed a trembling, living body from the mound of corpses. It was a young boy, yet his pallid visage betrayed no trace of sunlight. He screamed in terror, utterly powerless to prevent the countess from plunging her fangs into his throat. The vampire voraciously drank, swallowing mouthfuls of the warm, life-sustaining liquid. Initially, the boy struggled, his legs thrashing as if to express his anguish. Yet soon, the thrashing devolved into convulsions, gradually slowing until it ceased altogether. When the vampire finally rose, sated and triumphant, the once handsome and pallid boy had been irrevocably transformed into a mere husk. Emptied of life, the vampire, having indulged in her feast, erupted into boisterous laughter, her expression one of pride and satisfaction. The scene before me ignited a fury that had long been simmering in my heart. I cannot recall the moment I plunged into the enemy ranks. I only know that when I regained my senses, I had fought my way to the very presence of that vampiric countess. I am unaware of how many vampires my reckless charge had drawn to my side, but they were closing in on me, howling in a frenzy. I had no time to ponder. Witnessing the tragic demise of that boy rendered me speechless. My mind was consumed solely with the desire to rend that sanguine countess to shreds. Draped in a violet satin evening gown, she wore slender straps over her shoulders, accentuating her curvaceous form. Her blue eyes sparkled with avarice, and her cascading golden locks framed a face of undeniable allure. In any other context, one could not deny her enchanting beauty. Yet, at this moment, she appeared to me as the most grotesque demon in existence. Her luminous eyes glimmered with greed. Her luscious red lips feasted upon hope, and her delicate fingers clawed at death itself. All the beauty that others perceived in her became repugnant and vile in my eyes. Heavens, this wretched creature has gone mad. How can one contend against so many foes? Surrounded, I fought valiantly against the vampires before me while simultaneously fending off the assaults from behind. Amidst the chaos, I could hear the anguished complaints of my companions. What does it matter? I relish this. First, let us purge them from existence. A long bowman, filled with exuberance, charged towards me, his unique incantations resonating throughout the tomb even before his arrival. The Minotaur shaman and the elven mage, roused by his fervor, eagerly joined the fray. A group of reckless lunatics. Just wait and see. At this rate, we shall surely meet our demise. The half-orc wanderer, in a fit of exasperation, began to stomp his feet and curse vehemently, then resigned himself to a loud proclamation. Fine, let us kill. Once they're all dead, so be it. There are priests and shamans. I shan't be the one to resurrect the bodies. With that, he vanished into the shadows of the tomb's stone walls. The next time I beheld him, he stood beside a slain vampire, a bloody dagger in hand. In contrast to their male counterparts who relied on brute strength and weaponry, these female vampires excelled in magical combat. Beyond the enhanced blood extraction spells, the vampiress I pursued could condense her blood into sharp projectiles, launching them at me with astonishing speed. This magical assault bore resemblance to ice arrows from the realm of cryomancy, albeit with slightly lesser force and devoid of freezing effects. However, I soon realized that I was not alone in facing these female vampires. When a barrage of magical blood spikes rained down upon you, their potency was not to be underestimated. In addition to offensive spells, she cast a defensive enchantment known as blood magic armor. A layer of blood encircled her, forming a thin, spherical membrane that pulsated with vibrant crimson light. This membrane absorbed much of my attack power, making it exceedingly difficult for me to land a fatal blow in a short span of time. Nevertheless, although the direct assault proved to be less effective, the tearing damage inflicted by my serrated rending blade remained undiminished by the presence of magical shields. Under the pressure of my relentless onslaught, the life force of this blood-sucking countess swiftly dwindled to half. Moreover, as my piercing sword skills progressively weakened her blood magic armor, its hue began to fade, indicating its imminent collapse. At last, after delivering a powerful strike, the defenses of her blood magic armor reached their breaking point, shattering into a cloud of sanguine mist. Bereft of magical protection, this vampiric sorceress was rendered as vulnerable as a shell-less turtle against the warrior's close combat attacks. In mere moments, I pierced through her heart, not forgetting to deliver a fierce kick to her fangs still stained with the blood of that youthful human. I had vanquished this ruthless woman, eliminating the source of my wrathful impulse. However, as I regained my composure and scrutinized the battlefield, a profound sense of regret washed over me. I realized that my impulsive recklessness had ensnared my companions in peril. Chapter 31. A glimmer of hope. All the vampires within the palace were drawn to us, shrieking as they lunged forward. On average, each of us faced nearly 5 equally formidable opponents simultaneously. Had our equipment been even slightly inferior, we would have surely met our demise. Even with the newly acquired exceptional weapons of Chong Sanjiang and Chong Gong, our situation remained dire, teetering on the brink of total annihilation. In the midst of the chaos, Kwai-Dike stood in a corner to the right, desperately fending off the encroaching vampires while vociferously gesticulating. Quick, we must gather by his side. As I pondered whether the Tauren shaman was employing this peculiar method to pray for his soul, Chong Sanjiang pointed in his direction and loudly translated, bringing me to a sudden realization. Heixiguang was the first to reach him. Utilizing an innovative blend of spellcasting, he combined an ordinary flame shield with the Gale spell, enveloping himself in a swirling firewall of protection. This flaming barrier not only granted him formidable defense, but also inflicted considerable burn damage on the surrounding foes. The vampires, instinctively fearful of flames, recoiled from him, allowing him to advance unimpeded. Chong Sanjiang's transition was even more effortless. In the heat of battle, he suddenly scattered a vial of refractive potion, vanishing amidst a shimmering cascade of light, causing the vampires encircling him to lose their target and frantically search in confusion. In contrast, Chong Gong encountered significant trouble. As in all previous encounters, our dwarven priest charged into the densest throng of enemies, wielding his dual-ended staff to unleash his signature magic, the Fist of the Intercepting style. His short arms moved with fervor, synchronizing with the cadence of his incantations, as he conjured a whirlwind of magical orbs around him. At the outset, his valiant courage indeed inflicted considerable damage upon the vampires, with several vampiric nobles suffering greatly under his rapid onslaught, unable to mount any form of counterattack. However, he soon found himself encircled by a throng of vampires. Although sheltered by his magical defenses, which prevented these creatures from swiftly ending his life, and in some respects allowing him to withstand the onslaught of such numerous foes single-handedly, this method of combat was not sustainable. His magical energy teetered perilously on the brink of depletion. Had he not been consuming vast quantities of magical potions, he would likely have been reduced to mere refuse by these insatiable vampires. Despite the perilous situation, our dwarven priest remained blissfully unaware of his imminent demise. On the contrary, he appeared rather exhilarated. Due to the disparity in their statures, he barely reached the vampires' chests, while the feral, clawed female vampires, intent on tearing him to shreds, donned wildly revealing attire, their deep cleavage directly aligned with his rugged nose. This was perhaps a precondition for unleashing some nefarious offensive spell, as I witnessed a stream of blood erupt from the tip of his prominent nose. Strangely, his vitality did not wane as a result. "Can you still escape, Longbow Sunshot?" I shouted to him while fleeing from my pursuers. If I could escape, I wouldn't. This is a paradise on Earth. Wow, so vast. 32. No, that S32. Friends, don't mind me. Let me blissfully perish beneath this horde of vampire sisters. Even amid the cacophony of the surrounding vampires, his voice remained defiant and wicked. Regardless, his response confirmed one truth to me. He was utterly incapable of breaking free. I spotted a female vampire among his captors whose life force had nearly been extinguished. With a swift stroke, I felled her, creating a gap in the encirclement. Within the circle, I found Longbow Sunshot had completely surrendered to despair. His eyes half closed in a mischievous grin as he extended his hands toward my chest. "Run. I seized his belt and turned to sprint towards Clado. Jeff, how is it you? Longbow Sunshot exclaimed in surprise as his hands brushed against my armored chest, his eyes widening in astonishment. Followed by an outburst of frustration. What have you done to my vampire sister? Do you realize how rare this opportunity is? My grand and warm embrace of death. You wretched fiend, you've ruined it all. Release me, restore my flower blooming in the dreams of romance. It is rather peculiar, this lecherous and bloodthirsty man, filled with base thoughts, somehow received the divine sanction of the supreme god, Deramos, becoming a priest tasked with spreading the doctrine of ultimate goodness. Could it be that when he applied, the supreme god was experiencing a moment of hormonal turmoil, rendering him unstable? Oh, I do not mean to slander the great supreme god. If he is omnipotent, it stands to reason that he too could be influenced by such physical afflictions. As I sprinted to the corner with my longbow drawn, Clado had already planted various totems capable of restoring health and magical energy. Under the enchantment of the totemic pillars, a refreshing sensation enveloped me, my wounds gradually healed, and my previously diminished vitality began to recover. The vampires trailing behind us soon caught up, and we found ourselves once again thrust into battle. Although cornered, it seemed we had lost the ability to maneuver, yet in truth, we had gained a more advantageous position. The Hall of Death was spacious and transparent, filled entirely with vampires. Retreat was impossible, and their long-range magical attacks left us devoid of guerrilla tactics. However, as we huddled in the corner, the walls shielded us from attacks coming from both sides, alleviating our precarious situation and allowing us to focus solely on the foes before us. Only I and Longbow Sun would truly withstand the vampire onslaught. The elven mage, Black Aurora, remained behind us, conserving his mana for his magical shield without fear of interruption. Meanwhile, the Minotaur shaman and the dwarven priest struck at the enemies while casting restorative spells, ensuring our defenses remained intact. Though our chances of defeating the adversaries seemed exceedingly slim, we at least gained precious time. What now? I asked Longbow Sun, as the vampires pressed against my shield, creating a cacophony of clashing sounds. What else can we do? One step at a time, let us see how it unfolds. At worst, we'll die together. Reluctantly, Longbow Sun abandoned his expertise in stealth and assassination to confront the enemies head-on. Due to his frail armor, he became a primary target for protection. If we're destined to die, I might as well enjoy a final thrill, he muttered, lamenting the lack of respect for even his smallest wishes. As he cast a healing wave towards Longbow Sunday. Be quiet. We both exclaimed in unison. Hold on a little longer. I have a plan. But it will take some time, Black Aurora suddenly interjected, seemingly recalling something important amidst our bickering. He then began to chant loudly. What is he saying? Longbow Sun grunted, swinging his weapon but missing, receiving a heavy blow to the shoulder in return. Who knows? Perhaps something about being pleased to know us, and feeling honored to die alongside us, vowing to be friends in the next life. I speculated with cautious skepticism regarding Longbow Sun's translation. How sentimental, Longbow Sun replied, incredulous. Or perhaps he is lamenting how unfortunate it is to know us, and that dying at our hands makes him a vengeful spirit destined to seek retribution in the afterlife. Longbow Sun quickly amended his interpretation. You possess a peculiar sense of accuracy, do you not? The disparity between these two expressions is indeed vast. The Yangtze River Delta has wisely chosen to forsake this incompetent translation. No one truly comprehends the intentions of the Dark Aurora. All I know is that since he uttered that inexplicable phrase, he has been endlessly reciting incantations. This spell flows like the waters of the morning river, ceaselessly meandering without pause. The only thing I have ever encountered that rivals it is the remarkably lengthy name of my dear friend, the Minotaur warrior, Neom Million. Until the very essence of our lives in the Yangtze River Delta reached its nadir, and the restorative magic of Clado and the Longbow Sunstrider could no longer keep pace with our losses, Dark Aurora was still murmuring his incantation. It was then that I finally discerned his purpose. As despair washed over the Yangtze River Delta, he was singing a lullaby, and a perpetually looping one at that. I was nearly succumbing to slumber when, at last, Dark Aurora made a significant breakthrough. His voice abruptly ceased, and with a mere gesture of his right hand, a small volcano erupted amidst the throng of vampires. But that was not the end. True to Dark Aurora's characteristic style, he hastily consumed a vial of magic potion, barely restoring a slender thread of his depleted magical reservoir, and immediately unleashed a gust of wind upon the volcano. The spiraling winds cascaded upon the volcano's mouth, growing ever larger and more tumultuous. In this moment, I had never fathomed that I could feel such profound terror towards a comrade fighting alongside me. A roaring mountain of molten fire surged before our astonished eyes, with boiling lava bubbling forth like a monstrous beast greedily licking the land, melting it inch by inch in its fiery flow. Though this stream moved slowly, each time it enveloped a patch of earth. Its inexorable force of destruction transformed that land into a hell of molten fire. The vampires caught in the path of this lava had no chance to struggle. At best, they could emit a piercing scream before being reduced to mere ashes. This horrifying conflagration was relentless, leaving no room for resistance. The vampires became utterly powerless. Once consumed by the flames, they left behind not even a trace of smoke, only a faint acrid scent lingering in the air. Had it ended there, those vampires positioned further from the volcano might have had a chance to flee before being engulfed by the molten disaster. However, the small gust of wind that dark aurora added decisively severed any hope of escape. The swirling tempest agitated at the volcano's mouth, drawing forth great gouts of lava from the very core of this infernal realm, and then recklessly casting them into the air, showering the hall with a rain of fire that nearly enveloped the entire chamber. The resplendent and shimmering rain was anything but delicate and graceful. Rather, it was the most terrifying aspect of this horrific meteorological phenomenon wrought by magic. The searing, boiling droplets cascaded from the heavens, extinguishing the last flicker of hope for the vampires struggling for survival. The once spacious hall now appeared exceedingly constricted, offering no refuge for these grotesque beings that thrived on human blood, which were now entirely exposed to the relentless, scalding drizzle. They could only flail helplessly, emitting desperate, dying shrieks before being ignited by the rain, transforming into writhing flames. In this sacred sanctuary, dedicated to the reverence of the Grim Reaper, perhaps only one place remained untouched by death: the vicinity of our fire mage, the Black Aurora. Neither the molten rivers nor the torrential downpour of flames intruded upon this confined space, as we stood in awe, our mouths agape, witnessing this cataclysmic spectacle unfold before our eyes. Even after the final vampire's anguished cry had long faded, not a single one of us dared to utter a sound. Perhaps the abruptness and sheer magnitude of the event had gripped us in profound shock and fear, rendering even our breaths quickened. Our companions, equally astounded, gazed incredulously at the Black Aurora. I surmised that their thoughts mirrored my own, as they anxiously pondered how a seemingly ordinary mid-tier mage, barely surpassing the 30th level, could wield such a devastating weapon of mass destruction. To our surprise, the Black Aurora stood there, his mouth agape in astonishment, his jaw nearly dislocated. A line of drool trickled from the corner of his mouth to the floor, oblivious to his own state. He appeared even more distressed than us, seemingly taken aback by the very spell he had unleashed. Alarmingly, I sensed that the fright he experienced was perhaps greater than the cumulative terror we felt together. He pointed at the ground littered with the charred remains of the vampires, then gestured to himself, his eyes wide as saucers, filled with doubt, as if uncertain that he was indeed responsible for this devastation. We nodded in astonished agreement, sharing his bewilderment. Like a fool, he remained in a stupor for quite some time before finally, with a resigned shrug, acknowledging that he was indeed the architect of this chaos. In an effort to elucidate the recent events, our elven mage exerted considerable effort. He employed various dialects, including Shanghainese and Japanese, interspersed with a smattering of Pidgin English, and augmented his explanations with an array of martial arts-like gestures. Piecing together the fragments we could comprehend, we gradually discerned his intended message, albeit primarily through conjecture. The origin of the matter is as follows. Black Aurora, by a twist of fate, once assisted an unnamed legendary sorcerer in accomplishing an exceedingly arduous task. This sorcerer conducted a magical experiment using a parrot he had raised, wherein he exchanged his own soul with that of his beloved pet. However, a minor oversight occurred during this grand experiment of soul magic. The great and sagacious sorcerer neglected to unlock the cage door of the parrot before the exchange. Consequently, after he transformed into the parrot, he found himself unable to retrieve the prepared potion to revert to his original form. Thus, he effectively devised a brilliant method to confine himself within a cage, a feat as remarkable as a contented bachelor suddenly succumbing to the impulse of marriage. By sheer chance, Black Aurora stumbled upon this sorcerer's secluded abode during an adventurous detour, and most crucially, he managed to unlock the cage door. It is important to note that I previously mentioned this was a difficult task. The most challenging aspect lay in the necessity of patiently enduring the incessant clamor of a boisterous parrot, and astonishingly believing in its nonsensical ramblings, a feat that would require an extraordinary level of naivety. Regardless of the absurdity of the entire affair, The eventual outcome was that Black Aurora fulfilled the sorcerer's task and received his reward. This reward allowed him to wield a level 100 spell, known as the City of Fire, even when his own level was insufficient. For our elven sorcerer companion, casting this spell under normal circumstances would be akin to dreaming the impossible dream. To achieve this, an extensive list of impossible conditions must be met, such as requiring 20 times the original casting time of the spell, an interval long enough for a frail sorcerer to endure the agony of life and death 10 times over. Any interruption, whether from an attack or movement during the casting, would result in the spell being disrupted. This means he must release the incantation towards a non-existent target within a safe distance. The most daunting limitation, however, is that casting this forbidden spell with insufficient levels necessitates the expenditure of 120 magic points from his maximum magical power. Unless the sorcerer were to be extraordinarily empowered, he could never conjure those additional 20 magic points. Furthermore, should he consume a magical potion during the casting process, the entire endeavor would again be thwarted. These numerous stringent limitations dictate that our sorcerer companion has never experienced the full might of the spell he commands, leading to a profound sense of frustration. One might liken this predicament to the discomfort of constipation. The sensation of possessing something within, yet being unable to release it, is truly disheartening. However, by a stroke of fortune, we happen to have a shaman like Claudio among us, who utilizes a soul totem capable of replenishing magical energy, thereby successfully supplying the missing magical points without interrupting Black Aurora's spellcasting. The Black Aurora, having harbored its formidable magical essence for an extended period, erupted with fervor upon discovering an avenue for release. It surged forth in a torrent, transforming our moment of impending collapse into a stunning reversal of fortunes. Regardless of the discrepancies between our conjectures and the stark reality, we remained alive and, undeniably, transformed. This wondrous reality offered ample cause for reflection. As we lamented the capriciousness of fate and the unpredictability of life, we hastened to restore our battle readiness, bracing ourselves for the ensuing conflict. Given that this was the lair of the vampire lords, we were certain to encounter foes far more formidable than mere barons and viscounts. I clutched my sword, my eyes sharp and vigilant, scanning the desolate hall of the Reaper for any lurking threats. Despite my unwavering watchfulness, anticipating an assault that never materialized, I was met with naught but silence. Meanwhile, the longbowman, reveling in his own pursuits, sought out the rats and vermin emerging from the heaps of corpses, dispatching them with his staff while vocally proclaiming the extermination of these pests, unleashing his fervent bloodlust upon such feeble creatures. Ultimately, it was the half-orc who concluded this fruitless wait. Wandering into the mouth of a statue of the Reaper, he discerned a mechanism and, seizing it with ingenuity, yanked with force. Instantly, a chain emerged from the statue's jaws, and as he continued to pull, a stone wall gradually creaked upward beneath the immense sculpture of death. With a final tug, he secured the mechanism to an iron ring at the wall's corner, and the stone gate fully unfurled, revealing a concealed circular chamber. Chapter 32. Safety at last. The chamber's floor was inscribed with various twisted and bizarre symbols, forming a circle around the perimeter, while the center housed an inverted pentagram crafted from the same strange script. At the core of this pentagram lay a young boy, approximately 7 or 8 years of age, securely bound by a thick iron chain. His pallid complexion suggested he had succumbed to unconsciousness. His name, inscribed above, revealed him to be young Philip, the sole heir of Prosecutor Facelli, whose retrieval was among our many missions. The magical array composed of the circle and pentagram emitted a relentless crimson glow, suffused with an indescribably sinister aura. This red light pulsated rhythmically, flickering in a manner reminiscent of a heartbeat. An inexplicable intuition compelled me to associate its fluctuations with the boy, as if the very essence of the dark array was siphoning his blood to fulfill some nefarious plot unbeknownst to us. Surrounding the child, we beheld 5 pages inscribed with peculiar characters unknown to us, enveloped in a faint, sacred radiance, arranged in the shape of a magical array radiating in 5 directions. These pages, imbued with divine power, were among the very objectives of our journey. They represented the lost chapters of the sacred texts within the Temple of Valor. Together with the child, these pages constituted the innermost core of the entire magical formation. To my eyes, this array seemed to pulsate with an extraordinary ability, capable of intertwining the holy magic emanating from the temple with the child's pure vitality, thereby altering their magical essence and transforming them into a chilling, malevolent force. Upon discovering this hidden chamber, Chang Sanjiao did not hasten to rescue the child. Instead, He meticulously examined the chamber structure. Just as I was about to rush in to save the child, Chang Sanjiao suddenly seized my arm, gesturing towards several stone slabs at the entrance of the chamber. At first glance, these slabs appeared unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, one would notice they stood slightly higher than the surrounding floor. Their surfaces smoother and devoid of dust or moss. There are traps here, Chang Sanjiao indicated, pointing to the ground. It was only then that I noticed a row of dark steel pipes protruding ominously from the wall directly opposite the entrance, their tips adorned with sharp crossbow bolts. Without further elaboration, I could easily surmise that had I recklessly charged in, I would have been impaled by that array of deadly projectiles. In that moment, Chang Sanjiao proved to be an invaluable asset to our adventuring party. He retrieved an array of peculiar tools from his backpack and knelt to diligently probe and excavate around the stone slabs. After a brief interval, he rose confidently, having tidied his assortment of gadgets for disabling traps, and nodded at us with satisfaction, declaring, "All set. We're safe now." He then firmly stepped onto the seemingly odd stone slab, affirming his success. Unexpectedly, as his foot pressed down, a faint cracking sound emanated from beneath. Before he could react, the slightly raised stone slab abruptly sank, triggering the crossbow bolts from the wall to be unleashed, whistling through the air with deadly precision. Though it may seem ungrateful to say, I must admit that Chang Sanjiao's ample physique fortuitously shielded the entrance, allowing all the bolts to embed themselves into his substantial belly, while I remained unscathed behind him. In truth, of the barrage of fierce crossbow bolts, only the first 4 inflicted any real harm, tragically claiming the life of our half-orc companion, while the remainder were rendered futile. In the face of such ferocious projectiles, Chang Sanjiao resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on by death itself, letting out a half-hearted cry before succumbing to his fate. This tragic scene unfolded so unexpectedly that the confident visage of the man had barely faded from our sight before it transformed into a lifeless corpse. We were rendered incapable of expressing our shock, instantly petrified into forced statues of bewilderment. The air was thick with a profound silence, laced with a bitter irony. I felt he ought to have honed his trap disarming skills with greater proficiency. Longbow Sun gazed at the rigid form of Chang Sanjiao, his expression a perplexing blend of sorrow and mirth. Regardless, I stepped firmly upon the stone slabs that were devoid of any danger. He had indeed succeeded in disarming the trap. I failed to catch the notification, but under the tender care of the Tauran shaman, Clado, Chang Sanjiao soon stirred back to consciousness. His first words upon awakening were tinged with frustration and embarrassment. The notification indicated that the trap had not been disarmed, and he was met with 4 pairs of scornful eyes. Although Clado could not comprehend his words, his astute observational skills allowed him to grasp the essence of the situation unfolding before him. Revived, Chang Sanjiao, upon regaining his vitality, immediately prostrated himself at the entrance of the secret chamber, meticulously inspecting every detail, as if he yearned to dismantle each brick to scrutinize it. Not merely checking for traps, but seemingly eager to construct a trap only to dismantle it himself, in an attempt to alleviate his own embarrassment. Alas, reality often brings disappointment. Apart from the lethal trap at the entrance, there were no other treacherous mechanisms to be found. Chang Sanjiao could only begrudgingly acknowledge the safety of the surroundings and relinquish his efforts. Upon receiving his safety report, I dashed into the magical array within the chamber, brandishing my sword to sever the chains binding little Philip, hastily carrying him out. Despite escaping the control of the magical array, the child remained incredibly weak, still unconscious. I was uncertain whether Longbow Sun's restorative magic would be effective for him. Just as I sought ways to assist the unconscious child, a plume of black smoke suddenly billowed from the magical array, and a shrill voice cawed through the air, demanding to know, "Who has recklessly disrupted my summoning spell? Impudent intruders, I swear, you shall face a punishment more dreadful than death." It appeared that the magical array possessed this additional function. When disrupted, it would immediately alert the caster and swiftly summon them back. The voice was chilling and ominous, sending shivers down our spines. I believe we all recognized who was about to emerge, the very fiend who had seized this tomb as his stronghold, committing various heinous acts within, a demon ruling over a cadre of vampires. Strangely, despite the raspy and jarring nature of the voice, it struck a familiar chord within me, as though I had encountered it somewhere before. A peculiar intuition stirred within my heart. The approaching creature of the night was not a stranger. I had seen him before and was even rather acquainted with him. The mist at the center of the magical array thickened increasingly, soon coalescing into a vague silhouette. This figure, tall and slender, was entirely enveloped by a voluminous high-collared cloak. As the fog gradually dissipated, the form became clearer, and his name seemed to resonate in the air. Those insignificant creatures, daring to disrupt the grand ceremony welcoming the return of the Lord of the Apocalypse, tremble now, for there is no time left for regret. The vampire lord turned, his eyes, a vivid crimson filled with malice and fury, piercing directly towards us. The ghastly, pallid visage belonged to the official of Valen Fortress, the dwarven master of metallurgy, Robert Wylance, who was once a trusted patron of the elder noble, the Marquis Manival. Chapter 33. The foolish magnification. He had always delighted in unearthing secrets buried deep within the earth, yet some secrets ought to remain undisturbed. These were the words of the Marquis Manival upon learning of Robert Wylance's demise. At that moment, his statement was laden with significance, though I failed to perceive it. Now, I believe I comprehend what he deemed a secret that should not be unearthed. Once his identity was unveiled, a series of events unfolded as if the clouds dispersed from the sky, revealing the waters beneath, all laid bare before us. I am utterly convinced that the Marquis Manival's sponsorship of Robert Wylance was no mere coincidence. Perhaps he had long known the location of the soulbound lich, Maykinskill, and thus specifically supported the dwarven metallurgist's mine. He understood this master of metallurgy, loyal to his craft, knew that his insatiable curiosity would inevitably lead him to any novel discovery lurking underground. He would surely locate the lich's seal. Even if the dwarven metallurgist faltered, the Marquis Manival had means to ensure he found it. Thus, unbeknownst to anyone, he clandestinely liberated the lich from its endless confinement, ensuring no one would associate this occurrence with him. Had it not been for Robert Wylance possessing a magical talisman safeguarding his soul, this matter might have gone entirely unnoticed. Even when the truth eventually surfaced, the Marquis remained safely ensconced within the walls of his estate, orchestrating his grand conspiracy to welcome the Lord of the Apocalypse, Xerxen Dallin. Beware, the old pale-faced one approaches. A startled cry from Chong Sanjiao jolted me back to the fray, just as he skillfully crouched into the shadows, vanishing in an instant. Before we could react, Claudio had already set down 4 totem pillars at the corners with a series of resounding thuds, then stood resolutely in the center, wielding a massive axe with an air of defiance, as if he alone could hold back a tide of adversaries. However, his preparations bore no effect on the vampire Marquis. The moment Manival stepped out of the hidden chamber, he uttered an incantation, pointing before him, and 2 colossal skeletal warriors, towering as high as 2 men, instantly arose from the ground. These skeletal warriors, with their thick and resilient bones, appeared markedly different from ordinary skeletons. They advanced toward us, brandishing 2 enormous cleavers, their mouths, with only 2 rows of teeth remaining, incessantly clicking, producing a peculiar sound as they charged directly into the circle of totem poles erected by Claudio. Upon witnessing the pristine white bones of these 2 skeletons, the weaponsmith, Sun Archery, was immediately struck by inspiration. While he valiantly resisted the onslaught of the colossal skeletal guardian before him, he called out urgently to the indistinct figure of the long triangle. "Hurry. Check their pockets for anything of worth." From the void, the long triangle's eager response echoed, indicating that the cursed dagger had not yet satiated the half-orc's greed. In the haze, a transparent, robust figure approached one of the skeletal sentinels, followed by a strange cry from the long triangle. Judging solely by the sound, I could not discern whether he was exhilarated or dismayed. "What have you found?" Sun Archery inquired repeatedly. "A medical handbook," replied the long triangle, both exasperated and amused, with a cover page detailing how to distinguish arterial blood from venous blood. Ironically, the annotations include a vampire's recipe. Turning to examine another skeleton, Sun Archery appeared clouded with dismay. Soon, he received a response from the long triangle. "This one is even better. It's a manual on treating wound bleeding, titled How Vampires Preserve Food." Our dwarven priest was immediately engulfed by a sense of outraged indignation, roaring in fury as he shifted from a position of humiliating defense to a full-scale assault. His dual-bone nunchaku whirled with ferocious energy, the clash of bone against bone producing a rapid, harmonious sound reminiscent of a xylophone. As the thievery proved fruitless, the long triangle promptly entered combat mode. He circled behind a skeletal guardian and plunged his dagger viciously into its neck. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated eruption of blood did not occur, and the damage inflicted by this formidable weapon was surprisingly minimal. A thought struck me. I suddenly recalled the knowledge imparted by the gnome bard in a minor key nocturne deep within the underground mines. These are skeletal monsters. Stabbing inflicts minimal damage. Use your hammer. Similar to the vampire count, Buckshire, whom we had previously vanquished, these 2 skeletal sentinels, despite their formidable attack and defense, possessed no particularly special offensive techniques. Under the combined efforts of the Long Triangle and his two companions, a mundane and secure war of attrition soon ensued. Ever since entering the woodland sepulchre, my luck had been rather dismal. It seemed that the vampire lord, Marquis Manival, had inexplicably resolved to pursue me relentlessly, haunting my every step. Unlike the two empty-headed skeletons, the Marquis was adept at selecting appropriate tactics for combat, leaving one defenseless against his cunning strikes. Both the blood extraction and blood-piercing spells are aggressive in nature, yet the power they manifest when wielded by him is incomparable to that of low-ranking vampire nobles. Had it not been for the unwavering support of the Dark Aurora and my steadfast position beside the life totem of Clado, along with the intermittent assistance from the longbow Sunstrider, I would have surely succumbed to demise by now. Beyond the unique blood magic of vampires, Marquis Manival surprisingly proves to be a master swordsman. The seemingly delicate rapier in his grasp becomes a weapon of unmatched ferocity, each strike accompanied by a howling gust of wind. His agility is remarkable, resembling a specter relentlessly pursuing me, entirely unbefitting of a feeble, white-haired noble. Not only does his agility defy expectations, but the skin on his face appears smooth and unblemished, devoid of any wrinkles. Apart from his white hair, one would scarcely detect a trace of age. Stripped of that deceptive fade, he embodies a purebred, youthful vampire, with crimson eyes, pallid complexion, sharp fangs, and a lithe form. I am clad in the exquisite chainmail gifted to me by Marquis Manival as a reward upon delivering the news of the death of the dwarven metallurgist, Robert Violenst. It is well known that chainmail offers remarkable resistance against the brutal force of axes and swords, and it has indeed aided me through numerous perilous situations. However, against the piercing rapier of the vampire Marquis, the protection this metal link armor provides is woefully inadequate. Each time his blade flashes, I am met with a sharp, needle-like pain, infinitely more agonizing than mere pricks, which only fuels my loathing for this white-haired wretch. I cannot help but suspect that he anticipated our confrontation from an adversarial standpoint, thus presenting me with an ornamental piece of armor that serves little purpose. Chapter 33. The foolish enlargement. Marquis Manival possesses a resistance to the fire magic of the Dark Aurora that far exceeds that of ordinary vampires, rendering her ranged attacks less effective than anticipated. Moreover, his swift movements, akin to a gust of wind, cause the elven mage's spells to repeatedly miss their mark, draining her magical energy in vain, inciting her pointed ears to flush crimson and stand erect in frustration. Although our progress is sluggish, the situation on the opposite side of the battlefield for Clado and his companions is markedly less dire. The Minotaur shaman wields a long-handled battle axe that is both heavy and sharp, a formidable weapon against skeletal foes. Under his relentless assault, bone fragments flake away from the skeletal guardians like shavings from wood. Unexpectedly, Longbow Sunstrider refrains from his usual fervent charge and, rather unusually, casts holy light spells frequently, directing the divine rays of judgment from the supreme deity towards the two approaching skeletal guardians. Although our dwarf cleric is often impulsive, frequently engaging in foolish antics, this time his choice was remarkably wise. The cleric's holy light spells seem to possess an extraordinary potency against these malevolent beings that ought to have perished. A mere sword of justice could inflict over 100 points of damage. Perhaps it had been quite some time since he last savored the pleasure of a distant battle, casting spells from afar, and he was exuberantly shouting in excitement. It was evident that occasionally opting for a safer combat method was rather enjoyable. Regrettably, my vocation dictates that I may never experience such a sensation in my lifetime. In contrast to Clado and his longbow, Chong Sanjiao appeared somewhat despondent. Faced with two skeletal monstrosities, his most formidable weapon, the venomous dagger, was rendered nearly useless, forcing him to rely on the damage inflicted by his short-handled warhammer. This level 15 warhammer, predictably, functioned merely as a weapon of its designated tier. Nevertheless, he consistently managed to draw the attention of the two colossal skeletons, alleviating some of the damage Clado had to endure and providing Chong Sanjiao with better opportunities for striking. Compared to the recent exhilarating experience of wielding the venomous dagger with unrestrained ferocity, witnessing the dismal numbers of 15 and 20 floating above the skeletal guardians' heads left our half-orc companion, reduced to a mere human shield, pondering the fickleness of fate and the profound melancholy of existence. Before long, one of the gigantic skeletal guardians collapsed under the radiant light of Chong Sanjiao's divine judgment. The remaining guardian, despite its furious roars and flailing of its massive blade, which posed considerable trouble for Clado and Chong Sanjiao, was already faltering and weakened. Shortly thereafter, Clado let out a mighty roar, swinging his colossal axe and reducing the second gigantic skeletal guardian to a pile of bones, thus concluding the fate of the Marquis Minivel's two minions. The demise of the two skeletal guardians took the vampire Marquis by surprise. "You have astonished me, wretches," he hissed ominously, abandoning his pursuit of us. "However, your fortune has reached its end." With that, he tilted his head back and emitted a deafening, piercing shriek, a sound reminiscent of 1,000 bats tearing at my mind. In an instant, a dim and sinister crimson orb enveloped the Marquis Minivel, growing larger as I watched. Through its shimmering surface, I could see the Marquis's form becoming more robust and towering. A pair of formidable wings sprouted from his sides, his fangs elongated menacingly, and his suit and cloak were progressively torn apart by his swelling body. The slender, serpent-like dagger in his hand transformed into an enormous weapon, towering like a great axe. His face contorted in a grotesque manner due to the tautness of his muscles, yet there was an expression of ecstasy that rendered him even more fearsome and terrifying. As the transformation of the sorcery finally came to a close, Marquis Minivel opened his once closed eyes, which now radiated a blinding crimson light, illuminating the entirety of his eye sockets. "You shall pay for your arrogance," the gargantuan vampire Marquis bellowed, lifting a colossal sword, thicker than an axe, and charging towards me with ferocity. How utterly unfair this was. The two skeletal guards had been vanquished by those three fellows over there. If arrogance were to be punished, surely they ought to bear the consequences. I felt profoundly innocent. Why must this ancient fiend fixate upon me? In a fleeting moment, I cursed this unreasonable bloodsucker dozens of times within the confines of my mind, yet all I could do was helplessly raise my shield to defend against his onslaught. The impact of that mighty blow was excruciating. Upon barely deflecting it, I was left with the overwhelming sensation that my left side had been cleaved in two. However, this shameless strike ignited a primal fury within me. Seizing the brief opportunity while he was momentarily off balance, I retaliated with several swift slashes to his thigh, while simultaneously, a fireball from the spell of Black Aurora detonated against the Marquis Minivel's chest. During this moment, my companions from the long triangle surged forth, encircling the enormous vampire Marquis in a strategic formation. Throughout my adventures, not only in this instant, but for a long time thereafter, a profound enigma lingered in my heart, perplexing me. Why do those formidable foes, endowed with extraordinary power and capable of instilling terror, those evil beings wielding overwhelming magical might and leading their minions to perpetrate acts of invasion and slaughter, often choose to magnify their physical forms? It is as if they fear others might not recognize them as the very targets destined for annihilation. To my understanding, size and strength have never been inherently linked. Were these titanic entities, existing at the pinnacle of power, to humble themselves and assume the stature of ordinary humans, they would pose an even greater threat. Even if their strength were halved, enlargement often signifies conspicuousness and sluggishness. While absolute power may be augmented, it paradoxically renders them more manageable adversaries. For instance, had Marquis Minivel maintained the guise of an ordinary person, capturing his agile form would have proven exceedingly difficult. If one cannot target an enemy, even the most devastating force becomes ineffectual. This was evidenced by the repeated failures of Black Aurora's spells. Yet now, no one here fretted over the elusive nature of our target. This bloodthirsty beast stood there, foolishly and arrogantly, like a tethered post, an entirely flesh and blood target. Should we miss such a stationary mark, it would require a truly blind fool to do so. Fortunately, that fool is not present here. At times, it is difficult not to secretly revel in the thought that had the king of the apocalypse and his insidious, yet foolish minions grasped this truth, the continent of Farlwy would have undoubtedly succumbed 2 centuries ago. This has become a test of patience. The life gauge atop the transformed Marquis Minivel has grown alarmingly prominent, nearly matching his current height. Moreover, he frequently employs the vampire's unique defensive magic, blood armor, rendering our attempts to strike him futile, as his life force appears impervious to degradation. Thankfully, as his physique has expanded, his intellect seems to have diminished correspondingly. Rarely does he utilize magic for offensive purposes, opting instead for the sporadic use of the enhanced blood extraction spell, a technique that gradually saps an opponent's vitality but is easily interrupted during its casting, often yielding no more than a meager 100 points of life at best, starkly contrasting with the swift efficacy of the blood spike spell. More often than not, he resorts to wielding his cumbersome longsword to dispatch his foes, and in most instances, I am the unfortunate target of his ire. Compared to his magical assaults, the threat posed by his hefty sword is considerably more pronounced. Each time I withstand one of his strikes, my life force diminishes significantly. Under the weight of his repeated blows, my shield has become riddled with cracks, teetering on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, his attacks are rather sluggish. It often takes us a considerable duration to inflict damage before he retaliates with any vigor. I surmise this is due to the nature of his sword, which, despite his imposing stature, requires him to catch his breath after each swing of the massive blade, akin to a door. This fool likely has never contemplated that had he chosen a lighter, more manageable sword, we would have long since been skewered like kebabs upon his blade. This arduous battle has stretched on for an indeterminate length of time, and at last, the Marquis Manival's life has dwindled to below a quarter. In that moment, I perceived the glimmer of victory on the horizon, feeling triumph within reach, yet little did I know that the true struggle was only just beginning. Chapter 34. I am dead once again. I braced myself against one of the Marquis Manival's heavy strikes. The adventurers, now accustomed to his combat rhythm, exhaled a sigh of relief and surged forward to strike him down, myself included, despite my injuries. Although his blow had reduced my life by over a third, I found myself within the protective aura of the Tauren shaman's life totem, and by custom, my vitality would nearly fully replenish before his next assault. As I landed several solid blows to the inner thigh of the Marquis Manival, reveling in the satisfaction of my strikes, suddenly, his massive sword swung once more, arcing towards me with alarming swiftness. This blow came far sooner than I anticipated, catching me entirely off guard. My vitality suddenly plummeted to less than half. And at that moment, the life totem had just entered its cooldown period, rendering it incapable of restoring my vitality. This unforeseen circumstance caused me a sense of panic. I was about to call upon the Longbow Sun to assist me in healing when, unexpectedly, Marquis Manival flapped his immense wings beneath his ribs. These colossal, fleshy appendages had sprouted after his transformation, and while I understood that no one would whimsically affix a pair of wings to their back merely for aesthetic purposes, he had not utilized these novel limbs in prior battles, leading us to gradually overlook their existence. Now, however, these wings suddenly beat powerfully, stirring a violent whirlwind upon the ground. The swirling, murky winds enveloped us entirely, the coarse dust obscuring our vision and rendering us sightless. Amidst the chaos, I could only hear sporadic explosions of fireballs. Throughout, black extreme light remained at a distance from Marquis Manival, the tempest posing no hindrance to his sight. In the midst of the gloom, I was suddenly assailed by an irresistible gale. This tempest lifted me from the ground and swiftly propelled me backward. Suspended in midair, I experienced a profound sense of emptiness, compelled to curl my body tightly in an attempt to mitigate the impact upon landing. I had no idea how far I had been blown by the wind, but I felt my back collide with the ground, prompting me to roll and rise. At that moment, I had extricated myself from the confines of the swirling dust, and my vision was restored. I found myself standing against one side of the hall, a full 20 paces away from the chaotic storm of wind and sand. From my vantage point, I could see the silhouettes of Long Triangle, Longbow Sun, and Clado intermittently appearing and disappearing within the dust, each with their eyes tightly shut, holding their breath and standing still while groping aimlessly. Marquis Manival had taken to the sky, soaring towards the dome, gazing down upon his adversaries with an expression that was a mixture of derision and wrath. Observing the dispersing dust beneath him, the vampire Marquis suddenly inhaled sharply and emitted a piercing shriek towards those below. This cry was unlike any sound I had heard before. It was not a jarring cacophony, yet neither was it soft or melodious. It was a sound as sharp as a needle, both whispering and reminiscent of a faint ringing in the ears, hovering between the heard and the unheard, elusive in its nature. I surmised it must be a form of direct mental assault, a novel magic intended for hypnosis. Under this sound's influence, Long Triangle and the others abruptly appeared dazed. Their gazes dimmed, standing motionless. Black extreme light, positioned slightly closer than I, was also affected by this sound. He had been preparing an offensive spell when, upon hearing the shriek, he abruptly halted his incantation, his eyes closing in a daze as he stood there, drifting into slumber. Witnessing the success of his spell, Marquis Manival erupted into maniacal laughter before soaring towards me once more. No one can impede the impending arrival of the Lord of the Apocalypse. His voice resonates with arrogance and hubris, buzzing in tandem with the flapping of his wings. At this moment, I find myself with no path of retreat and no one to rely upon. The only semblance of support I possess is a battered shield, on the verge of disintegration, and a long sword that has fought alongside me countless times. I have just consumed the last vial of life elixir that I possessed, and in the face of this formidable vampire demon's relentless assault, whether I can endure until the potion's effects fully manifest remains uncertain. Furthermore, even if the potion's potency is fully realized, it would grant me merely one additional strike at best. This is an inescapable fate that is mine to face. Here and now, words like fortune and miracle, which once inspired boundless hope, have become hollow and feeble. Perhaps I have previously relied on them to escape peril. But this time, such luck eludes me. I cannot fathom why I am so certain of my impending demise. Perhaps when one is destined to perish, there is an innate awareness that arises. Or perhaps, when confronted with an irreversible predicament, one succumbs to despair, surrendering not out of cowardice, but rather as a manifestation of life's inherent awareness. I cannot recall what the Marquis Manival did to me during that moment. In my memory, all that lingers is the image of swinging my sword, swinging it ceaselessly. I fought with frenzied determination, forsaking defense and risking my life. I yearned to convey that I fought valiantly for a cause of significance, such as my companions. I even believed, for a time, that my intention was to deplete the creature's life as much as possible before it claimed mine. For every ounce of strength I expended, my comrades would gain a fraction more of a chance. Yet, the reality was starkly different. In that moment, my mind was an empty void, devoid of thought or contemplation. I have witnessed countless deaths and glimpsed the phenomenon of resurrection. To the best of my understanding, death resembles a deep slumber, and upon awakening from such a profound dream, all remains unchanged. However, when truly confronted with death, the fear resurfaces, unwavering and palpable. You can feel the icy fingers of death tightening around your throat. And in that instant, you realize that death is, indeed, far removed from a mere restful sleep. The ferocity and savagery of life are unleashed to their utmost. Driven by the looming threat of death, what I engaged in was not battle, but a struggle, a frantic endeavor to break free from an unknown terror. In the final act of my life, the Vampire Marquis's colossal sword came crashing down upon my left arm, shattering both my longtime companion, the round shield, and my existence in an instant. At last, I can behold the visage of the grim reaper that the longbowmen speak of. I wonder if she truly is as beautiful as the tales suggest. It is astonishing that at this moment, I still possess the capacity to ponder such chaotic thoughts. In the fleeting moment of all things coming to an end, the radiance gradually faded from my eyes, dissipating into a suffocating heavy shadow. The last flicker of light within my pupils pierced through my gaze, its once trivial brilliance now akin to a sharp sword, deeply lacerating my eyeballs. A sudden wave of intense dizziness and disorientation washed over me, and at last, darkness descended. Chapter 34. I Am No More. This was a surreal and terrifying darkness that felt hauntingly familiar, as if everything in the world had coalesced into an endless void, wedged against my eyelids, while simultaneously the world seemed to transform into an infinite expanse, utterly barren and devoid of substance. In this dense and pure monochromatic realm, I cannot claim to possess full consciousness, yet it also felt as though I was not entirely oblivious. In the haze, I sensed my essence gradually dissipating, a process distinctly unlike the death of the corporeal form. While the body may perish and leave behind a corpse for insects to gnaw upon, slowly decaying, my current sensation was of complete and utter vanishment. The soul of the being known as Jeffrey Skid seemed to have ceased to exist, fully subsumed by the darkness, becoming an integral part of this boundless void. There were no beautiful reapers, no black and white world glimpsed in a spectral state, no ethereal lightness of death. None of the experiences my fellow traversers had once encountered or discussed remained. My demise was a true and absolute conclusion, leaving nothing behind, with no opportunity for resurgence. My memories indicated that death merely arrived in an instant, as if I had barely closed my eyes before reopening them, only to find myself still within the dank, filthy confines of an underground sepulchre. The Minotaur shaman Clado stood before me, having just completed the magic of the soul mark, allowing me to rise again from death. Yet my feelings conveyed an entirely different truth. The overwhelming tide of death had surged too violently, and that sense of despair could not possibly be quantified by mere units of time. It felt as though I had just emerged from a tunnel leading to eternity. Although perhaps only a moment had passed in this realm, to me it felt as though an eternity had elapsed. Only now did I find the opportunity to experience fear. This fear was utterly distinct from the earlier struggle against formidable foes. It was an absolute, overwhelming terror that devoured courage and froze the soul, transcending fear itself. Leaving one despondent and listless, my mind was in disarray, as if I had yet to extricate my consciousness from that boundless darkness. My limbs were cold and rigid, incapable of movement, not due to any external restraint, but rather a profound unwillingness to exert control over them. A colossal beast named Despair loomed over my mind, gripping my awareness tightly, rendering my thoughts a blank slate. One thing has become abundantly clear. I am fundamentally different from my friends who traverse the void. Should I meet my demise, I would truly vanish forever, unlike them, who can die and be reborn countless times. Plato's robust figure danced anxiously before me, his broad mouth flapping open and shut, producing a cacophony of chaotic sounds. He appeared to be attempting to communicate something, yet I understood not a word. Though I had previously struggled to comprehend his speech, this time was wholly different. His voice wafted around me like a perplexed breeze, bypassing my ears entirely without reaching my eardrum. The resurrection spell had caught the attention of Marquis Manival, who roared with his head held high, charging forward with great force towards us. In a daze, I watched as this monstrous figure approached me step by step. I found myself utterly paralyzed. At that moment, the Marquis appeared 1,000 times more terrifying than during the battle, not because of his own nature, but due to the dire consequences he could impose upon me. Fear enveloped me. Indeed, I feared death, terrified of the prospect of my very essence dissipating into the darkness. This terror ensnared not only my limbs, but also constricted my heart. Standing there, I could feel my legs trembling, icy beads of sweat trickling down my neck and along my spine, carving paths of anxiety that rendered me weak. All I could think of was escape. To flee from this place that threatened my life, anywhere would suffice. I did not wish to remain here, dared not linger for even a moment. Yet I found myself unable to move. It was akin to a nightmarish vision, wherein one longs to awaken, yet cannot. Jeff, Kid, the warrior longbow, called out to me in a cacophony of names, urging me to come and assist in battling the foe. Without my participation, our dwarven priest once again charged to the front lines, albeit this time with a hint of reluctance. His magical shield, while possessing formidable offensive capabilities and decent defense against physical harm, proved rather ordinary against magical assaults. Each time Marquis Manival unleashed his vampiric magic, the longbow found himself flustered and disoriented. I wished to respond that I would join them soon. Yet all I managed was to part my lips and emit a sound so faint that even I could scarcely hear it. What are you doing? Hurry over. Another spell struck the devotee of the supreme deity, who, in a state of panic, shouted at me. I must have disappointed them, especially when they needed me most. I felt even less capable than a timid snail, which at least has the ability to retreat into its shell for protection, while I was utterly limp, powerless, and stood despondently to the side. Longbow, retreat for now and assist the shaman in healing the warrior. He may be stuck. Protect him, do not let him fall again. I'll hold the line here. At that moment, the voice of the long triangle resonated clearly in my ears. A sudden warmth surged within my heart, as if a gentle essence had just penetrated the icy grip of fear that held it captive. Even in this dire moment, my friends refrained from mocking my trepidation. Their unwavering trust in me was palpable. They seemed to wholly disregard my perceived inadequacies, instead confronting my desire to flee with a benevolent understanding. Waves of restorative magical light cascaded over my rigid form, steadily revitalizing my vitality until it surpassed the halfway mark. At that very moment, the formidable vampire Marquis had charged forth, closing the distance between us. The leather-clad rogue and the more lightly armored sorcerer had exerted every ounce of their strength. Yet their efforts merely delayed his advance for a fleeting moment, leaving them in a precarious state. The half-orc rogue staggered back to my side, seemingly afflicted by a curse, slowly yet inexorably losing his life force. Although the extent of his injuries should not have posed a grave threat, the relentless bleeding rendered him incapable of employing his stealthy combat techniques, forcing him into a direct confrontation with the Marquis, a battle he was destined to lose. After a series of fierce skirmishes, his life had dwindled to a perilous threshold, making him ill-prepared to endure a single powerful strike from the towering vampire. Just then, the Marquis swung his colossal sword, once more aiming a devastating blow at him. The sound of the blade slicing through the air was chilling, evoking memories of the recent encounter with death. As I beheld that sword descending upon the rogue's head, I felt as though my own scalp might burst. My mind was a tumult of thoughts, seemingly occupied by two voices swirling within. One urged me to flee this treacherous place, to escape while I could. Even if the rogue were to perish, the likes of Chong Sanjiao and Claudio could resurrect him. Should they fall, they would have the means to return. But if I were to die, perhaps all hope would be extinguished. The exit to the upper tier of the tomb had now become visible behind the massive vampire. If I were to flee now, I might yet escape. That voice was right, profoundly so. I understood that this was indeed the most prudent choice for me. Yet another voice quietly posed a question. What do you consider death? Death, perhaps, is the obliteration of life. For anyone, death stands in stark opposition to life. even for those endowed with extraordinary abilities that might allow them to escape its grasp. But death is death. No one welcomes such an end. Regardless of our differing forms of existence, the significance of death remains universally shared. The half-orc beside me, stout and broad, had thrust himself into this dire predicament to shield me. Was that not an act of valor, a noble deed? Thus, a query arose within my heart. Does the possibility of his resurrection diminish the worth of his sacrifice? Does my singular chance at life render my existence more valuable than his? No, that is not correct. It is not so. Regardless of his own feelings, the essence remains unchanged for me. Death should never serve as a cowardly excuse. Fear is merely a manifestation of weakness and incapacity. This man is trading his life for mine, and that is the crux of the entire matter. He has done this for me. Now it is my turn to reciprocate. I feel as though something within my heart has suddenly unfurled, becoming vast and illuminated. Though that intense panic still binds me, it loosens with the resoluteness of my intent. My heart trembles with trepidation, my muscles remain stiffened by fear, yet as clarity dawns upon me, I am astonished to find myself, sword in hand, courageously standing before the formidable figure of the vampire Marquis Manival, striving with all my might to intercept this deadly blow. In a flash, amidst the clash of steel, I once again catch a glimpse of my own fierce silhouette reflected in the avaricious, crimson gaze of the Marquis. Chapter 35. Life is precious at times. I ponder a rather profound question. How ought we to measure the strength of an individual? Is the comparison of power truly limited to mere hierarchical distinctions, disparities in equipment, or the varying degrees of proficiency in one's vocational skills? I believe not entirely so, for I have witnessed on numerous occasions that in the arena of combat, those with lower ranks and inferior gear do not invariably succumb to their opponents, be they warriors, mages, or practitioners of other disciplines. I contend that other factors can also dictate an individual's strength, such as the wisdom to select the correct tactics, the acuity to discern the opportune moment, and indeed, the courage to act. Just moments ago, when I trembled in the grip of death's terror, hesitant to engage in battle, the towering figure of the vampire Marquis Manival appeared overwhelmingly powerful, as if he stood shoulder to shoulder with death itself, poised to extinguish my life with ease. At that moment, I dared not even meet his gaze, let alone confront him directly. The very thought of such a confrontation was beyond my reckoning. I felt utterly feeble, convinced that even a child armed with a mere stick could vanquish me, for my heart had been stripped of all courage. Now, as I find my resolve and stand boldly before him once more, I realize that the once mighty, ferocious, and seemingly invincible vampire Marquis exists solely as an illusion in my mind. He possesses formidable strength, undeniably difficult to withstand, yet before him, I am not entirely devoid of recourse, confined only to the fate of surrendering without a fight. With the shield, my effective means of defense, lost, the Marquis's relentless onslaught becomes increasingly arduous to withstand. I can only defend with all my strength, conserving my energy as much as possible, employing defensive skills to mitigate the damage I endure, striving to hold him at bay and create more opportunities for my comrades to strike. Given my current capabilities, attempting to withstand the onslaught of the formidable vampire alone would be akin to courting death. Fortunately, the Minotaur shaman, Claudio, stood by my side to assist. As a spellcaster, despite his robust physique, his innate talents dictated that his defensive capabilities paled in comparison to mine. However, the Minotaur's abundant vitality, far surpassing that of a human, afforded him the capacity to temporarily alleviate some of my burdens. At times, he could even deploy the totem of wrath to divert the attention of Marquis Manival, granting us the fleeting yet invaluable opportunity to recuperate our vitality. Our endeavors bore fruit, as the life force of Marquis Manival steadily diminished under our relentless assault, dwindling to nearly a tenth of its original strength. Yet, correspondingly, as his vitality waned, his retaliations grew increasingly frenzied. The swings of his colossal sword no longer adhered to any discernible rhythm, striking unpredictably at us from every direction. His magical onslaught intensified, with dazzling and perilous arcane brilliance frequently flaring before our eyes, robbing us of our vigor in a most theatrical fashion. Having once paid the ultimate price for my hubris by neglecting to restore my own life force in a timely manner, I was resolute this time not to allow any opportunity for the vampire to launch a surprise attack. With all my life potions depleted, I withdrew from the fray whenever my health approached the halfway mark, seeking refuge in the dual healing provided by the life totem and the divine bow solar spell. It proved wise and prescient to heed my concerns. Just as the Marquis's life hung by a thread, poised on the brink of demise, The grotesque vampire suddenly unfurled his wings once more, conjuring a tempest that scattered us apart. He then cast aside his sword, brought his palms together, and began to chant a peculiar incantation with fervor. A sinister red glow, thick with malevolence, materialized between his hands. Initially a mere pinpoint of light that swelled until it burgeoned into a blood-red orb the size of a fist. The vampire marquis cradled the orb before him, then opened his gaping maw, lined with fangs, and consumed the magical sphere in a single gulp. Upon completing this act, Minaval let out a wild and exultant howl, his already grotesque visage contorting further, the skin on his face twisting into grotesque folds. A dark, purplish hue seeped from beneath his skin, and his nails elongated into sharp, poisonous talons. The crimson glow in his eye sockets intensified, resembling a malevolent fire raging within, embodying the unwavering valor characteristic of his kind. Shaman Claudio was the first to charge towards Minaval with a fierce cry, neglecting to set his totem, and brandishing his great axe. He lunged at the now transformed abomination. The axe struck Minuel, yet contrary to our expectations, there was no eruption of blood. Instead, a dull thud resonated, akin to the sound produced when striking a robust piece of timber. Upon impact, Minuel's arm bore merely a shallow, pale scar, devoid of any bloodshed. This blow had only depleted the vampire marquis by 50 life points, a figure significantly lower than the typical damage inflicted by a shaman. Minuel let out a low growl, and with a mere flick of his hand, he hurled Claudio far away. This unarmed assault proved more formidable than the earlier strike from his great sword, transforming Claudio from a robust warrior into a critically endangered casualty in dire need of rescue. As another close combatant grappling with the vampire marquis, I soon found myself confronting a fate akin to Claudio's, as the frenzied Minuel sent me crashing to the ground. His strikes were not only ferocious, but also exuded an indescribable peril. I sensed that his claws were imbued with a sinister magic, releasing a chilling force upon contact that rendered my entire body slack and feeble, leaving me exceedingly vulnerable. Had I not meticulously maintained my vitality in a relatively full state, that seemingly ordinary blow might have once again cast me into the abyss of eternal silence. Be wary. His attacks are peculiar. Do not confront him head-on, I shouted as I struggled to rise, attempting to alert my companions. At that moment, Minuel charged towards Black Aurora. Originally, our elven mage had ample time to evade the impending assault, yet he made a grievous miscalculation. As the enormous blood-sucking creature approached, he was in the midst of conjuring a fireball, nearing the completion of his spell. I surmised he was reluctant to squander the mana he had already expended and had erroneously assessed Minuel's current offensive power, thus opting to endure the attack to finalize his spell. The fireball struck true, erupting in a brilliant blaze upon Minuel's chest. The impact was far more devastating than the damage Claudio and I had inflicted, as 153 life points dissipated amidst the smoke of the explosion. Simultaneously, Minuel's massive claws relentlessly pierced Black Aurora's form. In the face of his insidious assault, augmented by a weakening magic, even my metal chainmail offered little protection. The elven mage, clad in a mere thin robe, became an even more fragile target. Undoubtedly, he was easily pierced, collapsing lifelessly to the ground with a helpless scream. The dwarven priest, known for his fearless prowess in battle, although reckless, did not seem quite as foolish as he appeared. He was, at that moment, shouting, "Leave this behemoth to me. Watch me bring him to his knees." As he twirled his bony, double-jointed staff, he charged forward with fervor. However, upon witnessing the Black Aurora so effortlessly vanquished in a single blow, and observing the Marquis Manival turning his head and advancing towards him step by step, he momentarily froze in astonishment. Then, with an ear-piercing shriek, he fled at nearly double the speed of his initial charge, casting restorative spells upon himself with reckless abandon. As if desperate to replenish his vigor to the point of bursting with vitality, blood streaming from his orifices. Who dares claim that dwarves are not a nimble race? The gracefulness of his retreat, akin to a longbow's precision, could render even a cheetah humbled. His short legs sprang back and forth with remarkable frequency, astonishingly avoiding entanglement with his own beard. Perhaps the target of his long-range assault was too diminutive, and the Marquis, having undergone 2 transformations, each time scorched by flames, had significantly diminished vision, resulting in his decision to abandon the pursuit of the dwarf priest and instead charge menacingly towards Claudio and me. Why does he come after me again? Chapter 35. Life is precious, although we did not lack the courage to confront our adversary. To willingly face such a creature capable of annihilating us in an instant could hardly be deemed valor. It was, in truth, sheer folly. Claudio and I exchanged a glance, and simultaneously made the sole prudent decision. We fled with the fluidity of flowing water, listening to the low, menacing growl of the Marquis Manival close behind us. I sincerely hoped that my Minotaur companion would momentarily lose his footing and tumble. Despite the language barrier, Claudio's large, glistening eyes conveyed a shared sense of foreboding, as if he too harbored the same ominous thoughts. If the Black Aurora were still alive, we would possess ample confidence to escape our current predicament. His ranged magical attacks could spare him from enduring the Marquis's formidable melee onslaught, as long as we could divert the Vampire Lord's attention. Vanquishing him with magic would merely be a matter of time. Frustratingly, the Elven Mage's ill-advised display of bravado had cost him his life, entangling us in a dire situation. Many only recognize the immense value of an individual after they have departed, leading to a deep sense of nostalgia. Our complex feelings of both reverence and resentment towards the Black Aurora stem from this very reality. I pondered whether prolonged exposure to fire magic could lead to a fevered mind. Judging by the Black Aurora's dismal performance, it seemed highly plausible. Though the longbow's wielder also employed some ranged divine spells, they paled in comparison to his close combat magic. His ranged attacks felt akin to scratching at a boot, spending 15 seconds to cast a spell that only inflicted 13 points of damage, even with a critical hit. I now understood the significance of the number 13, often mentioned by the Black Aurora in life. Had I been responsible for such a disgraceful display, I would surely be overwhelmed with shame and fury. Yet he, unashamed, persisted in casting this inept spell, a steady trickle of attempts. If he continues to wear down this colossal vampire beast bit by bit, the weeds in front of my grave will have surely grown into towering trees. Longbow, cease your attacks. Conserve your magic to restore my health. It was not until I heard the voice of Chong Sanjiang that I realized I had overlooked someone. Following the sound, I caught sight of a faint light in a corner ahead, subtly distorting to form a translucent shadow resembling a portly figure. This shadow was advancing with a rather lewd demeanor, obstructing our path as we fled. At the moment when Marquis Manival transformed, the half-orc wanderer's habitual depravity alerted him to the scent of danger, prompting him to conceal himself and successfully evade the Marquis's pursuit. You gluttonous fool, have you lost your mind? His attack power is overwhelming. I barely have time to heal you. Chong Sanjiang's suggestion startled the dwarf priest, who vocally opposed it. Don't measure my intelligence with your thick skull. I never implied that we should confront him head-on. Just prepare your healing spells. At this juncture, Claudio and I had already dashed past either side of Chong Sanjiang. The corpulent half-orc wanderer was now concealed, facing the oncoming giant vampire alone. Just as Marquis Manival was about to collide with Chong Sanjiang, the latter suddenly sidestepped, allowing the massive creature to pass, then brandished his warhammer and leapt, delivering a heavy blow to the Marquis's back. This despicable ambush succeeded against the bloodthirsty Marquis Manival, and like all those who had previously fallen victim to the half-orc wanderer's treachery, he staggered to a halt, momentarily dazed from the blunt force impact. This strike only deducted 7 points from the Marquis's health. Even though his life bar was perilously low, such trivial damage posed no significant threat. However, this blow was merely a prelude to Chong Sanjiang's surreptitious assault. The instant the vampire Marquis fell into a stupor, Chong Sanjiang brandished his poisoned dagger, swiftly plunging it deep into the creature's back. A blood arrow worth 152 points erupted from the Marquis's wound, the excruciating pain jolting him back to consciousness as he turned to confront his vile assailant. With his strike successful, Chong Sanjiang immediately began to flee, clutching his ample belly while calling out to Longbow with a mournful expression. Hurry, heal me now. I was perplexed as to why Chong Sanjiang was so eager for Longbow to replenish his vitality, given that his health bar had yet to diminish. Just as I pondered his frantic state, a ghastly green 22 eerily floated above Marquis Manival's head, while another brutal 44 flashed above Chong Sanjiang's. We instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. The poison of the corpse, an insidious skill of the dagger, inflicts persistent harm upon foes while simultaneously doubling the damage to its wielder. In our descriptions of fierce battles, we often employ the phrase inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return. However, the brutality of the corpse poison far exceeds this notion. It is truly akin to inflicting 120 upon the enemy while succumbing to 250. When we first encountered this seemingly self-destructive skill, we mocked its absurdity, yet we soon bore witness to its formidable power in action, although it only dealt a little over 20 points of damage at a time. As moments ticked by, the cumulative effects of this toxin became astonishingly pronounced. In a mere 10 seconds, The life force of Marquis Manival had dwindled to a state of utter desperation. Numbers, signaling his diminishing vitality, flickered ominously above his head, and the ghastly green characters evoked a visceral sense of toxicity with just a glance. At this moment, the long-range archer was in an even more dire predicament. Under the guidance of the hand of the longbow, the divine light of healing, bestowed by the supreme deity Deramos, cascaded upon him like a series of cheap oil lamps. Clutching handfuls of potions of varying sizes, he gulped down the nauseating concoctions, struggling to stave off the urge to vomit, while chaotically circling the life totem erected by Claudio, all the while receiving the blessings of the Terran ancestors. Finally, the effects of the corpse poison reached their zenith within the Marquis Manival, and as the last 20 floated by, the colossal vampire ceased his struggles, his nefarious life coming to a close. How could this be? These wretched maggots. He gazed ahead with a mixture of disbelief and terror, as if he could already glimpse the end of his existence within this hall of death. Yet, suddenly a thought seemed to dawn upon him, and he broke into a feeble, frenzied smile. But it's too late. No one can thwart the arrival of His Majesty Durindal. With those final words, he collapsed to the ground, his immense form gradually shrinking until it resembled that of an ordinary human. The body, now diminished, appeared almost like a mummy, with wrinkled skin, desiccated and hardened, and his once dark hair had turned white, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Upon witnessing his corpse, I exhaled a long sigh of relief. It was all over. We had finally vanquished him. Indeed, it was all over. The long-range archer nodded in agreement. Nonsense. Nonsense. It's far from over. You've all forgotten about me. The long-range archer suddenly cried out vehemently. Longbow, why have you stopped? Hurry and heal me. Although Marquis Manival had perished, the effects of the poison still lingered within the half-orc ranger. Numbers indicating 48 and 44 continued to drift above his head, and the rate of his life's decline seemed to accelerate even more than when the great vampire had still been alive. There exists a minor predicament. The longbow sun shooter hesitated momentarily, then, with a visage tinged with embarrassment, pointed to the now empty blue gauge atop his head, symbolizing his depleted magical energy. I have run out of mana. What of the potion? Long Triangle exclaimed, his voice strained. What I just consumed was the final vial. At this juncture, the life totem inserted by Claudio also reached its limit, collapsing to the ground with a thud. The previously enveloping blue shield around the area vanished in an instant, and the speed at which Long Triangle's life force diminished accelerated alarmingly. You wouldn't conspire against me, would you? Long Triangle inquired, glancing at the empty bottle of the last life potion he had just consumed, tears of despair brimming in his eyes. You have 5 seconds to leave your last words. Share with us what you possess. The longbow sun shooter remarked, half in jest. He seemed to be putting forth a great effort to feign sorrow, yet the corners of his mouth betraying him as they curled upwards ever so slightly. It appeared he was struggling to suppress his glee, a most entertaining expression indeed. I believe there may still be a chance for revival, Long Triangle said earnestly. No sooner had he uttered these words than he collapsed. Chapter 36. The blueprint of the telescope as an unfortunate soul who met his demise at the hands of his own skills post-battle. The appropriate demeanor to adopt towards the recently revived Long Triangle posed a perplexing conundrum. I yearned to express my genuine sympathy, yet gazing upon his face, marred by dejection and helplessness, made it a formidable challenge to restrain the mocking smile that threatened to escape my lips. I sacrificed my life to save the world. Should you not at least show some admiration? Long Triangle lamented, observing our strained, almost petrified expressions. We nodded in unison, agreeing with his words while cleverly concealing our uncontrollable grins. Even if admiration is absent, ought there not be some consolation for my personal misfortune? He pressed, noting our peculiar reactions. Cough, cough. It seemed we had collectively developed a cough, each of us erupting into loud fits. Amid the chaotic cacophony, one could still discern the stifled, altered laughter that betrayed our efforts to suppress it. All right. Enough with the restraint, you rascals. If you wish to laugh, let it out. Finally, unable to endure our peculiar gazes any longer, Long Triangle shouted in exasperation. His words were a reprieve for us. Had we continued to stifle our laughter, I feared my stomach might cramp from the effort. As we doubled over in laughter, Long Triangle, wearing an expression of misfortune, muttered in frustration, "Why don't you all just choke?" After expressing our fervent sentiments towards our valiant yet ill-fated companion in the most fitting manner, we eagerly gathered to commence the tallying of the spoils from our final battle. We first collected our respective portions of the lost sacred chapters before turning our eager gazes towards the withered corpse of Marquis Manival. As the leader of this band of vampires, Marquis Manival could be described as pitifully destitute. From his pockets, we uncovered merely 7 gold coins and a few mundane potions, with the sole item of any real value being a piece of armor known as the Carrion Shoulder, which purportedly enhances vitality, magical power, and resistance to magic. This leather shoulder piece seemed specifically tailored for spellcasters, rendering it of little use to a warrior like myself. Ultimately, the longbow of the rising sun bestowed this shoulder piece upon the dark aurora. While its enhanced attributes were commendable, the design left much to be desired. The vampire's avant-garde aesthetic had fashioned this shoulder armor in a lopsided manner, haphazardly piled upon dark aurora's shoulder, with a few errant tassels dangling down, resembling a ragged mop affixed to a beggar's tattered coat. Even for a rough-and-tumble human warrior like myself, donning such an unsightly contraption in public would require an extraordinary amount of courage. How much more so for the dashing and graceful elven mage, Dark Aurora? He gazed at the alluring attributes of the shoulder piece for an extended period, almost in a state of self-hypnosis, before summoning the fortitude to wear it. Though it was evidently a painful decision, at that moment, I mused that perhaps we should gift him a broken stick and a chipped bowl, as such a look would suit him splendidly. In stark contrast to the disheveled vampire leader, the 2 colossal skeletal sentinels he summoned brought us unexpected delight. Among the remnants of one skeletal guardian, we discovered a helmet named the Willful Cranium. This somewhat macabre helmet not only offered commendable defense and vitality, but also augmented the wearer's willpower and focus, enhancing accuracy in combat while providing a degree of resistance against certain mental-based spells and abilities. Originally, this helmet seemed perfectly suited for me, and both Long Triangle and Claudio agreed to relinquish it. Yet ultimately, I chose not to take this enticing piece of armor, as the spoils retrieved from the other skeletal guardian piqued my greater interest. When the designs for a telescope were unearthed, the longbow of the rising sun erupted in excitement, mistakenly believing he had discovered a new weapon blueprint. However, his exuberance quickly waned as he realized that only those with alchemical or mechanical crafting skills of level 5 or higher could utilize it. The disappointed dwarven weaponsmith passed the blueprint to us, lamenting, "Is there anyone who could make use of this? If not, I shall sell it for a pittance." My own alchemical skills had reached a standstill, lingering at level 5 for quite some time. Simple material transformations and synthesis no longer yielded any experience for my alchemical prowess. This blueprint felt like a refreshing breeze on a scorching summer day, arriving just in time. "Hand me the blueprint. I shall forego the helmet," I declared as I accepted the designs from the longbow of the rising sun. After all, my studies were in alchemy. Upon hearing my words, the archer, Longbow, stared at me with wide eyes, his mouth agape to the point where his chin nearly touched the ground. It is a rarity for anyone to master such an eccentric skill. I had thought I would never encounter such a formidable individual in my lifetime. Yet here he was, alive and in the flesh. Upon learning that I had taken up alchemy, the Triangle of Long was taken aback, gazing at me with astonishment as he scrutinized me from head to toe. "What is the matter?" Their reactions bewildered me. It was merely a commonplace life skill. Nothing to be so astonished about, was it? Do you not all possess life skills? Whether this skill is ordinary, I cannot say for certain. After a moment of contemplation, Long Triangle hesitantly remarked that a friend of his had eagerly chosen this very life skill, only to discover that the first lesson involved crafting an atomic bomb, leading him to despair and subsequently delete his account to start anew. Atomic bomb? The unfamiliar term evoked memories of Professor Edgewell's lecture where he spoke of radioactive transformations, fission, fusion, and chain reactions. With my scant knowledge of alchemy, I pondered that perhaps, based on these theories, it might indeed be possible to create a form of weapon of mass destruction, its power likely rivaling that of the legendary forbidden spells capable of annihilating the world. "Jeff, if you truly can create an atomic bomb, we should team up and toss it into a dungeon, obliterating everything in our path, and ascend directly to level 100. Longbow exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the mere thought of such a deadly weapon. "Longbow, I am increasingly convinced that you have chosen the wrong profession as a cleric," Long Triangle said earnestly. "If you were to dedicate yourself to a nefarious organization aiming to upend the world, you would undoubtedly achieve great things. Had the infamous terrorist mastermind of yesteryears possessed even half of your madness, the White House and the Pentagon would have long since been reduced to ruins." Longbow boasted with much pride. "Nay, he has been discovered and executed over 100 times if his intellect were as feeble as yours," Long Triangle retorted flatly, dousing the conversation with a cold splash of reality. I cared not for the malevolent sorcerers from bygone eras, nor did I concern myself with which monarch resided in the White House or Pentagon. I was only aware that the blueprint for the telescope had undoubtedly come into my possession, and with it, my adventure into the subterranean tomb could be deemed exceedingly fruitful. We escorted Mr. Fassili's only son out of the forested mausoleum, swiftly dispatching the vampire descendants that lingered outside the tomb. Upon emerging from the thicket, this beleaguered lad finally basked in the sunlight, which restored a semblance of color to his pallid visage. We made our way towards the Vallon fortress, and at last, on a hillside where the fortress gates came into view, young Philip displayed an unexpected level of decorum beyond his years. Formally expressing his gratitude and sincerely inviting us to visit his home at our leisure before he bounded off towards the fortress on his own. Even had he not extended an invitation, I would have certainly paid a visit, for prosecutor Mr. Farlwy still owed me a commission of 10 gold coins. To be candid, had I known that accepting this task would entail confronting a formidable and perilous adversary like Marquis Maineville, I would undoubtedly have requested an increase in the bounty. However, upon gazing at the pallid and emaciated visage of this child, I felt compelled to empathize with the unfortunate father who had nearly lost his offspring. Outside the gates of Vallon Fortress, we disbanded our makeshift band of adventurers. Apart from myself, my companions each had their own pressing matters to attend to. Black Aurora proclaimed his intent to find repose. Clotto appeared to be on the verge of awakening. The Yangtze seemed to express his unavoidable departure, while Longbow, speaking in his peculiar dwarven dialect, murmured something to Black Aurora about slumber. Soon, these industrious individuals bid me farewell one by one, and then, as if vanishing into thin air, departed from this realm. Chapter 36. The blueprint of the telescope. After bidding farewell to my comrades in arms, I promptly sought out Colonel Pekra, the commanding officer of the garrison at Vallon Fortress, to report on our encounters in the forested sepulchre and to unveil the true identity of Marquis Maineville. The sinister words uttered by the malevolent vampire lord as he met his end instilled an unsettling disquiet within me. I harbored an inexplicable dread. As if the world were on the brink of a cataclysmic upheaval, a monumental disaster poised to descend upon us, all intricately linked to our experiences that day. Colonel Pekra appeared as listless as ever, speaking to me in a soft and measured tone. Yet the content of his words starkly contrasted with his outward display of frailty. I have long suspected the identity of Maineville to be dubious. Initially, I was struck by the uncanny resemblance he bears to portraits of his forebears, which raised my suspicions. Moreover, no one has ever witnessed his visage as a child, nor has anyone heard tales regarding the women of his family. Such anomalies are profoundly unsettling. I extend my gratitude for the rescue of my aide. Prior to this, I had lost 13 of my finest spies, and I can now ascertain that it was the cunning vampire who wrought their demise. You have brought vital intelligence, sir. I have already penned a missive to His Majesty, detailing the crisis at hand. Reinforcements will soon be dispatched. May Daramos protect us. I fervently hope it is not too late to salvage the situation. Upon concluding this, the colonel rose, facing the wall, and removed the sword that hung there. He caressed the scabbard gently, akin to a father tending to his slumbering child. This impending conflict would be arduous, the gravest crisis the continent of Farlwy had ever encountered. For a warrior of his age, it arrived somewhat belatedly. As he spoke, he meticulously secured the sword to his belt and stood silently at the window, gazing into the distant, shadowy mountains. His demeanor remained weary, his frame still stooped, and his delicate features seemed incongruous with his neatly fitted military attire. Yet, within his gaze surged a fervent spirit, igniting my heart with fervor as he looked beyond the horizon. The slight furrow of his brows hinted at a dignified composure that suggested, even amidst the heaviest of responsibilities, this middle-aged officer would embrace his duty without hesitation. All of this stands in stark contrast to my previous impression of Colonel Pekra. I had assumed him to be a decrepit, sluggish, and fallen bureaucrat. Yet I failed to perceive the wise and alert eyes concealed within his graying temples. Nor did I realize that a valiant and fearless soldier's spirit burned within his frail frame. Adversity serves as a crucible for the soul. Perhaps it is only when confronted with it that we can truly discern an individual's courage and integrity. Yet, I was foolish, misjudging a venerable leader based solely on appearances, while naively placing my trust in a scheming conspirator, nearly losing my life in the process. As a token of gratitude for this mission, Colonel Pekra bestowed upon me a lightweight steel shield named Observational Bastion. This was precisely the defensive apparatus I required at that moment. Unlike the ordinary small shield that had been utterly destroyed in the forest sepulchre, this steel shield not only offered far superior protection, but also enhanced my observational and discernment capabilities in battle. This significantly increased my chances of successfully blocking attacks. allowing me to fully defend against the enemy's strikes without sustaining any harm. For the first time, I felt an overwhelming sense of shame in receiving a reward, especially one so precious. I believed I was unworthy of Colonel Pecker's generosity and felt I should be punished for my actions. As I took the shield from the colonel's hands, my face burned with embarrassment, and I could not meet his gaze. Upon leaving his office, I found him seated once again at his desk, lost in quiet contemplation. The setting sun poured through the window, enveloping the colonel's figure in a subtle and profound glow, leaving me with the silhouette of a wise and resolute soldier. After bidding farewell to the colonel, I gradually collected my rightful rewards from the employers who had commissioned my work. Mr. Prosecutor Fazilai and Sir Montala, the City Defense Patrol officer, promptly paid the compensation for the tasks concerning the missing only son and the bloodline's fawn. When I visited Mr. Fazilai's home, the young Philip, whom we had rescued, was diligently practicing swordsmanship, declaring that he aspired to be as brave a warrior as Jeffrett's kid when he grew up. Later, I learned that during a subsequent visit to the Yangtze River Delta, this little rascal expressed a desire to become an elegant wanderer like the Delta itself. And when speaking of the Longbow's son, he aspired to be as sanctified a priest as it. I sense that this child possesses great potential to become an outstanding politician in the future. However, at that moment, the pure and crystalline admiration he exhibited was far more valuable to me than the pouch of gold coins entrusted to me by his father. I returned the 5 pages of the lost sacred scriptures to the temple within the fortress. Regrettably, due to the influence of dark magic, the sacred power that had once clung to these pages had completely faded, transforming them into mere sheets of ordinary paper, and the damaged scriptures could never be restored to their former immense potency. However, for the monks of the temple, it is evident that they place greater value on the religious significance behind these few pages of paper. In addition to 5 gold coins, they bestowed upon me a belt imbued with divine power, capable of augmenting my strength by 18 points and enhancing my evasion rate. I reported my triumph over the cursed spirit to the warrior trainer within the fortress, who, with a tone of poignant admiration, praised my accomplishments and imparted to me a skill known as Blade Storm. This skill allows me to inflict substantial damage on up to 3 adversaries simultaneously for a duration of 15 seconds, proving exceedingly useful in the midst of a melee. In truth, I perceive this rugged warrior trainer as somewhat simple-minded and overly credulous. He did not request any token of my victory over the cursed spirit, merely listening to my account and accepting it without question. I surmised that even if I had accomplished nothing and merely meandered outside the fortress, returning to inform him of my completion of the task, this Navi trainer might have similarly bestowed upon me the skills of combat. Having concluded these matters, I returned once more to the city of Campanavia, eagerly re-entering the laboratory of my alchemy mentor, Mr. Edgewill, and hastily retrieved the blueprints for the telescope hidden within my satchel.